Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The protagonist was breathing heavily, steam was coming out of his mouth. His body was covered in blood. Yoon looked at his hand, from which light was emanating. On his palm lay a small ball. The guy squeezed it in his fist. Gritting his teeth, he asked what kind of grail it was. A glowing sphere appeared in the air. The grail is an object that can fulfill any wish of a person. The young man silently closed his eyes. Opening his eyelids, the man looked down. Opening his mouth wide, he wanted to say something. Suddenly, the grail glowed even brighter. A bright light illuminated the space around. The sunset was visible behind the houses. Someone apologized to the boss and asked if he could go home early. Sitting in a computer chair, the boss asked what happened. The employee replied that today he would like to quickly return home. Pitifully frowning, the protagonist asked if they did not have a corporate party today. The boss answered in the negative and asked the subordinate to go home and rest because this does not often happen to him. Bowing, Yoon thanked him and promised to see him tomorrow. Looking after him, the other employees began to discuss him. Someone suggested that he had gotten much better. Another person decided that their colleague had at least been joking lately and sometimes showed up at corporate events because quite a while had passed since that tragedy. Frowning menacingly, the boss ordered everyone to be silent. Pointing his finger at the door, the man ordered those who no longer had work to go home and not to whisper about others behind their backs. Raising his hand, the employee reminded that they had a corporate event today. The boss loudly denied this, shedding tears. The employee of the company thought that the boss always cared only about their colleague. Taking care of flowers in vases, the seller in the flower shop said that she had not seen her client for a long time and asked if today was his wife's birthday. The main character confirmed it. Arriving at the butcher's shop, Yoon asked for 150 grams of meat for seaweed soup. The seller smiled and asked if it was someone's birthday today. Since his customer even bought flowers, the guy said that today was his beloved wife's birthday. The apartment was very dark. Entering, the young man informed everyone of his return. He had a very upset expression on his face. Putting flowers and a teddy bear on the table, he began to prepare dinner. Soon, various dishes and cutlery for 3 appeared on the table. Sitting at the table, the man said that it was the first time he tried to make seaweed soup, but he could not do it as well as his wife did. He apologized for not being able to cook delicious food on such a memorable day, and for not being able to be with his family. The protagonist chewed the food. The water in the shower was flowing under strong pressure. Yoon stepped out of the shower onto the wooden floor. Putting a towel on his head, he moved the computer chair. Sitting down at the desk, the guy opened the notebook. Taking a pen in his hand, the young man made an entry for September 14th. Looking down, the man wrote that he fulfilled his promise and came back early for his wife's birthday to make seaweed soup. He asked if the soup was tasty. There was a family photo on the table. The protagonist tensely pursed his lips and wrote that he did everything as it was written in the cookbook, but it turned out too bland, so he himself was unable to finish the soup. The news started on TV. The presenter said that the police were investigating a serial killer case and that 12 victims had already been found. The light reflected in the glass under which the photo was. Yoon wrote that he bought his wife's favorite flowers and a teddy bear for his daughter. The guy asked if Mina liked the toy. His hand holding the pen trembled. The young man lowered his head and stopped writing. The happy faces of his wife and daughter appeared in his memories. He really wanted to hear an answer to his questions. He wanted to hear their voices. In the past, he smiled and waved to his family. He wanted to see their faces again. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth in fear. There was a huge pool of blood in front of him. Closing his eyes, the main character said that he missed his loved ones very much. Tears were running down his cheek. A tear fell on the notebook, smearing the letters. With a trembling hand, Yoon wrote the same phrase about how much he missed his wife and daughter. A chandelier was burning in the room above him. The sounds of a writing pen could be heard. In the end, the hieroglyphs on the paper turned into a mess. Smiling, the guy thought that he really wrote very dirty. Suddenly, he opened his mouth in surprise and asked what was happening. A bright flash flashed in his eyes. Hieroglyphs flew out of the glowing book. The young man did not understand what it was. In the end, a completely clean notebook appeared in front of him. The man took it in his hands and flipped through all the pages. Frowning, he realized that all the entries in the diary were gone. There was some writing left on one of the pages. Turning the page, the protagonist's eyes widened in amazement. The word again was written on it. The phrase "you can meet them again" appeared on the paper. Below it, in large letters, was written "wife and daughter." Shocked, his mouth open, Yoon asked what all this meant. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy apologized to the boss and asked if he could go home. Looking up at him, the boss asked what had happened to him and suggested that it was all because of his wife's birthday, which was a few days ago. Bowing, the employee replied that everything was fine and promised that this would not happen again from tomorrow. The boss patted him on the back and said that there was nothing to worry about because his subordinate works well. Bright lamps illuminated the office. The boss shouted that today's corporate party was canceled. The employees were unhappy that this had happened again. There was a closed notebook on the table. All the entries for the past 6 months that were in the diary had disappeared. Looking down, the young man thought that, starting from the first page, the diary was filled with new entries right before his eyes. Remembering how the pages lit up, the man thought that he should throw it away, but he could not do so. The diary wrote that on September 15th, not far from Saturn Station, there was a terrible accident involving a bus and a van, in which 2 people died and 8 were injured. On September 16th, the cancelled contract was restored. The main character frowned and realized that everything that was written in the diary for the days ahead had come true. Opening the page with the inscription, "You can meet your wife and daughter again," Hughes clenched his fist. Tensely pursing his lips, the guy assumed that what was written here was suddenly true. Dark energy flew around him. He realized that perhaps he would be able to meet his family again. It was written on the paper that on September 18th at 10 o'clock in the evening, the first departure to another world would take place. The young man looked at his watch and realized that tonight at 10 o'clock what was written in the diary should happen and he would be able to get to another world. The man frowned in anticipation of this time. The clock hands showed almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Raising his chin, the protagonist swallowed tensely. There were literally a few seconds left until 10 o'clock in the evening. The second and minute hands converged on 12. Yoon's eyes widened in fear. Things around him rose into the air. Blue particles flew around. Among the books and interior items, a family photo in a frame also flew into the air. Suddenly the guy opened his eyes. Finding himself on the green grass, the young man asked what kind of place this was. Looking to the side, he assumed that this was some kind of sports ground and asked how this happened. There were many other people around him. They realized that this was not a sports ground, but a real forest. Holding the notebook in his hands, the man realized that everything written there was true. On one page, there was a note that the first trip to another world would take place on September 18th. The system voice announced that training would begin from that moment on. Looking around, people tried to understand where they had ended up and what training was being discussed. Remembering his yellow diary, the protagonist thought that everything was happening as it was in the notes. After getting to another world, training began. The basis of this world was a game, and no one knew why everything was happening this way. The system asked players to imagine the weapon they wanted and warned that if they did not choose anything in a minute, they would automatically be given a sword. Yoon stretched out his hand and imagined a sword. A weapon appeared in his hands. He thought that it would be much better if he could use a gun. However, the notebook said that many people thought about a gun, but for some unknown reason no one was given one. Bows appeared in people's hands. They sincerely did not understand what to do with them, because they thought about a gun and they were not even given arrows. The sun was shining through the tree crowns. The system voice announced that zombies were approaching and asked the players to join forces and stop them. People did not understand what was being talked about. The crowd of living dead bared their teeth. The players, seeing them, realized that they were indeed zombies. The diary recorded that after the start of training, zombies appeared and that no one could move. Seeing these monsters for the first time in his life, the guy took a step forward. Tensely pursing his lips, he wondered if the diary was records from the future and what this world was like. Remembering the happy faces of his wife and daughter, the young man decided that, although he knew nothing, none of these worlds were his world anyway. The man swung his sword. A trace of the blade appeared in the air. The protagonist hit the zombie with a sword on the neck. The diary recorded that it was not so dangerous to encounter this personally. It was only a little scary at first. He did not want to fight with walking corpses. Gritting his teeth, Yoon decided that he would do anything if he really had the opportunity to meet his family. The boy chopped off the monster's head with a strong swing of his sword, because the diary said that this was the only way to stop the endlessly attacking zombies. The monster's body fell to the ground. Notifications about receiving experience points and an achievement appeared, thanks to which all characteristics were increased by 2 points. The system blessed the player's brave decision. His body was covered in a blue haze. Rushing into the crowd of monsters, the young man decided that he needed to kill zombies even faster so that the characteristics would increase. Having chopped off the head of another dead man, he received another experience point. Blood sprayed in all directions. The head of another monster flew off its shoulders. Notifications about receiving experience appeared. Physical strength was increased by 1. The people around could not cope with the influx of monsters and asked the others for help. Someone shouted that this was all a lie. Looking around, the player decided that now was not the time to think about others. He pushed off the ground. Deciding to become as strong as possible, the protagonist made a sharp lunge and killed 2 monsters with 1 blow. His stamina was increased by 1. Yoon stood in the middle of a field full of zombie corpses. Notifications reported that the player eliminated 58 zombies, which is the highest value among all the others. For this he was given 100 experience points and his weapon was improved. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the guy thought that he was too tired and assumed that it was because of the low value of stamina. With wide eyes, the young man realized that the information appeared directly in his head. A status window with all the characteristics appeared. The fact that the basis of the world was the game turned out to be true. Looking at his hand, the player thought that 14 points of mana is not so bad. The people behind him were trying to understand what kind of place this is and whether there is at least someone who can explain all this to them. The values of characteristics in the status window changed. The diary said that magic is the most important characteristic, but right now, agility or strength were more important. White clouds floated above the forest. The system voice reported that 198 people survived and that the second stage of training would now begin. The rules of which were simple. Only those who would enter the top 100 in 3 days, who had received the most characteristics, would survive. Hearing that those who did not enter the top 100 would part with their lives, people opened their mouths in fear, not understanding what was happening. Having learned that only the best 100 players would survive, people realized that this was only half of the total number. Standing in front of the frightened people, the main character realized that the diary with notes about the future had gone to him alone. The man cut the zombie's body with a sword. The system explained that there were 2 ways to get skill points. The first way is to fight and kill the monsters of this world. The second way is to kill another person to get half of his points. Confusedly looking around, people tried to understand what all this meant. Looking at each other, they understood everything. The system announced that the second stage of training had begun. The players looked at each other tensely. The protagonist was reading a notebook. He turned around when he heard people screaming. The players decided that they didn't have to fight monsters at all and that they needed to fight each other until only 100 people remained. People attacked each other with weapons. Someone shouted that he didn't want to die. Another person said that no one wanted that. They all turned around when Yoon asked if the players were really suggesting that they kill each other, and suggested that they kill monsters and earn points if they didn't want to die, even if it wasn't easy. Pointing at him, the stranger said that he said that because he was very good at fighting monsters. Putting his sword on his shoulder, the guy replied that he would fight the same way against people. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure. The young man opened his mouth wide and explained that they couldn't do anything about leaving only 100 people, and that during this training they had to join forces and fight the monsters together, otherwise there might not even be 100 people left. Looking at the people standing in front of him, the player asked what they would do if they had to work together after this mission. Thinking that the next training would actually require a large number of people and that was why they couldn't let most of them die at this stage, the protagonist asked if it was beneficial for them to kill each other now. Turning away from the people, Yoon suggested making an effort to become stronger and stay alive. The girl asked where he was going. The guy stopped. Looking at the bright sun, the young man replied that he was going to survive. As he headed into the forest, someone asked him to wait. Looking back, the man saw the same woman and asked what she needed. Putting her hand to her chest, Yura introduced herself. The heroes stood in the forest opposite each other. The girl asked if she could follow the stranger. The player answered negatively. Raising her eyebrows, the woman shouted that she could help him and asked if it wasn't better to travel together than alone. Frowning, the protagonist asked if she had ever killed zombies. Yura shuddered in fear and did not know what to say. Seeing a knife in her hands, Yoon said that she only hid and watched as other people killed monsters, and urged her to hide behind other people's backs until the end if she wanted to survive. Turning away, he added that this time the girl had chosen the wrong target. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the guy thought that he had only wasted his time. The woman turned away. The diary said that on the last day of school, someone discovered a cave on the side of the steep cliffs. The young man looked around. Something caught his attention ahead. The diary said that the opening in the cave was so narrow that only one person could crawl through it. On the other side of the cliff, a narrow passage into the cave was visible. The man climbed inside. The diary said that the monsters inside the dungeon were much stronger than ordinary zombies, so those who entered there on the first day would die. Crawling through the passage, the player realized that it was very dangerous here. Gritting his teeth, he thought that people who entered the cave become stronger than anyone else, which meant he had no time to doubt because he needed to become strong as soon as possible. Soon, a fairly spacious cave with glowing crystals appeared ahead. The protagonist looked to the side, hearing a strange sound. Noticing a monster in front of him, Yoon cut it in half. The dead animal fell to the ground. The diary said that the first monster encountered in the cave was a carnivorous insect, which was quite tenacious, despite its not very strong shell. The guy pierced the monster's head with a sword. Looking ahead, he realized that he had received 10 experience points. Although only 1 point was given for a zombie, a notification said that the damage reflection was increased by 1. The diary said that it was necessary to persistently accumulate experience points from the very beginning, because after completing the training, the reward will be changed depending on the points received. Looking deep into the cave, the young man thought that what was important to him was what was at the very end. Gritting his teeth, the man asked his wife and daughter to wait a little. The player went further into the cave. Traces of the sword blade appeared in the air, notifications about receiving experience points and increasing characteristics appeared one after another. Looking at his sword, the main character felt an improvement in his skills with his body, because the higher the characteristics became, the easier it was for him to get used to combat. Yoon looked in the other direction. Putting his hand on the rock, he saw moss and realized that it was the turn of the moss ants. The boy looked into the darkness where the sounds came from. The diary recorded that the monsters that followed the carnivorous insects looked weaker, but were dangerous because they never moved alone. A crowd of huge ants came out from the depths of the cave. The boy thought that it was very disgusting. The monster looked up at him. The man shuddered. There was a loaf of bread in his pocket. He realized that the monster was looking at him. The player threw the bread forward. The insects were distracted and turned around. The protagonist swung his sword. With a strong blow to the ground, Yoon cut one of the enemies in half and received 5 experience points for this. The sword cut another monster lengthwise. Another ant lost its head. The blade cut its head in half. Looking forward, the guy realized that there were still 6 enemies left. With a powerful blow of the sword, he chopped off the head of one of the monsters. Green blood poured out of its body. There were still 5 monsters left. The insect flew up to the enemy. It hit the young man in the back. The man gritted his teeth in pain. His legs trembled. Having struck again, he thought that there were 4 more left. The monster's eyes lit up. They opened their mouths. The player turned around abruptly. Because the protagonist ducked, the 3 monsters collided with each other in midair. Yoon stood up and killed them with one blow. The dead ants fell to the ground. The last remaining beast trembled. The tip of the sword pierced its head. A notification asked if the user wanted to learn the acquired skill Moss Ant Strength and Skin. The boy bowed his head, trying to catch his breath. He fell to the ground and threw the sword away. The diary recorded that obtaining the skill was a great success because it was almost impossible to do so during training, even if it was an E-class skill. The window that appeared indicated the skill level. The higher the level, the stronger the effect becomes, so such a skill is very important. In addition, thanks to it, 5 additional attribute points appeared. Scrolling through the notebook, the young man thought that according to the records, other people will come to this cave tomorrow. Looking at the paper, the man wondered who it could be. Taking hold of the page, he realized that he couldn't turn it. Frowning, the player wondered about the origin of this diary. Sitting by the cliff, the protagonist wondered why a future version of himself or anyone else would contact him in the past, and wondered what happened on the next page that couldn't be turned. On one of the pages, there was an inscription that the player didn't know about the Grail and what it was. Squinting, Yoon wondered what this entry was talking about. Seeing the player's score ranking, Doohyun gritted his teeth and asked why he was in second place. Holding the weak man by the hair, the man wondered who the person in first place was. Smiling, Yura asked if it wasn't obvious. Putting her hands behind her back, the girl explained that this was the same person who stepped forward at the beginning of the tutorial and started killing zombies. Frowning, the player remembered who they were talking about. A memory of the protagonist killing a zombie popped into his head. The woman hugged him by the arm and said she knew where the man was heading. Dukkhan asked where he was going. Pointing her finger forward, Yura promised to tell him everything if they gave her the guy. The frightened man in torn clothes trembled and begged for salvation. Although he was a little sorry to give up his glasses, the man agreed. The stranger tried to crawl back and asked for mercy. Pressing the girl to himself, the player reminded her of what she needed to do in exchange for this. Turning away in disgust, the woman said she understood everything. A sword appeared in her hand. She raised the weapon above her head. A terrible scream was heard, and then the sound of a blow. It was dark in the cave. The sword cut the ant's head in half. Having killed several more opponents, the protagonist received 5 experience points. There were many animal corpses around him. A notification said that his physical defense had been increased by 1. Yoon wiped his chin, thinking that it hadn't even been 2 days since he started training, and his mana was increasing quite slowly. But it was enough. Green blood was flowing from the mouth of the severed head. Although they were monsters, they had the same characteristic features as ordinary ants. The guy looked into the depths of the cave when a loud roar came from there. The notification said that the Moss Ant Queen had been discovered. The young man frowned and decided that it was quite obvious. He hid behind a rock. Around the corner sat a giant ant. The man couldn't believe that this was real. The monster moved its long antennae. Normal ants were running around it. The player wondered what he should do now that he had absolutely no information about the queen. The protagonist clutched the sword handle and thought that it would be better to hunt insects a little more to get more stats before attacking the boss. But today was about the second day of training, which meant that other people would be coming here soon, and he absolutely couldn't let the boss pass him by. There was a status window in front of him. He had twice as many points as other people, so he had a chance to deal with the queen. Hearing a strange sound, Yoon looked back. A point ranking appeared in front of him. A notification informed him that he would be given a reward depending on the ranking. His body was covered in blue fire. His stats increased, and a notification announced that he had been given a 3-day supply of food according to the ranking. Smiling, the guy thought that 8 points was quite a lot. Picking up some bread from the floor, he decided that he now had enough food for bait, so he could try to fight the boss. The ants saw loaves of bread above their heads. At that moment, the sword cut them into pieces. The young man lunged forward and killed all the monsters standing in his way. He looked up. The queen stood motionless. Apparently she was not used to acting on her own. 2 ants pounced on the enemy from the air. The man turned around and struck them with his sword. Looking at the approaching crowd of enemies, the player thought that this was really a big problem for him at this stage. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. Resolutely looking forward, the protagonist realized that he could withstand at least 100 or 1,000 of these ants. A sharp blow of the sword destroyed several monsters. Notifications about the accrual of experience appeared. Yunj opened his mouth wide, trying to catch his breath. His health was increased by 1. The guy thought that this characteristic was like long-awaited rain in a drought. The insect surrounded him and pressed him to the rock. One of the monsters bit him on the leg. The young man immediately killed it with his sword. Frowning, he thought that if it weren't for his passive ability, it would be very dangerous. Clutching the sword in his hands, the man thought that he couldn't give up on obtaining the D-class skill that could be obtained by defeating the Ant Queen. The player looked forward furiously. Swinging his weapon, he ran forward. Crouching down, the protagonist breathed greedily. There were many corpses of moss ants under his feet. Looking forward, Yunj realized that only the queen was left. A huge insect stood in front of him. The monster opened its jaws wide and screamed. The boy tensed his fingers and said that he also had no choice. He intercepted the sword in his hand. The queen noticed that her enemy had disappeared from her sight. Suddenly, the youth plunged the sword straight into her head. Green blood splashed in the air. Someone pushed the ant aside. As he moved forward through the cave, Duhian asked why the path was so confusing in such a terrible place. Yura informed him that they were sure that someone had already been here anyway, so they should move on. Gritting his teeth furiously, the man thought that they were giving out more points here than for monsters outside the cave, but it was nothing compared to catching people, so he felt sorry for wasting his time. Frowning, he decided that he only needed to catch the person who could single-handedly deal with all the monsters here, then he would have no more problems. Imagining the battered protagonist with a sword, the player decided that he definitely would not have the strength to go this far. A smile appeared on his face. Grinning menacingly, the maddened Duyan realized that he could become the first place in the points ranking if he managed to catch the current leader. Notifications reported the killing of the Queen of Moss Ants and the completion of the achievement. Now ants will no longer appear in the cave. The protagonist stood in front of the dead body of the boss. Smiling, he saw that the hardening skill was available to him, which creates a strong shell on the surface of the skin. If used in a dangerous situation, it can save lives. Yunj looked at the status window and thought that its power increases in direct proportion to mana. This skill alone is an achievement. The guy opened his mouth wide and said that this is not the whole reward. It was very dark in the depths of the cave. The power of this world can be divided into 3 large groups. The young man walked forward. The first power is glasses, the second is skills, and the third is items. A blue haze enveloped the man. Glasses are the basis. As a result of their increase, those who are in this world can become real superhumans. Fire appeared from the hands of the man. Skills are magic that people control. Thanks to mana, they can use superpowers that are not subject to the ordinary body. Many weapons and artifacts sparkled. When owning special items, the user is given the opportunity not only to raise their characteristics, but also to use new skills. Even being an ordinary person, you can get the power of a Superman thanks to items, so they are very valuable. The player looked into the crevice. A smile appeared on his face. In front of him was a chest, inside which there was a bright light. Taking the artifact in his hands, the protagonist looked at it. Suddenly his eyes widened. Smiling widely, Yunj left. Falling to the ground, he realized that he was very lucky. A group of people were moving through the cave. Judging by the fact that there were more and more moss ant corpses, they concluded that they were almost there. Suddenly, Duhong opened his mouth in surprise. Waving his hand, he asked his companion to wait here. The man's mouth dropped open in shock and he asked what was going on. In front of him was the corpse of a huge queen and dead insects. Gritting his teeth, the player wondered what could have happened here. Dukhan's brows furrowed tensely. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The heroes were standing opposite each other in a cave full of monster corpses. Frowning, the boy wondered how they had ended up here if the moment when they were supposed to find the cave and come here had not yet arrived. The heroes looked at each other in silence. Noticing Yura behind the leader, the protagonist concluded that this was all because of her and assumed that she could have followed him. Remembering that he had a notebook in his pocket, Yunj decided that because of his actions, the future described in the diary had changed, so he could not simply trust and follow the notes. The man bared his teeth furiously. Seeing the huge number of corpses in front of him, he wondered if the leader of the raiding had really dealt with all the ants on his own. At the same time, the guy standing in front of him didn't even look tired. Clutching the sword in his hand, the player realized that everything had gone completely wrong. Frowning angrily, Duckhand decided that the one who increased his stats by killing monsters was more dangerous than the rest, since he managed to deal with the ants and not even get tired. Approaching him, the young man asked him to step aside if they hadn't come to him for some specific reason. The protagonist gave him a menacing look. The man gritted his teeth in fear. Closing his eyes, he asked the leader of the raiding to move on. Yoon silently headed towards the exit of the cave. Opening her mouth wide, Yura asked why her comrade had let this man go so easily. The player asked if that wasn't clear. Doohyun stated that he did not know what this man had gotten in this cave, but he was definitely not the same ordinary man they had seen before. The boy stared ahead tensely. Putting his hand to his head, the man realized that it was stupid of him to just collect experience points and that they needed to kill monsters and increase their stats. Gritting his teeth furiously, the player mentally promised to catch the leader of the raiding. Swinging his club, the stranger shouted that he did not want to die. Putting his hands in front of him to protect himself, the man asked what was going on. The club hit his head and broke. People attacked each other, guided by the desire to survive. Suddenly, their bodies lit up. The system voice announced that there were 148 survivors left and that from now on, the second stage of training was complete. The total rating began to be counted, after which the first 100 people would continue training in the third stage. Raising his hand, the man asked to be taken to the third stage. The archer ran forward, begging to save him. People looked up at the sky in fear, hearing a terrible sound. They didn't understand how this was possible. Dozens of red eyes were looking at them from the forest. A beautiful sunset was visible behind the trees. The protagonist was unconscious. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The survivors found themselves in a closed room with no windows. Rising to their feet, they looked around. Yoon remembered meeting Doohyun in the cave and was glad that these people were not here. The survivors opened their mouths in fear when the voice announced that the third stage of training was about to begin. 3 multicolored doors appeared in front of the players. People gathered around them. The system explained that only 10 people could enter the Scarlet door, only 5 could enter the Blue door, and only 1 person could go through the White door. Everyone who stepped through the selected door would continue training. The guy looked at the man with glasses, who asked what the difference was between the doors. The red door was closed. The voice explained that although it was intended for 10 people, the difficulty level would be very high, and there was no guarantee that people would be able to safely complete the training. The blue door lit up. Compared to the Scarlet one, the difficulty level of this door was lower, so it would not be that difficult for 5 people to handle it. The man with glasses looked at the white door and asked what was behind it. The system reported that whoever entered the white door would immediately complete their training. People opened their mouths in surprise. The stranger stepped forward. Seeing that he was heading towards the white door, people decided to catch him. Pulling the handle, the man realized that the door would not open. The system voice explained that the order of choosing a door was determined depending on the number of points. Accordingly, the one who received the most experience points would be the first to choose the door. The man opened his mouth wide and asked if such rules could be called fair. The system asked the protagonist to make his choice. People looked back, noticing that this was the same person who was in first place. Someone shouted that with such conditions his choice would be obvious. Yoon frowned sternly. The guy opened his mouth. He looked forward with determination and declared that he would choose the red door. People were surprised that the choice did not fall on the white door. The man asked why the strongest person chose the red door. The girl suggested that this person thought that all 10 people could survive there, since there was no other reason for it. The stranger, with his mouth open in horror, suggested that they could survive if they went through the red door with him. The system asked the next person to choose a door. With his eyebrows furrowed in disdain, Juho chose the white door. He closed his eyes, pointing at him. Another player called him selfish and asked if he didn't understand why the strongest person chose the red door. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked if there was a guarantee that if he chose the red door, the others would do the same. The young man said that by choosing the white door, he would definitely survive and asked why he should give up such a chance. The people frowned in fear. Raising his hand, the man in the red shirt chose the blue door. Several more people made the same choice. Juho smiled smugly. Turning around, he said that the strongest man was quite stupid to choose the Scarlet door, because he managed to get to the first place in the rankings from the second stage. The main character asked if his competitor really thought he made the right choice. Looking back, Yoon concluded that his opponent did this thinking it was a good decision. Frowning, the man asked what kind of nonsense this was. Looking at him, the guy replied that choosing the blue door would have been the best decision. The doors opened. The system announced that due to the seats being full, the remaining participants would be automatically assigned to the red door, and asked all the survivors to enter their door within 10 minutes. Someone asked how the 4 of them were supposed to do something that was difficult to do even with 10. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that he would die if he entered the red door, so he had to enter the white door. There was a bright light behind the door. Frowning angrily, the stranger decided that this was his chance. Screaming, he abruptly ran towards the white door. An invisible wall stopped him. Juho kicked him in the chest. Swinging his fist, the guy asked how someone dared to lay claim to his door. The protagonist grabbed his hand. Squinting, Yoonj asked him to stop because this person was one of the people who would be training with him. Gritting his teeth, the young man was surprised by such a difference in strength, despite the fact that he was ranked 12th in the second stage. The system voice announced that the doors would be closed in 5 minutes. Letting go of his opponent's hand, the guy said that they did not have time. Juho grinned in displeasure. Heading towards the white door, he asked the other survivors to try hard. The white door closed. Looking back, the player realized that the other people had already entered their doors, and said that it was time for them to go too. Turning around, the protagonist asked why his ally was not going, and assumed that he was in pain because of the blow. Lying on the floor, the stranger screamed that he did not want to and could not go anywhere. Turning away, Yoon said that this was his decision. He disappeared behind the red door. The guy closed the door behind him. A creak was heard. Finally, the door slammed shut. The stranger clutched his head and trembled. The man closed his eyes and asked why he had to die here. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated his face. A clear flame engulfed the entire room. The man clenched his teeth in fear and a scream was heard. White clouds floated above the city. The young man found himself in a village. Touching the wall covered with vines, the player concluded that this was an empty village. Hearing someone's voice, he looked back. In front of him stood 2 survivors with swords in their hands. Frowning, the protagonist realized that only 3 people entered the Scarlet door and asked his allies to state their names. Looking at him, the guys introduced themselves. The guy's clothes were stained with blood. Gritting his teeth, Yoon said that he rose in the ranking by killing people. Jongyu opened his mouth in fear and asked what he was talking about. The man explained that these blood stains did not look like the blood of monsters. The guy looked at his shirt in horror and tried to justify himself. Looking away, the player said that it was better to rise by killing people than to be a coward. The young man pursed his lips in disappointment and remained silent. The heroes looked around when the system voice announced that the rules of training in the 3rd stage behind the red door would now be announced. Hearing that the 3rd stage of training would last 10 days, the protagonist looked up and offered to listen to what they would be told. The guys nodded in agreement. The voice said that monsters would appear in the village twice a day, 20 times in total. The summoning time was not determined. When the monsters appeared in the village, the players would have to block them. There was a tall stone in the center of the village. If it was broken, the test would be failed. Looking down, Yoon realized that this was a defensive battle. Hearing that more than 1 person should remain in the village, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The system reported that if there was no one left in the village, then the participants outside it would be automatically summoned depending on the distance to the village. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure. Hearing that it was safe outside the village, the guys widened their eyes in shock. The voice announced that from now on the 3rd stage of training begins. Squinting, the player decided that he should not expect cohesion, because in such a situation, someone usually runs away. Taking a step forward, he suggested that they first go towards the stone, to the center of the village. The guys agreed. The protagonist frowned menacingly and decided that it would not be easy. The allies followed him. Stopping, Yoon asked if his comrades were going to fight or try to escape. The guys looked at him in surprise. Lowering her head, Yoonji asked if they could survive if they fought, because there were only 3 of them left, and the test was intended for 10 people. The man suggested that it was probably difficult for 10 people because of the rules, and the girl looked up and asked what that meant. Looking back, the player explained that at least 1 person had to stay in the village, and that it was safe outside. In the diagram, people were gathered near the stone, and even if all 10 people were training, more than 1 person would probably leave the village. Other people followed him, until there were 2 people left at the stone, and then the test would have to be completed with a small number of participants. The protagonist apologized for his doubts and suggested that his allies were thinking the same thing, and the guys looked down. Gritting his teeth, Jongwoo said that nothing would change even if they ran away. Frowning, the guy explained that even if he ran away, he would still be brought back here if the others died, and besides, if he was gone, the probability of the others dying would be much higher. Raising his eyebrows, Yoon agreed with him, and the boy decided that they should stay here and fight, because 3 were better than 2. The man narrowed his eyes and wondered if the fact that there were only 3 of them helped the interaction, since there were too few people for anyone to dare to leave. As the player went forward along the road, he decided that they still didn't have enough clues, because the diary described what was behind the blue door, so he had no information about this place. Seeing a stone in front of him, the protagonist realized that this was the center of the village. Touching it, he said that passing this test would not be impossible, despite the fact that there were only 3 of them. Frowning, Yoonj added that this was not the world they knew. Looking at his allies, the man explained that here, when killing monsters, their stats increase and that they become stronger proportionally, and the number of monsters they will hunt will increase because there are only 3 of them. The player narrowed his eyes and thought that this was the reason why they had to choose the Scarlet door at all costs, because after this test, the 4th stage of training awaited them anyway. People came out of the Scarlet door, they were so strong that they couldn't even compare to the other participants. With her mouth wide open, Yoonji asked if her ally really thought that all this was a game and was happy that there would be many monsters to hunt. Someone asked her to wait, the girl frowned tensely. The ground under the hero's feet began to crack, the protagonist realized that they were not even given time to rest, and asked everyone to prepare for battle. Someone's hand appeared from under the ground. A goblin crawled to the surface and bared his teeth. The devilish goblins filled the central square of the village. Raising her sword, the trembling girl asked how this could be. Yoonj asked the guys to protect the stone so that no one would break it. Jongyu asked what their comrade would do at this time. The man rushed forward. With a sharp lunge, he was able to cut the bodies of several monsters. The player looked forward resolutely. The guys looked at the blood in the air in fear. The guy asked how this was even possible, opening his mouth in surprise. The goblin held out a knife in front of him. The young man noticed it and clenched his teeth. The knife hit the sword with a ringing sound. The guys began to protect the stone from the approaching monsters. Looking back, the protagonist wondered if they would be able to cope with their task. The goblin's knife flashed right in front of his throat. A drop of sweat fell from his chin. Swinging his sword, Yoonj cut the monster in half. The goblin jumped into the air and raised the sword above his head. Looking back, the guy realized that he would not have time to dodge and activated the strengthening skill. Thanks to the rapid consumption of mana, a force field appeared on his back. The knife broke on the protective barrier. The goblin's eyes widened in confusion. The monster's mouth dropped open in surprise. At that moment, the young man chopped off its head. Looking back, he thought that the skill had saved his life. Opening his mouth and breathing heavily, the man noticed the problem. The boys were trying to defend the stone, but the monsters surrounded them from all sides. The player rushed forward. Deciding that it would be more difficult than they thought, the protagonist frowned and shouted that he was coming to help. The exhausted boys were sitting in front of the stones and trying to catch their breath. Approaching them, Yoonj asked if they were wounded. Jongyu said that he was fine and pointed to his ally, who had a wounded shoulder. The frightened Yoonji grabbed her wound. The man offered to stop the bleeding first and explained that thanks to the increased characteristics, her wounds would heal after rest. Taking a rag in his hands, the guy promised to help. There were still 19 waves of monsters left. The girl took a rag in her hands. If the situation worsened, the player would have to do everything alone. Thick clouds hung over the village. The protagonist suggested that the team rest and eat the remaining bread. Evening came. The setting sun painted the sky red. Yoonj looked away and, hearing gratitude, asked what he was being thanked for. Looking down, Jongyu explained that his comrade had helped them a lot. The man asked if he had any business with him. The boy sat down next to the stone and replied that he just wanted to thank him and that's all. The player looked at his suspiciously silent ally. The guy looked into his eyes. He shuddered. The protagonist asked him to tell it like it is. Lowering his head, the young man remembered his words from earlier. Jongyu explained that he did not want to kill anyone. His body trembled. Yoonj asked what they were talking about. The boy said with tears in his eyes that he didn't want to do it and that the stranger tried to kill him first. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, surprised that his ally remembered his words. The boy closed his eyes and asked how it was possible to forget something like that and said that the man didn't kill because he wanted to. Hugging his knees, he said that he would have died himself if he hadn't done it. The player apologized for misunderstanding him and thought to himself that he was too rude to such a young man. Putting his hand on his back, the protagonist asked why his comrade was crying. A smile appeared on his face. The young man buried his face in his knees. Suddenly, Yoonj opened his mouth in fear and asked where the third member of the team went. The heroes sat alone next to a huge rock. Standing up, Jongyu said that their friend was nowhere to be found. He asked if she really ran away. Putting his hand to his forehead, the man replied that it was so, since she really wasn't in the village. Looking down, the player assumed that Yoonji was afraid of death due to her wound and thought that her comrades would stop the monsters at all costs so that she wouldn't be summoned to the village. Opening his mouth wide, the guy shouted that this couldn't be true since there was a big difference between 2 and 3 people. He pursed his lips when the protagonist explained that this was called self-justification and that this was not a situation in which one could think adequately. Bowing his head, the young man asked what they should do now. Sitting down on the ground, Yoonj assumed that the number of monsters should also decrease since there were fewer participants. Looking at him, Jongwoo stated that their situation was still not the best. Lifting his chin, the man said that nothing would change if they were worried, so they needed to think optimistically. The boy narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Pointing a finger behind his back, the player decided to warn in advance that he would not be able to protect this stone alone. Lowering his gaze, The boy said that he was not going to run away. He frowned and was silent for a while. Without looking up, the young man asked what would happen if the stone was destroyed. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist replied that the training would fail and they would probably die. Zhang Yu threw him a displeased look. Sighing heavily, the boy sat down on the ground. Yunj asked him to take on 10 monsters. With his mouth open in confusion, the boy asked if he would be able to deal with 10 enemies at once. The man reminded him that he was facing several dozen monsters at once and said that his ally would definitely be able to handle it. The young man asked not to compare such things. The player asked him to stall for time so that the monsters did not reach the stone and promised to help him. The orange sky hung over the huge stone. Looking back, the protagonist shouted that a group of enemies was approaching from behind and asked his ally to block them. Zhang Yu swung his sword to hit the goblins. He was able to fight much better than one might think. The monster tried to hit the enemy in the side, but the activated strengthening did not allow him to do so. Yunj kicked him back. Thanks to his skills, the enemies seemed too weak to him. Having hit the monster with a sword, he received 15 experience points, and his strength was increased by 1. The goblin pounced on the boy from behind. A stone immediately flew into his face. His body fell to the ground. The man asked his ally to look back sometimes. The boy asked him for forgiveness. Frowning, the player sighed heavily and wondered how much longer his comrade could hold out like this. It's good that as the points increase, freedom of action gradually appears. The young man rushed forward. Putting the sword in front of him, the protagonist realized that, compared to the time when he had to fight with moss ants, his characteristics had increased greatly. He decided that he was not mistaken when he chose the Scarlet door. All the enemies were defeated. The heroes sighed with relief. A notification announced the successful completion of the first day of training and awarded the participants with an increase in characteristics and food for 1 day. Looking at his comrade, Yunj praised him. The rating of accumulated training points appeared. The user was awarded 980 experience points. Looking ahead, the man thought that they still had 9 days left. Presenting the yellow notebook, he remembered that the diary said that on the first day of training, only 1 random point was given and that this amount increased every day. Unlike the blue door, in the Scarlet door, the training lasted for 10 days, so even just staying alive could get 55 random points. Putting his hand to his chin, the player thought that this could be added to the additional reward that was given at the end of the training. Hearing that his ally had obtained a skill, the protagonist looked towards him and asked what kind of skill it was. Looking at his status window, Zhang Yu told him that it was an E-class Devil's Bargain and that if it was activated, strength and agility would be increased by 5 points, and health and physical defense would be decreased by 2. Frowning, Yunj asked if his comrade hadn't killed 26 monsters in total. The boy confirmed this and asked what the big deal was. The man replied that he was jealous because he had not been given any skill for killing 98 monsters. Frowning in displeasure, the boy called him greedy and asked how strong he was going to become. Yunji sat under a tree and ate bread. Looking at the village, the girl realized that her team was fighting well and was glad that she had decided to run away. Looking at the bread, she wondered how anyone could fight against such monsters and decided that she would definitely die if she joined the fight. Looking down, the girl wondered if her allies would definitely not be killed. Closing her eyes and shaking her head, Yunji pushed these thoughts away. Remembering how the man killed several goblins with 1 blow, the girl decided that nothing bad would happen to this man. She sat on the ground, leaning against a stone. The 4th day of training arrived. Zhang Yu was lying on the ground next to the corpses of Cyclops. The player asked if everything was okay with him. The answer was affirmative. Closing his eyes, the boy said that he thought that all this time only devil goblins would appear, but it turned out that the further, the worse. They were attacked by moving trees, huge rats and orcs. The protagonist looked away. The guy said that it was the first time in his life he saw such monsters. There was a deep cut on his leg. Yunj tore off a piece of his shirt. Putting it on the wound, he said that even not very clean clothes would be better than prolonged bleeding. The young man thanked him. Looking down, Zhang Yu asked if he would be able to survive. The man gave him a stern look. Looking down, the boy explained that this was only the 3rd stage of training, and asked what would happen after it if he managed to survive until the end of this stage. After bandaging the wound, the player asked what the hell they were talking about and said that they just needed to finish all the training and move on with their lives. The boy hung his head and said that he couldn't die because he had younger siblings. Looking at the village, the young man asked if they would go to school and eat on time. Zhang Yu hunched his shoulders and decided that they were probably crying because he wasn't there and asked if everything would be okay if he died. The protagonist looked at him sadly. The boy burst into tears and said that he didn't want to die here. Wiping away his tears, he added that he couldn't die and that he needed to survive and return home. A happy wife and daughter appeared in Yun's mind. The woman took his hand and the girl ran forward. Gritting his teeth, the man promised that his ally would not die. Frowning, he said that at least for now, his comrade would never die. The player punched himself in the chest and explained that 4 days had passed and that there was very little time left. Wiping his forehead, the guy said that these words calmed him down a little. The young man silently looked down. The protagonist gave him a worried look. The heroes decided to rest. The sun set behind the houses in the village. A small child was lying in bed. Suddenly, the baby rolled over onto his stomach. Holding the phone in her hands, Yoon-jong shouted that she did not have time to take a photo of it. Yun-yi said that he should have filmed it. Turning to him, the girl asked if he had managed to film it. The guy replied that this video belonged only to him. Hitting him on the shoulder, the woman said that this was unfair. She tried to take the phone away from her husband. Hearing the child's voice, they looked back. Approaching the bed, the young man asked what his daughter did not like. Yoon-jong suggested that she needed to be fed. The man picked up his daughter in his arms. Her eyes were shining. The protagonist asked who she looked like. Holding a baby bottle in her hands, the girl said that her daughter looked like her. Suddenly, her eyes widened and asked her husband what was wrong with his face. Blushing, Yoon asked what was wrong with him. Jong-yu asked why his comrade had such an expression. The man frowned and said that he just remembered something. It was the 10th day of the 3rd stage of the Scarlet Door training. Looking around, the boy asked why no monsters had appeared today. Getting to his feet, the player said that he did not understand this either and that this made his anxiety even stronger. Smiling, the guy hoped that they were allowed to rest on the last day. The protagonist asked if, in his opinion, the system was so kind. Remembering how the crowd of goblins surrounded them, he hoped that this time the monsters would not all come at once, because before that they appeared the first time at noon and the second time in the evening. Looking at his friend, the young man reminded that Yoonji never returned. Yoon asked how she could return after running away. The man suggested that she would even be ashamed to look them in the eye. Jong-woo decided that their friend should have come at least on the last day, because this boulder could be some kind of portal. A crack appeared between the stones. A bright light was coming out of it. The boy, opening his mouth in surprise, said that the stone was moving. Noticing that the boulder was shaking, the guy asked in fear what it was. The young man wondered what was happening to this stone. Turning away, the player suggested retreating first. The stone split. Jong-woo tensely clenched his teeth. The protagonist frowned. A bright glow appeared from the stone. In the end, the boulder split into 2 halves. A notification said that the seal of the stone was removed. The boy gaped in surprise and asked what seal they were talking about and suggested that it was a portal after all. Yoon raised his hand and asked him to take a closer look. A huge hoof struck the ground. A huge shadow loomed over the heroes. A warning appeared that the monster sealed in the stone had been released. A giant zombie bull appeared in front of the guys. The demon lick opened its mouth, steam pouring out. Gritting his teeth, the man asked his comrade not to be distracted. Looking ahead, the guy asked what they should do about it. The player asked him to just stall for time. The young man asked if he really had to fight the enemy. The protagonist promised to take it on himself. The monster's red eyes flashed. Walking forward, Yoon asked his friend to deal with the undead that surrounded them. The demonic bull opened its mouth. The man gritted his teeth. The opponents rushed forward to attack each other. The player bounced off the ground. Falling to the ground, he slipped between the demon lick's legs. A blade mark appeared in the air. A huge cut appeared on the monster's body. Looking back, Jong-yu decided that everything was right and that his comrade should deal with this monster. Looking ahead, the boy decided to focus on the enemy. Ahead stood animated skeletons in armor. Taking a sword in his hands, the boy used the skill Devil's Bargain, which increased his strength and agility in exchange for lowering his health and physical defense. The sword pierced the monster's body. Running forward, the protagonist cut its back lengthwise. The demon lick opened its mouth wide and screamed. Having thrust the sword into its flesh, Yoon tried to stay on its back. The monster ran towards the house. Looking ahead, the boy realized what the enemy was trying to achieve. The house was already very close. The monster crashed into it. Stone fragments fell to the ground. The young man stood up and opened his mouth wide. Looking at the destroyed house, he wondered if the bull did this on purpose despite the danger to itself. Hearing a menacing roar, the man looked away. Gritting his teeth, the player was upset that the monster was still alive. Suddenly, his eyes became round. There was a deep wound on the body of the demon lick. Just a second later, it healed. Looking at the monster, the protagonist could not believe that his wounds were regenerating. Frowning, Yoon could not believe his eyes. Yoonji was breathing heavily. Leaning against the wall, the girl wondered what this was. The man ran under the monster's body. Jong-yu cut off the skeleton's head. Biting her thumb, the girl wondered how her allies became so strong and thought that she only came here because she was worried about their lives. Biting her nail, she wondered what she would do if her comrades decided to take revenge on her for running away. She was worried that they would want to kill her. Her thumb was covered in blood. The nail tore off her finger. Yoonji wondered what she should do in such a situation. Wiping his chin, the player wondered if his enemy was truly immortal. Looking at the huge bull, he decided that it must have some kind of weakness since it was able to injure the enemy. The monster swung its spiked tail. The protagonist jumped to the side to avoid the blow. Swinging his sword, Yoon decided that knowing that the enemy could regenerate would not help him. The boy cut off the tip of his tail. The stump of the tail fell to the ground. Seeing how his flesh was regenerating, the young man wondered if this was an endless recovery. Gritting his teeth in fear, he wondered what he should do. The man took a step forward. Running towards the enemy, the player decided that he had no choice but to continue the fight. The demon lick opened its mouth wide. Swinging its hoof, the monster hit the ground with force. The protagonist jumped into the air and raised his sword above his head. A powerful blow rolled across the bull's skull. A bright stone lit up on his forehead. Yoon frowned suspiciously. He looked around when someone asked him to be careful. Jong-yu covered him with his body. A loud explosion was heard. The man covered his face with his hand. The boy opened his mouth and breathed heavily. The player asked if he was okay. Squinting, the bloody boy answered negatively. Seeing a monster in a robe in the crowd of skeletons, the heroes realized that there were magicians among them. Raising his hand, the protagonist wanted to say something. However, the demon lick immediately hit him with its tail. Looking up, the young man called out to his friend. Yoon's brows furrowed in determination. His eyes widened in rage. The boy used strength, and just as the bull tried to strike him with its horns, clutching his sword in front of him, the boy coughed. The monster pressed his body into a nearby building. The man opened his mouth wide. His body formed a crack in the wall. Closing his eyes, the player thought that without the berserk skill that he had accidentally been given on the 5th day, he would have been in big trouble. Squinting, he decided that it was even better this way. Jumping onto the head of the demon lick, the protagonist concluded that the stone on its forehead was its weak point. Swinging his sword, Yoon wished death on his enemy. A crack appeared on the bright gem. The skeletons that attacked Jong-yu crumbled into pieces. With his mouth open in shock, the boy wondered why they had suddenly turned into a pile of bones. A notification appeared that the boss had been killed and that all the skeletons had been stopped. The boy smiled happily. Running forward, the young man began to look for his comrade. In front of him was a huge skeleton of a demonic bull. Looking down, Jong-yu thought that his friend had been killed. The man asked if his ally was about to cry again. The boy looked up at him. Having climbed out from under the rubble of bones, the player said that he was not dead yet. Heading towards him, the boy asked if everything was okay. The protagonist answered in the affirmative and said that everything was finally over. The young man ran up to him. Suddenly, he stopped. Pitifully knitting his brows, Jong-yu asked if they really survived and everything was really over. Smiling, Yoon assumed that it was. The boy clenched his teeth, tears pouring from his eyes. The man knitted his brows in surprise. The boy raised his fist in the air and shouted that they had survived, and there was a man standing behind him. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened in fear. The girl's eyes widened, clutching the hilt of the sword. The boy opened his mouth as the weapon entered his chest. The protagonist frowned and opened his mouth wide. The wounded man fell to the ground, and Yoon screamed loudly, insulting Yoonjae. The girl looked at the sword in shock and said that she had taken a man's life. She opened her mouth and looked away. The protagonist frowned and asked why she had done that. Yoonjae trembled, saying that it was self-defense. A pool of blood spread under Jong-woo, and Yoonjae screamed that they were going to kill her like they had killed other people. Red spots were visible on the girl's cheek, and she screamed that she wanted to live and was not going to die in such a place. Yoonji smiled madly and added that this might not be the end. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger when the girl said that she could get experience points if she finished them off. Yoonji opened her mouth wide, wishing for Yoonji to die. The girl swung her sword. Something flew through the air quickly. Yoonji froze, her eyes wide open. She looked to the side. Then, the girl screamed loudly, and tears flowed from her eyes. Yoonji, who was emitting a light blue glow, asked if she thought that he was about to die. Yoonji grabbed her shoulder, trembling with fear. The sword in the protagonist's hand was bloody, and he said that the girl had acted very stupidly. Yoonji arched her eyebrows and screamed deafeningly. Yoonji swung his sword, cutting off her head. The protagonist frowned sternly. He sat down next to his comrade, who asked if he would die. Yoonj, whose face was covered in blood, denied it. Jong-yu smiled, saying that the protagonist was lying until the very end because he thought he was dying. Yoonj closed his eyes and took out a purple bottle, telling his comrade to be quiet. The protagonist poured the medicine onto Jong-yu's wound and said that he would live. The liquid splashed onto the wound, and steam rose. Jong-yu opened his mouth in shock. Inside the purple bottle was a low-grade elixir that could be an excellent medicine. The protagonist remembered looking at the bottle in his hand and thought that he had obtained this elixir after defeating the Ant Queen, and in a dangerous situation, it could be his spare life. Yuj furrowed his brows as a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. Jong-yu looked at the medicine, not understanding what was happening to his body, and the protagonist asked him to shut up because he was already sorry to waste this elixir. There were bloodstains around the hole in his clothes, and Jong-yu laughed and said that such a medicine should have been used a long time ago, and Yu's replied that his comrade would have died if that were the case. Zhang Yu sat up, surprised that he was alive, and the protagonist replied that he would not let him die. Yunj furrowed his brows and thought that he really felt sorry for the elixir, but he just had to make it so that he wouldn't need it anymore. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth in anxiety, placing his hands on his knees. He buried his face in his legs, and the protagonist placed his hand on his back. He remembered how Zhang Yu shielded him from the explosion. The youth in the denim jacket exhaled heavily, holding onto his sword. Yunj closed his eyes and smiled. Zhang Yu suddenly hugged the protagonist, and the protagonist asked what happened. Zhang Yu looked at Yunj and asked if he was okay. The youth in the denim jacket arched his eyebrows and suggested that the protagonist probably felt strange after killing a person. Yunj turned around and asked if Zhang Yu was the same, and his companion replied that he felt sick for a long time. The protagonist closed his eyes. He placed his hands on his waist and said that he really felt lousy. The boys looked at the system notification, which said that from now on, the third stage of training was complete. Yunj frowned in confusion when the system reported that he would receive an additional reward for killing the demon lick. Zhang Yu looked down and said that if the reward was additional, it seemed like they could complete the mission by lasting 30 minutes. Many system notifications appeared in the air, and Zhang Yu said that the protagonist was great because he was able to defeat the demon lick. Yunj looked down and thought that it was even better because he was able to become even stronger. He looked at his wrist in surprise, and the system reported that he had received the Jahar 218 shackle. There was a purple crystal on the shackle, and the protagonist assumed that it was an additional reward, but he did not understand what the number 218 meant. Yuz brought his hand to the artifact. Suddenly, he looked to the side. A bright light came from the open door, and the system announced that they could move to the location of the next training by going through the door that appeared at the location of the stone. The boys were stunned. They looked at each other silently and nodded. Yunj, who was holding a sword in his hand, said that they were leaving. The boys walked through the door. They turned around when a boy who entered through the next door looked at them in surprise. The protagonist smirked and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Juho replied that they had just parted ways. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise upon hearing this, and Yunj furrowed his brows, thinking that no matter which door they entered, the fourth stage would start for everyone at the same time. As Juho stood there with his mouth open in shock, the protagonist thought that while they were getting stronger for 10 days, this guy did nothing, and now he could only regret it. The other players entered through many identical doors. Yunj looked to the side tensely. 2 players entered the room from the bright light. The tall man had his hand on the girl's shoulder. Both of them were covered in blood. The protagonist looked at them, thinking that only these 2 survived, and that they also came out of the Scarlet door. Yura crossed her arms, talking to Duchin, and Yunj guessed that they cleared the Scarlet door together. The players stood in the middle of a large room, and the system announced that there were 56 survivors left, and that the rules of the 4th stage of training would now be announced. The protagonist frowned as the system said that the 4th stage of training was a rivalry between camps, and that from now on, all the players here would be grouped together and then compete as a team against other participants who were in another training location. Juho frowned in displeasure when the system announced that the camp that killed the most monsters and gained the most team points would be determined as the winner, thinking that a cooperative battle sounded annoying. The players smiled happily when the system announced that the group that gained the most team points would be able to take the final training. Their smiles disappeared when they learned that there would be no next stage for the losers. Suddenly, a massive white door appeared in the middle of the room, and the system announced that it was easy to accumulate team points, and that they were awarded to players if they hunted monsters behind that door. Then a black door appeared, and the system added that in contrast to this, behind the black door, one could increase one's stats and gain individual points, and in addition, depending on the individual points gained behind the black door, various items would be given out at that very spot every day at midnight. The players immediately approached the black door, delighted by the artifacts, and the system explained that if they commanded door, they could return to the original location, which would be saved automatically. Juho smirked contentedly when the system said that even if the players lost the team competition, the 10 with the highest individual scores would be able to take the final training. The youth concluded that if the team lost, he would still have a chance to survive by entering the top 10 in individual scores. The 2 players approached the black door, and Juho thought that he was the 12th among 148 people, and becoming 10th out of 56 would be very easy for him, and that he did not need to go to the white door because the black door gave out items. Suddenly, the youth looked to the side. He saw Yunj and Zhanggu walking towards the white door. Juho guessed that they were pretending to be kind even in this situation. The boy smirked and thought they were idiots. Green grass was visible. Someone was running fast. Juho was running away from the one-eyed monsters, thinking that their level was too different from those in the 2nd stage, and he definitely couldn't handle 2 of them. The goblin's eyes were shining brightly. Suddenly, a beam of white light flashed past them. Juho turned around and saw that the monsters' bodies were cut. The boy opened his mouth in shock. The monsters fell to the ground, and behind them stood Yoon and Jongwoo. Juho frowned in confusion. The protagonist turned away, saying that there was a corridor behind the white door and there was a forest here, and Jongwoo guessed that the monsters were not that strong because this was only the entrance. Juho turned pale and sweated, gritting his teeth in anger when Yoon said that for those who had passed the third stage with the white door, these monsters would still be too strong. The youths walked away, and the protagonist said that they would go deeper before midnight. Jongwoo turned around and said with a smile that he felt good when he looked at Juho. They walked side by side. Jongwoo asked about Yoon's new bracelet, and the protagonist said that it was not bad, but nothing special. He raised his hand, frowned, and thought that this was actually an incredible item. There was a purple stone visible on the shackle. The system provided information about a B-class artifact. Yoon frowned seriously and thought that reducing mana consumption by 20% was a very good function, and it would be much easier to use skills now. While the protagonist was thinking that his attack power and defense would increase by pumping mana, Jongwoo said with a smile that the bracelet was not just good. Yoon cut the monster's body with his sword and refuted this. He put away his weapon and thought that he needed to find that guy before 5 days passed. The players were resting in the room. The first day of the 4th stage of training was completed. The system showed the ranking of individual points, with the top 3 places taken by Yoon, Duchin, and Jongwoo. The players looked at the protagonist and said that the gap between the points was very large. Yoon frowned and thought that Duchin had also entered the forest thicket. In the team points ranking, the top 3 places were taken by the protagonist, Jongwoo, and Jeong. Jongwoo turned to Yoon and said that no one else had earned team points. The players sweated and gaped in shock when the system reported that their opponent's command points were 28,550. The protagonist frowned as he looked at the system's many reward notifications. Gold coins fell into his palm, and the system said that Yoon could exchange them for the items and skills he wanted on the last day of training. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought that the diary said that the item he bought with the coins was incredible, and that he would just save them for now. He closed his eyes while the players whispered behind his back. Yoon extended his hand and introduced himself, saying that he had a suggestion. The player's mouth dropped open in shock upon hearing this. They stood there dumbfounded when the protagonist said that he knew of a way that would allow them to all survive together. The man with the scar on his lips smirked and asked what this magnificent way was that would allow everyone to survive. Doohan spread his hands out to the side and added that he hoped it wasn't something ridiculous like earning team points, and Yura agreed with her partner. The man's eyes widened in surprise when Yoon said that everyone would be able to survive if they won. Duchin raised his head and laughed loudly. The protagonist frowned sternly, and Jongwoo's expression showed confusion. The other players looked at the man skeptically. Duchin fell silent, his mouth slightly open. He frowned his black eyebrows and stated that he was against it. The man raised one hand and said that he had no reason to do this because he could survive without collecting team points. The protagonist frowned and replied that he can relate to that. Jongwoo looked closely at Yoon, who added that they still had the last stage left, and no one knew what would happen there. Duchin gritted his teeth furiously when the protagonist said that it was unknown when they would need to combine their forces again, so it would be better to survive as a full team. The man kept his hand on the hilt of his sword as Yoon said that his proposal was simple, that everyone earn a certain amount of team points, after which it would be free and all players could either earn individual points or go to bed. The man in the gray shirt raised his hand and asked how many points could be earned, and the protagonist replied that 1,000 a day would be enough. The players froze in surprise when Yoon added that he would earn twice as much every day because he was the one who brought it up. They silently looked at each other and said that they agreed. The protagonist walked up to Duchin and said that most of them were thinking along the same lines. He frowned and asked what the man intended to do. Duchin gritted his teeth angrily, asking what Yoon was planning. He extended his hand towards the crowd, loudly asking if this was really all for the sake of saving them. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and said that there was a possibility that they would need to coordinate their efforts in the future, and the man replied that he could not believe such words without a single piece of evidence. Doohan furrowed his thick eyebrows when Yoon said that it was his choice, and asked the man what he was going to do. Behind the white door, amidst the corpses of monsters, stood the protagonist and Jongwoo, who called his comrade the Apostle of Justice. They passed through the door, and Jongwoo explained that Yoon was trying so that everyone could be saved together. The young man's mouth opened in surprise when the protagonist explained that if those here survived, someone who fought them would die, and depending on Yoon's actions, the survivors and the dead could change. The protagonist looked away and added that he was only doing this so that his team would survive. He thought that was what the diary said. They passed by the door. Jongwoo asked if it was necessary to save everyone, and Yoon replied that it was also for his benefit. The protagonist put his hand on the handle of the white door and added that if this stage was cleared normally, there was a chance of getting a prize, and this was the best thing to do to achieve both rewards. The door opened, and Yoon said that for this reason, they needed to quickly get the required number of points, and that he had already gotten more than 2,000, while Jongwoo had only gotten 890. The protagonist grabbed the hilt of the sword. A huge ogre was approaching Yoon with a tree in his hand. The protagonist grabbed the weapon with both hands, and his bracelet shone brightly. Yoon swung the sword in the air, cutting the monster's body into many pieces. The ogre fell to the ground, creating a sound wave. The protagonist looked at his sword and thought that the result was good, but this spirit really sucked out mana. His hand trembled and he thought that he had lost half of his mana in one strike with the sword, so he needed to conserve his strength in the future even if it took longer. Jongwoo, who was standing next to the monster's corpse, asked how Yoon had killed such a huge ogre with just one strike, and the protagonist replied that it was something similar to a skill. Jongwoo closed his eyes and asked who else was the monster. He sat down on a tree, saying that they had gone too deep into the forest and it might be dangerous further down. Yoon raised one finger when Jongwoo remembered his words about high risk and high return. The youth arched his eyebrows at the protagonist. With a worried expression, he guessed that Yoon's actual goal was not just surviving. The protagonist frowned at his comrade. He turned away and said that he had a goal that was not enough to just stay alive. Jongwoo looked at Yoon, asking if he wanted to return to the ordinary world, and the protagonist confirmed this. He remained silent, looking at the starry sky. Yoon then closed his eyes and said that their rest was over and it was time for them to move on. Jongwoo opened his mouth in surprise. He pointed his finger forward and asked what was there. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror. There was a bright light in the distance among the trees. Yoon remembered the entry in the diary, saying that on the last day of the 4th stage, he heard a rumor that someone had found a golden goblin deep in the forest. The monster was sitting on a rock with a huge sack on its back. The protagonist remembered the entry in the diary, saying that at first he didn't believe that there was a golden goblin in the forest inhabited by orc-like monsters, but then he found out that it was the key to something hidden in the 4th stage of training. Yoon opened his mouth, shouting for Jongwoo to catch the monster. The boys ran towards the goblin, who jumped back. The players sat in a circle, saying that things had gotten complicated and that many unexpected things had happened. Seungsu crossed his arms and said that they had nothing to worry about if they won the team competition, but it would be difficult if they lost. He sat by a tree, saying that only 10 people would pass, meaning that 1 out of 7 of them would die. Seungsu said that it was almost impossible to beat Yoon, Doohan, Jongwoo, and Yura in individual points. The man with black hair looked down and said that it was a problem, and that it would be good to win the team battle, but he wasn't sure if it was possible. They all turned around in fear when someone said that they had an interesting topic of conversation. A dark figure was visible by the tree, and the players asked what the stranger wanted from them. Doohan smirked and said that they shouldn't react so violently because they didn't come to fight. Yura was walking next to the man, both of them covered in blood. Duchin was smiling widely. The players grabbed their swords, saying that if the man came closer, they would consider it a challenge to fight. Duchin smirked and said that he came with an offer. Seungsu frowned and asked what it was. The man raised his hands and explained that it couldn't help but be beneficial to them and would allow them all to enter the top 10. Duchin lowered his head and asked if they were interested. The boys ran quickly along the path. The protagonist and Jongwoo were breathing heavily through their mouths. The Golden Goblin was jumping through the trees. The monster turned around and grinned slyly. They stopped, catching their breath, and Jongwoo said that they should stop chasing the monster. Yoon leaned his hand on a tree and cursed. He gave the gun barrel with his fist. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that the Golden Goblin was deliberately running in such a way that they would bump into monsters. Jongwoo sat down on the ground, asking if they had to catch the goblin, and Yoon confirmed it, saying it didn't matter how many days it took, to which his companion replied that they only had 3 days left. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he knew about it. Jongwoo stood up, asking if it was time for them to go back or if they would continue chasing the Golden Goblin, and Yoon replied that they would go back. A white door appeared in front of Jongwoo. The protagonist frowned, thinking that the diary said that the Golden Goblin was the essence of the 4th stage of training, so he would definitely catch it. The players crowded around, listening to the system say that the 2nd day of the 4th stage of training was over. The people frowned, and the system said that the team and individual points of each participant in the game were being counted. Yoon looked at the crowd of players, thinking that there were 6 people missing. He frowned his black eyebrows and came to the conclusion that they had already started. Doohan turned around and the protagonist cursed in his mind. The top 3 places in the team points ranking were Yoon, Jongwoo, and Mumhak. In 13th and 14th place were Mina and Myungseok. The last place, 46th place, was Doohan, who had 0 points. The protagonist frowned tensely. He walked forward and asked what happened. In the individual points ranking, the top 3 places were Yoon, Jongwoo, and Doohan. The protagonist approached the blonde man and asked why the 9 of them did not keep their promise to earn 1,000 points a day. Doohan raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that he did not remember what Uni said back then. He hugged Seung-soo and Yura by the shoulders, saying that they thought that team points were not that important. The young man in the cap opened his mouth in fear when the protagonist said that one of them did not quite agree with this. Yoon furrowed his brows furiously and said that they may not consider everyone here as one team, but they cannot leave other people to die. Duchin spat on the floor. He walked forward, saying that the protagonist was pretending to be kind until the very end. The man gritted his teeth in anger and told Yoon not to interfere where he did not belong if he did not want to die. The protagonist opened his mouth, surprised by such a statement. He wrinkled his nose and told Duchin to kill him in that case. Jong-yu put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. The young man brought his hand to his mouth and whispered that Yoon should think carefully, because even though they did not fulfill their promise, the protagonist had no right to force them to cooperate. Duchin frowned and asked what they were whispering about. The man grabbed the sword, saying that he would try to kill Uni, but Seung-soo extended his hand to the side and told him to stop. He furrowed his black eyebrows and asked if Do Hyun was really going to engage in massacre since they were the ones who broke their word in the first place. Do Hyun gritted his teeth in anger when Seung-soo added that they would get the promised group points on the last day since individual points were more important to them for now. Uni remained silent, furrowing his brows. Then, he turned around and walked away. Youngkoo ran after him. Do Hyun looked at Seung-soo, asking what he was doing since they had agreed that they needed to kill the protagonist so that everyone could survive, and Seung-soo replied that this was the reason they had teamed up. As Uni and Youngkoo walked away, Seung-soo said that they would not gain any benefit from killing the protagonist. Do Hyun furrowed his brows in confusion. Seung-soo looked at him and explained that it didn't matter whether they were just collecting individual points or not because they had promised to save everyone and declared war, and that Uni knew how to influence people. The protagonist was holding a sword in his hand, with a crowd of armed men standing behind him, and Seung-soo added that it was definitely not a battle of 9 players against 2. Do-hyun opened his mouth in shock and realized what Uni's intentions were. Seung-soo furrowed his brows, saying that the protagonist was smarter than he looked, and Do-hyun asked what they would do. Seung-soo smiled slyly and replied that they would slowly work their way up. A man in a blue shirt stood in front of the crowd of players, and Seung-soo said that it was not necessary to start with them. Jong-woo and Yoon were sitting on the floor, and Jong-woo asked if his partner was really going to fight, to which the protagonist replied that they would run into them eventually anyway, and if a fight was unavoidable, sometimes it was better to have it as early as possible. Yoon frowned. Jong-woo hugged his knees and said that it was still too much. The youth closed his eyes and said that they couldn't force them. The protagonist looked straight ahead and said that he wouldn't care if they just quietly continued to accumulate individual points. Yoon frowned and thought that, just like what was written in the diary, one team of 6 people had disappeared. He imagined the coins in the middle of the blood spatter, and came to the conclusion that Doohan's team had dealt with the people in order to take their coins and individual points. Seung-soo spoke to his teammates with a frown, and Yoon thought that this guy's team had definitely passed the red door and become strong enough. The protagonist looked straight ahead, thinking that they would definitely continue to kill people for coins and points, and if they were left untreated, they would not be able to win the team competition. Yoon looked at Jong-woo, who asked what he was thinking about. The youth raised his eyebrows in confusion when the protagonist asked what he would do. Yoon put his elbow on his knee and said that it was dangerous to walk with him now, and from now on, they would have to exterminate not monsters, but people. Jong-woo opened his mouth in fear, covered in sweat. The protagonist looked at him seriously. There was a sword against the wall, and Yoon told Jong-woo to listen to him carefully. The 4th stage of training, day 3. The 2 boys quickly moved through the sunny forest. The red-haired one asked if it was necessary to catch him. Turning around, the protagonist answered that of course, asking if he would really give up so easily, knowing what would happen to him. Continuing to run fast, Jong-woo asked if he was so obsessed with him because he knew what was in him. He also added that besides that, they wouldn't be able to catch him just by chasing him. Seriously looking ahead, Yoon told him to wait because he had an idea. The Golden Goblin with a sack on his shoulders turned around. He jumped high into the air, leaving another branch of a tall tree. His foot was approaching another tree. A second before gaining support, the protagonist cut the tree trunk with a swing of his blade. Starting to fall backwards, the monster began to scream. Without losing his momentum, Yoon rushed towards it. With a wave of his hand, the goblin threw dirt into the face of the approaching guy. The protagonist grabbed his face, temporarily losing the ability to see, while the monster moved away. Having jumped a couple dozen meters, the goblin hung on a branch. He turned his head and smirked. Rubbing his eyes, the protagonist, gritting his teeth, declared that he would definitely catch him. Sharply turning his body and putting his hand forward, the red-haired man loudly announced that there was danger on the left. A huge blue monster was approaching the protagonist with a growl. Crouching down, the goblin began to smile maliciously. The guy stated that he had lured them to the ogre. The protagonist opened his mouth wide without saying a word. Looking forward, he mentally declared that this was a chance. The blue monster grabbed the tree trunk with his hand. He tore it out of the ground along with its roots. Yunj mentally said that now the goblin had relaxed, hoping for this brute. The protagonist squeezed the sword on his hand. His bracelet on his hand began to emit blue light. The protagonist mentally declared that there was only one try. The blue monster threw his hand back, swinging. Turning his head, Zhang asked what they should do. The protagonist threw his sword back, starting to take a new stance. He mentally said that even if it was so, he could do it. Shifting his gaze, the red-haired guy began to say something. The image of the protagonist began to disappear almost instantly. He was approaching the requested tree at great speed. A swing of the blade from top to bottom cut the tree. The ogre standing behind was also hit. His upper body and head were cut off. The goblin, sitting 10 meters away on a rock, looked at the ogre torn into two parts. He clenched the hand in which he held the bag and gritted his teeth. The protagonist lowered his head and opened his mouth, exhaling. He declared that hiding was over. Rushing forward, he pierced the goblin's body with his sword. The monster looked down, experiencing great pain from the attack. Seriously looking forward, Yunj declared that he finally caught it. The red-haired guy opened his mouth in surprise. The dense summer forest stood under the afternoon sun. The protagonist apologized. An image of a night sky, slightly cloudy, appeared above the forest. The girl asked if everything would be okay. The man replied that he had already said that it was, adding if she had seen Yunj, the guy from first place, at the edge of the forest. Looking at the man, the dark-haired girl replied that she had not seen him. Turning her head, the man said that most of those who occupied leading positions in individual points were currently hunting in the thicket. He also added that if they wanted to catch up with them, they would also need to take a little risk. Looking into her eyes, he added that it was important not only to survive, but also to become stronger. He stated that even if they passed this stage, they would still have to go through the final training. He also asked what she would do then. Closing her eyes and lowering her head, she was unable to answer. Closing her eyes in disappointment, the dark-haired man said that he suggested that they think about the future because they could not stay on the edge forever. He asked if everyone understood. The four people standing behind him confirmed weakly. The warriors stood still, something approaching in an instant. The brown-haired girl standing on the left received a quick attack to the side, screaming. Turning towards the girl who had fallen to the ground, the dark-haired one asked if she was okay. Looking forward, slightly scared and angry, the man screamed and asked who was there. Grinning, the guy, coming out from behind the trees, apologized, saying that he missed a little. Smiling, the scarred man said that as befits those who were about to die, they said touching things that brought tears to their eyes. A dozen warriors surrounded their team. They asked why. The long-haired, muscular man said with a smile that they were attracted by their coins. Making a gesture with his hand, the frightened group leader stammered that he could take them, adding that if he wanted, he would give away the ones he got later. Looking forward seriously, the man told him to stop, because if they stayed alive, everything would only get more complicated, adding that besides that, they would be able to appropriate individual points for themselves, so killing was more profitable. Opening his mouth wide, the frightened squad leader asked if he had already done it. Turning his head, the scarred man said that he did not need to know all the details, and he was not going to explain, so it was time to end it. Looking forward, the guy confirmed. He began to raise his hand. The girl and the guy grabbed their blades. The bloody brown-haired girl and another warrior also put them out. Tears appeared in the dark-haired girl's eyes. She begged them to spare her, asking why they were doing this, because if they all joined forces, they could survive. Raising his sword, the long-haired man said that everything was simple, they were doing this because it was possible. A mad smile appeared on his face. He screamed that if you suffer, you become stronger. The dejected, frightened warriors looked at him. A scream was heard from the side. The man with the scar questioningly turned his head to the left. Killing another guy, Zhang Yu said that they really were scum. A scream was also heard from the other side, to which the man reacted, shifting his gaze. Killing his next ally, the protagonist said that he said so, adding that they were killing other players at the very beginning, so there was nothing surprising. The man gritted his teeth and exchanged glances with his ally standing next to him. The protagonist looked ahead menacingly. Zhang Yu looked angrily into the eyes of his opponents. The red-haired man exclaimed in surprise with a smile on his face. Looking at the pile of jewelry, various combat and non-combat items, the guy asked if it wasn't awesome. Lifting the brown mushroom and continuing to dig up the items, the protagonist stated that they should be here. The protagonist's eyes opened slightly. He shuddered when he was able to find what he was looking for. He looked at the small orange bottle in his hand. Looking at it seriously, he began to activate the bottle, which began to emit a stream of bright magic. He decided to test it. The protagonist stated that luck was on his side because this item might not have been in the goblin's bag. An image of an orange bottle with a dark lid appeared, with a liquid inside. These were the tears of a classic goddess, one of the 3 tears left by the goddess. Despite the small volume, it gives a fairly good effect. After use, it permanently increases the volume of mana and the speed of its recovery by 20%. Rising up, the protagonist said that he would take it for himself. Raising his hand, Jong-woo asked if he could also choose something. Starting to move away, the protagonist said that he could take whatever he wanted, adding that he just should not take everything. Covering his eyes and smiling, the red-haired guy said that there was no question of this because he also had a conscience. Yoonj opened the bottle and poured the liquid into his mouth. A notification about the use of the tears of the goddess appeared. The protagonist's body was enveloped in golden flame. 3 system notifications appeared about the restoration of mana, an increase in its volume by 20%, and an increase in the level of mana recovery by 20%. Looking at the golden vessel, the protagonist stated that this was an item that forever added 20% to the speed of recovery and the value of the most important stat, mana. He also added that he also got back all the mana he had just spent on the ogre. Throwing up both his hands, the protagonist, who was shrouded in magic, said that it felt really good. Jong-woo called out to the protagonist, telling him to look at these cool items. The protagonist turned his head. Turning around, he started walking, asking what was there. Jong-woo grabbed the sword. With a lunge, he smashed the tree trunk. The huge, heavy trunk fell to the ground with a crash. Looking at the blade shrouded in green energy, the guy said that skills were really cool. He had a passive skill of Class C Sword Master. Its effect was to create a coating on the blade, increasing its cutting power when using mana. An image of a brown book with a golden pattern on it appeared. The red-haired guy said that he couldn't believe that he got it from just one book. Putting his hand in his pocket while looking at the guy, the protagonist stated that it was true, and stats are stats, but skills and items are also important. He also added that this was why he wanted to catch the Golden Goblin. The protagonist mentally stated that an item like the goddess's tears was indeed a great reward. Looking at his magic-wrapped sword and the ring emitting purple energy, Yoonj called up the system information. He had a warrior-killing sword that increased cutting power and decreased the consumption rate of the mana circulating in it. He also had a mana conservation ring that allowed him to use the mana concentrated in it as his own. It was disposable. Smiling, the red-haired guy said that if you think about it, it seems like he knows a lot about this world. The protagonist asked again. Looking him in the eye, Jong-woo replied that he did, saying things like how he chose the red door instead of the white one and how the Golden Goblin was caught. He stated that he didn't understand why he did it at first, but it always led to a good result. The guy said that it was like he could see the future. Seriously looking forward, the protagonist mentally said that he did have a diary after all. Turning around abruptly, Yoonj told him to stop talking nonsense and come with him, adding that they would definitely have more work to do now. Looking at his back, Jong-woo asked if there was anything left. Looking forward, the protagonist confirmed it. The red-haired man looked at his back in surprise, his eyes wide open. Gritting his teeth, the bloody guy asked what they were doing. Raising his blade, the dark-haired boy asked what he meant, saying that all their actions were justified, because this was the only way to survive in this world. Opening his mouth wide, the angry Jong-woo shouted, "Since when did killing a person become a matter of course?" Grinning madly, the boy said that a coward who could not even do this would have a hard time surviving here. The red-haired boy gritted his teeth in rage. The girl, whose face reflected fear and incomprehension, ran away, hysterically begging for mercy. Getting up, the dark-haired girl asked him to wait for her. Clutching the bloody blade, the scarred man asked where they were going. The protagonist stopped in front of him. He looked seriously into the eyes of his opponent while the warriors ran away. Smiling, the long-haired man said that he was still the same apostle of justice. He asked what he was counting on, specifying if he had several lives in reserve. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that even though he only had one life, he really had something to hope for. He lowered his hands, and the girl behind him began to fall with a bloody body. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist said with a serious look that he could hope for abilities. Gritting his teeth, the angry man, with veins appearing on his face, screamed. A thought flashed through his mind that he had not even had time to see the attack. Turning around abruptly, he asked what they were worth, ordering them to attack and destroy the enemy. The 4 warriors froze, slightly pursing their lips in fear. Gritting his teeth and narrowing his eyes, the man angrily declared that they were cowards. He abruptly jumped up. Appearing in front of the protagonist, he began to swing his blade. Doohan looked down silently. Holding back the attack from above with his blade, the protagonist mentally declared that he was better than Jong-woo. Clenching his fist, he activated the bracelet on his hand. He said that he was unlucky with his height. The reunited blade made a screeching sound of metal. The protagonist grabbed it with both hands and began to press. The man's eyes widened. He mentally asked how he was pushing away despite his strength. A powerful arcing blow with the sword was able to push Doohan back. Several of his warriors instantly rushed to attack. The protagonist looked at them, shifting his gaze. He swung his blade and was able to knock one of the girls down with magic from a distance. The red-haired man's blade hit the enemy's sword. Looking into the eyes of the brown-haired woman, Zhang Yu asked if she had forgotten about him. Turning her head, she screamed with anger on her face for him to get out of here. The protagonist delivered another attack to the defeated guy. The dark-haired guy looked at the fight with shock on his face, mentally asking what this was. His eyes widened, he could not believe them. Opening his mouth and starting to breathe actively, the long-haired man asked what kind of nonsense this was. Gritting his teeth with all his might, Duchin said that this couldn't be. Throwing his hand to the side, he rushed at the protagonist with rage on his face, shouting that this couldn't be. Looking at him, the protagonist calmly told him not to talk nonsense. Raising his leg, he quickly hit the man's body. The long-haired man fell to the ground, flying several meters from the powerful blow. Yunj swung his blade again, not giving his opponent a chance to breathe. Dihun, who didn't have time to realize anything, looked at the unusual object above his head. His eyes widened when he realized that it was his severed hand. He screamed loudly in pain. The protagonist looked down seriously, standing still. He asked if the man wanted to say something. The scarred man looked down angrily, breathing actively and clenching his teeth. Shifting his gaze, he began to beg for mercy. Raising the bloody blade, Yunj declared that he would not spare him. Bringing the weapon to the opponent's neck, the protagonist said that he just thought that he wanted to apologize to those he killed, remorse, regret, and all that. Holding the place of the severed limb, the long-haired man said that the protagonist pretends to be a good guy until the very end. With madness and anger on his face, he looked at the protagonist and told him to cut. Looking at him, the protagonist declared that he would do as he asked. Chopping the head, he thanked the man for helping him get rid of the last of his remorse. Blood came from his severed head, quickly spreading across the ground. 2 notifications appeared about receiving 14,750 individual points, as well as 48,110 experience points. Raising her hand, the frightened brown-haired girl asked him to wait, as she was only doing what she was told. Pulling the blade away, the red-haired man asked again. Making a gesture with her hand, she said loudly and fearfully that he had threatened to kill her if she did not listen. The guy pursed his lips and looked into her eyes silently. Looking forward, the girl asked him to consider it a mistake. Stabbing the girl's back, the protagonist said that if she took a person's life, excuses would no longer change anything. Looking at her, he added that the same could be said about him. Turning his head, Yunj asked if he had come to his senses. Zhang Yu asked what he was talking about. Pointing his finger at her, the protagonist asked what if she suddenly attacked while he was standing. He asked if he wanted a hole to be made in his stomach again like that time. He stated that he could no longer save him now. Looking down, the red-haired guy said in frustration that what if it was true. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the protagonist told him to pull himself together, adding that next time he himself could become a corpse. The guy looked down in frustration, unable to squeeze out an answer. The protagonist turned around and walked forward. The red-haired guy asked where he was going. The protagonist said that they had missed one. Bending his body, one of the warriors tried to catch his breath. Breathing actively, looking down, he asked if they really thought that he could just give up like that. Gritting his teeth and angrily opening his eyes, he said that he would definitely rip their guts out and make them beg for mercy and whine about how they did not want to die. He turned around in fear, heard a sound. A huge blue ogre was approaching him. Looking at the monster's face, he mentally said that this was a huge problem, because it was difficult to defeat even with the whole team. Taking his leg back, starting a stance, he mentally stated that he needed to escape first. A huge stream of blood covered the location. The guy's eyes widened sharply. The monster in front of him instantly split in half. His body fell to the ground. The dark-haired guy with fear on his face mentally declared that he could not win. The protagonist slowly walked along the ground. The guy's eyes, frozen in place, were wide open. The protagonist, enveloped in a blue aura, was approaching him. Seungsu mentally said that he was a monster. The protagonist said that he found him. Starting to tremble with fear, the guy begged to spare him, saying that he was wrong. Looking forward in fear, he said that the world had changed and he seemed to have lost his mind for a moment, but he would not do it again. He added that he could promise him. He begged and promised that only this time. Without changing his expression, the protagonist calmly swung his blade. Looking at him seriously, he said that he did not intend to leave him alive, so he did not have to ask. Holding a bloody sword and looking at Seungsu's head, the protagonist said that even killing people like him was disgusting. Sitting near a tree, Jong-woo asked if he had returned. Approaching the guy, the protagonist confirmed. The red-haired guy asked how it went and whether he had caught him. The protagonist closed his eyes and lowered his head. Looking at him, the red-haired guy excitedly asked if he had caught him, specifying what happened to his face then. The guy looked back at the piles of corpses. Picking up a coin from the ground, the protagonist said that first they needed to collect the coins. Putting out his hand, the protagonist told him to take the ones that were from those he had killed. Putting his hand on his neck, the red-haired man said that he wouldn't because he didn't feel like it. Putting coins in his hand, Yoonj asked him if he liked it, adding that one way or another, he needed to get used to it. He added that it was unknown how much longer they would have to do this. The psychologically destroyed guy looked down in disappointment. An image of the night sky above a dense forest appeared. Jongwoo said that he understood. The protagonist said that he was great and this was a good decision. The man said that it was incredible. An image of a room with a lot of people appeared. Someone asked if that meant that they really managed to kill 9 people together. Another added that, in addition, all the people killed were close to the top 10 in terms of points. Turning her head, the girl said that on the one hand, it was good that those in the top positions had disappeared. Looking forward, the guy said that at the same time, this meant that the number of people had decreased, and now the team competition would only get more difficult. The guy with glasses said that they were already behind, and now there were even fewer people. A system window appeared, which showed the points of the opposing team, which were 124,300 points, as well as the points of his own team, which were 98,550 points. The protagonist, approaching the group of 3, said that they would win. Raising his hand, he said that such a difference could be quickly reduced, adding that the gap was even smaller than he expected. Turning his head, the dark-haired man asked if he really said that it was little. The guy with glasses said that there were more than 20,000 points. Looking into his eyes, the green-haired girl asked if there was a way. Looking at them, the protagonist said that they should just continue doing what they were doing before. He punched the red-haired man standing next to him in the stomach. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the protagonist said that they would think of something. With a quick blow, the snake's head was cut off. There were many snake corpses lying around the protagonist and Jongwoo. The guy turned to Yoonj and asked what he meant by saying that the two of them would do everything together. The protagonist looked around the room and replied that they would hunt here all day, otherwise they would lose without it. Jongwoo looked at his comrade and said that he could not understand whether he was kind or not. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist opened the door and ordered the guy to stop and follow him into the next room. So immediately, Jongwoo asked in surprise, adding that it seemed to him that they had been hunting for more than 10 hours. Yoonj turned around and asked discontentedly if it was really that hard. Jongwoo exhaled heavily, looked at his comrade with disappointment and replied that it was not that hard. The protagonist interrupted him again and ordered him to move on, because if they stayed with a small difference, they would regret it later. Hearing this, the boy quickly moved towards his partner. The 4th stage of training, the last day. Jongwoo was sitting on the floor, breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath. Next to him, the protagonist was standing by the wall, saying that they had worked very hard. The boy looked at Yoonj and asked what he thought would come of this, to which the protagonist coldly replied that they would see it tomorrow. At this time, the people were terrified. Many were asking each other if they would really die if they lost. The protagonist looked at the crowd and listened to them say that they had reported that only 10 people would survive. Yoonj stood silently to the side, saying in his head that he had done everything he could. First place in individual points, caught the Golden Goblin, even got rid of Seungsu's team. Now all that was left was to win the team competition. Suddenly, the system voice loudly announced that the 5th and final day of the 4th stage of training was over. The people fell silent and raised their heads in surprise. The voice continued to say that the team and individual points of each participant were currently being counted. The assembled people looked at each other and said nothing. A few minutes later, the individual points ranking appeared in front of everyone. Then the protagonist saw that he was in first place. Jongwoo was in second place, and Minsu was in third. Jongwoo also saw this, after which a notification appeared, stating that the total team points were 219,200. After a short pause, the system voice announced that the opponent's team points were equal. People looked at the ceiling and waited for the number. The protagonist looked at his comrade with a tense face and remained silent. Jongwoo was also very tense, waiting for the number. Then suddenly the system voice announced 217,550. After these words, a flash appeared in front of everyone and a notification arrived, stating that they had passed the 4th stage of training. Seeing this, people were shocked. A few seconds later, smiles began to appear on their faces. They won, they suddenly shouted, jumping and raising their hands up. Jongwoo looked at his partner with a smile on his face, while people were shouting loudly and joyfully that they were able to escape. Then he said that they did it. The protagonist looked at the guy and smiled, when suddenly the floor began to shake and people began to digitize and ask what was going on. Jongwoo looked at the protagonist and asked in fear what was this, to which Yoonj replied that they would see each other soon. What? The guy shouted in shock. Immediately after that, he disappeared. The room became completely empty, and the system voice said that the 4th stage of training was completed. Some time passed. The system voice said that the team points of the participant Yoonj were being counted. After a few seconds, it said that the protagonist had 63,350 team points. Yoonj was in some place with his eyes closed. He heard the system voice saying that the best result in team points was recorded. The achievement was completed. The protagonist slowly opened his eyes. A notification appeared in front of him, informing him that he had been praised for his righteous deeds. He was in an unknown space, and there were stars around him. Looking around, he wondered in his head where he was. The next second, the system voice reported that the achievement was confirmed, so all stats were increased by 4 points. At the same time, he was informed that he had received 136,700 experience points. The protagonist read this, put his hands on his hips and said in his head that if all stats were increased by 4 points each, then in fact 24 points were added, which means that his efforts were not in vain. After these thoughts, he was informed that he was receiving 63 coins. A small bag of coins fell into the protagonist's hand. A few seconds later, the system voice said that from now on, within an hour, he could choose the desired item using the coins that Yunj had. The protagonist looked at the coins in the bag and said to herself that in the end he had 162 coins. After these thoughts, a system window with a store appeared in front of him. Yunj looked at him in surprise and didn't know what to say. After a few seconds, he went to the items tab, saying in his head that there was nothing that raised stats. Then he added that he already had enough items. His leather armor, warrior slaying sword, mana storage ring were all obtained from the Golden Goblin. Jahar's shackles were a reward from the 3rd stage of training, and the black chain sword was obtained from Duan. The protagonist understood this and said in his head that only skills remained, and these were quite expensive. Suddenly, he saw something that made him surprised. In front of him was the description of the skill Jahar's mana source, which gives +5 to mana, and the level of its power, use and recovery are increased by 25%. Yunj pointed at the skill with his finger and asked himself in his head, Jahar. At the same second, he looked at the bracelet on his hand and said that this bracelet is called Jahar's shackles, but is it possible that this skill is somehow related to this item? Looking at the magic skill again, the protagonist thought about it. After a short pause, he decided to choose the ability Mana Source Jahar. Before buying, he reread everything about the skill and said in his head that there was no point in thinking for a long time, because this effect is very good, especially since for unknown reasons it has a similar name, and it can be improved. After these thoughts, he spent 160 coins and received Mana Source Jahar. At that very second, he was asked if he wanted to learn the skill. Yes, the protagonist answered firmly and stretched out his hand. Immediately after that, he was enveloped in powerful magical energy. A few seconds later, a notification appeared in front of him, stating that Yunj had learned a new skill Mana Circle Jahar. Suddenly, the bracelet on his hand lit up, emitting magical energy. The protagonist was very surprised, looked at the artifact and said that everything seemed to be fine. A few minutes later, the system voice said that from now on, the 5th stage of training began. Yunj heard this and did not react in any way. Suddenly, the system voice added that he was undergoing S-class training. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he was very surprised and raised his head. Then the system voice added that the reward would be determined depending on the class and level of completion. After a short pause, Yunj clenched his hand into a fist and said in his head that although he had expected this, it would not be easy at all. Suddenly, a huge gate began to appear in front of him. As soon as the glow died down, the protagonist approached the huge doors. He looked at them with a drop of sweat on his face and did not know what to say. After a short pause, he lowered his head and exhaled heavily. At that very second, he stepped forward, saying that nothing could be done. Then he added that it did not matter at all what would happen there, all that was needed was to clear everything. Having said this, he leaned on the doors and opened them. At that moment, he asked them to wait for them a little longer. Clouds were gathering outside and rain was thundering. Someone put a hand on the protagonist's shoulder. It was a knight, who immediately asked who Yunj was. The protagonist looked around and saw that he was among the knights who were running from side to side. Then he asked if this was a person, if this was training. Suddenly, the knight abruptly grabbed Yunj by the hand and dragged him along, saying that he did not know who he was, but now was not the time to stand still, and they needed help. The system voice told the protagonist that it was necessary to protect the cursed fortress from the dead. Hearing this, Yunj was very surprised. He immediately looked down and saw a darkness of black silhouettes there. Looking closely, he realized that they were all evil skeletons. At that very second, looking down, he said that now he understood what needed to be done. At this time, the knights were trying their best to close the main gate because there was no end to the undead. The skeletons were furiously trying to break through the gate to break into the city. Suddenly, one of them stuck his skull in and began to push the gate apart. Suddenly, a sword pierced his bare skull. A notification appeared, stating that 50 experience points had been gained. The one who killed the skeleton was the protagonist. The knights were shocked by this. Then they asked who he was. But Yunj did not answer this question and simply rushed into the thick of the dead. With one swing, he cut down several skeletons at once. At the same second, he swung, raising his sword behind his back. With a powerful blow, he destroyed more than a dozen skeletons. The knights watched the brutal battle through a small gap in the gate and did not know how to react to this. Then suddenly a skeleton grabbed the protagonist by the shoulder. An ominous magical energy began to emanate from his dead hand. Yunj did not think long and cut off the skeleton's hand and head. Then he looked at his shoulder, from which black smoke was emanating, and asked himself if the bodies of these dead were really made of poison. At that very moment, he turned his gaze to the army of skeletons that were slowly walking towards him and said to himself that he was sure about that, but they were definitely weak and slow. Then he added that if he was careful, everything would go quite easily. After that, he jumped back to the gate, waved his hand and said to himself that most likely the monsters would disappear at dawn. The sun was slowly starting to rise over the horizon, so all that was left was to hold out until it. A few hours later, an incredibly bright sun came out from behind the horizon and illuminated everything around. The skeletons began to slowly burn. The protagonist saw this and dealt the decisive blow, smashing the undead. The next second, he sheathed his sword and, looking at the ashes flying in the air, said that a start had been made. A knight appeared from behind and said that he did not know who their savior was, but they were all very grateful to him. At that very moment, he extended his hand and said that thanks to him, they were able to protect the fortress gates. Then he said that his name was Max, and he was responsible for leading the warriors of the Slot Fortress. The protagonist introduced himself in response and shook the guy's hand, wondering in his head if this person really lived in this world. After a short pause, Max slightly lowered his head and asked what kind of person Yunja was, since he suddenly appeared and started throwing around these piles of bones. The protagonist looked at Max and calmly replied that he did not want to talk about it, adding that, at the very least, he would not be a hindrance to them. Hearing this, the guy folded his arms across his chest, thought for a while, and said that he would no longer ask who he was. Suddenly, he lowered his head and quietly asked if he could fulfill his request. Then he told him that this fortress had been attacked by the dead for more than 10 days. The sun was shining brightly on the fortress, and Max continued to say that even if you kill them, after a while they come back to life again, and this goes on every night, and there is no end to them. After a while, they were in a building. The protagonist was sitting at the table and asking what these dead people were like and how they kept appearing. Opposite him sat Max, who replied that no matter how shameful it was, they also only knew that the undead came at sunset and disappeared with the coming of the day. He looked at the table with a very serious face and added that no one knew where these living corpses came from or who they were. After a short pause, he lowered his head, put his hand to it and said that there was still hope, because if they held out for another 10 days, help would arrive here, but the problem was whether they could hold out until then. Hearing this, the protagonist said in his head that all this was very strange, because this did not look like an S-class difficulty level at all, because holding out against those skeletons for 10 days was too easy a task, not suitable for an S-class. A second later, he raised his head and thought to himself that it was almost the same difficulty level as the C-class described in the diary, but there must be something else. At the same time, Max raised his head and with a drop of sweat on his face, excitedly asked to help them only until that time, because if Yunj was here, he would greatly support them in defending the fortress. The protagonist thought for a moment and agreed to help the guys out. As soon as Max heard this, he jumped up from his chair and exclaimed that they would be very grateful if he did this for them, adding that he would definitely not remain in debt. At the same moment, the protagonist got up from his chair and said that only until then. The next second, leaving, he said that he would go away for a while. Max looked at the guy in surprise, seeing him off with his eyes. Night had fallen. It was raining. The dead were walking towards the fortress again. Knights were already standing on the walls. Among them was Max, who excitedly asked himself in his head where the protagonist had gone. A few seconds later, he sadly lowered his head and said in his head that it seemed that Yunj had escaped, adding that it was too vain to rely on him. For a few more seconds he stood with his eyes closed and thought. Suddenly he turned around sharply and shouted to his comrades for the 1st to 3rd squads to defend the eastern gate, while the 4th and 5th squads would take the northern side. While he was shouting, one of the knights pointed his finger to the side and shouted for everyone to look there. He pointed to the battlefield, where fast sword strikes were flashing. The protagonist swung his sword, killing one skeleton after another. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. After a while, the gate was opened for him and he jumped in. Immediately after that, the knights closed the gate. Yunj was breathing heavily after a long fight. Max suddenly came to him and shouted furiously, asking what he was doing. Found it, the protagonist answered firmly. Hearing this, Max stopped and looked at the guy in surprise. Yunj straightened up and finished telling the reason why these creatures appear. In the morning they were already in the forest. Max's voice was heard, saying that he had no idea that there was a group summoning the dead hiding in the forest wasteland. The protagonist replied that he should have gotten rid of them as soon as he found them, only because of yesterday's rain. They went deeper into the thicket, and Max, interrupting the savior, said that the fact that he found the reason for the monster's appearance was already a huge achievement. To this, Yoonj replied that all the other knights did not have to go with him. Max raised his hand and said in confusion that they could not leave such an important task to him, an outsider, adding that this time they needed to finish it all off together and before dark, because they had the best warriors of the slot fortress with them. They would definitely help. The protagonist walked ahead and said in his head that this was S-class training, and it was unknown what lay ahead, so he was not even sure that he would be able to take care of these people as well. Then he added that he would focus on successfully completing the last stage of training for now. A few minutes later, he told everyone that this was the place. After a while, the people in cloaks mockingly said that since he had already managed to escape, it would be better to pretend that he knew nothing. Not far from them stood the protagonist with a raised sword. They were standing in a small magical dome, which was surrounded by knights. 6 magicians mockingly said that they would not be able to stop them, adding that as long as the sun was high, they were free to jump as much as they wanted. One of them looked closely at the protagonist and finished, "But with the coming of darkness, the dead will kill everyone." Yoonj gritted his teeth in anger and angrily asked, "Is that so?" At that very second, he jumped up and struck a powerful blow with his sword at the dome. From such a powerful blow, cracks appeared on the defense. This greatly surprised the magicians. After a short pause, one of them said that the protagonist was not an ordinary guy. The next second, he turned to the huge magic circle and told his comrades that they needed to hurry because they needed his power. After these words, the magicians began to put their powerful magic energy into a single technique. The protagonist did not think for long and loudly ordered everyone to attack. The knights immediately began to attack the protective barrier. Yoonj dealt blow after blow to the defense, asking himself in his head what these magicians were doing because they would not be able to summon the dead. Then he added that he had a bad feeling, so he needed to figure this out as quickly as possible. Immediately after these words, his handcuff caught fire. The next second, he dealt a powerful blow to the barrier and broke it. The knights rushed at the magicians with screams. Then the magicians suddenly said that they were faster. Immediately after these words, the earth trembled, and a huge magic circle appeared in front of the knights. It grew larger and larger, and the terrifying energy became more and more insane. The protagonist immediately ordered all the knights to retreat. Outside the forest, there was silence and grace. Suddenly, a large and powerful magic pillar struck the sky. The knights experienced terrible pain. They fell to their knees and screamed heartbreakingly. Some began to lose their lives. Yoonj looked at this with clenched teeth and asked himself in his head, is this really the essence of S-class training? Horror began to appear in his eyes, and in his mind, he added that this was a terrible feeling. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a giant, enraged creature appeared. Its skin began to burn. The monster pointed at the sun and menacingly asked how they dared to call on it. At that very moment, he ordered an explanation. The magician stood outside the circle and said in a trembling voice, "What is all this?" The next moment, he pointed at the protagonist and finished, "Because of this person." As soon as the monster heard this, he grabbed the magician. Then he screamed, asking, "Is all this really because of the crazy watchman?" The mage called the creature Warlock and tried to apologize, but the monster did not want to listen to this and crushed the mage in his hand. The protagonist and all the other knights were very surprised by this picture. The warlock at this time was furiously growling, looking at the guys. Suddenly, he leaned over and, grinning, said that, it turns out, Yoonj was hiding mana. The protagonist heard this and was very confused, after which he ordered the knights to take on the remaining mages. Max and his comrade nodded silently. The warlock looked at the protagonist with burning eyes and mockingly asked if he was really going to confront him. Yoonj raised his sword and angrily asked if the monster really had bad eyesight. This made the warlock laugh, and then said that the guy was funny. Then he asked how a worm like him dared not take this summoned form into account and speak to him so impudently. The protagonist looked at the warlock with hatred in his eyes and said in his head that this was not an easy opponent at all. Raising his sword, he looked at the shackles and said in his head that he had no choice but to pour mana into the shackles and defeat the monster with one blow, adding that it worked on the ogre, but it was unknown if it would work on the monster in front of him. When suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted. The warlock dealt an incredibly powerful and heavy blow to the place where his opponent was. Yoonj managed to jump back at the very last moment and avoid the attack. He stared at the huge monster and said in his head that the warlock seemed to have teleported towards him. As soon as he straightened up, he was stunned again. The monster struck him with its huge paw, but the guy managed to jump back. In flight, the protagonist realized that his opponent was too fast, so there was no point in wasting time. After these thoughts, he decided to use the bracelet and said to himself that he needed to finish before the sun set, so he decided to pour half of his mana at once. At that very second, he rushed to attack the monster. At that very second, he chopped off the warlock's huge paw with one powerful blow. Having successfully landed on the ground, he said to himself that although he did not strike with full force, it worked, so if next time he hits a vital point, he will be able to win. At this time, the warlock looked in shock at his severed paw, from which blood was dripping. After a few seconds, he looked at the guy and said that he was definitely not an ordinary creature. But what kind of bracelet was this, because it did not fit an ordinary thing? The protagonist looked at the monster with a smile on his face and replied that he did not want to tell him this. Hearing this, the warlock threw his second paw at the enemy, screaming for him to die. Yunj immediately realized that he would not be able to dodge. After these thoughts, he raised his sword and gritted his teeth. At the same moment, the warlock dealt an accurate blow to the protagonist. The demon looked at the protagonist and called him an extraordinary creature, then asked what kind of bracelet he had. The protagonist grinned, saying that he did not really want to tell him. The demon attacked sharply after hearing the impudent answer. Yunj held the blade in front of himself, realizing that he would not be able to dodge. A moment later, the demon's attack caught up with the guy. Max's group became alarmed when he heard a roar. At this time, the protagonist's legs were shaking. His whole body was shaking due to the demon's power. The protagonist, who managed to block the demon's attack, could barely stand. The demon was surprised to see this. Suddenly, the protagonist's sword cracked, and small pieces began to break off from it. A moment later, the sword broke, forcing the protagonist to jump back. The demon slightly crouched and stared at Yunj. The protagonist stared at his sword and began to mentally curse. Then the guy looked at his second sword and was glad that he had thought to take a spare sword. Suddenly, his enemy appeared behind him, saying that now his life would end. Yunj looked back sharply out of fear, and barely managed to block the demon's blow. However, the power of the blow threw him back. Starting to get up, the protagonist realized that the demon definitely had the ability to teleport, because he appeared behind him more than once. Standing in front of the protagonist, the demon told him that he would tear his flesh apart, turning his soul into a ghost. Yunj gritted his teeth, realizing that the demon most likely could not continue to use his skill. After that, he immediately rushed at the demon, a moment later appearing right in front of him. The demon attacked with his hand, but Yunj easily dodged the blow, after which he struck the enemy's leg, and immediately jumped back, after which he activated the bracelet on his hand. Rushing to attack the monster, it appeared right next to his head, and swung to strike, deciding to aim for the throat, after which he concentrated his attention on the monster's throat. But when he struck, the monster disappeared. The protagonist grabbed the handle tighter. The monster suddenly appeared behind the guy and said that he no longer felt the mana blowing from his body. The demon raised his hand, getting ready to hit the protagonist. Yunj abruptly activated the artifact, after which the system reported the activation of the mana conservation ring. The protagonist swung sharply, and with one blow, he cut the monster's neck. The fragments of the demon's body began to fly apart. The guy was happy with his victory. However, the rest of the body began to fall right on him, and fell right on him, causing the protagonist to scream. After a while, the guy crawled out from under the monster's body, after which he sighed, admitting that death was near. Suddenly, Max appeared worriedly, asking the protagonist if he was okay. Approaching, Max expressed his admiration for the guy, because he killed Warlock, whom they could not kill even if they fought him as a whole group. Leaning on his knees, the protagonist said that he was lucky because the demon was summoned in an imperfect form. Mac and Yoon sharply glanced to the side when the demon told the guy not to put on airs. The protagonist looked at the demon's head, which told him that if he were in a different shell, he would never lose to him. After which the demon frowned, telling the guy to think carefully, because the price for the suddenly appeared power would be high. Yoon raised his blade, telling the demon to shut up and just die. The demon looked at the sky and said goodbye to the guy. When the protagonist plunged his sword into the enemy, the system notified about reaching 100% completion and the end of S-class training. Standing next to the guy, Max said that they could have big problems because of Warlock. After looking at the corpse of the demon, Max said that he is the god of death, a demon that feeds on both the living and the dead. The protagonist frowned, realizing that after completing the training they will have to fight with the likes of Warlock. Max extended his hand to the protagonist and suggested that they return, and he will thank him at the camp for his help. The protagonist put his sword in its sheath, saying that he does not have time for this. Shaking the protagonist's hand, Max said that if he meets him one day, he will definitely repay the debt. After that, Yoon turned around and walked. He stood in front of a huge door, behind which the laughter of girls could be heard. The protagonist, looking at the gate, mentally said that behind the door there was a path that would give him another chance. Inside a certain space, fog filled everything. The protagonist walked in the middle of the fog looking for something. Soon he lowered his hand and stopped, right in front of a huge structure similar to a temple. Soon the protagonist was covered by the shadow of a creature that asked about his origin. However, the protagonist did not answer, standing in front of a huge man, who slightly bowed his head, asking the protagonist where he got such a wonderful item. Looking at the bracelet on the guy's hand, the man said that it was lost a long time ago. He also noted the strange mana flowing through the guy's body. Slightly puzzled, the protagonist asked the man if he was familiar with the king. He closed his eyes saying that he was his vassal Arian, then he asked the protagonist how he got here. He told about how he passed by a place shrouded in fog and then saw a temple and entered. The man thought, realizing that the guy was not lying, after which he began to actively stroke his beard. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He immediately looked up, after which, smiling slightly, he said that he guessed everything. Then Arian surprised the protagonist saying that the king was favorable to him. Looking at Yunj again, Arian asked him if he agreed to receive great power, after which he immediately warned the guy saying that it would be difficult for him to cope with the power, because of which he would be responsible for many things. The protagonist bowed his head when Arian asked him if he was ready for this. A moment later, Yunj nodded, and he shouted loudly expressing his readiness. Arian, who was standing in front of the guy, asked if he answered so confidently because he understood what strength was. The protagonist replied saying that he did not understand it, but he really needed it. Slightly bowing his head, the man asked why he needed strength. The protagonist answered with determination saying that there were people he wanted to meet, and for their sake he was ready to do anything. Arian closed his eyes, understanding the guy's position. Then he poked his finger into his stomach. Pain struck Yunj passing through the armor. He gritted his teeth trying to resist it. A moment later, he fell to the floor and began to scream madly. Arian, looking at him, said that the pain would be fatal. The protagonist began to cough up blood, feeling terrible pain. He gritted his teeth trying not to lose consciousness. A scream full of pain filled the room. Even after a few minutes, the guy's body continued to tremble in pain. Arian, who was sitting next to him, thought the protagonist lost consciousness and now even he did not know if he would be able to stand it. Suddenly, the protagonist began to stand up. This slightly surprised the man. Yunj, shouting the names of people dear to him, tried to resist the pain. His gums began to bleed from the force of squeezing. Looking at the guy, Arian called him stubborn. After that, he closed his eyes, telling him not to give up. The protagonist, lying on his back, mentally asked to kill him to stop this torment. A moment later, he exclaimed, hearing someone else's voice. Trembling all over, he barely asked about the identity of the speaker, but he did not answer, telling him to think about the reason why he should survive. The protagonist frowned, trying to remember the reason. After a few seconds, he stopped frowning and closed his eyes. Soon, his eyes opened wide. He saw his wife and daughter in front of him, who were looking at him with a smile. The protagonist reached out to them, telling himself that he must survive to meet them. A sharp pain made him grit his teeth again. Suddenly, he jumped up abruptly. Arian, who was sitting next to him, asked the guy if he felt any changes. The protagonist, trying to catch his breath, tried to understand what that voice was earlier. Suddenly, his chest lit up when Arian told him that the heart of the king was sitting in his body, and although it was slightly different from the heart that people imagined it to be. Yunj put his hand to his chest, realizing that everything was not just like that. Frowning, he looked at Arian and asked for permission to ask him something. He looked at the protagonist and said that he would answer him if he could. Yunj made the man think by asking who the king was, whether he was someone like a god. Covering his eyes, Arian said that the time had not yet come. Then he shocked the guy by saying that he was given 3 gifts, shackles, a source of mana, and a heart. Then he teleported the protagonist, wishing him luck. Suddenly, his lips parted, after which Arian said that since this was the king's will, he himself would try to believe in this mortal. A moment later, the man began to meditate. The system notified the protagonist of the use of 683,475 experience points and the completion of training. After that, it informed him that he was transferred to the village of Melons beginning. Soon, the protagonist and a group of people found themselves in a gorge. Looking at the panicking people, Yunj thought there were even foreigners here, but he could understand them. Suddenly, someone shouted calling Yunj. Zhang-Yu rushed at the protagonist, expressing his joy. Suddenly, a group of people began to approach them. Lightly pushing the guy away, the protagonist asked why everyone was gathered here. Suddenly, before the guy could answer, someone shouted demanding that everyone shut up. Standing in front of the group of people, the man said that it was nice to meet them. Frowning, Alvin said that he appeared in this world 7 years ago. The protagonist looked at him and thought, realizing that there were not only people who came with them. Looking at Alvin in front of the crowd, Yunj mentally asked himself why there were no traces of disappearances left on the ground. The angry crowd began to shout, accusing Alvin of creating this barrier. The guy sighed, saying that Lois did everything to hold them back because they did not realize what kind of world this was, and having decided that everything was over, they could not get home. The angry people did not listen to him, demanding that they return home. Alvin, listening to their accusations and threats, began to get angry. He suddenly shouted, ordering everyone to be silent. The crowd of people immediately fell silent. The guy, starting to take out his blade, said that they did not even realize what was done for them here. But he still stopped shouting because of Lois. The girl put her hand on the barrier, telling the people that it was created to protect them, because this place was so dangerous that they would remember their training as a funny joke. People began to look at each other out of excitement, hearing the girl's words. Alvin turned around abruptly, saying that he would explain everything on the way. Suddenly, he looked angrily at the people, saying that they could attack him because he could kill them all. Soon Alvin began to tell the group about the world. The place where they were heading was called the village of Melons beginning. Looking back, the guy said that it was very dangerous in that direction, because even on the way there, monsters much stronger than those they had met earlier could be encountered. Pointing to the mountains in the distance, someone asked what was behind them. Alvin fell silent, thinking. But a moment later, he shocked the crowd by saying that angels and demons lived there. Looking into the distance, Alvin said that angels and demons were much stronger than monsters. The protagonist frowned, remembering Warlock. Soon the guy stopped. Then pointing to the city said that this is the first village in the world in which the group will live. People saw the village and were shocked by its size. Alvin frowned and told them that from now on, all places to stay and basic food will be free for them, but only for 10 days. The group became worried upon hearing him, because after this time, finding a place to stay and provisions will become their responsibility. After explaining, Alvin pointed to the estate in the distance, saying that the Skyscraper clan will take care of their safety. The events take us to one of the houses in the village of Melon. Looking around the room, the protagonist said that the Skyscraper clan clearly does not have money for better housing. Zhang Yu nervously looked at the protagonist, who said that most likely they could not survive without the help of this clan. Having said this, Yunj lay down on the bed while Zhang Yu asked him what they will do now. Looking at the lying guy, Zhang Yu said that they need to do something, because they only have resources for 10 days. The protagonist, looking at the ceiling, agreed with the guy, after which he narrowed his eyes mentally, saying that the most important thing is to meet his daughter and wife. Zhang Yu soon got up, deciding to go to the shower first. Yunj did not mind, deciding to check the entries. He stared at the diary he had just taken, after which he frowned and began to turn the pages of the diary. Surprised by the strangeness in one of the pages, the protagonist decided to read the diary first, and immediately began to read it carefully. Soon he turned another page, starting to read the next one. For a long time, the guy sat motionless reading the diary. Suddenly, he twitched. He was shocked, realizing that someone was definitely here. A moment later, Zhang Yu entered the room, telling the protagonist to quickly go and wash himself. He closed the diary, agreeing with the guy. The events take us to nighttime. The protagonist read the diary using the candlelight. He roughly understood how he would need to act now. Reading the diary, the protagonist realized that even with him, much was unknown. Suddenly, someone called him, forcing him to start getting up. The protagonist became wary and asked the identity of the person who had come. The person standing behind the door asked the protagonist to open it, because he needed to say something. Zhang Yu woke up and asked if it was the innkeeper, but seeing the wary expression on his comrade's face, he became worried. At this time, the person behind the door continued to ask to open the door for him. The guys nodded nervously to each other. The protagonist immediately grabbed his sword. Then, standing in front of the door, he asked the person who had come what he needed. Ding, smiling, said that he had come here to recruit him. A door is depicted, and a phrase is heard that they should not worry so much. The guys, exchanging glances, are silent. Suddenly the door swings open. After that, a smiling young man appears. Here he enters the room, noticing that the young man is not alone. Smiling kindly, he asks to be allowed to introduce himself again. Suddenly, Yunj points his hand seriously at his comrade, introducing himself and him. After that, without changing his expression, the guest tells them about the rumor. Suddenly, he points to the door, offering to discuss the offer to join them. At this, the guys tense up, and Yunj shows his distrust. At this, the tipsy guy tries to apologize. Suddenly, his expression changes when he is asked if there is a reason for the night's actions. He stands motionless in front of the guys, and they send him back. After this, he holds his head, sighing. Suddenly, he frowns, telling them to go with him. This, of course, amazes Zhang Yu. Yunj, in turn, prepares to take up arms. Then the guest begins to step forward, asking if he was seen through. The young man immediately tenses up, reporting that the Braham clan was just a lie. Then he frowns angrily, realizing that he could have followed the boy. Suddenly, a pair of happy girls appear. Yunj, in turn, looks furious, believing that there is no forgiveness for the clan. To this, the guest only smiles, setting his own conditions for pardoning the boys. The next moment, the young man takes out a sword and tells him to get lost. In response, the boy stops smiling and says that this is sad. Suddenly, he frowns, declaring that they have not heard of intelligence. After that, he takes off. Suddenly, he finds himself behind the young man. The swords clash. The guest tries to hit with his dagger. Suddenly, he disappears again. This time, he decides to attack Zhang Yu. At this second, Yunj appears swinging. Immediately, he swings his sword. It turns out that he cuts through the wall. Here, the guy's feet slide on the floor. The young people are standing in front of the guy, who is amazed. Suddenly he frowns, deciding to finish quickly. Suddenly, something starts happening to his body. Yoonj only frowns at this when he is informed of the disappearance. The guest, in turn, smiles smugly. Here he is sitting on the floor, holding a dagger, and thinks that he will not be found. Here the thought sounds that ordinary players cannot see him when he merges with the darkness. Meanwhile, Jong-yu looks around in shock. The guy at this moment holds the weapon, thinking that the guys will die. Yoonj, in turn, seriously looks ahead. Suddenly, he sharply lowers his gaze. Without wasting time, he plunges the sword into the enemy. Immediately, the guy feels sick. Black smoke is visible. After that, the guest appears, perplexed. Here he clenches his teeth in anger. Suddenly he touches the door, deciding to leave here. Suddenly, an angry Yoonj appears behind him. Immediately after that, he is stabbed in the back. This causes the guy to fall to the floor. Looking at him, Yoonj sighs. Jong-woo, in turn, asks in surprise how he knew everything. The young man frowns, realizing what he should be grateful for. Now they both look at the body and understand that they need to do something already. Meanwhile, Yoonj puts away the sword, and the guy thinks that he has a plan. He only smiles at this. Suddenly, the thought of murder sounds. Houses are depicted, and people are talking. Here they are walking along the street. Surprised, they are also near a certain door. Suddenly, a blonde man comes out of it. Entering the building, the man asks where the guys are. After that, the guy frowns, telling everyone to get up. Meanwhile, Jong-woo was panicking. Now Ding is shown sitting in the corner, and information about him is heard. He sits with his head down, and the person standing next to him asks a question about his death. Yoonj, in turn, seriously confirms their involvement in the case. A dumbfounded Jong-woo stands next to him. The blonde boy closes his eyes at this, denying that there is a problem. Suddenly, he takes out a book, talking about a reward of 30 gold. After that, he hands over the book, noticing that Ding is wanted. Jong-woo, in turn, smiles at the boy. The blonde boy watches this silently as they talk. Suddenly, the boys look at him when they are called. Surprising his comrade, the blonde boy seriously suggests that the boys join the skyscraper clan. They are speechless. Frowning, Yoonj asks if he is serious. To this, the blonde boy confidently answers yes, because they cannot let the boy go. Meanwhile, Yoonj just remains silent, while various thoughts about him are heard. The blonde boy is really serious, which someone can notice from his face. Here a small house is depicted, and the thought of haste is heard. This is the blonde boy and his comrade walking, the latter of whom is trying to prove the inexperience of the boys. To this, the blonde boy only closes his eyes. His look is frightening when he asks if the boy has forgotten how to use his eyes. After that, the comrade looks at him with fear. Immediately, he is patted on the back in a friendly manner. The blonde man goes on alone, putting his hands in his pockets, and talks about Yoonj. Grinning, the man notes that Ding's capture was not an accident. Here, the young man bows, asking for forgiveness. The amazed men appear. Meanwhile, the blonde man raises his hand, asking the reason for the refusal. After that, Yoonj becomes awkward, and he apologizes again. The guest seems tense, asking if this is really a newcomer. Suddenly, Jong-woo is surprised when he is asked if he shares his friend's opinion. They only get silence in response. Here, he awkwardly scratches the back of his head, also apologizing. Here, the blonde man points his finger at the guy, talking about a reward. Yoonj, in turn, only tensely remains silent. Suddenly, their guest turns around, telling them where to look for him. Here he frowns, claiming that they are always welcome there. Suddenly, a hand appears with a bag of 30 gold coins. After that, the guys are surprised to notice that there is more money than expected. Meanwhile, Jong-woo takes one of the coins, amazed. Then he turns his attention to his friend, asking about his plans. They are already walking down the street and exchanging questions. After that, Yoonj sighs, telling his friend not to worry. Being behind, a surprised Jong-woo asks about the boy's idea, and it turns out that this is a meeting with the Supreme Mage. Suddenly, he looks puzzled when he is called to join him. Here, Melon Square is depicted. When Yoonj notices a certain person, he asks if he is Mr. Abram. At this, the gray-haired man only frowns, asking what they need. Then he turns around, but the boy informs him of another offer. Unexpectedly, the man turns around when he is offered to find the location of the laboratory for him. After that, he frowns, asking how they know this. It seems that Yoonj is also serious and argues his point of view and options. His interlocutor silently looks back. Suddenly, he lowers his gaze. On the young man's hand, a bracelet is visible. At this, the man looks at it in bewilderment, wondering where he saw this. Suddenly, he is distracted by a call, and he raises his head. Here he becomes serious again, agreeing to the deal. Meanwhile, Jong-woo looks at Yoonj intently. Suddenly, the man looks intimidatingly, declaring that if they plan something, he will let them taste what is closer to the elder than death. After this, Yoonj tenses up, taking into account the words of the elder. Now the guys are walking together, and it turns out that everything became known from village gossip. Meanwhile, Jong-woo turns his head towards the interlocutor, and it is said that searching for a laboratory is better than joining the Skyscraper clan. They walk near the mountain, and it is said that, according to rumors, an old man killed people and used them for magic ingredients. After this, Jong-woo is left dumbfounded. Suddenly, he grabs his head, but he is told not to make a mountain out of a molehill. Yoonj, in turn, looks serious, saying that because of some force, the old man cannot get out of there. At his words, the guy only cries, and it turns out that they found something. Here they raise their heads, and it is said that there is an entrance to the laboratory nearby. Here Yoonj puts his hand on the stones, suggesting to climb up. The people's mouths were wide open in shock, while the protagonist thought about what was written in the diary, that the discovery of the location Abram's laboratory caused a stir in Melon, because such a thing had never happened here. While the crowd of people looked at the huge rock, Yoonj thought about the fact that the discovery itself was right inside the rock, not far from the village, but the fact that this game area was discovered was not even significant. The protagonist imagined the chest and came to the conclusion that the main attention was attracted by the main reward of the game area, a collection of experimental materials studied by the Archmage Abram for years. A bright light emanated from the chest. Yoonj thought that the Skyscraper clan came to the conclusion that the effect of this must be colossal because the height of its level is immeasurable. Yoonj and Jong-woo walked through the cave, and the protagonist warned that it was dangerous here, so they need to be on guard. The system said that they need to explore the location and return to Abram. Yoonj frowned and thought that they should find a top-notch reward. Jong-woo walked forward, saying that there was nothing here, and the protagonist thought that it was a pity to refuse the Skyscraper clan's offer, but by contacting them, it would be more difficult to get this trophy. They walked deeper, and Yoonj told his companion to be careful. The players walked on a rocky surface. Jong-woo raised his hand and asked why Abram couldn't find his lab by himself since it was so close, and Yoonj replied that it was because Abram had lost his memories. Jong-woo walked closer to the protagonist, asking if Abram had dementia, and Yoonj explained that there must be some other reason. Jong-woo raised one finger and guessed that it was related to Abram's oath. The protagonist frowned and said that it was possible that the mage had lost his memory due to some powerful spell and had become the guardian of the portal. Jong-woo turned away, saying that Abram could have made the search not secret but large scale if he wanted to find this place, and the protagonist remained silent. Suddenly, Yoonj put his hand out to the side and told his comrade to stop. Jong-woo frowned in shock and began to sweat. There were human bodies and bones lying on the ground in front of him. Jong-woo, who was holding a sword, asked if this was the work of that old man, and Yoonj said that it was possible. Jong-woo gritted his teeth in anger and said that he was just trash. There was a skeleton lying on the ground, and the youth was horrified that the old man would do something like this. Suddenly, the cave shook and the corpses began to move. The skeleton slowly stood up, creaking and crunching. The other corpses also began to rise. Yoonj looked at them and said that he now understood why it was so quiet and why it was called a location. The protagonist frowned, holding a sword in his hand. Jong-woo grabbed the weapon with both hands. The monsters raised their hands and screamed loudly. They ran towards each other. White sparks flew around the cave. A faint light reflected off the walls while loud sounds were heard. The monster clenched its sharp teeth tightly and growled. Yoonj swung his sword. He cut off the skeleton's head. The monster approached the protagonist from behind. It bit Yoonj's shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Suddenly, a blue protective barrier appeared. The bracelet on the protagonist's wrist glowed brightly. He swung his sword, cutting the monster's body into several pieces. Yoonj kicked the remains of the monster, and Jong-woo ran to him, asking if everything was okay. There were bloody corpses on the floor, and Jong-woo said that it went better than he expected, but his mood was sour. The youth frowned and looked away. There were severed body parts of monsters on the ground. In the darkness, something shone brightly. The protagonist leaned down. He took the object in his hand and frowned. Jong-woo looked at Yoonj curiously, asking what it was and why it was in the monster's body, and the protagonist answered, impulse. Yoonj held a small blue crystal in his hand. The system provided information about the Chimera Mana Stone. The protagonist turned to Jong-woo and said that he did not know whether this was right or not, but for lack of anything better, they would take this thing with them, and Jong-woo nodded silently. A few days later, a faint light was visible in the cave. Jong-woo sat on the ground, asking how many days had passed since they entered here, and the protagonist guessed that it had been about a week. Yoonj turned around and asked if his companion had rested. Jong-woo sweated as he looked at the bones and replied that this was not a place to rest. They came to a massive door, and Jong-woo hoped that this was the last one, to which Yoonj replied that it probably was. The protagonist furrowed his black eyebrows and thought that this was the reward for the first one to find this place. There was a chain hanging on the door that emitted a purple aura, and Yoonj concluded that the doors were locked with magic. Jong-woo raised his hand and said that he would cut the chain. A loud explosion was heard, and pieces of the chain flew around. The youth turned around and asked with a smile if he was good, to which Yoon said to open the door. They placed their hands on the doors. A blinding light was visible through the crack. The young men furrowed their brows in concentration. There was a white glow inside the room the door led to. Jong-woo and Yoon opened their mouths in shock. In the center of the spacious room was a huge test tube with a person inside. It was a muscular man with long black hair. His eyes were closed. Melon, the skyscraper clan. The fair-haired youth carefully read the report on Abram's condition. He closed his eyes and sighed dejectedly. The dark-haired man opened his mouth in shock when Alvin said that he brought the wrong report. He sweated, and Alvin added that there was no word on the clue to Abram's location, and that they were constantly searching, but there was no news. Alvin threw the documents on the table and shouted for the man to bring him the correct report. The man furrowed his brows, trying to explain. Alvin gritted his teeth and hissed angrily that they had been searching for Abram's location for 2 months now. He stood up and slammed his hands on the table, shouting loudly that even if it was just a false rumor, the skyscraper clan, which was made up entirely of elites, had still been of no use after all this time. The dark-haired man closed his eyes as Alvin shouted that they couldn't even get rid of the people from the assassin clan that were rampaging through Melon. Alvin raised his hand and yelled at the man to get out and find out something. The man looked away, saying that he was leaving, when Alvin suddenly asked about the brats. The man looked at Alvin, asking who he was talking about, and Alvin explained that he was referring to the ones that had attacked Dean about a week ago. He raised a finger and closed his eyes, telling the dark-haired man to get out when he replied that there was no detailed information on them either. Evelyn sat down on the chair, sighing heavily. He frowned and asked what they were doing anyway. There were books and scrolls on the table. Jong-woo walked closer to the huge test tube and asked what kind of research was being done in Abram's lab. The protagonist walked forward, and Jong-woo said that there was no further corridor, so they reached the end. Yoon began to look around, thinking that if they were here, then the reward should probably be here somewhere. He looked at the bookcase and thought that it might be there. The protagonist grabbed the handle. The bookcase opened like a door, and inside were many different scientific items. On the shelf were many flasks with multicolored liquids. Yoon frowned and thought that this was a collection of the research results of the Archmage Abram. In the middle of the flasks was a purple vessel, and the protagonist thought that nothing was written about this in the diary. He took the flasks in his hands, deciding that it would be better to take them all and then return because their goal had been achieved. Jong-woo pointed his finger at the man in the flask and said that he was still moving. Yoon walked over to his comrade, and Jong-woo explained that the man had only slightly opened his eyelids, but it was definitely moving. Jong-woo and the protagonist silently looked at the man in the test tube. His eyes were closed. Suddenly, he opened them. Then he closed his eyes again. Yoon looked at the test tube in shock, realizing that the man was still alive, and Jong-woo asked what they would do. The protagonist frowned his black eyebrows and said that it would be wrong to leave a living man like this. He took out his sword and said that they would break the glass. The white-haired old man turned around and asked what was wrong. The protagonist and Jong-woo reported that they had found what they were looking for. Abram opened his mouth in shock. He leaned on his cane, asking where it was. Jong-woo opened his mouth wide, saying that they wanted to know something first. The young man frowned and asked indignantly what kind of research the old man had been doing and what kind of monstrous things they had found there. Abram frowned and asked what they had found in his lab. The young men sweated and looked at him in bewilderment. Yoon frowned and asked if it was possible that the old man himself did not remember what was in the lab. Abram looked at them with disdain and replied that he only remembered that he was doing research there, but he had no memory of what exactly he was doing. Jong-woo raised his hand, asking why they needed to look for the lab if the old man couldn't even remember anything. Abram frowned and replied that he was sure that the place belonged to him and he didn't need a reason to look for his property. Jong-woo frowned silently, and Yoon said that it couldn't be argued with. The protagonist raised his hand and asked if Abram would be able to find his lab if they told him the location. The old man told Yoon to spill the beans. The protagonist gestured, telling Abram about the lab. There was a hole in the rock. The old man's mouth opened in shock as he listened to Yoon. He raised his eyebrows, his yellow eyes widening. Abram slapped his face and laughed, shouting that he had no idea he had hidden his lab so close. The old man handed Yoon 2 scrolls and said that he didn't know if they knew how to handle it, but it belonged to them now. The protagonist created a flash of light, asking for the item's characteristics. The system provided information about the teleportation scroll. Yoon opened his mouth in shock, thinking that he had a 50 gold item in his hands. He took the property ring in his other hand. Holding the ring with 2 fingers, the protagonist thought that this item was on par with the Jahar shackles in class. Jong-woo looked at Yoon, whispering that the items were very good, and the protagonist nodded with a smile. Abram leaned on his cane and bid farewell to the youths with a laugh. He dissipated into thin air, and Jong-woo was surprised by the instant teleportation. The youth silently looked at where the old man had just stood. Yoon furrowed his brows, saying that he wouldn't be too upset if they didn't meet again, and Jong-woo asked if something would happen because they let Abram go so easily. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket and replied that after all, it was a man who had lost his memory. He pulled out a purple flask, saying that they took the most necessary things from the lab, and Jong-woo asked what it was. Yoon smiled and replied that it was a possible reason why Abram was looking for his lab. The old man's yellow eyes widened, smiling, saying that he had finally found what he was looking for. Blue was visible outside the window, while Jong-woo said that at first he was worried about what they would do for the next 10 days, but everything turned out just fine in the end. He sat on the bed, saying that they had received both the items and the money and now they had a better apartment, and the protagonist replied that they had saved on the portal fee. So they rented a better room for themselves, and after resting, they would visit the Skyscraper clan to receive a reward for discovering the location. Jong-woo fell onto the bed and said with a happy smile that he had already thought he would die during these half a month in the location. Yoon put his hands in his pockets, saying that there was something else, and Jong-woo stood up abruptly, asking what it was. He caught 2 flasks. Looking at the vessels, he asked what was inside. They were a life potion and a mana potion. The protagonist, who was holding the other flasks, told his comrade to drink the red potion first, then the blue potion, and Jong-woo asked if he had decided this at random. Yuj poured 2 potions into his mouth and replied that it would level up his companion, so he should drink it without spilling a drop. Jong-woo narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Then, he closed his eyes and drank the blue potion. His Adam's apple moved as he swallowed the liquid. Jong-woo said with a smile that energy was spreading throughout his body. Suddenly, both of them clenched their teeth and frowned. The boys fell to the floor, screaming loudly. The system sent out numerous notifications about their stats improving. Yuj was sweating profusely, regretting drinking it all at once. He held onto the bed with his hand, thinking that he took these potions because they should have leveled up his body, but they seemed to be burning him from the inside. The protagonist clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He remembered how he was lying on the ground and thought that this was more bearable compared to last time. Yoon clenched his trembling hand into a fist. He wrinkled his nose. A loud scream echoed through the room with a large window. The protagonist was breathing through his mouth, sweating profusely. He was sitting on the floor, saying that Jong-woo had done a great job. The youth stood up on the bed, asking how much time had passed and if Yoon was okay since he had drunk 2 bottles. The protagonist stood up, saying that he didn't know if it was because of the red potion, but his health bar had instantly recovered. Jong-woo looked at his hand and asked if such a stat increase was possible. Yoon placed his hands on his waist and said that Abram was a genius to be able to do something like that, but it would have been a disaster if the old man had drunk it all himself. Jong-woo looked at the protagonist and asked why Abram hadn't done it right after making the potions. The protagonist frowned and replied that he had no idea and that it was time for them to move. Jong-woo sat on the edge of the bed, saying that it was night and that they could go to the Skyscraper clan tomorrow. Yoon looked out the window and agreed with his comrade. The protagonist picked up a yellow notebook. He sat on the bed and opened it. His eyes widened in surprise, and he thought that the next page had not been turned. Yoon turned the page of the diary. He frowned in confusion. The protagonist turned pale with horror and opened his mouth. He grabbed his sword and shouted for Jong-woo to follow him. Yoon ran to the door and Jong-woo asked what had suddenly happened. He grabbed his weapon and shouted for the protagonist to wait for him. Yoon banged his fist on the wooden door. They stood in front of a large building, and Jong-woo asked why they ran to the Skyscraper clan in such a hurry. The protagonist gritted his teeth and replied that everything had gone wrong and they did not have time. He raised his head and shouted loudly that every second counted. The dark-haired man opened the door and asked what was wrong. Yoon frowned and said that he needed to meet Alvin. The dark-skinned man gritted his teeth in irritation and replied that Alvin was not the kind of person to meet just by brazenly knocking on his door. The man opened his mouth in shock when the protagonist explained that it was about Abram's location. Yoon raised his hand and said that he needed to see Alvin quickly. The armored youth walked down the hallway. Alvin frowned and asked if they had decided to join the Skyscraper clan. The blonde looked at them sternly and asked what was wrong. Yoon frowned and replied that there was talk about Abram's location. Alvin froze in shock, asking if they had found it. The blonde smiled and laughed and said that the protagonist was amazing. Alvin put his hand on the dark man's shoulder, saying that it was not by chance that Yoon and Jong-woo had captured Ding. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted Abram's name loudly. Standing in front of the door, he added that Abram would soon attack Melon in a new body. Jong-woo opened his mouth in shock. Alvin and his subordinate froze, silently looking at the protagonist. The dark man sweated and asked what Yoon was talking about. They all turned around when someone approached them from behind. Shock was reflected on their faces. Abram was in a new, young body. Anu pointed forward. In front of them stood the same guy from the lab. The protagonist said that it was worth destroying everything there. He remembered the body in the capsule and assumed that this was Abram's new body, then they could not harm him. But Abram looked at the hero. He dodged the shot. Alvin looked at the bayonet on the wall and asked who he was. Abram looked at him and said that he was not interested in him, he wanted something from them. Yoon started to take out his sword, said that if the guy was talking about potions, then he had already drunk them, but he said that he would do it again because he was not planning on stopping anyway. Yoon looked at him angrily. Abram said that he would take these shackles and if the hero resisted, he would lose his hand. He asked what he knew about them. Abram pointed at him, said that in any case more than him. Stones rose up around the hero. Abram ordered to give him the shackles. A bunch of swings. The stones cracked and flew into splinters. Alvin stood in front of the hero and said that it all sounds like a good joke, but it seems that he really is Abram, and seeing that the man who could not leave the village suddenly disappeared, he decided that he was no more. He frowned and asked how he removed the curse and found a new body. Abram was silent. Alvin sighed and said that he hadn't planned on getting an answer anyway. He turned to the hero and said that they would talk to him again. Yoon suddenly made a dash forward. He ran at Abram. Alvin shouted that he was not someone a newbie should fight. Abram smiled and created lightning, noticed that the hero was still impatient to die. He shot an electric current. Alvin gritted his teeth. Yoon swung. The current hit the ring. The hero parried the current and the glowing arc went to Abram. He looked at it in surprise. The hero smiled and said that the ring he gave him was quite useful. The system opened a description of the ring. Alvin looked at the hero in surprise. Abram got angry. Someone appeared behind him. A blow. The man remained in the crater and looked up. Abram clenched his teeth, thought that without the elixirs his body was too weak. He was hovering in the air above the heroes. He was too hasty. He was trapped in a circle. The sorceress approached with an outstretched hand, asked what was going on here. Alvin looked at the enemy and told the girl to hold him like that because the killer Abram had paid them a visit. Lois looked at Alvin and asked if that man was really Aram, but the warrior said he would explain later. Abram looked at the heroes. Alvin swung his sword and said that they were a clan of skyscrapers and he should have thought before going against them. Abram looked at them in confusion. For him they were all small fry, but he looked at Alvin and Lois, noted that they were quite dangerous. He began to evaporate, decided to retreat for now. He chuckled and told the people to enjoy their freedom while they could, because they would meet again soon. The cube was left empty. Alvin turned to the amazed Lois and asked if it was okay that she let him go so easily. The sorceress said that there was nothing they could do. Alvin looked around and said that if he escaped then they should just catch him, but for now they needed to discuss something. He looked at the hero and said that he knew what was going on. Yoon and Zhangyu looked at him. Alvin told them to follow him. They sat down at the table. Zhangyu looked at the hero in shock and said that he said that the potions they drank were made with the help of hundreds of people's lives. The hero apologized because he hid this from him. Such information would only make the situation worse. Alvin looked at them sternly and said, if the hero's strength and magic are the result of those potions, it's understandable, no matter how you look at it. They are both newbies. He folded his arms across his chest. Zhangyu lowered his head and asked if the potions they drank were really made by Abram for himself. The hero said that it was. He said that after changing his body, he planned to use them to become more powerful because these potions can increase his strength and magic to an incredible level. Alvin looked down. Now he understood why he needed all this. Yoon looked at him and said that he was right. He said that for some unknown reason, Abram has a strong contempt for people. He is trying to vent his rage and get the ingredients he needs. Lois looked at them worriedly and said that Abram was cursed for a long time and that's why he guarded that portal in the village. But how did he manage to escape and get into the lab? Yoon looked at her and said that he didn't know for sure. Alvin stood up and said that he needed to make new potions now. That's why the hero came to ask for their help. Alvin pointed at him and said that it was quite shameless to do that after he stole those potions. That's what he wanted to tell him, but knowing that he would soon appear in Melon. Yoon looked at him silently. The warrior asked if it was because he left Abram without a potion that he was still weak. He extended his hand to him and said that he should thank the hero. The hero said that there was no need. Alvin pulled his hand away when Yoon reached out to shake it. He glared at the hero and asked how he knew all this since a newbie couldn't know so much. Yoon froze, thinking that he only thought that he needed his help and told him too much information. He knitted his brows, wondering if he should show him the diary. He didn't know what to do. A soldier burst into the room and called Walker to follow him. Alvin looked at the soldier with irritation and asked what happened. The soldier was shaking. He said that there was a whole horde of monsters. A bunch of monsters were running towards the wall. A scream was heard over the city. People were retreating. The guy was screaming that this was unthinkable. The monster was reaching out to him. The guy sat up and covered himself with his hands. The monster crashed into an invisible barrier. The guy looked at him in surprise. The other guy realized that the skyscraper clan had come. Lois's barrier was towering over the houses. Lois was casting a spell and saying that their main goal was to protect the city and deal with the chimeras. Jong-woo was standing next to her. The girl said that the heads of each district must follow the instructions of the Skyscraper clan. He said that her voice was heard throughout the city. He looked down sadly. Everyone was so cool, and he still had a lot to learn. He realized that Alvin was right to order them to stay here. Lois suggested destroying the chimeras. People were running forward. They needed to get here. The warriors looked forward seriously. Alvin said that as elite fighters they should take care of him as quickly as possible and then the attack on the city would end. There were huge monsters in front of them. Yoonj began to chop them. He looked forward seriously and thought that they were quite weak. Was it all because of the potions? He looked to the side. A huge crowd was running towards them. Someone asked where they came from. The hero's sword was covered with electricity. He decided to try it. Alvin raised his hand. He swung it. The monsters were illuminated by yellow light. The yellow cut them in two. The remains of bodies flew forward. Yoonj looked at Alvin in shock. He calmly walked forward. The hero opened his mouth wide. He tried to understand what was happening, asking if this was possible. Alvin turned around and told him not to slow down. The hero thought that there was an amazing person in front of him. In a hurry he ran. Abram approached the table. He looked at the flask with the potion, said that the souls were not being collected fast enough. He leaned over the flask and said that by now he expected to have hundreds of thousands of souls, and these idiots were standing in his way. Small drops were dripping into the potion. Abram hoped that he would be able to create at least one. He needed to hurry because they would appear soon. The heroes walked through the cave. Alvin asked how big this lab was. Yoonj looked at him and said that it took him a week to get to the end of the cave. The commander said that it was definitely huge. They did not have that much time. He said that they needed to make it in 2 days. The fighter looked ahead and said that hordes of chimeras were approaching. They looked ahead. A roar was coming from the depths. The mage stretched out her hand forward and said that they just had to destroy them. She shot a beam of fire into the depths of the cave. Yoonj looked at the mage in amazement, noting that these guys were definitely on a different level. There were charred bodies in front of them. The hero thought that even Abram would have trouble with them. Alvin said that it was good work. The mage pointed to the bodies and said that there was something inside the chimeras. She took out a stone. The hero said that it allowed them to move. Alvin said that it was quite weak. The hero said that it was just a temporary solution to maintain blood circulation in their bodies. The mage examined the stone and said that if so, they would not be able to hold out for long. The fighter said that the more important thing is that they even had these devices. Alvin looked ahead angrily and said that this meant that Abram had been preparing all this time and it seemed that the attack on the city was planned. He walked forward while the hero turned over the remains. The girl asked how he did all this, to which the commander said that there was no point in unraveling the secrets of this old man. Yoonj took out the stone. The commander shouted for them not to waste time. Yoonj looked at the stone, mesmerized. Jong-woo was fighting at this time. He cut off the chimera's head. They attacked him from behind. Lois caught him in a tight barrier. Jong-woo turned to her and thanked her for saving him. Lois looked at him with concern and said that the guy was already tired and it was noticeable. She suggested that he take a little rest. Jong-woo looked down sadly and said that he could not, because if he wanted to follow Yoonj, he said that he could not do anything when Abram came. Lois put her hand on her chest and said that there was no need to exhaust himself like that. After all, it has not even been a month since he arrived in this world, right? And he is already fighting with people who have been here for at least 2 years. The guy was silent. He clenched his sword. He walked forward and said that he would not allow himself to become ballast. Lois looked at his back with concern. Meanwhile, Alvin looked at the enemy and noticed that he still hadn't run away. Abram spread his arms and laughed, asked how he could run away from people like them, but the commander said that's exactly what he did the last time they met. Abram chuckled and said that they were in different conditions now. Everything shook. Abram said that this was his lab. Yoonj gritted his teeth. A cave. The door to the lab. Screams coming from behind it. The fighter was pinned to the floor. The magician was curled up on the floor. Alvin glared at the enemy. Abram stood in the center of the circle. Alvin asked what was going on. Abram was surprised that they were still conscious. He laughed and said that this magic circle was his creation. It was capable of taking human souls. The commander looked at Abram indignantly. He said that the attack on the city was just a way to get more ingredients. He spread his arms and said that since they had come here themselves, he thought he should use it. By decreasing the radius of action, he increased the power of the circle, and now he could take the soul even from a living being. He told the warrior to be more careful, otherwise he would not notice how he would lose it. Alvin looked away and said that he really was the supreme mage. Abram took the flask with the potion and asked if he was already begging for mercy. He said that he would die anyway because due to his interference he could only make 1 potion. Alvin grinned evilly and said that he was simply amused by the fact that the supreme mage should rely on a magic circle like this. Abram angrily pointed his hand at him and said that Alvin would be the first. He shot fireballs. He grinned, a yellow light illuminated him, he said goodbye. Alvin gritted his teeth, was this really the end for him? He looked at the fireballs, didn't know what he did. He sweated, put his hands forward. There was an explosion. Abram grinned, an arc flared up behind him. Alvin trusted the hero. Abram turned around abruptly. Yoon struck. Abram began to turn to him, asked how he could move. Yoon began to dodge the jumping bayonets. He sighed heavily, threw the blood off the blade of the sword and said that this is exactly what he wanted to ask. A few seconds later, Abram was talking about the magic circle. Yoon stood behind him. He frowned, hearing about the Fence of Souls, he did not feel anything. He looked at himself, thought that it could all be because of Jahar's shackles. He shuddered. Alvin nodded to him, saying that Abram really was the supreme mage. Yoon ran, while Abram played with the commander, who was trying to buy time. He approached the sorcerer. He thought he had a chance, because he was not looking in his direction. He could not miss such an opportunity. Now he held the potion in his hands and decided that it was time to use it. Bloody Abram looked at the hero. He said that it was because of his shackles. Abram clenched his teeth. He could not feel him approaching. It seemed that his magic and attention were focused on the magic circle. Alvin leaned on his sword. The sorcerer looked at him. He understood that if he stopped the circle, then the guy would immediately attack. He needed to quickly deal with the youth in shackles. Yoon ran to attack. He cut Abram across the body, but the sorcerer's body disintegrated into ashes. He appeared behind his back, angrily looked at the hero and said that it would not work twice. There was an explosion, a barrier appeared behind the hero. Alvin was breathing heavily, thinking, this is bad. He had no choice but to leave all this to the newbie. He looked at his fallen allies, trying to understand how things could have turned out like this. Yang shook off the remains of the reinforcement. Alvin couldn't imagine how the hero was able to stand on his feet, but their lives were now in his hands. Light flashed. Yang ran to attack. He dodged lightning, angrily looked ahead. He knew that at this pace he would quickly tire and would not be surprised if he was just lucky then. He ran around Abram. He did not understand how he could control the circle and use spells at the same time. The sorcerer said that the hero was good at running away. He angrily said that the rodent will always find its mousetrap. Shackles appeared from the floor. They grabbed the hero by the legs. He slashed at them with his sword. A dark aura hovered around the shackles. Abram pointed metal debris at him and said that he could not dodge now. Yang angrily looked at him, asking if it was too early. The sorcerer smirked and said that it was over. He was suddenly hit on the head. The bayonets fell to the floor. The shackles broke. Abram fell to the floor, did not understand what was happening. He was blurring. His soul was absorbed by the magic circle. He did not understand how. Yoon sighed and said that it worked. Abram looked at him and asked what the hero did. He looked at the empty flask of the potion. He broke out in sweat. Yoon approached the sorcerer and said that this is it. He looked at the flask. It contained a soul-sealing potion. Perhaps Abram left himself the opportunity to return to his old body in case there were any side effects. Abram looked at the hero in shock. The hero said that he did not even use it, so he decided to borrow it. Yoon raised his sword and said that it was impossible to make him drink the potion, so he applied it to his blade and his soul would try to return to his old body. But thanks to the magic circle this would not happen, and judging by what he said, in the end it would simply disappear. Abram was shaking all over. He did not understand how the hero figured everything out so quickly. First he needed to stop the magic circle, because in this state he was powerless. Stopping its action and returning to his old body was his main goal. Yoon pointed his sword at him. The sorcerer could not move. He looked at the hero and ordered him to take him to the circle and he would stop him, because this would help save his comrades. Yoon looked away and said that it was true. Abram smiled, and the hero hit him. He screamed. Yoon raised his severed hand. He believed that the sorcerer used this ring for teleportation. He looked at the ring and asked, was he really going to run away after stopping the magic circle? Did he really think he wouldn't notice? Abram reached for the circle. Yoon kicked him away. The sorcerer rolled towards the wall. The hero said that he would take care of his comrades himself. He told him to lie there, because he had a few questions for him and maybe he would spare him, depending on the answers. Abram glared at the hero and drooled. The hero said that he needed to deal with his chimeras. He transferred his friends to the cave. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Alvin looked down and said that this was too humiliating. He looked at the hero with displeasure and asked if he could handle it himself. Yoon went to the lab, said that everything was fine and he would be right back. Alvin grabbed his hair. Yoon walked up to the sorcerer, preparing to ask the first question. Abram crawled towards the circle. The hero asked who helped him bring back his memories of the lab. He didn't think it was possible to do it on his own. He screamed and said it was obvious what he would do if he brought it back. He asked who the idiot was that wanted all this to happen. Abram chuckled and asked if the hero wasn't the one who found his lab. Yoon raised his sword and said he would be the one asking the questions here. He swung it. Abram nervously said he had no idea himself. Yoon stopped and asked if he didn't know. The sorcerer remembered the old man and said that some stranger in a robe had handed him a piece of paper and then left. Abram looked ahead heavily. The hero thought it didn't look like the sorcerer was lying. He swung his sword again and asked how the sorcerer knew about the shackles. The sorcerer looked at the shackles and laughed. He looked at the hero and said he had seen it before. The man who had gotten him into this was wearing the same ones. Yunj asked in surprise about King Jahar. The sorcerer did not know. He said that compared to him, the hero did not know at all what to do with them. The hero frowned. Abram said that not knowing Yukek to use a treasure like this. Abram crawled forward, said that he had to stop the magic circle, but the hero said that there was one last question. He pointed his sword at him and asked why he killed them, the bodies, the chimeras. He asked, what was the purpose of all this? Abram looked at the hero in bewilderment. He looked at him silently. The sorcerer asked, did he want to take so many lives? He looked at the floor and said that he needed test subjects, and initially he did not have the idea to use people in his experiments, but then they came. Abram looked menacingly at the hero and asked, did he really want to hear this? He began to laugh. Yunj looked at him angrily. Abram smiled, asked if the hero had really become a saint. He had killed countless people on the way here. He said it was funny. He looked at the open doors, repeated the question, said that he had started collecting human lives to gather ingredients. Abram looked at the hero madly and said that he liked it later. Was that enough of an argument for him? The hero hit the sorcerer on the head. His head smashed through the floor. Yunj clenched his fist, asked if he liked it. He leaned over the body and said that each of these people had a family. He said he had changed his mind. He looked at the sorcerer furiously and said that there was no reason to leave such a bastard alive. Did he seriously expect to escape after everything he had done? He cut off the sorcerer's head. Night fell. The girl in the robe sat on the edge of the cliff. Someone approached her from behind and said that Abram was dead. She looked ahead and said that it happened faster than they expected. He didn't manage to kill even a couple thousand. She was sorry. The stranger approached her. The girl said that he himself claimed to be the supreme mage, but in fact he was perhaps too old. The stranger said that Abram was really strong, but someone stopped him. He said that the people defended themselves better than they expected. Strong fighters appeared in their ranks. The girl looked ahead and said that it was still such a disappointment. The man suggested that they go back. Since Abram was dead, they had nothing else to do. Wings appeared behind him and he flew. The girl asked if they would really go back without any results. They flew ahead. The man said that they would have opportunities in the future. The chimeras screamed and ran to attack. Jiang Yu stood in front with a sword. The chimeras froze and trembled. They ran away in fear. The guy looked after them in confusion. Silence hung over the city. A new day had come. In the office they asked how many victims there were. They said about 20,000. Alvin grabbed his hair and said that it was quite a lot, asked if most of them were really recruits. The fighter said yes, because due to the lack of experience, they had it the hardest. He looked down sadly and said that the heads of the city's districts had agreed to buy the mana stones extracted from the chimeras and that they would most likely be useful to them. This should be considered a reward. Alvin looked forward in irritation and asked if the fighter was feeling better. The fighter raised his hand and said that since he was asking, it was serious. Alvin asked him to shut up and just answer. The guy said that he was not physically hurt in any way. Alvin raised his head and asked what was wrong with Shio. The fighter looked away and said that she was still unconscious, as if she no longer had a soul. Alvin's hand shook. He said that he shouldn't have taken them with him. The fighter looked at the commander and said that no one knew that things would turn out like this. Alvin looked out the window and said that he didn't even want to think about what could have happened if the hero hadn't been with them. Jiang Yu walked next to the hero and asked what he was going to do. The hero was going to go to another village. The boy said that he would go with him. Alvin and Lois stood in front of them. The commander said that with their abilities it would be the best decision. The girl asked if they really did not want to join the Skyscraper clan. The hero looked at her and said no. Alvin looked at her and said that he had already told her that. Lois smiled, covered the commander's mouth and said that they would always welcome heroes in the Skyscraper clan. Let them just say that they invited them. After all, everyone knows their names. Alvin removed his hand from his mouth and asked which village the heroes would choose. Yunj looked at him and said that they intended to go to Darkmune. The couple looked at them in surprise and asked why. Jiang Yu looked at them and asked what was wrong. Lois said that a couple of years ago they were thriving, but she looked at the guy with concern and said that usually in each village there is a clan responsible for security. She said that in Darkmune it is a clan of killers. She said that it is lawless. It is the area with the highest crime rate. Jiang Yu trembled, said that there was some kind of mistake, but the hero said that they need to go there. He looked sternly at the commander, who asked if the hero knows what kind of place it is and what the current situation is there. The hero turned to his partner and said that he is not forcing him to follow him. He can go to another village or join the Skyscraper clan. The guy scratched the back of his head and said that his decision remains unchanged. That time the hero saved him from death. Everyone looked at the guy in surprise. He said that now he will always be with the hero. He smiled. Yunj and the others glanced at him. He asked if they hadn't thought of something wrong. Alvin sighed, reached into his pocket and said that he would give them a reward now. He showed them 2 rings and said that this was the most useful thing they had found in the lab. The heroes looked at the rings in surprise. Alvin said that the clan would take these other teleportation rings for themselves because they were needed to restore the portal, so they could not give them to them. The heroes took the rings and said that everything was fine. Yoonj looked at the ring, used the appraisal. The system showed the description of the ring. He tensed up. In front of him was an rank ring. He wondered what time regulation meant. Alvin looked at them contentedly and asked if they liked them. The hero said that it was simply amazing. Jongwoo was also surprised, because it was the first time he saw an rank item. Alvin ordered them to use them wisely. He and Lois smiled. The commander said that they had delayed them long enough. He told them to be careful and hoped that they would see each other again. The heroes smiled and said that they would look forward to meeting. Yoonj held a piece of paper after a while. He tore it up and ordered them to go to Darkmeum. They teleported. Lois and Alvin stared into space. The girl pulled the commander by the ear. She pulled him close and asked if he was crazy. What did he just do? She began to say that they gave him 1 ring, but the other was the clan's property. Alvin looked at the stern Lois with confusion, who did not understand why he gave away rank items, but the commander said that they deserved it. The sorceress said that the clan believed that the whole incident happened because of them, but they were wrong. He said that it would have happened anyway, and those guys helped them deal with a big problem. Lois blushed in embarrassment. Alvin said that she understood perfectly well and did not say a word. When he handed over the rings, she said that it was really good work. Alvin asked why he had pulled his ears then, and Lois said that she just did it. The heroes began to appear in the dark forest. They took a step forward. They looked around. The boy said that they were there. In front of them was the land of the killers, Darkmeum. The heroes walked forward. Jongyu said that this village was twice the size of Melon and it was somehow gloomy. He cried and asked why they came here. Yoon said that he could be here. The boy asked in surprise who. The hero angrily looked forward and said that he was talking about the man who killed his entire family. He was reading a diary. He frowned. The entry said that this pig was in Darkmeum. Late evening in the office. The hero was working. The phone rang. Yoon answered happily, said that there was a lot of work and he would be there soon. A whining voice was heard from the other side. Yoon became wary. His wife's voice was begging for help. The hero jumped up from his chair and started asking what happened. The call was dropped. Yoon stared blankly at the screen. He immediately put on his jacket and ran home. He opened his eyes in horror. He sat down on the sofa, amazed at such a nightmare. He got up and went to his wife and daughter, asking if they were asleep. He happily opened the door to the room with 2 bloody corpses. The hero's consciousness swam with fear. Now he was standing in the middle of the alley next to a body lying in its own blood. He knelt down and began to scream. He bent over the bodies, tears streaming down. He froze. An unfamiliar voice said that they were begging for mercy. The ugly silhouette in front and said that it allowed him to cut them with greater pleasure. Yoon looked up at him and screamed in a frenzy. Yoon jumped up from the nightmare again and began to breathe heavily. His hand was clutching the blanket. Jongwoo woke up, looked at the hero and asked if everything was okay. He apologized for making him worry. Jongwoo was thoughtfully silent. A piece of paper was thrown under the door of the room. Jongwoo picked it up and read at noon. For all those joining the clan of assassins, a gathering at the square in the center of the village. The postscript advised to protect life themselves if life is dear. Jongwoo turned to the rising hero, who said that they were faster than he thought. Yoon looked at the guy seriously and offered to pass their entrance exam and catch the sick maniac. They came to a busy square. A crowd of various rabble and thugs walked around the heroes. All of them were applicants for joining the clan of assassins. The man looked at the crowd and said that people were slowly getting closer. Harold and the stranger were hanging in the air. He greeted the crowd and introduced himself. Everyone immediately fell for his status as a psychopathic killer. Harold smiled and said that this year there were a lot of notorious idiots trying to join their clan. Nothing could be better. He hissed. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Harold told everyone to shut up. An explosion was heard in the square. Everyone turned. Harold looked cruelly at the crowd and warned that he would kill them one by one. Fear pierced everyone. Harold flew lower and told them not to squeeze their balls too hard, because members of one clan are protected by a ban on killing their comrades. The hero angrily gritted his teeth. While Harold was saying that some losers came here specifically looking for this rule, he didn't care, especially as long as they carefully took their words to heart and killed whoever they needed. Harold beckoned with his finger and said to start the test. The stranger on the right scattered a bunch of leaflets. Everyone began to catch the leaflets. The guy told them to bring the head of the person depicted on the caught leaflet. He said that only those who dragged the head along with the task page would pass. Yoon looked at the leaflet. He realized that it was unknown whether someone was hunting them. He understood that this was a tricky task. He looked at the guy's photo, and the stranger said that in addition to the test participants, the photo contained the faces of people living in Darkmeum, so they should look more carefully. Harold turned around and told everyone to have fun. They were gone. Yoonj turned to his partner and suggested that they leave. They couldn't stay in a place like this without knowing who was targeting their heads. One thug had already hit another, asking how he could find someone among so many people. He began to order them to give up all their papers if they didn't want to die. Jong Yu glared at him, but the hero put his hand on his shoulder. They walked away. The guy couldn't believe that the thug was killing people and taking their missions to improve their chances. He said that everyone here was crazy. The hero said that this was what the clan of assassins was designed for. Jong Yu turned to the hero and asked if the criminal he was looking for was taking part in the investigation. The hero assumed that he was. He looked at the guy and asked if it wasn't strange that so many people ended up here, but in reality, people were left in the dark. A group of people waited in ambush around the corner as the heroes walked, and the guy said he didn't know but assumed that when people entered the world, in reality they stopped remembering their existence. Yoonj looked ahead sternly and said that after the death of his family, he neglected his work and looked for the culprit like a madman. But at some point he just dropped everything and returned to the company, as if he involuntarily resigned himself to the fact that he would never find him. He looked ahead angrily and said that now he decided that he had to catch this degenerate no matter what it cost him. Even at the cost of his life, he said incredibly that for some reason he retained memories of him. Jongmu looked at the hero in surprise. He assumed that he failed to find the killer because he entered this world, and now, being a killer by nature, decided to join the clan. He said that he gave up on finding the killer about half a year ago, and that's when he ended up here. And since the killer clan holds a test every year around this time, there's a high chance that this bastard would want to take part. They continued walking. Jongwoo asked if the hero had any leads on how to find him in such a huge place. The hero said that the guy carves X's on the backs of his victims. That's the lead. Jongwoo glared at the hero, who said that it was his special mark. Jongwoo looked at the paper and said that they were just looking for that guy. They didn't have to take the test, right? What if their targets were innocent people? He was looking at a photo of a frowning man. The guy reminded him that the hero's target looked pretty cute, and if their targets were untainted, they would find other people. The bandits surrounded the heroes while Yoonj said that completing this quest was a separate matter. They silently looked at the bandits. The man with the knife chuckled, realized that they were new, and told them to just kick the bucket. Yoonj calmly took out his sword and said that it was fine, and if they answered his questions, he would spare them, so he told them to listen carefully. The gang leader looked at him in surprise. The boy looked at the leader cheerfully and said that he put on a funny show. Harold looked at him blankly. The guy asked him not to pretend. He couldn't believe that they had pitted that new guy against that guy. Harold chuckled and said that it was funny and exciting. Who would win if those two fought? The guy chuckled and said that the clash of the noob who had slapped Dean and the maniac obsessed with reprisals. He asked who he would root for. Harold wasn't sure yet. The guy thought about it. He would probably bet on the maniac. He was extremely suitable for the clan of killers, and he wasn't lacking in useful skills. Harold chuckled. He was waiting impatiently to see who would be the first of them to bring back a head. Meanwhile, the heroes were surrounded. He said that he was looking for someone. Had they heard anything about the killer who leaves an X on the backs of his victims? The robbers looked at each other, agreed that the hero hadn't understood anything yet. They ran at him to kill him, but the hero knew it would happen. His ring glowed. He easily dodged the blow. The robber cursed angrily. He dealt many blows, but the hero flickered and dodged. The man looked at him in confusion, not understanding how the hero could move like that. The big guy threw the dagger and asked why he was bothering with this greenhorn. Yoonj looked at the dagger flying at his face and blocked it with his sword. The big guy was taken aback. Yoonj grabbed the dagger and threw it at the robber. His partner looked at his fallen friend, angrily ran to take revenge. He hit the blue aura around the hero. The sword touched the collar of his jacket, approached his face. Yoonj grabbed the sword, looked at the slowed down guy and realized that this was control over time. He stepped back and said that his flow was only slowed down from his point of view. The system showed a description of the clockwork. Yoonj looked at his rings, noticed that his limit was currently about 2 minutes. Due to excessive mana consumption, he could not use it for long, however. He looked at the slowed down robber. He began to strike at his face, touched his face, and threw it aside. He thought that this item gave stunning capabilities. He looked at Jongwoo. There were bodies lying around him. He said that these guys were real weaklings. The hero grabbed one of the robbers by the collar, pulled him close and said that he would ask again if he knew about the freak who marked his victims with an X on their backs. Yoon shuddered. The robber said that he probably knew, asked if the hero was looking for the one who carried out a chain of murders in Anyang several years ago. Yoon got furious and told him to tell everything he knew. The man said he couldn't breathe. He fell down, clutching his sore throat. Yoon stood in front of him and told him to tell him what information he had about that killer. The man said that he also lived in Anyang at that time, a serial killer who left an X mark, but he ended up here before he stopped. The hero asked if he had heard anything about him here. The man held his neck and asked if the hero would let him live if he told. Yoonj nodded silently. The man was tensely silent. The hero was shocked. The robber said that that killer was here now because he also ended up in this world, because not long ago he saw a corpse with an X mark. He sighed. The robber said that he was actually hunting the hero to pass the test for the clan of killers, that's why he hired them. The robber looked ahead and said that he was in the place where he stopped, said that there was a mountain of marked corpses. He looked nervously to the side. The hero looked at him menacingly and told him to take him there. The house, the room. The man screamed and begged not to kill him. He hung suspended. The man thanked him, said that these were the most pleasant words to his ear. The man continued to beg him for mercy. The killer calmly looked at him and asked, should he? He pointed to the suspended girl and asked, should he finish her off first? The guy cried and said no. The girl's blood splashed on his face. He screamed and watched as the girl was killed. He angrily looked at the killer. The killer said that the guy was wrong. He walked up to him cheerfully and said that the guy should have been told to take her life to leave him. He killed the guy. He smirked and said that he killed them both anyway. He left. He looked up and said that it was wonderful here. This place was full of fun. He took out a photo of the hero. His face was twisted with anger. He said that they met again. The heroes walked down the street with the robber. Zhang looked at the hero and asked if he was okay. Yunj walked ahead and suggested that they just walk. The robber gloomily led them down the street. He pointed to the house and said that the killer was on the 3rd floor. Yunj looked ahead warily. He walked up to the door, touched the handle. He looked at the door seriously and said that they had no room for error. He opened the door. He looked through the crack. He turned around abruptly. The robber attacked him. His eyes were glowing. Yunj hit him. The robber grabbed his arm and knocked him down. He was starting to glow from within. Yunj ran away and told his partner to lie down. He jumped on the robber. A yellow light fell on his face. There was an explosion. The house was covered in fire. The guy with the sword looked at the fire from the other roof, trying to figure out what kind of explosion it was. He was holding a leaflet in his hands, said that he was so happy that he found this guy quickly. After that, his head probably turned to coal. He looked at Zhangwu's photo. He thought that catching a newbie would be easy. Probably he should come find another leaflet. He shuddered. The killer said that the guy looked worried. He was going up to him on the roof, advised him to forget about it and join him. The guy asked who he was. The killer smiled, said stupid, weakling with a bad character, that's what he needed. The guy grabbed the sword and asked what he was talking about, told him to get lost if he didn't want to die. He shuddered. Allies appeared behind the killer. The guy asked where they came from. He pointed at them, asked what they wanted, his leaflet. The killer said that he could see the power level pretty well. The killer grinned and said that the guy was much weaker than him. The guy clenched his teeth, but he was already grabbed by the throat. His veins began to glow purple. The killer said that the guy would now follow his orders. The system showed a description of the subordination skill. He leaned on the fence, looked at the fire and asked if they were really dead. He smiled, because he didn't think it would be that easy. He took control of several people and ordered them to give these guys a couple of hints, and the hero bought it so easily. He believed that it was impossible to survive in such an explosion. He even felt somehow sad. The killer scratched his chin, looked away dreamily, said that he should have done everything differently because killing the victim, looking into her eyes and seeing her suffer is definitely much more fun, and it would be good if these two had time to hide somewhere. He looked ahead in amazement, smiled, and began to laugh. The house was burning. The heroes were walking forward. Zhangwu was leading the wounded hero out of the fire, said that to take an explosion like this, he only had attack skills. He said that it must be very painful. Yunj looked down heavily, said that they remained alive and okay. He said to just support him. They walked forward. A bunch of eyes were looking at them in the darkness. Zhangwu asked if the hero was okay. He said that everything was fine. He looked ahead and said that he remembered something. The killer twirled the knife in his hands and hummed a song, smiled. The bandits approached the house. The killer smiled and ordered his zombies to go forward. They were going up the stairs. He thought that the hero would not be able to resist with his wounds, and he could easily subdue Zhangwu, and with so many people, he had nothing to worry about. He laughed, anticipating how fun it would be. He could not wait. The hero and Zhangwu stood by the window. The hero knew that they would come here themselves. They stood by the window. The killer froze. He was angry, not understanding where the hero's wounds were. Yunj looked at him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He called him Yunsen. A little earlier, the hero was sitting with a burnt body. Magic was healing his body. Zhangwu looked at the hero and said that this skill is a real scam to heal after such a thing. The hero said that it is not so effective apparently and consumes a lot of mana. The system showed the description of the skill Hard Life. Zhangwu sighed, said that anyway, thank heavens that everything worked out. At that moment he thought that they were finished, but the hero saved his life again. Yunj looked at him and said that before he realized it, his legs had already taken him there. He thanked his skills for staying alive. He said that he might have gotten something valuable. He looked to the side and started to speak. The moment he jumped on the robber, he looked at him angrily, looked to the side, used the skill of hardening. The system showed messages that Jahar's shackles were synchronized with the hardening and it was improved. Yoon looked at this in shock. An explosion thundered. Jong-woo looked at the hero in shock and asked if he really got a new skill again. The hero said that he did not know the reason for this. The system showed the description of the skill of magic armor. He hid his hands in barriers, thought that this was not just a magical protection covering his body. He could change its shape as he wanted. Even if the armor was not connected to the body, it could still be used as a fist or a blade. Jong-woo looked at the hero and reminded that the hero remembered something. Yoon reached into his pocket, showed a photo of Yoon. The guy asked if this was his acquaintance. Yoon squeezed the leaflet and said another one. He looked at the floor and said that this was the man who took his wife and daughter from him. Jong-woo spread his arms and asked how he knew this. He sweated. The hero said that he knew it but just forgot. The guy looked at the hero in shock. He sat and looked at the leaflet. The guy asked if this was all because of the transition to another world. The hero did not see any other reasonable explanation. The guy looked at him worriedly and asked how he knew the name and what he looked like. The hero said that he had already caught him once. Yoon looked at the piece of paper gloomily and said that after leaving the company and devoting himself to tracking down the killer, he now remembered that day about half a month after the search began. He said that he almost managed to find this man and stop him from committing a crime. He chased the maniac. He started to run away, and the girl he saved called the police. The hero knocked him down. He grabbed a knife. He wanted so much to kill the maniac with his own knife, but he swung it, sobbing. But they grabbed his hand. Police officers came running from all over the area. Yoon looked ahead and said that they quickly arrived at the girl's call and managed to stop him. Jong-woo listened in amazement to the hero, who said that nothing had been heard of him since those events. He asked if it was funny. He was a serial killer, after all, and it amused him even more that no one, including him, remembered his existence. He said that these crimes shocked the whole world, but then everything was forgotten, as if nothing happened, and he just went back to work and started living a normal life. The hero looked at the floor sadly. The guy said that now he understands. He concentrated and said that they always talked about him in the news, and to forget something like that in an instant. Yoon looked at the leaflet. The guy asked if he had any idea why his memory suddenly returned. The hero did not know. He assumed that he saw his face on the leaflet. He stood up, adjusted his sword. The hero turned to the guy and asked what he was doing. The guy shouted that they needed to catch that killer. He looked at the hero seriously and said that he had done so many terrible things, and now he was trying to kill him. The hero said to wait. He looked tiredly at his partner and said that the killer would come to them himself. The guy asked why. The hero replied that the killer saw his wounds, and such scum can only fight those weaker than them. He angrily looked ahead and said that this is just wonderful. Now Yoon looked at him. The hero said that this time he would definitely be able to take revenge. Yoon waved his knife and asked what was wrong with the hero's wounds. Was he pretending? The hero said that there was no point in him answering any questions. He began to get angry. He said that the killer would die now. Yoon laughed and said it was funny to go through all that just to catch him. Yoon looked at him and said that otherwise they wouldn't be able to meet face to face. He said that all Yoon can do is show off to weaklings. He's just a piece of shit that runs with its tail between its legs when it sees someone stronger. Yoon spread its hands and said that he agreed. Because why fight those stronger than him? It's much easier to kill defenseless women and children. He smiled madly and said people like his wife and daughter. Yoon froze. The heroes looked at each other. He pointed at the assassin's pawns, asked if the guy would deal with them. The guy immediately agreed. Yoon walked forward, said that he would leave them to the guy and he would kill Yoon slowly and painfully. Yoon turned around and asked what kind of nonsense. He began to descend and ordered the pawns to deal with them. He waved and said they would see each other next time. The hero used the clockwork. He appeared in front of Yoon face and said no. He leaned over and said there would be no next time. He punched him in the face in anger. The killer looked ahead, confused. He looked at his pawns and ordered them to stop him. The zombies went for the hero, but Jong-woo pierced one of them with his sword. He used the giant's ring and said that the supporting characters should stick together. The system showed the description of the giant's ring. The guy glared at the zombies and said that they weren't even supporting characters. Yoon looked at him in shock. The hero grabbed his face and slammed him against the wall. He looked at him with hatred and asked if he understood what was going on now. Yoon looked at the hero in fear. He tried to attack. Mumi disappeared and reappeared in front of the killer, striking. Yoon managed to dodge. He looked at the hero in shock. He widened his eyes and thought that such power was simply impossible. Yoon loomed over the guy. The killer heard that a hero came to this world about a month ago. The hero created armor, used the skill of enhanced defense, and ran to hit the maniac. Yoon swung his sword. His dagger broke on the armor. Yoon flinched. The hero hit him. The killer screamed in pain. Yoon swung his leg, kicked the killer in the chest. The guy spat, screamed, and coughed in pain. The hero asked, does he really only kill innocent and weak people? He loomed over the killer and said that Yunsung should get the same. He stepped on him. The guy cried and asked him to wait. His chest began to crack. He screamed. Yun swung, punched him in the face. His skull began to crack. The fist continued to press on his face. Yunsung was shaking. The hero froze, asked if he really wanted everything to stop. The killer begged not to kill him. Yun started laughing and called Yunsun a crazy idiot. He looked at him menacingly and asked how he could even say that. His fist was shaking. He said all those people he killed. He pulled the killer by the collar. He said that each of them begged him in the same way. He remembered running in terror, talking to his wife on the phone. His wife begged him to help him. Yun ran through the rain. The hero asked if Yunsun spared anyone. He cried and said no. He started beating the guy and asked why he dared ask him to do that. He screamed that the guy killed every single one. He sobbed and beat, said that he would never see them again. Zhang Yu looked at the hero sadly. Screams were heard from the house. Yun's was crying. He sat on the body and cried. He grabbed his hair. Yunxiang groaned in pain. He stood up, started to take out his sword and said that it was time to finish him. Blood spurted. Yuni looked forward exhausted. He was sitting by the wall with a diary. Zhang Yu looked at him silently. He looked at the book and asked what it was. The hero said that it was his diary. He opened it and said that Yunjai gave it to him. Zhang Yu sympathetically remained silent. He turned around. The hero remained looking at the diary. He finally wrote that he finished off this maniac. His gaze was empty. He wrote that he succeeded in what he failed to do in real life. He sat in an empty room, wrote that this was his dream, and he thought about this moment over and over again. Now he should feel better. He sighed heavily. He bit his lip, trembled. He clenched his teeth. Tears streamed down his face. Tears fell on the pages. He was shaking and writing that even if he killed him, it would not bring back his wife and daughter. Even if he killed him, they were gone. Tears fell from his eyes. They fell onto the pages. He wrote that his death did not change anything. Yunj hugged the diary and cried out in emotional pain. After a while, Zhang Yu looked into the room. The hero was sitting tiredly on the floor. The guy asked if he had cried enough. He told him to shut up. Zhang Yu left. Yujin smiled tiredly at him. The guy came in with 2 bags and said that they were lucky today. They were able to finish off Yunsong and also complete the tasks, although talking about luck in such a strange situation. Yunj was silent. The guy looked at him and said that this was just the beginning. The hero agreed, because this was only the beginning. After a while, there was talk in one of the houses. The guy looked forward angrily. A guy was rocking on the table behind him and said that if he tried to cheat again, he was dead. He yawned and said that he was bored. 2 bags were placed on the table for him. Yunj and Zhang Yu looked at him silently. The guy smiled, began to open the bags and asked for their leaflets. He looked inside the bag in surprise. He looked at the head, read Yunsen's characteristics, and was surprised that they killed this guy. He smiled and said that it was interesting. He took out 2 pills, said that they passed and from now on they will be a family. He told them to swallow the pills to become full members of the clan of assassins. The heroes looked at the pills warily and asked how they knew it was safe. The guy said that it was their choice, but they had to decide right now. They took the pills and nodded to each other. The guy said either they join the clan or they will consider the quest failed, but he can assure them of one thing: it will not harm them, but on the contrary, it will give them strength. The heroes threw the pills into their mouths. The guy grinned, took out a badge and said, "Welcome to the clan of assassins." The heroes began to cough. Zhang Yu looked at the seed in his hand and said that he thought he would die from the abomination. The hero turned to him and said that this was the seed of the devil. The guy looked at the 2 badges, said that they give the seed to every newcomer. He said that from now on they will be very busy. The hero clenched his fist, thought that because of this they'd do terrible things. A purple aura emanated from his hand. The guy looked at his hand and asked what was going on. He opened his hand. An aura emanated from the seed. The shackles began to glow. Yunj grabbed his hand. His partner asked if he was okay. The hero looked at his hand. The shackles were squeezing it painfully. He did not understand what kind of black smoke. The system reported that Jahara's shackles were starting to transform. Sweat ran down the hero's face. He did not understand what was happening. Veins bulged all over his hand. The system showed the characteristics of demonic energy. The smoke intensified. The system reported that the demonic energy had increased by 1. It showed a description of the shackles. Yunj was breathing heavily. Zhang Wu looked at the hero with fear and asked if he was okay. He said yes. He looked with fear at the shackles that had almost grown into his wrists and asked if everything was really okay. The hero said that his stats had increased, which meant the thing was good, and now he did not feel any pain. Zhang Yu sat down on the bed. He again thought that something terrible had happened. He saw that the color of the semen had changed. He assumed that the shackles had absorbed all the magic. The hero looked at the pill with confusion. The guy asked if he was sure everything was okay. Now the hero didn't know. He looked at his hand tensely, wondering if it was good that he had a new characteristic, but he decided that he would find out everything in time. They looked at the pills again. The hero said that they were now useless, but the guy said that they still had one left. He thought that breaking the second one would be wrong. He looked at the hero with a grin. The hero said that nothing would happen if it fell into his hands. Jong-woo joked, as if the hero thought he was special. The hero seriously said that this was possible, but Jong-woo said that he spoke like an 8th grader. Meanwhile, in the skyscraper clan, Alvin was writing a letter and said that he never thought that something like this could happen. Lois was drinking tea and said that all's well that ends well. Abram was killed. The rest of the chimeras returned to the shelter. The guy noted that since she was here, maybe she would help him. Lois took a sip nonchalantly and said that she had dealt with the problem that someone had caused by giving away the clan's property, so she was taking a break. Alvin said in that case not to disturb him while he worked. The girl said just ignore her. Alvin rubbed his forehead in irritation. The veins on it were bulging. He begged himself to remain calm. There was a knock on the door, addressing Walker, who told him to come in. A fighter entered the room. He said that Yoonj and Jong-woo had come to see him. Alvin smiled. Lois did too. He asked where those two were now. The heroes sat contentedly on the couch after a while and asked how the couple was doing. Alvin sat down and said nothing, as did Lois. The girl smiled and asked why they came so soon. Did something happen in Darkmune? Yoonj reached into his pocket. He put something on the table and said that this happened. He showed 2 badges of the clan of assassins. Alvin glared at the heroes. Lois covered her face. The commander glared at them and said that he wondered what they were doing in that village. Did they really want to say that they refused their offer and joined the clan of assassins? Yoonj tensed up. Alvin demanded an explanation. The devil seed. Everyone who joins the clan of assassins must eat it. Newcomers who do so suddenly have improved abilities. Thus, strange beads spread throughout the world. It is believed that thanks to the seed, you can easily and quickly become stronger. Because of such rumors, everyone began to use it. But in the end, it takes root in the body of a person, slowly but surely changing his essence. And people become demons. Alvin asked to wait. He covered his face with his hand and asked to let him put his thoughts in order. He looked at the hero and said that in order to pass the test to join the clan of assassins, it was necessary to catch a person, and it turned out to be the killer of his family, and in the end, having killed him, he completed the task and received the seed. The hero said that everything is correct. Alvin lowered his head, said that this is a terrible story, and they did not know. The hero said that everything is fine, but what is more important? He put the devil seed on the table. The commander squinted and said that it looks like a bead. He nodded. He looked at the hero and asked if he really does not feel anything. Lois asked incredulously, is this really what the clan of assassins gave them to swallow? Yoonj reached back, said that it was true. He squeezed the seed. Demonic energy came out of his hand. Yoonj pointed to the small creature on his hand and said that it was the embryo of the devil. After absorbing the seed, the shell dissolves and such a demon takes place in the body. Then it slowly begins to devour the person from the inside. Alvin looked at the small creature angrily. He touched his forehead. He assumed something like this, but he did not think that devilish forces were involved. He said that if this was true, then this situation would be much more serious than the case with Abram. He looked at the hero and asked how he knew about all this. He pointed at the hero and said that he did not suspect them of anything and understood that wanting to avenge the death of his wife and child, the hero went there. In the process, he was forced to complete a task to join the clan of assassins. He said that it was not every day that he had to pass such a test. He said that they were accepted. The heroes looked at him silently. The commander said that he still could not figure out how the hero knew in such detail what the devil's seed was. Even they had never held something like that in their hands. A red aura appeared around the hero. He said that he would show him something and then everything would become clear. Alvin looked at the hero's mana in confusion and asked what it was all for. They shuddered in surprise. The hero emitted demonic energy. They had never seen a person control such power. Alvin pointed at the hero and asked if he had really absorbed the seed, but the hero said nothing of the sort. He pointed to the shackles that had grown into his body and said that this item had some special power, and this time his bracelet was able to absorb the magic into itself, as well as assess what the seed was in the body was in perfect order. Alvin grimaced and said that it did not sound absurd. If you remember what happened to Abram, then this could very well happen. He stood up and said that he understood everything and was convinced that the heroes had no bad intentions. He said that they needed to go to the clan leader urgently. Jong-woo asked what would happen now. Alvin turned around and said that this situation was quite serious. He looked at them and assumed that there would be a war with the clan of assassins. After a while, Jong-woo said that he could not breathe and thought that he was about to die. The hero said that in any case, everything ends well. Jong-woo fell on the bed. The hero said that everything went well because of the tense atmosphere, but he also tried. The guy said that no matter what the hero did, he would trust him. He raised his head and asked if everything would be okay with them. Because they were officially members of the clan of assassins and their actions were considered betrayal, he was afraid of what problems could await them. Yoon reached into his pocket and said that the situation might not be that dangerous. In any case, it was not necessary to join the battle, but the boy asked if that was what his heart told him to do. The hero nervously turned around and said that in any case, the boy did not need to worry. Jong-yu smiled. The hero said that his promise that he would be safe still stood. The capital of Trum. The girl ran down the corridor. She opened the doors. She looked at the council, said that everyone had already gathered. The clan representatives frowned at her. They looked at the girl in silence. She bowed and thanked the representatives of the 5 clans for coming all the way to Trum. She looked at them sternly and said that the situation was urgent and they needed to get straight to the point. She said that they had evidence that the assassin clan had allied themselves with the devils. She showed the embryo in the bottle and said that it was proof of that. She said that the clan of assassins were working with the devils to spread their seeds. The man with the mustache looked at her. He didn't think they would interfere. The other leader asked, would there really be a war? The man bowed and said that their peaceful days were over. He looked at Lois and asked how they knew about all this. The girl said that they had an informant and she would not give any answers about his identity. The man nodded and said that it didn't matter anyway. Lois went to the chair. She wanted to remind them once again that this situation required an urgent solution. While they were talking, devil seeds were being manufactured somewhere. She looked at the representatives of the round table and hoped that they would take this problem much more seriously than the others. The men thought about it. Lois sighed and said thank you for listening to her. She said that from now on. She looked at them resolutely and announced the military operation manual. After the meeting ended, the war would begin in Trum. Alvin and Yoon walked down the corridor. The commander said that until the end of the war, they would be protected by the Skyscraper clan. Although the information was insufficient, he thought that the hero could expect a small reward. He turned to the hero in confusion when he said that he would fight together with them. Alvin looked ahead sternly and asked not to be obsessed with revenge. He said that this was very different from fighting monsters, especially since his face had already lit up the assassin clan. He asked if the hero understood this. Yoon looked at him and said that he knew. The commander looked at him silently. He sighed heavily and asked what the hero was thinking. He apologized. Alvin turned sharply to the hero, who asked for one favor instead of a reward. The voice asked if the guy was sure it was okay, talking about compensation. The bright blue sky was visible beyond the dark rocky slopes with green trees. Alvin put his hands on his hips, saying that he couldn't believe the guy asked him to fight him. The protagonist reached for his sword, saying that it was the best option for them. Jong-yu frowned sadly, saying that it was definitely a bad option for him. Alvin smiled happily and took out his sword, saying that it was a great opportunity, and Lois should take care of boring meetings herself, since he hated sitting and talking all the time. It was just that fighting wasn't that fun for him, so he asked to set some rules. He himself would only use his right hand, and Yoon could use any means. If the guy hit him even once, then he won. This was the first step. If the protagonist could defeat him, then they would move on to the next level. Yoon raised his eyebrows in surprise. Alvin put his left hand behind his back and held out a sharp sword with his right hand. The protagonist frowned and took a fighting stance, saying that this was great, asking the boy not to be surprised if he could immediately complete the first step. Alvin frowned and smiled, saying that he was looking forward to it. Yoon rushed forward, leaving dust in the air behind him. Above the green treetops was a bright blue sky with white clouds. The girl stood up from the table and leaned on it with her hands, saying that those who ate the devil seeds could settle in any city, causing confusion. They must be destroyed before they hide. The white-haired man, sitting on a chair, asked if there was a way to figure out who ate the seed. The girl looked at him, saying that there was no way at the moment. The hero asked what she planned to do. She furrowed her brows and opened her mouth wide, saying that they must completely exterminate the clan. They only accept people who have swallowed the devil's embryo. The old man raised his eyebrows, asking if she really wanted to eliminate all the assassins. It was pointless. The man sitting next to him frowned, asking if she could stop those who tried to escape. The man in the white jacket raised his hand, saying that they couldn't just attack them. They couldn't give them a chance to escape or prepare for battle. They needed to cover the entire perimeter. They couldn't let anyone escape. So it would be better for them to divide the people into attackers and those who would wait in siege. If no one had any objections, then that's what they would do. He imagined the red arrows moving towards the circle with the stone building. The people sitting at the large table expressed their approval. The girl leaned her hands on the table and frowned, saying that they knew that this operation was strictly confidential until it began. They would begin military action in a week. Until then, everyone needed to prepare in their clans. The protagonist waved his sword in front of him. Alvin quickly moved his hand, parrying his blows with his weapon. The boy frowned and moved forward, swinging his sword. He struck the protagonist in the stomach, knocking him back. Yoon fell on his back and flew a few meters on the ground. Alvin asked what was wrong with the two of them. He came closer to the boys lying on the ground, saying that a whole week had passed and they still did not seem to move on to the second level. As he said earlier, the boy should pay more attention to mana control and skill use. If he succeeded, it would be much better. Alvin turned around and looked at them over his shoulder, saying that in any case, that was enough for today. There was a lot of work tomorrow, so they needed to rest. Yun stood up and held his sword in front of him, saying that he would try again. Xiangyu was lying on the ground behind him. The boy frowned and opened his mouth, thinking that his skills and stats during the fight had improved greatly, especially his defense had increased. With this level of skill, he thought it would be possible to defeat the hero. Alvin smiled and held out his sword. He put his left hand behind his back, saying that this would be the last time. The boy told the youth to come closer if he was ready to kill him. Xiangyu raised his head and gritted his teeth in displeasure, calling the boys monsters. Alvin frowned, shouting that this was no different from the last time, asking the boy to think again and move forward. Yun frowned and raised his sword to strike. He quickly changed his position, raising dust behind him. The protagonist jumped high, the boy above his opponent. Yun raised his sword behind his head and frowned. Alvin did not take his eyes off him, holding the sword in front of him with one hand. Xiangyu raised his eyebrows high and opened his mouth, thinking that the guy was vulnerable in the air. The hero assumed that the guy was going to strike from above, using enhanced defense as cover. Yun swung his weapon. A square translucent barrier appeared between him and Alvin. The status window showed the skill characteristic Enhanced Defense, Class A. The mastery level is 7.51%. The effect is when activated, envelops the body in durable enchanted armor, according to the skill level of the caster. The guy leaned his foot on the shield that appeared. Alvin swung his sword, cutting the barrier in one motion. The protagonist jumped higher. The guy raised his head, surprised that the young man was able to get higher. Yun was hovering above him. The hero leaned on the purple barrier that appeared behind him. Alvin frowned and smiled, realizing that this guy used the skill Enhanced Defense to push off. Yun appeared in front of him, holding out his sword. The boy stopped his attack with his weapon. Alvin bent his hand, directing the boy's sword away from his face. The boy abruptly pushed the protagonist back. Yun flew back, dropping the sword from his hands. The loud sound scared the birds sitting on the tops of the trees. The protagonist rubbed his chin with his palm and, sitting on the ground, thought that even this did not work, but nevertheless, he was able to successfully try out Enhanced Defense in another way. The boy widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows at the sound of laughter. Alvin smiled and said that the hero did it. On his clothes near the neck, there was a cut left by the hero's sword. Yun opened his mouth wide, screaming that he succeeded. Xiangyu's eyes widened in shock and his mouth opened. Alvin smiled and put his hand on his hip, saying that now he would try one last time, and with him, the guy jerked in fear, asking what did he have to do with it. The guy caught up with Xiangyu, who was running away from him. The protagonist frowned and smiled, looking at them. The sky above the mountains turned scarlet from the sunset. The guys were sitting by the rock, leaning their backs on it. Alvin put his hand on his bent leg, saying that now they need to rest, because tomorrow they need to prepare. He raised his eyebrows, asking why the hero wanted to join the battle. Was it because of his dislike for the murderers? Yun tilted his head and frowned, saying that he did not deny that there was dislike. The protagonist frowned, thinking that although it was not accurate, but if he could avoid all the worst things written in the diary, perhaps he would be able to meet them again. The boy happily imagined himself next to his wife and daughter. Xiangyu and Alvin sadly knitted their brows, looking at the hero. The boy raised his brows, asking why he was going to go to Garon, because among other large cities that were being attacked, it was quite small. Yun noted that being in such a place would be less burdensome. Xiangyu raised his brows and looked at him sadly. Alvin knitted his brows, saying that everything was clear to him. The boys looked away. The young man arched his brows and smiled, asking Alvin if he could have dealt with the murderers a long time ago. Why hadn't he done anything yet? Because they were bad people. Alvin folded his arms across his chest, saying that the situation in Darkmoon was much more complicated than he thought. They could claim a place among the top 5 clans. It turns out that they need to unite against the murderers, but obviously, coming to a common decision was always problematic. The hero imagined 2 warring clans, the members of which stood opposite each other, baring their teeth in displeasure. However, what happened was a good opportunity to unite the clans. A frightening image of a ghostly face appeared in the sky above the crowd of people. Alvin stood up, saying that no changes would happen unless the devils themselves intervened. But war was war, so they could not die because they had to see each other again. The guy closed his eyes and walked forward. The heroes were sitting by the stone behind him. A crowd of people stood at the walls of Garon. An order had been given to destroy all murderers and leave no one alive. There was a blue sky above the light buildings with dark roofs. A group of young people were walking behind the man. The guy put his hands in his pockets, asking who the new recruits in their clan were. The man in front asked him to speak more quietly. These people were here on Alvin's recommendation. The young man asked if this did not make him angry. Zykel extended his hand, saying that the thought of Alvin sending them to a remote suburb was making his blood pressure rise. He couldn't believe that the man would send these runts to them on top of everything else. The guy behind him clenched his hand into a fist, wanting to object. Zykel turned around and frowned, saying that if he was unhappy about something, he could speak up. The protagonist placed his hand on Jong-Woo's shoulder, asking him to calm down. Zykel smiled smugly, asking the boss where these guys could be useful. The man told him to shut up, since they were already in the territory of the assassin clan. The man turned his head, thinking that although Zykel was rude, he was right. There was a long line of people who wanted to join the Skyscraper clan. He looked at the guys walking behind him, wondering if this was a system only used by small clans. There are enough newcomers in the organization, but these two are the ones sent to war. He didn't understand what Alvin was thinking. Yunj frowned, looking at his friend. The man with the scar on his face frowned, thinking that from now on he was forced to drag the troublesome leg on himself. He hoped that they would not bother him. Jong-Woo gritted his teeth and clenched his hand into a fist, looking at Zykel walking in front. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking him to pull himself together, because there was no point in wasting time on such things. They should not get into trouble. It would be rude to Alvin, who recommended them. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that the hero was right. They should only think about their goal. The heroes approached the translucent barrier. The man said that this was where the territory of the clan of assassins began. They needed to enter very quietly and remain vigilant. The heroes stopped, standing one behind the other. They slowly moved along the street. The man frowned, not understanding what the smell was. He raised his hand, clenched into a fist. The heroes stopped behind him when the boss said that there was a crossroad ahead. He told Zykel and Dahai to go right, and he would take these guys with him and go left. The man pointed his thumb behind him. The boy raised his hand to his head, saying that he understood his order. Zykel smiled, saying that he was even a little glad that he was not going with these runts. He told them not to worry and to obey the boss properly. Jong-Woo gritted his teeth, saying that he was very annoying. The boys moved forward. The man stopped at the corner of the building and, looking forward, said that a strange smell was coming from the building opposite. He carefully opened the door. The heroes opened their eyes in surprise and raised their eyebrows. There were girls in the building. There was strange smoke around them. They were in a terrible state, lying and sitting on the floor in different parts of the room. They were begging to be saved. Black smoke was coming from the candle. The man frowned and gritted his teeth, saying that these monsters use drugs to do dirty things. He punched the candle with his fist. The man looked at his fist and frowned, saying that the smell was coming from that substance. It must be a heady scented candle. He spread his arms out to the sides, telling the guys standing at the door to take the victims outside the territory of the clan of assassins, and he would check if there was anyone upstairs. When the man turned around, blood splashed behind him. His eyes widened. The protagonist swung his sword, stabbing the girl standing in front of him. The boss frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking what the guy was doing. He grabbed him by the collar, asking what he did. Why did he kill an innocent person? Girls appeared behind the man, armed with sharp swords. A translucent barrier appeared in front of him. A trace of the sword swinging remained in space. The man turned around, not understanding what was happening. The guy asked if he still thought they were victims. Yunj frowned, saying that he thought they should worry about those men. The boss closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He frowned and opened his eyes. Guys in blue clothes and black masks appeared in front of him. They did not understand how the hero figured this out before. Maybe the smoke did not work. The man froze in place, asking what it was. The guys from behind him rushed forward. The protagonist cut the man standing in his way with one movement. The guy said that it was because of that candle that the boss began to hallucinate. The man furrowed his brows and opened his mouth. On the table were the remains of a crushed aromatic candle. He arched his eyebrows in confusion. The assassins moved towards him. The man threw them back, punching their stomachs with his fists. He looked at the fighting Yunj, thinking that the guy saved him. The protagonist swung his sword, leaving a bright light in space and cutting the enemy's body. The man wondered if he was really a newbie. He remembered Alvin, who, with a frown, said that the boss should just trust him and take these two with him. They would not burden him. The man smiled and rubbed his fist, thinking that now he understood why Alvin recommended these guys. However, he could not understand why the scented candle did not work on the hero. Maybe he had some unusual abilities. The boss threw the attacking man into the wall opposite with one blow. The heroes froze in a room full of bodies of defeated killers. The man asked how they managed to know that they were coming and left a trap. Because the hallucinogenic candle cannot stand here and burn for several days. They knew perfectly well when they planned to carry out the attack and prepared for their arrival. The man frowned, saying that the information leaked. Something went wrong. The clan members are in danger. The heroes opened their eyes in surprise and turned their heads, hearing a loud scream. The scream echoed throughout the entire territory of Garon, among the white houses with a dark roof. The city of Braham. On the top of the light tower was a cross. The guy opened his mouth, saying that everything went wrong. He froze, standing in front of a mountain of corpses and swords lying nearby. He clenched his teeth, saying that this was the work of people from the clan of killers. The man said that everyone was destroyed. He asked how this could happen. Alvin, standing with his back to him, said that, apparently, the information leaked. He thinks that the same thing is happening in other cities. Turner froze in place, tightly clutching the sword in his hand. The guy said that it did not look like they were preparing for their arrival for a day or two, so he thinks that the traitor is someone from the government. He looked at the mountain of bloody bodies. Alvin gritted his teeth, asking if they knew their people were coming, so they set a trap and ran away. Turner frowned behind him, asking what they should do. He noted that they probably wouldn't encounter any more traps. The boy agreed with his thought. The man looked at his back, asking how they were. The boy looked ahead, saying that they should attack. Turner frowned, asking if it wasn't dangerous. Alvin frowned and gritted his teeth furiously, saying that from now on, the fiends of the Slayer clan should be wary of meeting him. If the man was afraid, he could leave. The boy would attack, even if he had to do it alone. Turner held his sword in front of him, asking him not to talk nonsense, because it was his duty to avenge the Singer clan members. The hero, with his back to him, said it was time to go. They would follow the plan. The man frowned, saying that the advance team had failed. The boys should stay in the safe zone. Jiangyu ran forward, saying that they were still probably reliable. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, saying that this was just in their favor. Yunj frowned, saying that he was thinking about how to get out of here unnoticed, and everything worked out on its own, very successfully. The boys ran along the street. The hero said that now they should run to the destination. They stopped, hearing a loud scream. Yunj frowned. Jiangyu opened his mouth in surprise. The boy opened his mouth wide, calling him a monster. Zykel was cornered. He gritted his teeth, pressing the wound on his arm with one hand and holding a sword in the other. The men in front of him took out their weapons, saying that he was the only one left, being so brave and cheerful, thinking that he could defeat them. The hero widened his eyes, thinking that the man's words about him being the last one left was a trap. Zykel leaned forward, standing in front of the people of the assassin clan, thinking that this was why everyone was killed so easily. If not for the ambush, everything would have turned out differently. The hero closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, thinking that this was the end. The members of the assassin clan turned around, hearing a voice behind them. Jiangyu raised his hand, saying that they came to help. The boy asked in surprise, was there anyone else left? The hero standing next to him widened his eyes, noticing that they were hiding well. They decided to kill them too. Zykel arched his eyebrows, his eyes widened. His mouth dropped open in surprise, wondering what the guys were doing here. Jiangyu and Yunj frowned, drawing their swords. The assassin clan members ran forward. The man opened his mouth, ordering them to catch the fleeing boy. The hero frowned, continuing forward. The man with the scars on his face gritted his teeth. He frowned, thinking that they definitely knew that their people would come here, so they set up an ambush. Someone definitely leaked the information. The man gritted his teeth and looked around the corner of the building, thinking that it was unlikely that anyone was left alive. All that was left was to wait for help to arrive. The hero turned around, hearing a loud scream. He smiled happily, assuming that it was reinforcements. Zykel froze, pressing his hand to the wound on his arm, his mouth wide open. The boy's eyes widened, wondering if these heroes were really newbies. Jiangyu frowned, thrusting the bright greatsword forward. Yunj moved quickly, changing his position in space and striking. The clan members opened their mouths in surprise and raised their heads, asking how he could move so fast. The bright greatsword fell on them. The protagonist walked up to Zykel. The guy frowned pitifully. Yunj frowned. Zykel frowned and tilted his head, asking what was wrong. The guy asked if he was the only one left. The protagonist confirmed this, saying that Dahi was dead. There was a bright blue sky above the rooftops of the buildings. The protagonist turned his head, hearing a voice that said that he had found more survivors. The guy frowned, saying that there was no end to them. He turned his head, telling Zykel to join the blockade and call for reinforcements. The guy frowned, asking what he was talking about. Zykel furrowed his brows, asking if those in ambush entered here, who would be left to guard the exits. The leader frowned, saying that the assassin clan already knew that they had intentionally carried out the attack. Those who wanted to escape had already fled long ago. Zykel frowned, looking at him. The protagonist looked down the street, saying that they would try to buy some time, and he needed to call for reinforcements. The boy bent over, asking him to wait for a minute. Yunj turned his head, asking if he could at least do that. Zykel clenched his teeth furiously, thinking about how this kid dared to address those who were 5 years older than him like that. He bowed his head, thinking that he was right. However, the boy looked down, holding his sword in his hand, saying that he understood. The hero looked at him, saying that he was counting on him. Zykel started running. A crowd of members from the assassin clan rushed after him, shouting that he was running away. Zhang Yu smiled, seeing that the boy was talking about hurrying up. Yunj furrowed his brows, saying that they couldn't pass by. The people in the crowd gritted their teeth and frowned furiously, saying that they needed to catch up with the running hero. The protagonist froze in place, asking his friend to hold them back for a bit, then they could leave. The boy clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he would do so. The boy drew his sword ready to fight. His eyes widened. He extended his hand in front of Zhang Wu and protected their bodies with a barrier. Yunj frowned with his eyes wide open. The clan members parted ways. A bright stream of light passed between the heroes. The man walked forward slowly, saying that they had an excellent reaction. He noticed that a lot of their guys died. The man asked if this was against the principles of morality, to which he replied that if they killed a lot of people, then they could be repaid in the same coin. Zhang Yu opened his eyes wide. Yunj frowned and clenched his teeth furiously. A man in a white jacket walked between the people and twirled a weapon in his hand, saying that everything could be considered in accordance with the rules. Mr. Jeffrey frowned and smiled, saying that those who did not want to die should get out of here. A loud explosion thundered between the bright houses. A stream of bright tongues of energy twisted above the heroes. A bright trace was left in space. The guy assumed that it was a dancing sword, but then he realized that it was an invisible long sword. A stream of bright energy rushed towards a wooden box. A bright semicircular trace was left in space. Zhang Yu opened his mouth. Yunj gritted his teeth, thinking that the skill-enhanced defense would not be able to completely block his attack. The man clenched his hand into a fist, moving forward. Jeffrey froze, his eyes wide in surprise. The boss thrust his hand forward. The shockwave left a dent in the ground, knocking the clan members back. He opened his mouth slightly, saying that he wanted to wait for help to arrive, but they were here. The man frowned and slammed his fists in front of him, saying that this was why he felt ashamed to hide. Jeffrey leaned over and opened his mouth slightly, noticing that it was dangerous. He turned his head, saying that it turned out that there were still survivors, and this was all because someone was doing a bad job. The man frowned, thinking that this man was able to avoid the sudden thunder strike, but he used up his last mana on this attack. The boss looked at the guys, asking if they were okay. He remarked that it was incredible that they were able to stand up to Jeffrey. The protagonist frowned, asking if the man knew him. The boss was talking about Jeffrey being a well-known figure in the assassin clan. This guy is good at fighting, but his unique feature is that he is a cannibal. Jeffrey frowned, tapping his weapon on his palm. The man frowned, saying that this man specializes in eliminating those who are weaker. That's why they are in trouble. They need to catch him, because if they run away now, those who come here to help may get hurt. Jeffrey frowned in displeasure. He held his hand with the weapon to the side, asking if maybe it's time to stop talking, because he is in a hurry. The man opened his eyes wide, saying that it was time to have lunch. Bright streams of approaching energy began to appear on the ground in front of the heroes. The guys rushed in different directions. The man said that he would take him on himself. Jeffrey held out his blade, saying that they would not be able to cope with him even if they united. The man put his hands in front of him, blocking the hero's attacks, his body protected by a barrier. He clenched his fist, thinking that with the skill-enhanced defense, he could use Jeffrey's skill against him. The boss frowned, looking forward from under his brows. He swung his hand, jumping back. The man frowned, rushing forward. Jeffrey gritted his teeth and raised his weapon above his head, telling him to taste his sword. A bright trace was left in the space. The man's body was scattered in half, his eyes were wide open. Jeffrey smiled smugly. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The boss held a bright stream of energy in his hands, saying that he caught it. Jeffrey shouted in displeasure. Zhang Yu moved towards him from the roof of the building. He frowned and raised his sword to attack. Jeffrey raised his head up and gritted his teeth furiously. Zhang Yu used a giant bright sword. The man managed to stop him by holding his cleaver in front of the sword's tip. He raised his head up, asking if that was all. The protagonist behind him frowned, asking if he still thought their abilities were nonsense. A bright light shone in the space. Yun sheathed his sword, cutting off Jeffrey's head in one motion. The man still held the tip of the giant sword with his cleaver. Behind the protagonist, the sword sank into the ground, raising streams of dust. Dark particles flew over the lighthouses with dark roofs. They were of different sizes, from small to large. A voice screamed that it was there. Zykel grabbed the boss's body and put his hand on his shoulder, asking if he was okay. The man bowed his head down, saying that he had lost a lot of blood and his armor was broken. Zykel raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he was incredible anyway. The boy didn't know that the man had gone to catch Jeffrey. The boss noticed that he wasn't alone. The boy furrowed his eyebrows, asking what he was talking about. The man frowned, saying that he couldn't have done it alone. He had those two newbies with him. Zykel smiled nervously, saying that those boys wouldn't have been able to stand up to Jeffrey. The boss frowned and looked at him, thinking that he didn't believe it either, because this was the first time Alvin had made such a sacrifice for the newbies. The man furrowed his eyebrows, looking down and thinking that those guys were monsters. Zhang Yu opened his mouth wide, asking how Jeffrey could block his attack with such a small knife. The protagonist looked forward, thanking the boss for his help. The guy was saying that the remaining people had probably already escaped. They needed to go and make sure that there was no one left. The man opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that there must be some kind of limits. They were not at the level that usually happens after the time they had been here. Zhang Yu smiled happily, thanking him for his help. The man was thinking that he could not even imagine what would happen in a few years. The boss looked at Zykel, asking where the two newcomers were because he needed to discuss something with them. The guy scratched his face, saying that they had disappeared. The man opened his mouth in surprise, asking what that meant. Zykel furrowed his brows and held out his hand, saying that he naturally wanted to find them first because it was thanks to them that he was able to bring help. He scratched his neck, saying that no matter how much he looked, they were nowhere to be found, but they looked like good killers, so they would definitely handle it themselves. The man interrupted him and put his index finger forward, saying that they couldn't be dead. He told the guy to go look. Zykel rushed to run, following his order. The boss pressed his hand to his head and gritted his teeth, thinking about how he told them to rest. He would be ashamed to look into Alvin's eyes if something happened to them. He raised his head to the sky, asking them to stay alive. The system reported that the hero entered the cave near an underground labyrinth. The protagonist put his hand forward, saying that they finally came. Because of Jeffrey, they wasted too much time. Zhang Yu turned around, saying that thanks to Kyowon, they were able to quickly deal with him. He asked what was in this cave. The protagonist frowned, saying that there was a secret kept by the clan of assassins. The guy frowned sadly, suggesting that they rest for a while. Zhang Yu opened his mouth, saying that he didn't even know that such a cave existed in the Karen dungeon, and asked how the boy knew about it. Yunj furrowed his brows, saying that it was because he was very smart. The boy smiled, looking at the protagonist's back, thinking that this was not the first time. Yunj frowned, thinking that a disaster had happened here, but knowing the future, he could not remain idle. The hero clenched his fist, thinking that he would not allow such a tragedy to happen again, and from now on, he would decide his own fate. Yunj froze wide in place, his body pierced by a sword. His eyes widened. The protagonist turned around, the tip of the sword passed between his body and his hand. The boy jumped aside from Zhang Yu, who was swinging the sword. He stopped with his feet, leaning his hand on the ground. Zhang Yu lowered his head and held out his sword in front of him. Yunj didn't understand what was happening. Turning to his friend, the protagonist asked him what he was doing. There was no answer. Zhang Yu's eyes were white. Frowning, Yunj assumed he was hallucinating and wondered why it happened so suddenly. The boy rushed to attack. The man blocked his blow, holding his sword in front of him. Squinting, he decided that his behavior had changed because of the smoke. A thick fog covered the cave. Gritting his teeth, the player decided that this happened at the worst possible time. The boy was slapped. The boy fell to the ground from the strong blow. The protagonist thought that even so, he could not do anything. Zhang Yu leaned on his hand to stand up. Looking down at him, Yunj wondered what to do. Opening his mouth, the boy asked for help. Hearing this, the man shuddered. Swinging his sword, the boy desperately asked to save him. A trace of the sword swing appeared in the air. Some time ago, the boy fell to the ground in the forest. Raising his sword in front of him, Alvin said that he could surrender if he no longer had the strength to fight. Looking back, the warrior explained that he was only doing this because his friend asked him to. Standing up, Zhang Yu replied that everything was fine and asked his opponent to attack. The captain asked why he would do that and wasn't it hard for him. The boy furrowed his brows in determination and said that even if he didn't have the strength, he couldn't just stand by. Frowning, Alvin said that his friend had good skills and that he was also good enough. Clutching the hilt of his sword, the boy shouted that he knew this and explained that he would be a burden to his comrade if he just stood there and watched. The man narrowed his eyes in silence. The young man rushed forward, swinging his sword. Crouching, the protagonist wondered what he should do now. Dodging his allies' attacks, he thought of some way to bring him back to his senses and guessed that it was because of the demonic energy that was in the smoke. Yun's mouth dropped open in amazement and he came up with a plan. Throwing his sword aside, the boy ran towards his comrade. After knocking him down, the boy decided that if it was demonic energy, then maybe the shackles could absorb it. He put his hand on his ally's chest and hoped that it would work. The shackles on his hand began to glow. Seeing the dark energy converge around the stone, the man was happy. Zhang Yu closed his white eyes. Suddenly, the pupils appeared in them again. Getting up from the ground, the boy asked what happened. The player flicked him. Clutching his forehead, the boy asked why his friend decided to fight. The protagonist asked if he really didn't remember anything. Putting his hands on his swollen cheeks, the boy asked what happened to his face. Turning away, Yunj explained that he tried to bring him back to his senses this way, but it didn't work very well. Zhang Yu asked if it was really his comrade who beat him up like that. Hearing him mutter something while unconscious, the boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The boy lowered his head and asked his friend to not make things difficult for himself and to just kill him if this happened again. The man looked at him in shock. The boy looked down. The player hit him on the forehead again. Pointing a finger at him, The protagonist asked him not to say something stupid. Zhang Yu explained that it would be better and easier than trying to deal with the burden of him. Yunj asked if this was what true comrades did. Putting his hand on his head, the boy agreed with him. Putting his hand on his chest, the man stated that comrades depended on each other and that he did not care if his friend thought getting rid of him would be a good decision. Lowering his hands, he asked his ally not to worry and promised to never abandon him, explaining that in this terrible world where there were no friends or family, having someone always by his side gave him strength. Hearing the request to never consider himself a burden, the boy's mouth fell open in surprise. Putting his finger to his chin, the player said that it was sad that his comrade thought that mutual aid was only based on business relations. The young man shouted that it was not so. Upon learning that he was treated like a family member, Zhang Yu's eyes widened in amazement. The protagonist asked if he was crying again. Hanging his head, the boy replied in the negative. Sitting on the floor and crossing his arms over his chest, Yun said that he would wait for his friend to finish his business. The boy agreed, tears dripping from his eyes to the ground. The heroes sat in a foggy cave. Sitting on dead people, the man asked what about the situation in other villages. His subordinate replied that almost all villages except Darkmune had suffered. Drops of blood flew in the air. The unknown person asked if they had been defeated even in Braham. His colleague replied that the first attack was successful, but Alvin came and fought them off. Sitting among the many corpses, Harold asked how much time was left until the new batch of seeds arrived, and upon hearing that it was about 3 months, he asked who the people were who had uncovered their secret. Frowning, the boy named the guys who had managed to pass their selection in the past. Bloody energy appeared in the air. Clutching his chest, the boy felt a lack of air. Looking at him, the killer explained that his job was to carefully check whether the newcomers ate the seeds or not, because if he did his job correctly, none of this would have happened. Clutching his throat, the boy apologized. The man gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. The bloody energy dissipated into the air. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought that his boss had absorbed a lot of blood this time, so he became much stronger. Too much blood in the air did not allow him to breathe. Lowering his head, Harold said that he would go to Garen. The boy asked what that meant. Standing up, the assassin explained that he had a bad feeling about this and that he should go and check it out himself, so once the situation was cleared up, they should head there. Placing the bloody sword on his shoulder, Zhang Yu said that they had been here for about 15 days and was glad that the monsters here were not very strong. There were many wolf corpses lying on the ground. The protagonist was glad that the effect of this fog was a one-time thing. Moving deeper into the cave, the boy asked if they were going in the right direction because he had a feeling that it was a whole labyrinth. Yunj asked him not to worry and just follow him. Raising his eyebrows, the boy asked where they were going next. In front of them were many colorful doors. The man stated that they needed the red door. Opening it, the youth said that it was incredible that his friend knew all this. He silently looked inside. Seeing that his ally closed the door, the player asked what happened. Pointing tensely at the door, Zhang Yu asked him to look at it with his own eyes. A huge bear was sleeping, resting its muzzle on its paws. Standing in front of it, the heroes agreed that this beast looked quite strong. Looking at the huge animal, the boy asked what they should do and suggested that they should kill it. The protagonist replied that they did not have to fight it unless they wanted to get hurt. They needed to enter the black door, which was behind the sleeping bear and which would most likely be the last one. Yunj explained that the best solution would be to sneak past the beast. The boy nodded in agreement. The heroes walked forward. Suddenly, the young man accidentally kicked a small stone. The monster closed its eyes and growled in displeasure. The boys looked at it in fear. However, the beast continued to sleep soundly. The heroes crept past it. The door was already very close. Having passed it, Zhang Yu slammed the door and leaned against it. Putting his hand on his knee, the boy said that he was very nervous when he accidentally kicked the stone because it could wake up the bear. Looking up, the boy asked what it was. There was a huge tree growing in front of him. The young man asked if they were really in a dungeon. The answer was affirmative. Looking up, he said that he had never seen such a huge trunk in his entire life and asked if it was something like a world tree. The man replied that it was not even sacred. Zhang Yu asked what it was. The player put his hand on the trunk. Looking at it, the protagonist explained that it was a devil tree, on which the very same devil seeds grow. The boy asked what this meant. Yunj asked her to look more closely. Small black beads grew on the tree. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the boy realized that these were the very seeds that they were given when they joined the clan of assassins. In the past, a clan member handed over these beads and confirmed that they were devil seeds. Looking up, the youth realized that the tree had been growing there for over 1,000 years and asked what would happen if all these seeds hatch. The man explained that before anything happened, they had to destroy the tree because the devil seeds needed to parasitize on someone in order to hatch. Looking to the side, Zhang Yu asked if the tree wasn't too big and if they would definitely be able to destroy it. The player confirmed that it would be quite difficult in this situation. Frowning, he added that he had a plan. Around his hand, many seeds were growing. The protagonist looked forward with determination. The boy's mouth opened in amazement. The heroes stared at the tree in silence for a while. Suddenly, a bright demonic energy appeared around the trunk. Seeing the shackles absorbing the energy, Yoons realized that his plan worked. Notifications about the increase in demonic power appeared. In the past, the man clenched the seed into a fist because he was curious if his shackles could absorb the power of the seeds. Pressing his hand to the tree trunk, the man realized that he could increase the level of demonic energy in this way. A notification said that his health was reduced by 1. The player gritted his teeth in pain. Veins bulged on his arm. It seemed that, a little more, it would break. Stars were visible in the sky. The protagonist fell to the ground. Leaning over to him, Jonggu asked if everything was okay and decided that his friend had overdone it. Waving his hand, Yoons replied that everything was fine and that he just needed a little rest. Looking up, the boy said that he really wanted to help. The dead tree was reaching for the sky. The boy asked if it was possible to destroy it now. The man hoped so and added that he had no more strength left. Sitting on the ground, he sighed heavily. The status window said that the demonic energy was 96. Health had temporarily decreased, so there was no need to worry. Demonic energy was at the same level as mana because its value cannot be higher than the mana level. The player said that today can be finished by swinging the sword. The young man suggested trying to destroy the tree at least once. He looked at the many black seeds. Jongyu clenched the sword in his hand. His weapon turned into a giant sword thanks to the corresponding skill. The boy swung it with all his might. Light energy flashed in the air. The tree shook. The sun illuminated the great city of Trum. Someone in the conference room announced that their current situation was not so bad. Lois folded her hands and said that the operation in Braham was a success thanks to Alvin of the Skyscraper clan and Tony of the Singer clan. They only had to deal with Harold and Darkmume. Turner frowned. Raising his hand, the man suggested sending Alvin there since he had managed to fix Braham, since there weren't many humans who could defeat Harold. The man frowned menacingly, deciding that it would be very difficult, since Alvin had left Braham after he learned that the clan members had been captured by Jeffrey. The man was still uncontrollable despite his incredible skills. The humans were sitting at a round table. The reserve warriors mentioned earlier were also good. Opening the doors, the soldier announced that there was urgent news. He was asked what had happened. The boy's eyes widened and he said that Harold had left Darkmume. The old man smiled happily and shouted that this was very good news, as they had a chance. Turner closed his eyes silently. Someone asked where exactly the enemy had sent him. His colleague guessed that no matter what this assassin had done, it would be difficult for him to resist their alliance. The boy explained that some of the assassin clan members they had captured were vomiting. Looking back, the man asked why they needed to know about this. The soldier frowned and explained that along with the vomiting, devil seeds were coming out of their bodies. Hearing this, the people gathered in the conference room opened their mouths in shock, not understanding what could have happened. The severed demonic tree lay on the ground. The tree had shaken a while ago. Jongyu swung his giant sword. A strong blow hit the base of the tree. The trunk of the devil tree cracked. It fell to the ground with a roar. Raising the sword above his head, the boy shouted that he had done well. The protagonist praised him for his excellent work. Looking at the battered sword, the boy said that his weapon had tried much harder than him because he had been hitting the tree with it for almost half a day. The blade could not withstand it and broke in half. Looking at the broken sword, the young man asked what he should do now because he still needed a weapon. Stomping on the ground, Yoons called him a good boy. At that moment, the ground collapsed under him. Jongyu turned around. Running to the pit, he asked what happened to his friend. The man asked him not to panic and go down to him. The boy opened his mouth in surprise. Having gone down to his comrade, the guy looked ahead in admiration and asked what this place was. In front of him lay a lot of weapons, armor and gold coins. The player assumed that they managed to find a secret storage belonging to a clan of assassins. While searching the hidden storage, the protagonist thought that there was a devil tree and even a secret place hidden in such a small dungeon, and realized that he would never have guessed it if it weren't for his diary. Yoons threw the sword in its sheath to his friend and said that, judging by everything, this was the best sword of all that were here. A status window appeared with a description of a B-class weapon. The young man looked at the sword and realized that he didn't really like that the weapon increased its class due to the mana absorbed from the absorbed blood of enemies. Looking down, the man asked him to use this sword anyway, because it was absolutely not necessary for him to absorb human blood. Taking the half-demon sword in his hands, the player decided that this B-class weapon would suit him. Squeezing the handle in his hand, the protagonist thought that this weapon, which can be used together with demonic energy, has a pretty good class. Jongyu called him and asked him to look at something. Yoons turned around. There was a bottle of sparkling liquid on the pillow. In the past, Alvin looked back and asked if the elixir had appeared during the training. Looking at it, the man confirmed it and added that the potion was diluted. The warrior decided that such an item should not have appeared at this stage anyway. Frowning, the player asked if this elixir was really that valuable. The captain said that this potion could even heal a lion. Taking the bottle in his hands, the boy said that this was a real jackpot. A description of the elixir appeared, according to which this legendary potion could heal even the dead. The stars were shining in the dark sky. The heroes took everything that could be useful to them from the cache, but there were no rings or other artifacts. Walking across the field, the guy said that they only had to go back and hoped that the bear was still sleeping. Approaching the door, the young man decided to carefully check it. Behind the door was the face of a ferocious predator. Zhang immediately slammed the door. Looking back, he asked if his friend's strength had recovered. The protagonist replied that his strength had not recovered, and added that they could not stay in this place forever. The door stood in the middle of a field. Yunj suggested, thinking that they had the opportunity to test new items. Entering the cave, the heroes entered into a battle with a bear. Holding a sword in his hands, the boy said that this beast looked much bigger and stronger than one might think. The man confirmed this and added that this was not an ordinary monster. The animal bared its fangs. Each of its attacks was accompanied by a surge of incredible demonic energy. This effect appeared from behind the cave. The player looked away tensely. The bear tried to hit the guys with its paw, but they jumped back in time. Jumping into the air, the protagonist explained that they had no choice and that they needed to deal with the enemy using normal tactics to attack and deal damage until the bear was completely tired. Using the property ring, the boy summoned a bright fire around his sword. It bounced off the crystal. The young man made a sharp dash, dealing fire damage to the monster. The bear opened its mouth wide and screamed in pain. Zhang Yu thrust the tip of his sword forward. Approaching the enemy from behind, the boy struck. Looking at the wounded beast, the protagonist thought that its speed and stability had noticeably decreased, which meant that they would be able to defeat this monster if they continued at the same pace. Looking to the side, Yunj wanted to know how best to use the accumulated demonic energy. Something glowed in the bear's mouth. The boys frowned in surprise. Opening its mouth, the beast summoned a huge energy ball. A bright light illuminated the boy's face. A powerful explosion was heard. Clouds of dust rose into the air. Grabbing his comrade, the man was able to jump to the side to avoid damage. A giant crater from the explosion appeared in the cave wall. Gritting his teeth, the player wondered where the predator got such strength from, and assumed that it was all because of demonic energy. Another flash appeared in the monster's mouth. A wave of energy jumped out and flew towards the heroes. Raising his sword in front of him, the protagonist decided that he needed to use enhanced defense. From a strong blow, huge cracks appeared on the ground. Stone fragments fell into a deep hole. Raising his hand to his mouth, Zhang Yu cleared his throat. Falling to the ground, the boy was surprised that they managed to survive only thanks to his comrade's skill. Getting to his feet, Yunj explained that this attack was very powerful, but not enough to break through enhanced defense. Standing in front of the cliff, the boy realized that they were able to quickly rise to the surface thanks to the monster. The man was surprised that its attack pushed them so far. Looking into the deep hole, the young man asked if the bear was sure that he couldn't get in here. The player expressed his doubts about it. Someone approached them from behind and asked what was going on here. The heroes looked around in fear. They were asked what they were doing in the dungeon. Opening his mouth, Harold realized that these people seemed familiar to him and asked if they were members of the clan. Putting his hands in his pants pockets, the clan member called them to account. He had a very menacing look. Gritting his teeth, the player wondered what this man was doing here. White clouds floated above the forest. Frowning sternly, the killer asked what the uninvited guests were doing in this place and suggested that they were working for Jeffrey. The guys threw him a displeased look. Harold's eyes widened in madness and he said he was waiting for an answer. The heroes looked at each other. Showing his clan token, the protagonist explained that they had come here in his place because something had happened to him and they had been tasked with taking care of this dungeon. Stopping in front of them, the clan member decided that the rumors about Jeffrey being injured were true. Looking away, Yunj doubted that they could somehow deceive this man and decided that they needed to somehow escape. There was a deep hole in the middle of the field. The killer asked what had happened here. The heroes replied that they had accidentally disturbed a bear and apologized. Harold asked if the tree was okay. Looking at it, the man answered in the affirmative. Frowning, the clan member decided to check it out for himself. He took a step forward. The guys tensely pursed their lips. The clan member lowered his head. The heroes watched him closely, standing in front of the pit. Turning to his comrade, the player whispered that they would have problems if the enemy went down into the dungeon. The guys looked at him when the killer remembered where he had seen their faces before and said that you can't tell from them right away. He guessed that in front of him were the same people who killed Ding and betrayed the clan of assassins. Zhang Yu's mouth opened in shock. The protagonist grabbed his sword. Turning around, Harold called his name. There were corpses of people on the ground. Someone said that they were almost done, because everything had become much easier since the clan member disappeared. Putting the sword on her shoulder, the girl thanked her comrade for his help. Putting her hand to her chest, Turner replied that it was nothing special. Bowing, he said that it was time for him to go, because he had things to do. The girl smiled and called him polite. Her friend agreed and added that in this world, such people were extremely rare. That was why he was called a gentleman. The man walked ahead along the road. In the wooden house stood Tian, with a man lying next to him. Opening the door, Turner announced his return and asked if his comrade was leaving Darkmeum. Turning around, the boy confirmed this and explained that they needed to lie low, because if all the devil seeds were destroyed, it was no different from losing. Frowning, the man asked what his friend was thinking about now and suggested that it was all about Harold. Tying the rope on the bag, the boy confirmed this and said that a clan member had just gone to check everything himself, but apparently was too late. Looking down, the young man said that he did not understand what could have gone wrong and suggested that it was all his guest's fault. The gentleman gaped and asked what they were talking about. Taking a step towards him, Tian explained that they had assumed that the existence of the seeds would be revealed sooner or later, but it had happened too quickly despite the fact that the underground labyrinth was nearly impossible to navigate. Throwing a menacing glance at his acquaintance, the boy reminded him that no one except the leadership of the clan of assassins even knew that this labyrinth existed, so the most logical option was that the spies had betrayed them. Turner looked down at him and said that his comrade had grown a lot and could continue his work if he wanted to die. Turning away, the boy said that they would have to disappear for a while and suggested that the demons and the clan leader would soon begin to act. The man's eyes widened in surprise and he asked if the leader would intervene personally. The boy asked if it was not obvious, since she was the one who initiated the deal with the demons. The gentleman decided that he would need to talk to Harold after he returned. Closing his eyes, Tian said that he would be there soon because it was unlikely that anyone other than the clan leader would be able to detain him. The heroes drew their swords, preparing to fight him. Looking away, the clan member did not expect to meet such celebrities here and was surprised that they were able to pass the labyrinth and return back. He asked how they knew about his existence. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized that they had no other choice. Grinning, the assassin realized that it was not that important and stated that he would be able to extract all the information he needed in any case. A bloody fog appeared around the heroes. Jiang Yu coughed, his mouth open in surprise. Yunj realized that he had difficulty breathing due to the concentration of blood in the air and decided that this was a very problematic skill. Looking at his friend, the man asked if everything was okay. The boy replied that it was bearable. The player jumped to the side as waves of bloody energy tried to hit him. Several projectiles wounded the guy. Lowering his head, Harold realized that they were not just ordinary people, since they were able to hold him in the fog for so long, although one of them still ran out of steam. The guy was lying on the ground, clutching the wound on his shoulder. Taking up bloody swords, the clan member asked what they did with the seeds. Deciding to distract him, the protagonist frowned and said that they destroyed the seeds and their hosts before the demons hatched and killed a lot of people. Looking at him, the killer assumed that his enemy probably thought he did the right thing. Angrily, his eyes widened. He stated that no one asked his opinion. Harold swung his bloody spear. Yunj leaned back to avoid the blow. Suddenly, the guy saw something above. A rain of bloody spears fell from the sky. The young man managed to dodge them by dashing from side to side. Using the clockwork mechanism, the man jumped to the side. The bloody spear pierced his cheek. Even the magic armor could not protect him. Finding himself behind him, the clan member swung his sword. Looking back, the player wondered when this could have happened. Bloody energy hit his shiny sword. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist tried to hold back the enemy's onslaught. Swinging his sword, the killer threw him back. Lowering the weapon, he asked why the enemy was emitting demonic energy if all the seeds were destroyed. Harold asked where this demonic energy came from if the seed was alive but had not yet grown. Yunj rose to his feet and offered him to check it himself if he was so curious. Straightening up, the guy said that his enemy did nothing but talk and thought to himself that this man was stronger than Alvin. The clansman furiously knitted his brows and urged him not to even think about a quick death. A cloud of blood rose above the forest. The youth jumped back from the bloody energy to dodge. The man raised his sword in front of him and parried one of the attacks. He cut the air, causing clouds of dust to rise in front of him. The assassin narrowed his eyes in displeasure and noticed that his opponent was almost out of breath, and promised to kill him painlessly if he was told how they knew about the seeds in the labyrinth. Raising his sword in front of him, the player realized that the clockwork was useless and the magic armor could not withstand the enemy's onslaught. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that the blood mist skill used blood and increased the effectiveness of the user's attacks, making it difficult for opponents to breathe. Frowning, Yunj pondered the nature of this ability and expressed an intention to ask something. Harold looked at him in surprise. Holding the sword in his hands, the boy asked why a normal person would want to cooperate with demons, since humans couldn't live among them anyway. Calling the question stupid and raising his hand, the clan member said that humans and demons didn't matter, and explained that he chose the side that had the ability to kill as many as possible. The boy looked at him resolutely. Opening his mouth, he agreed that his question was indeed stupid. In his memories, his happy wife and daughter were stained with blood. Raising the blade of the sword in front of him, the man said that he already knew what such people were thinking. Raising his head, the killer assumed that they had misunderstood each other and said that he was tired of playing these games. Frowning angrily, he wished death on his opponent. A sharp blade appeared in front of the player and a sound of impact was heard. Blood sprayed in the air. Bloody energy hit the protective barrier. It turned out that Zhang used a giant sword to protect his friend. Looking towards him, the protagonist said that he thought he would never see him again, and that his comrade had woken up just in time. Squinting, Harold wondered how he had managed to block his attack and still be able to stand. He looked down. The boy had Muhammad's blood in his hands. Clenching his fist, the boy thanked his enemy for now understanding how to use the sword, which was perfect for this battle. The two stood opposite each other. The assassin asked where they got the sword from. The boy replied that he took it from the clan's cache. Looking away, Harold remembered that Muhammad's blood was a sword that became stronger by absorbing blood, and that seemed to be specially made to block his skills. There was a blood stain next to the sword. Its peculiarity was a problem because this weapon absorbed all the blood accumulated for the blood mist. Smiling, Zhang Yu said that they would have a chance to win if they absorbed the next attack. The boy raised his sword in front of him and added that it would be hard for him to cope alone, but he had an ally. Raising his hand, the clan member asked if they really thought that a sword would help them since nothing had changed. Many bloody spears were aimed at the heroes. The boys held their swords in front of them. They began to fight off the attacks, pointing the spears in different directions. Bloody energy hit the giant sword. The boy's eyes turned bloodshot. The protagonist courageously reflected one of the energy waves. It crumbled into small drops of blood. The red energy formed a large cluster. Clouds thickened over the city. More than 15 days had passed since the search began. Looking around, Zikael asked where the two had disappeared to. His comrade hoped that nothing had happened to them and assumed that they must still be alive since their bodies were never found. Looking around, the boy asked what it was. A huge bloody cloud rose far away in the forest. The white-haired man waved his hand and ordered his comrade to contact the clan immediately. Harold held a bloody spear in his hand. The heroes stood in the center of the crater left by the explosion. Zhang Yu was on one knee. His body fell to the ground. The protagonist asked him to get up because it was not the end yet. Not hearing an answer, Yunj turned around. The boy was lying motionless on the ground. Touching him, the boy ordered him to get up. Hearing that he was dead, the youth's eyes widened in shock. The swordsman's hands were covered in blood. The clan member explained that this sword, by absorbing blood, puts its owner into a state of rage. So the man who thoughtlessly used the weapon gained great strength in a short period of time and received a corresponding return. Looking at his enemy, the killer declared that today would be the end of his arrogance. Lowering his head, the man opened his mouth. Harold declared that they would both die here. In the flashback, Zhang Wu raised his bloody hand and begged to be saved. The black man smiled widely and said that it allowed him to kill people with greater pleasure. Grinning, Yunxiang said that it was much easier to kill defenseless women and children like Mina and Yunzhou. Back during training, the boy lowered his head and said that he cannot die because his younger siblings would not cope without him. Tears flowed from his eyes and he said that he did not want to die here. Wiping his tears with his hand, the boy said that he must survive and return home. The young man lay on the bed. Then the player asked him not to worry and assured him that his promise that he would be safe still stood. Zhang Yu lay on the ground. His eyes turned white. The protagonist opened his mouth in fear. Yunj rose to his feet. The sword in his hand was covered in bright red energy. Soon, the energy took over his entire body. Harold frowned and realized that the mana and demonic energy had mixed, and the enemy's magic power had increased dramatically. The guy looked down. A dark aura was flying around him. He had a crazy look. The notification said that thanks to the shackles and the regression skill, the mana and demonic energy had changed their flow. The enemies stood opposite each other. The man frowned menacingly. Squinting, the clansman wondered what had happened, that his power had suddenly increased threefold. Finding himself behind him, the player raised his sword. The assassin looked back, sensing his approach. The sword clanged against the bloody daggers. The protagonist intercepted the sword in his hands. Lunging, he began to strike one after another. Yunj slid to the side. Finding himself behind the enemy again, the guy swung his sword. Harold noticed the blade of the weapon flash next to him. He raised his hand. Blood sprayed in the air. Turning around, the clansman was surprised that his opponent was able to hit him and dodge his blow. The blade of the sword cut through his cloak. Frowning, the youth realized that his last attack did not even hurt the opponent. Blood gushed from his mouth. Looking at him, the assassin explained that even with his suddenly increased strength, he would never be able to break through his defense. The man's mouth dropped open in shock, realizing that his opponent did not even use his skills to block the attack, and wondered if the difference between them was that great. Placing his hand on his belt, Harold noted that their fight had some rather unexpected moments. Raising his hand in front of him, he added that the end was obvious anyway and asked what his opponent's last words would be. Placing his hand on his stomach, the player asked him to be quiet. The clansman's eyes widened as he said that he understood. A blue glove flashed in the air. The fist of heavenly thunder summoned a gust of wind, which immediately dispersed the bloody fog. The enemies opened their mouths in surprise. Kewin clenched his fist and said that they had been looking for them for a long time. Frowning, the protagonist shouted his name. The assassin realized that he would have to fight another person. Taking a step forward, the man said that the enemy was talking too much. Yoon's eyes widened in surprise. Harold gritted his teeth in displeasure. Holding the hilt of his sword, Alvin stepped forward. The opponents stopped opposite each other. The warrior was surprised that the enemy knew his name. He drew his sword from its sheath. The swordsman cut the air with his sword, causing the clansman to jump back. Putting his weapon forward, the captain ordered him to leave these guys and fight him. The assassin frowned in displeasure and remained silent. Kewin clenched his fists and asked if he could help him. Alvin asked him to take care of the newcomers. Harold narrowed his eyes and asked why he wanted to fight him. The warrior smirked and asked if his opponent was scared. The clansman smiled back and called his suggestion presumptuous. Kewin slapped his comrade on the shoulder and asked if he was okay since his wounds were pretty serious. The protagonist asked how they got here and the man asked how they could have missed such a show. He frowned and explained that they had contacted the clan when they saw the bloody mist and that Alvin was in Garon, so they had arrived pretty quickly. Yoon put his hand on his wound and thanked them for arriving in such a timely manner and wondered what the warrior was doing in Garon, guessing that it was because he had no contact with them. Looking at his friend's body lying nearby, the boy said that Zhang Yu's condition was more important to them now. The swordsman looked at them. The captain, enveloped in blue energy, said that he still had a lot of things to do, so they needed to finish this fight quickly. Harold, summoning bloody energy around himself, agreed with him and said that he was very tired of fighting with such people. The captain frowned menacingly. A light haze appeared around him. Clumps of energy concentrated behind him. White wings appeared behind his back thanks to the angelic robe. Clumps of blood stuck to the clan member's face. His body acquired a demonic appearance. The ground under the hero's feet collapsed. The opponents looked at each other, being in a vortex of energy. The demon's red eyes sparkled. Alvin held his sword in front of him. Kewin opened his mouth in shock. The protagonist frowned. Fragments of stones rose into the air. The enemies rushed at each other, swinging their weapons. Dark clouds thickened above the forest. Suddenly, a flash flashed in the middle of the forest. A bright light illuminated the entire space around. The sun was shining on the skyscraper clan building. Someone asked if the newcomers were supposed to arrive today. There was a plate of cookies on the table. The person asked how many newcomers would arrive this time. Taking a sip from her mug, Lois replied that there were more and more each time. She dropped the mug when Alvin said that not everyone really wanted to stay in this world. Jumping off his chair, the warrior asked why his friend was so surprised. Because each of them had thought about it at least once, the girl apologized. Wiping up the spilled tea with a napkin, the woman explained that in the end, the newcomers would have to go through a long and very difficult path. Lowering his gaze, the swordsman added that they needed to end this quickly. Placing his hands on his hips, the captain remembered that if the newcomers were to arrive today, then a whole year had already passed since their last arrival. Clutching the napkin in her hand, Lois realized that it had been a whole 9 months since he left. Taking a sip, Alvin noticed that his friend was talking as if he was dead. Looking at him, the girl reminded him that they really did not know anything about what happened to the one who went into the devil's forest. Folding her hands on the table, she wished for no one else to die or get injured. Frowning sternly, the warrior stated that this was impossible in this world or in the real one. Pityingly knitting her brows, the woman said that she understood this and that she did not want situations like that with Harold to happen again. Carrying the wounded people on stretchers, the soldiers asked for clan members with healing skills to be brought here as soon as possible. Hearing that Alvin was seriously injured, Lois' mouth fell open in shock. Grabbing her comrade's shoulder, the girl asked what happened. Kewin explained that they had encountered Harold and Garon and that Alvin and the boys had been seriously injured. The woman's eyes widened in fear and asked what that meant. The warrior closed his eyes. There was a cut on the protagonist's cheek. Zhang Yu was unconscious. The sun rose over the palace. Lois hit her friend on the back and asked if it hurt. Touching the place where she hit him, Alvin confirmed it and asked why his friend was hitting a patient. After hitting him a few more times, the girl asked if someone who knew the feeling of pain would do such a thing. She moved away from her comrade in disappointment. The warrior's mouth fell open in surprise. Bowing, the woman explained that she was very afraid that her friend might not survive when she saw him unconscious and with such serious injuries. The heroes turned around when someone asked what they were doing there. Holding a box of cookies, Zhang Yu called them a couple. The captain said that he didn't save them from death to be made fun of. The protagonist asked how he was feeling. Smiling, Alvin replied that he wasn't afraid of a few scratches. Frowning in displeasure, Lois reminded him that he had been unconscious for 2 days and had only woken up a couple of days ago, so he needed to rest and recover. Looking at his comrades, the warrior asked how they were doing since they almost died. The boy replied that he was fine, and added that skills were truly an incredible thing. The swordsman was worried about their wounds being too serious. Yun sternly knitted his brows and thanked him. The boys raised their eyebrows in surprise. Bowing, the man apologized for acting alone, which put many people in danger. He apologized to his friend, his mouth wide open in amazement. The guy said that he was fine. The captain frowned sternly, glad that his comrade understood everything and that everything ended well. Alvin asked his friend not to even try to solve everything on his own. Looking down, the player agreed. Turning to his friend, the warrior asked what happened to Harold. Lois said that he was bound with the strongest chains, and his magic power was sealed, so he would not be able to get out on his own. A member of the clan was sitting in the dungeon. The swordsman decided that they would really need the information he knew. Smiling, the captain said that they managed to deal with the Devil's Tree and capture the killer, so now they can rest. The guys looked at each other. Frowning, the protagonist suggested that now was not the best time for this, and said that the two of them would need to leave for a while. Hearing that they were going to the Devil's Forest, the Skyscraper clan members' eyes widened in surprise. Yoon's brows furrowed as he explained that they had something to do, and that it was also a good opportunity to escape. Frowning menacingly, Alvin reminded them that he had saved them with great difficulty and asked if they were going to walk straight into the arms of death again. He asked if they knew what kind of place it was, and the man looked ahead with determination and answered in the affirmative. The forest was full of tall trees, a labyrinth of tangled paths and mirages that made it impossible to even determine the location of the entrance. Ghost-like monsters appeared there that were immune to physical attacks, and about 90% of those who stayed in the Devil's Forest for more than 3 days did not return, causing it to become a forbidden place. Placing his hand on his knee, the warrior asked if they were really going to the forest with this knowledge, and stated that even with their abilities, they would not be able to escape the Devil's Forest. Squinting, the player replied that they would go there for that very reason, because there they would be able to become much stronger than they were now, because none of them wanted the recent situation to happen again. Looking at his friend, the swordsman asked if they hadn't just apologized. The sun's rays illuminated the room through the window. Even though Harold had been captured, strong warriors from Motoro were still at large. The Devil's Forest was perfect for hiding from them. With a stern frown, the captain decided that his friends would indeed become much stronger if they returned from there alive, and asked if they were confident in their abilities. Placing his hands on his knees, the protagonist stated that they had no other choice, and added that he was not going to die so easily. Alvin smiled. Throwing his head back, he laughed and said that he liked the way he was thinking and that he was afraid that his comrades would become completely boring after all this. Lois asked if her friend was really going to let them go so easily. The warrior asked how they were going to return. Looking at him from under his brows, Yoon remembered that the Skyscraper clan had an item that helps return from the Devil's Forest. Leaning on his hands, the swordsman said that he thought they came to visit him, but it turned out that they just needed the item. Scratching the back of his head, Zhongyu explained that they wanted to do 2 things at once. Hearing that her comrade was going to give them an item that they would need, Lois frowned in displeasure. The captain promised to keep the fact that they left here a secret. Smiling, the guys thanked him. Alvin raised his chin menacingly, asking them to promise that they would return and threatened to kill them if they did not. The girl asked him not to let them go into the forest. The heroes smiled contentedly and agreed. Sitting at the table, the woman said that they should not have let them go. Crying, she explained that she was worried about not hearing from them for 9 months. Sitting opposite her, the warrior said that they would be fine and that their absence was an advantage now. Raising her eyebrows, Lois agreed with him and asked who could have known that things would turn out like this. Frowning, the captain decided that it would be better if their comrades did not appear here. The sun illuminated the devilish forest. The protagonist swung his sword. With a sharp lunge, he cut the bodies of the enemies into small pieces. Stopping, Yoon put his sword in its sheath. Someone jumped out from behind the tree. The cloaked ghost swung his sharp scythe. Leaves swirled in the air. A bright wave of energy destroyed the monster. Zhongyu stood on a tree, drawing his sword. A smile shone on his face. Looking down, the boy asked where they were going now. The man concluded that they had been here for about 9 months. In his hands was a watch. A notification said that it was a guide that pointed to a safe place. Smiling, the player announced that they needed to return to Trum. The boy shouted happily. A group of people walked through the intermediate territory of the forest. Passing by the trees, one of them said that he felt simply disgusting when he came here. Someone asked his comrades to be careful, because from here the unknown places begin. Looking to the side, the stranger asked if they had to go there. His comrade replied that these were important territories, and asked him to mark all the places on the map. Looking ahead, the man with the map said that this is where the danger zone begins. The swordsman said that cartographers can't even work in a normal environment. Looking back, the man asked if they didn't know what happened recently and said that they needed to be prepared because demons had started appearing in the area either from the Devil Tree or from the clan of assassins. Walking deeper into the forest, someone said that they earned their food by going to such places, so the clan leader would be furious if they returned empty-handed this time. A rustling sound was heard in the shadow of a tall tree. Raising his fist, the man asked his comrades to stop and asked what that sound was. Another rustling sound was heard in the bushes nearby. The guy assumed that it was an omnivorous bear. The explorer raised his sword and called for the squad to prepare for battle. The people scattered throughout the clearing. Pointing his finger forward, the man shouted that there was something there. A terrible scream was heard. The sun illuminated the devilish forest. In the middle of the city was the building of the skyscraper clan. The man in the robe asked if his comrade had heard the news, and Alvin, standing behind him, answered in the affirmative. The warrior frowned when he heard that the cartographers, who were very important to the clan, had been killed, causing them great trouble. Looking out the window, the blonde man said that they needed to scout out those territories at all costs. Looking back, the clan leader asked his subordinate to go there with the newbies from the reserves. Standing in front of him, the swordsman asked if he really needed him to go to the Intermediate Lands. The Golden Lion asked if there was any problem with that. Frowning menacingly, the captain asked if the leader really wanted to send the reserves to a place where even the cartographers, who had a rank, had died. Taking a sip from his beer, the man suggested that such a team could be effective no matter what their level of training was. Opening his mouth in anger, Alvin asked if death was effective enough for him. The clan leader gave him a displeased look. Raising his hand, the warrior asked to send him there alone, because that was the point. The Golden Lion refused this idea and asked him to take the reserves with him. Sternly knitting his brows, the swordsman refused, because the people from the reserves are not even part of the skyscraper clan, so they cannot be burdened with the clan's worries. Turning to him, the blonde expressed a desire to meet them in person at least once. The captain explained that they cannot contact them yet. Looking out the window, the man asked his subordinate to bring these people here after they returned, to continue the discussion of exploring the intermediate territories. Heading towards the exit, Alvin decided to do just that. Squinting, the warrior wondered what kind of nonsense the clan leader was saying. The door to the office slammed loudly. The Golden Lion was standing by the window with a mug of beer. The next moment, he took a sip. The blonde wiped his chin, enjoying the delicious drink. Suddenly, his expression became serious. The people of Trum were walking around the city. There were people standing on the street. There was a fountain in the square. Reaching up, Jong-woo said that they hadn't been to the city for a long time. The protagonist asked if his friend was really that happy about it. Closing his eyes, the boy confirmed this and explained that now he could eat normal food, take a warm shower, and sleep on a soft bed. Yoonj agreed that they needed a good rest. Smiling, he added that they only had a few days to rest. Narrowing his eyes, the guy asked if they really needed to go to the intermediate territories again. Remembering how a crowd of people gathered at the dead field, the man said that Alvin talked about this place when they first arrived in Melon. They needed to prepare well because it would be even more dangerous there than the Devil's Forest. The young man smiled broadly and said that they had managed to return from there with ease. The player noticed that his comrade had learned to brag and said that they had already arrived. In front of the heroes was the skyscraper clan building. The guards crossed their spears and asked them to stop and show their IDs. The guys started rummaging through their pockets. They pulled out badges at the same time. They had tokens in the shape of a building in their hands. The guard opened his mouth in surprise and asked if the skyscrapers had reserves. Looking at his comrade, the guard said that these were the newcomers that Alvin had brought. The guard asked if these were the same people who had captured Jeffrey. Smiling sheepishly, Jong-woo asked if they could go inside. The guards parted and invited them into the building. The boy looked back and looked at them and asked what kind of gossip this was. The protagonist suggested that they had become local celebrities. Lois was walking ahead. The guy called out to her. The girl turned around. Waving his hand at her, the young man asked how she was doing. Yoon said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The woman's mouth dropped open in shock. She grabbed her friends by the hands and pulled them along. The guards looked around, but saw no one. The heroes ran along the corridor of the headquarters. Looking at his friend, Jong-woo asked what happened. Lois was glad that they were able to return alive and well, and asked them to follow her so as not to accidentally catch the eye of the clan leader. The guys looked at each other in confusion. Alvin came out from around the corner. Looking back, the warrior noticed them. The girl shouted that the people from the reserves had returned. The swordsman's eyes widened in fear. Standing behind him, the clan leader was happy about such an unexpected meeting and asked if this was really the skyscraper clan reserve. The woman shed tears, thinking that this was the end. Imagining a mighty lion behind him, the blonde introduced himself and said that he was very glad to meet them. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The heroes gathered around the table in the office. Standing in front of the cabinet, Arkin explained that he wanted them to all go to the intermediate territory together with the cartographer so they would have nothing to worry about. Frowning, the protagonist asked why they needed to go there. Raising his hand, Alvin shouted that his opinion remained unchanged. Looking at his boss, the warrior stated that he could not go there with them. Holding a mug in his hand, the clan leader asked what everyone wanted to drink. Lois asked for tea. Jonggu asked for beer. Leaning over, the swordsman and Yoon stated that they did not need anything. Smiling, the Golden Lion concluded that his subordinate had brought a person similar to himself here. He sat down at the table. The captain explained that the intermediate territories were a place where you could meet both the devil and the angel, which is why they were called a location dangerous even for rankers. Frowning menacingly, Alvin asked why the boss wanted to send these people to such a place, and asked to send only him there and not drag in uninvolved people if he so wanted to get rid of those who were in the way. The boy took a sip from his beer mug. Placing his hands on his knees, the warrior declared that he would not disappear just like that. The blonde noted that if anyone heard these words, they might misunderstand them. Lois raised her eyebrows and agreed that these lands were too dangerous. Arkin narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Pointing at the people from the reserve, the clan leader asked what they thought. The swordsman asked if, in his opinion, they really wanted to go to certain death. Looking at the leader, the protagonist agreed to go there. The Golden Lion closed his eyes and laughed and praised his simplicity. The captain asked if his friend had gone crazy. Slamming his hands on the table, Alvin asked if he had completely lost his fear after going to the Devil's Forest. Yoon replied that he knew that the intermediate lands were more dangerous than where they were. The man explained that they had some business there because they had received a quest. Jonggu nodded and confirmed this. Frowning, Lois asked what quest they were talking about. Smiling, the blonde man decided that this could really happen if they were in the Devil's Forest. Slamming his empty mug on the table, Arkin was glad that everything was going so well. Hugging his comrades, he asked them to go to the intermediate lands together and promised to send a cartographer along with them. Smiling happily, the clan leader declared that their conversation was over and wished them a good journey. The bright sun was shining above the city. The heroes walked along the corridor of the headquarters. Jongyu assumed that their comrade was angry because they agreed to go to the intermediate lands. Lois lowered her head and confirmed this. The girl explained that it was really very dangerous there, so they were against this idea. Scratching the back of his head, the boy asked for forgiveness. Looking at Alvin walking ahead, the woman decided that this was not the only reason and that this was only one of the reasons, because he had never had the best relationship with the head of the clan. Looking at her, the main character asked what happened between them. Lois said that in fact, her friend really does not like the first generation. Looking back, the guy asked which first generation they were talking about. Imagining the silhouettes of different people, among whom was Arkin, the girl said that they were the ones who first came to the reverse world, and that their strength is now at an extreme level, so all those who came here later find it difficult to even just get close to them. Looking back, Yoon asked why the warrior was treating them badly. The woman lowered her eyebrows and explained that it was because these people did absolutely nothing. Continuing to walk down the corridor, she explained that the first generation held high positions and did not participate at all in matters of how to return to the original world and how to prevent the war with the demons. The sun's rays penetrated the corridor through the windows. The first generation should have the most information about this world, but in the end, they only created clans and maintained peace among themselves. Alvin passed by the window. There were also many dissatisfied with this state of affairs in the clan. Among the clan members, discussions began that it was time for them to change the leader, which eventually led to some uncomfortable situations. Stopping, the warrior stated that these people were just sitting in their warm chairs, because in this world, you can subjugate others with force. Spreading his arms, the swordsman asked if they could continue to live like this if everyone returned back, which is why the first generation did not want to return to the original world. Frowning, the captain asked if his comrades were really going to the intermediate lands. Resolutely looking forward, the guys confirmed this. Closing his eyes, Alvin decided that perhaps this was for the best and said that he would go with them only because his friends wanted him to. Hearing this, the heroes smiled happily. Hearing that he had one condition, they opened their mouths in surprise. The warrior asked them to follow him, the sun leaving glare on the white walls. The heroes found themselves in the underground room of the skyscraper clan. In front of them stood a tall log. Putting his hand on it, Jonggu asked what it was. The swordsman explained that it was a tree of strength created from trees growing in the forests of the intermediate lands. Due to its incredible toughness, it was often used as a tool to test attack power. Raising his hand, the captain explained that the indicator depends on how hard a person can cut it. The boy thought it was like a slot machine for hitting. Looking at his comrade, the protagonist asked if it would be better to make a weapon out of it since the wood was so tough. Alvin said that due to its low conductivity, it was not very effective as a weapon material. Putting his hand on the log, he declared that the tree needed to be cut more than half the width of a palm in order to go to the Intermediate Lands. This required strength similar to the Rankers, so it was not an easy task. With a stern frown, Yunj asked how much he managed to cut the tree. The warrior replied that he had cut it more than in half. Looking at the girl, Zhang Yu asked what her result was. Lois explained that she was not a fighting type. Taking out his sword, the captain decided to set an example. He held the weapon out in front of him. His brows were furrowed. Alvin cut the log in front of him. A cut appeared on it. The warrior said that this was about 80%. The boy clapped in surprise, imagining a slot machine. The girl said that this time he did much better than the last time. Pointing to the log, the swordsman announced that it was their turn now and asked them to try hard. Frowning, the captain added that the trip to the Intermediate Lands would be cancelled if at least one of them failed this test. Grabbing the sheath, the protagonist said that he would try first. Yunj approached the log. His sword sparked. The man determinedly knitted his brows, thinking that he needed to cut the tree half the width of a palm. He swung his sword. Splinters flew into the air. The player lowered his sword. His friends' mouths opened in shock. The tree was cut more than a palm, which is equivalent to 300 points on the machine. Smiling, Zhang Yu asked if this was not the ranker level. The protagonist expressed confidence that his friend would achieve a similar result. Turning around, Yunj thought that he had struck with maximum concentration, but he could not cut the log even halfway. Looking at the difference in cuts, he wondered how strong Alvin was. Taking out his sword, the boy asked if it was his turn. The man asked him to try harder and said that it was not that easy. The boy swung his sword. The youth struck the tree with all his might. A mark from the strike appeared in the air. Smiling, Zhang Yu wanted to see the result as soon as possible. The log was cut only a little. Lowering his head, the boy realized that it was only 100 points. Patting his shoulder, the player praised him and said that it was just half a palm. The Skyscraper clan members watched them. Smiling, Lois asked if her friend had seen something like this before. Crossing his arms over his chest, Alvin said that he only started breaking a log into half a palm after a year of coming here. Smiling, the warrior called these people truly special. Looking at how the protagonist was comforting his friend, the swordsman concluded that he was already on the same level as the rankers from the largest clans. Walking up to him, Yunj asked if they passed the test. The captain confirmed it and praised them for their excellent work. Hearing that they would be heading to the Intermediate Lands, the boys smiled happily. Frowning, Alvin remarked that only they could be happy about something like this. Closing his eyes, Zhang Yu explained that it was because they would have reliable comrades with them. Lois put her palms together and reminded them that they had just returned from the Devil's Forest and suggested that they take a good rest before setting out again. The girl smiled and said that they should have lunch first. There were many luxurious dishes on the table. The boy sat down at the table and asked if they could eat all of it. The woman decided that they deserved it. The warrior said that those in power enjoyed such things without any effort, so they had every right to eat it. The boy's eyes sparkled. The heroes wished each other a pleasant meal. The sun was setting behind the city. Water gurgled in a fountain shaped like an angel. The protagonist was sitting in it. Zhang Yu approached him and asked if his friend was reading the diary even here. The boy sat in the water and asked what would happen if the notebook got wet, since it was a very valuable thing. Yunj showed him the diary and explained that it was protected by class A magic armor. The boys sat in the fountain. The guy looked up. He asked if his friend remembered what they talked about while eating. Looking at him, the man asked what they were talking about. Closing his eyes, the young man said that Harold was dead. The player asked what was wrong with that. Looking at the ceiling, Zhang Yu said that he was killed when he was locked in the underground prison of the Skyscraper clan. Lois and Alvin suspect that it was done by a demon and that the death of the cartographers in the Intermediate Lands is also the work of demons. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Putting his hand on the side, Yunj asked if his friend was afraid. The boy denied it. Immersing himself in the water, the guy asked who the demons and angels were, who had been in this world from the very beginning and who continue to fight each other for the Grail while people do not even know what it is. The man said that he had once met a demon, and the boy asked him with his mouth wide open in shock if that was true. Introducing a huge winged monster, the player said that during the last stage of training, a demon named Warlock appeared before him. He was summoned in a hurry, but he was still very strong and looked quite ferocious. With his red eyes wide, the monster said that humans were just puppets and asked what the price would be for the sudden power he had gained. Turning away, the protagonist said that he still didn't understand what those words meant, but that demon was definitely an enemy. Frowning, Yunj said that until now, they had lived by the principle that if you see an enemy, you must kill them. He added that in the future, it would be enough for them to continue to follow this principle and not worry unnecessarily, and Zhang Yu smiled. Raising his hand, the boy said that he had changed a lot during this time and that they had simply angered him by talking about demons underestimating humans. Opening the notebook, the man decided that they should change this. The player frowned. The diary recorded that the war with the clan of assassins ended in victory over him. The field was littered with grave crosses, too many people died. This was not the end. Arkan raised his sword, an army stood behind him. The joy of victory was short-lived. The head of the clan frowned menacingly. In front of him were the great border mountains separating the cities and the intermediate lands. Monsters flew out from behind the mountains. The demons opened their fanged mouths. They flooded the city, easily climbing over the mountains. The protagonist lowered his gaze. Sitting up in bed, he thought that they should go to the intermediate lands and deal with the demons before the enemies got here. Someone's voice came from behind the door. Looking in her direction, Yoon asked who came. The door was closed. Lois asked to let her into the room. There was a go board on the table. The man moved a white piece. Arkan put his hand to his chin and said that it was a good move. The stranger in front of him asked him to move faster since they had been playing for 3 hours already, crossing his arms over his chest. The leader of the skyscraper clan suggested that they take their time since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man with white hair looked up and said nothing. Bekshan of the White Tower clan placed his hands on his knees and asked if his friend had sent his people to the intermediate lands. Lois held a small suitcase in her hands with a smile. She handed it to the protagonist and Jongwoo. The protagonist asked what it was. Removing the lid, Yoon saw 2 amulets, one with a red stone and the other with a blue stone. The girl said that this was their reward for dealing with the devil tree. Raising his head to her, the protagonist began to say something. Looking into his eyes, the brown-haired girl told them to just take it, because honestly, they deserved even more. Lois added that they were also going to the intermediate lands, so a good item wouldn't hurt. Taking the red amulet on a chain in his hand, the protagonist stated that in that case, they would accept it with gratitude. Smiling at the girl, the red-haired man thanked her. They lowered their heads together, using the item appraisal, after which sparks of blue magic began to emanate from them. Looking back at the smiling brown-haired girl, Yoon stated that their class was quite high. Jongwoo confirmed it. Raising his hand with the item, the protagonist stated that he believed that this one would suit him better because it had magical defense. Smiling at his new item, the red-haired man said that everything was just right for him because physical defense suited him. An image of the system window appeared with a description of his item. It was a B+ class Heavenly Dragon pendant. It could store mana, summon Heavenly Dragon armor, and absorb damage based on the mana stored. The duration of its effect depended on the storage time. Raising her hand above her ear, Lois said that she was glad they liked it, adding that their leader was currently absent, and he told her to pick something average and give it to them, but she and Alvin took the best. An image of a white-haired man in a white cloak standing in front of a brick tower appeared. The girl stated that these items were created using a special technology of the White Tower clan, so their cost was probably close to the annual budget of a large clan. The red-haired boy asked in shock, his mouth wide open. Placing his hands behind his head, the protagonist asked if they could really accept them. Smiling, Lois stated that of course they should take it and not be shy, since the leader wouldn't know anyway. Arkan sat at the wooden table, folding his arms with a serious expression. Lowering his head, Bekshan said that they were leaving tomorrow, asking if he shouldn't be at work. Looking at him, the man asked what difference it made, since he wasn't the one going there. Looking at the questioning guy, Arkan stated that besides that, it would be awkward for them to choose items in his presence. Seriously looking ahead, the blue-haired guy asked if he was sure that sending these guys was a good idea, and clarified that maybe they should have assembled a prepared team. Placing the chips on the game board, the leader of the skyscraper clan stated that he himself knew that they couldn't go there themselves, since those bastards were constantly watching them. Bekshan took a white chip from a special container. Inserting it into the middle of the board, he asked what if they died. The man said that nothing would change. Gritting his teeth, he angrily said in his mind that he seemed to be losing. Narrowing his eyes and fixing his sharp gaze on the man, the head of the White Tower clan said that he was already saying this too easily. Placing his hands on his knees and raising his head, the head of the skyscraper clan said that he was right. Raising his hand, the blue-haired boy replied that the fact that the people were in this situation now was mostly his fault. He added that this should not be forgotten. Narrowing his eyes, the man with a frustrated look stated that it was their fault. Looking at him, the blue-haired man began to speak. The man interrupted him and said that he asked if it would not be better to send out prepared people. An image of the night sky appeared, showing from behind windows with unusual patterns. While placing his chip on the board, Arkan stated with a slightly evil smile that it was okay, because this idiot, Alvin, would be better than any pre-made team. Bekshan looked ahead silently. While placing his chip, the boy stated that if he said so, he would believe him. Pointing his hand at the dark-haired man with glasses, Alvin said to say hello, introducing the man as a cartographer who would go with them and show them the way. Looking ahead seriously, the man introduced himself as a cartographer with 10 years of experience, Pentak. He also added that he worked in the lands in between. Shaking hands, the protagonist said with a smile that he was glad to meet him, introducing himself as Yunj. Raising his hand, the red-haired man introduced himself and said that he was glad to see him. Assessing them with his eyes, the dark-haired man mentally said that they had only been here for a year, so even considering their achievements, it was too little. Turning his head to look at Lois and Alvin, Pentak mentally said that fortunately, that pair would be with them. Closing his eyes and starting to take out a map, the man mentally stated that he should go to the intermediate lands with the newcomers, in a row of which his eyes were already starting to darken. Putting a large map on the wooden table, the man said that he would first show them the territory they would be exploring. Pointing to the region next to the large mountain range, the man said that this was Melon. Under the Great Mountains, there was a long, not very dense forest, labeled as the Middle Zone. Pointing to the map, the dark-haired man said that this was the border separating the city from the intermediate lands, the Great Mountains, and beyond them the intermediate lands. Shifting his gaze, Jongwoo asked if the map was finished. Raising his head, Pentak replied that it was because there was uncharted territory ahead, as no one had ever gone that far, and it was also the main place they were heading to. Pointing his finger at a cross in the middle distance from the forest, the man stated that they were heading this way, adding that it was there that a team of cartographers had recently died. Looking at the map, the protagonist began to speak. Looking at him, Alvin asked if there were any problems. Throwing up his hands, the protagonist said that this was where they were originally going. The blonde boy asked in surprise. The brown-haired girl, her mouth wide open, asked in shock if that was true. Narrowing her eyes, Pentak stated that these were some suspicious coincidences. Looking ahead, Alvin stated that it looked like there was something there. Folding the map, the man said that since they had checked the destination, it was time for them to move. He threw the bag over his shoulder and added that it was time for them to head to the intermediate lands. The Great Mountains, an image of a sunny sky above a huge cluster of rocks appeared. Jongwoo let out a surprised exclamation with his mouth and eyes wide open. Looking at the amazing view of nature, with dense forests and rocks of various shapes, under the blue sky, the red-haired man said that it was an amazing view. Starting to walk forward, the dark-haired man said that his mood would change when they reached the intermediate lands. Looking at his back, the protagonist asked why they were walking through the forest when it was much safer in the air. He also asked if there were no people with the ability to fly. Looking forward and continuing to walk, Pentak said that they had thought about it too. A dark dragon flew above them a few hundred meters away. The man said that the sky was an inviolable territory because dragons lived there. The protagonist asked again. The team of 5 people slowly made their way through the dense forest. The cartographer said that they were as strong as the Demon King, but even though their numbers were small, nothing good could be expected from meeting them, so they did not travel through the air. The girl bringing up the rear, looking at his back, said that the ground was also dangerous because there were many different types of monsters. Turning his head, the dark-haired man said that they should already know. An image of a map of the intermediate lands appeared, which were completely covered in trees. The cartographer said that the intermediate lands were a huge forest separating the territories of demons, angels, and humans. In other words, they were being explored by 3 races, so no one knew where and when they would meet them. Stopping, Pentak said that this was why they should not relax. The team stopped in front of a forest with huge, unusual trees. He added that they were entering enemy territory. Looking at the trees growing very high, the girl loudly declared that these trees were simply unbelievably huge. Peeking out from behind a tree, Alvin asked if they remembered the Tree of Power, then added that it was made from them. Touching the trunk of one tree, the protagonist said that he understood why he was thinking about how familiar it felt. The brown-haired girl said that everything was correct and it was exactly the same wood. Turning his head, the dark-haired man asked why they didn't test themselves, then said that he wanted to see their abilities. The protagonist sighed, touching the tree. With a serious face, he began to swing his right hand. With a jerk, he delivered a powerful blow to the trunk. Pieces of wood soared into the sky. It left a hole about 40 centimeters in diameter and 10 centimeters deep. Pulling his hand back, the protagonist said that they really looked like those that stood in the skyscraper clan. Scary, unusual, loud sounds were heard, forcing the guys to look around. Turning his head, the protagonist asked what was going on. Looking around, the red-haired guy said in fear that he did not like these sounds. Folding his arms, the cartographer said that he called them himself, and now he was asking him. Turning his head, the protagonist asked again. Pointing his finger at him, Pentak asked if he really thought that nothing would happen after such a noise. With his eyes and mouth wide open, the protagonist asked why he told them to test themselves then. The man grinned and began to speak. Smiling widely, he said that he already said that he wanted to see their abilities. He said that their opponents were omnivorous bears. An image of huge animal limbs appeared. The cartographer said that they could reach 4 meters. Several monsters were quickly moving through the forest. Pentak said that about 10 individuals were moving here, adding that these were the most common monsters in the in-between lands. Looking at the 4 warriors, the dark-haired man said that although they were considered one of the weakest species here, their teeth and claws could easily tear apart the bark of the trees in the forest. Smiling, he told them not to relax. Yunj and Zhangwu looked at the huge bears running towards them furiously. They opened their mouths wide with huge teeth and 2 tongues and growled. The protagonist and the red-haired guy quickly took stances. The man looked ahead in surprise. The protagonist threw his blade over his shoulder, turning away from the corpses of the animals. Zhang Yu happily ran up to him. The dark-haired man gaped, unable to say anything. The red-haired guy smiled and turned to the protagonist. The protagonist also looked at him, standing in front of his defeated opponents. Looking ahead, the cartographer asked why they didn't tell him earlier. Shifting his gaze, Alvin asked what exactly. The 2 boys stood in a pile of slaughtered animals. Pentak said that their abilities were at such a level. Folding his arms, the blonde boy replied that he thought it would be better for him to see it with his own eyes, since many people still didn't believe that they were able to deal with Jeffrey. The man silently narrowed his eyes, looking at him. Looking at the bloody corpses of the bears, the cartographer mentally said that usually 3 rankers were needed to fight 10 omnivorous bears, so he was even going to help them. The 2 boys were calmly talking, holding swords in their hands. The dark-haired man, surprised, mentally stated that these 2 were so strong in just a year. Turning his gaze to the protagonist, the man mentally said that he was especially. Turning around, the protagonist asked if this was enough. Startled, the man asked what he meant. The protagonist gestured with his hand, stating that he had said that they were the weakest here, and wondered if they were too few for his test. The man squirmed slightly, mentally asking if he was making fun of him. Looking at him with a keen eye, he mentally affirmed that he was not. The protagonist looked at him questioningly, waiting for an answer. The man mentally said that the protagonist really did not know how strong those bears were. The cartographer smiled. Folding his arms, the blonde boy stated that this was not all. Looking forward, he said that there was more to see. Turning his head back, Pentak asked again. The red-haired boy began to sheath his sword. Looking at him in surprise, Lois asked if he really did not wipe his sword. Turning his head, the boy smiled and said no, because the sword liked it better that way. He added that the more blood he absorbed, the stronger he became. Putting his hand to his chin, Alvin said that this meant that it was the blood of Muhammad. He also clarified whether the boy could handle the berserk state. Holding the sword, the red-haired man, slightly stumbling, began to speak. Looking into his eyes, the scarred man asked if he could do more. After that, he said that he understood, because the more the attack power increases, the more difficult it is for him. Looking at the sword with frustration, Zhang Yu said that he tried, but it still doesn't work. Lowering the sword and raising his head, the red-haired man suggested that it was possible that this was because the sword absorbed a huge amount of blood during that fight with Shipman. He also added that when he uses berserk, he cannot control it. Friendly hitting him on the back, the protagonist said with a smile that it was difficult in the Devil's Forest because he could not maintain such a state. Zhang Yu smiled. Looking at them, the girl asked to what extent he could not restrain himself, specifying whether he was completely losing his mind. She also added that such objects were dangerous. Lowering his head onto the sword, the red-haired guy confirmed, stating that he was becoming not himself, but fortunately, the effect was temporary. Looking into his eyes, the fair-haired guy asked if it was true that because he had absorbed too much power, using this sword had become even more difficult. The red-haired guy confirmed. Extending the blade, the guy said with a smile that if he could handle it, then most likely it would be more useful. An image of a cloudy, evening sky above the location appeared. 2 bear corpses lay on the ground. Holding the blade, the protagonist turned his head to the right. The large monster was eating smaller ones. The protagonist and the team began to leave from there. 6 days later, walking forward through the forest, the protagonist stated that there were fewer and fewer bears. Turning his head, the dark-haired man said that they were much weaker than the other monsters that lived here, so they could not survive inside the forest itself. Putting his hand on his belt, Alvin said that he was much more tired than he expected. Looking at the map, Pentak said that this was understandable because they had been walking for 6 days already. The team stopped abruptly, hearing an unusual sound. Several monsters were sitting in the bushes a couple of dozen meters from the team of heroes. The cartographer said that they saw how they fought and did not attack. But in fact, they were waiting for the right moment. Because of this, they could not properly rest. Turning to the 2 guys, he asked if they were okay. The protagonist, looking ahead, calmly answered that they were. Raising his sword and smiling, the red-haired man said that they had spent more than half a year in the Devil's Forest and easily dealt with monsters thanks to the help of Uncle Pentak. The man narrowed his eyes, looking at the guy. Turning his head back, the man said with a smile in his mind that this kid knows how to approach people. The man concentrated his gaze when they reached the place. crouching down and looking at the trunk, the dark-haired man said that here. The protagonist asked what was here. Looking towards the scratched marks on the trees, Pentek said that from this moment on the territory begins that is not on the maps, an unexplored zone. On the demonic stand there was a magic ball in which the protagonist's team was depicted. A purple monster with horns and wings sitting on the floor said that the humans have arrived. The monster lying next to him chuckled. Looking ahead, he said with a smile that he hoped that this time there would be someone interesting, because those were too boring. It was the demon general, Beld. The reddened monster, putting his hands to his face with a longing smile, asked to quickly go to him. It was the demon general Larich. Bowing his head to the ball, Beld, looking at the protagonist, said that he had seen him somewhere before. Turning around and pointing his hand at the ball, he asked if the man knew this person. The dark-haired man with a beard, looking forward, began to speak. Standing in one position, he said that these were the people who killed Abram and cut down the devil's tree. Smiling, the demon said that he remembered, adding that he had already been shown them, but he could not remember. Turner looked down in disappointment. The demon general said that judging by the fact that they had come this far, these guys were not so simple. Opening his eyes wide, Beld asked if they would interfere with their plans this time. The girl suddenly shuddered and froze, opening her eyes wide. She felt power. An image of a gap in the sky and the trees appeared. Turning his head towards her, the protagonist asked if she felt the energy of the monsters. Looking at him, Lois confirmed, adding that although it was weak, she could feel it. Turning his head, Alvin stated that he believed that there was a monster here, adding that if he was suddenly able to feel freely in the depths of the forest, then they should be prepared to meet at least a demon of the level of a general. Raising his hand, the frightened dark-haired man hysterically stated that he should not say such terrible things, because a general is slightly weaker than a lord, so he refuses to meet someone like them. Looking ahead, the sweaty red-haired man told them to stop. Looking at the 4 marks on the tree, the guy asked what they were. The guy clarified what, saying that they were marks from the claws of omnivorous bears. Looking at the large marks at a height of a couple of dozen meters, Zhang said that they were not them because they were too huge. The dark-haired man added that they were also too far from their habitat. The team froze, hearing a sound behind the tree. Leaves began to fall from the trees, the sound grew louder. Something began to appear behind the green foliage. The shadow of the monster covered the 5 warriors. A huge bear opened its mouth and growled. The bear, about 16 meters in size, stood in front of them. It looked menacingly down. One of the warriors asked if it was an omnivorous bear. Looking at it, the fair-haired guy said that it looked the same, only 4 times larger, and then asked if they had ever seen one. Staring ahead in shock, the man with glasses replied that no, and had never even heard of such a thing. He also added that such bears could not live here. He clenched his teeth, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the monster. He added that he was sure that something was happening here. The 2 generals smiled maliciously, looking at the magic ball. The huge monster suddenly rushed forward and began to swing its paw. 5 people barely managed to jump out from under its paw, which left a huge mark on the ground. The red-haired guy began to swing his sword. He created an enlarged version of his sword from yellow magic and dealt a powerful blow to the monster's body. A huge shockwave began to crush the bear. After carrying out the attack, Zhang began to fall into the paw of the monster. He clenched his teeth, looking down. Opening his mouth wide, the frightened protagonist screamed that it was dangerous. A powerful attack hit the outstretched paw of the huge bear. The girl landed on the ground and began to quickly break with her legs. She put both hands forward, starting to create particles of her own magic. She instantly created a slab of energy that protected the guy from the monster and told him to be careful. Turning his head, the red-haired man thanked her. Running up to him, the dark-haired man asked if he was okay, adding that this bear was smarter than it looked, although he didn't know what kind of monster it was. The girl continued to hold back the huge bear with her shield. Looking at Alvin and Lois, the protagonist suggested leaving it to them. Raising his head, the blonde guy asked her how the situation was. Keeping her hands out in front of her, the girl stated that this was the strongest monster they had ever encountered in the In-Between Lands. She added that she thought it would be difficult for mid-level rankers to face it. Smiling, the guy said okay. The huge purple monster with white eyes continued to roar. Taking out his blade, the guy stated that they were not ordinary rankers. The monster tried to get out of the magic cube by touching the walls. Alvin made several very fast movements while the girl removed the protection. An unusual white substance appeared on the neck of the bear, which was again encased in the cube, enveloping the neck. The 3 warriors gaped at their opponent in surprise. The blonde boy turned away and sheathed his sword as the huge bear began to buck in pain. Raising his finger, Alvin stated that she had removed the barrier too quickly, asking if she had lost her grip. The brown-haired girl asked what he was talking about, stating that he was the one who had reacted slowly. The boy said yes, but no. Turning his head in their direction, The protagonist, with a surprised expression on his face, mentally said that they had indeed done a good job since the barrier had been lifted for only a moment so that Alvin could attack. Approaching the monster's corpse, the cartographer asked why the omnivorous bear had become so huge and suggested that it might be a mutant. He opened his mouth slightly and sighed questioningly. He took out a dark ball from its fur. He lifted it, narrowed his eyes, and began to speak. The girl's mouth opened wide. The blonde boy pursed his lips slightly in fear. In the dark sphere was a small purple devil. It was the devil seed. The dark-haired man asked why it was planted in a bear. Alvin, looking at him, asked if there was a devil tree in the Intermediate Lands. Looking ahead, the brown-haired girl said that she thought it was possible because demons can use the fact that bears eat tree bark. The guy added that these guys know how to use their heads. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist mentally said that this was true and their goal here was the devil tree. An image of a large number of different angry monsters with glowing eyes appeared. The protagonist mentally stated that the diary said that the monsters in the Intermediate Lands turned into demons precisely because of the tree, and in the end they broke into human territory, and judging by the fact that they only met one monster that ate the seed, there was still time. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist mentally said that they needed to destroy the tree as quickly as possible. He looked towards the bushes behind the tree 10 meters away. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He looked into the empty space in the air. Yunj took hold of the blade. He swung it into the air, under the surprised looks of the other warriors. An image of something began to appear in the air. One of the team members asked if there was something there. An eye cut in half appeared. The magic ball cracked. The demon sitting in front of him angrily clenched his teeth. The fallen halves of the eye began to emit a strange liquid. The guy asked what kind of eye it was. Gritting his teeth, Alvin looked at him and asked if it was watching them. With rage on his face, Beld said that they were pathetic humans. Placing his hands on his hips, the blonde boy said that they could rest easy now. Sitting down on the ground and lowering his head, Lois said that it was unpleasant to think that someone was watching them. Looking at the rest of the team, the protagonist said that he was quite sensitive to demonic energy. Turning his head, the blonde boy said that he believed that this could be considered confirmation that there was a demon general here. He also asked how far they were from their destination. Looking at him, the dark-haired man said that this territory was unexplored, so he was not sure, but he believed that it was not very. Pentak raised his head. Looking ahead in surprise, the cartographer asked why they were all so calm, and clarified that he was really the only one here who was afraid of the demon general. Shedding a frightened tear, the red-haired guy said that he was scared too. A rustling sound was heard from behind the tree. The protagonist looked back sharply. Raising his head, Alvin sighed tiredly. Looking at a dozen huge bears, he said that they had a small problem. Several monsters grinned, looking forward. Several opened their mouths. The guy counted the opponents. He stopped at 16. Grabbing the blade, he asked how many of them were here. Looking around, the girl answered that she thought there were about 40. One of the team members said that it would be difficult. 5 warriors took fighting stances, looking at the approaching bears. The guy said that they needed to leave because they could not handle such a number. They abruptly to the side, quickly overcoming this part of the forest. 4 team members quickly ran away from the scene of the battle. Looking forward, the cartographer said that he remained as bait and asked if everything would definitely be okay. Turning his head, Zhang-Yu said that the protagonist would get out of this, so he shouldn't worry. Continuing to run, the blonde man said that he had seen him in action. Looking at them, the dark-haired man said that there were still many bears there. Starting to stop, Pentak gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, enveloping it in a light aura. Turning around and lunging, he dealt a powerful blow to the monster's paw, saying that they needed to deal with this now. Throwing her hands forward, Lois directed her magic at it. Zhang-Yu and Alvin grabbed their blades. The monster screamed loudly, finding itself in a huge cylinder of magic. Looking ahead, the dark-haired man said that there were only a few of them chasing after them, so he didn't think it would be hard. The 3 boys and the girl gaped. The dark-haired man's eyes widened as he looked at the sky. A huge dragon appeared above the forest. The monsters with bright fur on their necks stood in front and bared their teeth fiercely. The protagonist frowned, saying that he would be bait while the others ran away. Alvin turned to look at him, asking what he was talking about, since the only one who should deal with them was himself. The guy opened his mouth, saying that it was not so, since he had something he wanted to use. Yunj smiled widely and pulled the necklace with his palm. A status window appeared, which contained information about the B-Class Ghost Pendant Plus, an additional skill ghostliness. In the ghostly state, all physical attacks are ignored, and in this state, it is also impossible to deal damage. The hero frowned in displeasure and closed his eyes. Beld folded his arms over his chest, saying that they decided to leave one as bait. Larridge turned to look at him, asking if he would kill them. The demon general said that it was so, because those humans dared to destroy his crystal ball. The girl opened her mouth wide, screaming that she wanted to get them herself. Beld knitted his brows, saying that in any case, if they died from this, then he simply deserved to shave with them personally. Labyrinth looked at him, saying that he was right about that. The man opened his eyes and smiled widely, saying that most likely those who ran away would survive, but he was not sure about the one who became bait, because the forest is the hunting grounds of omnivorous bears. The protagonist ran forward, followed by monsters with bright fur on their necks. Yunj frowned, quickly running forward. A pillar of dark wood appeared in front of the guy. The hero ran through the tree. Giant bears with bright eyes crashed into the wide trunk of the tree. Yunj turned to look at his silhouette behind him and smiled, thinking that this pendant was amazing because he could pass through creatures and even objects. On his chest, a golden pendant with a stone was shining brightly. The giant bear swung at the fleeing protagonist. The monster slammed its paw on the ground, lifting its debris into the air. Its eyes widened. Yunj stood on the bear's paw, thinking that, as expected, he did not receive damage from attacks. He immediately disappeared from the spot, leaving a bright trail behind him. Information about the Clockwork 98 class appeared in the system window. This is the fruit of the work of the upper mage Abram, allows you to adjust your own time, consumes accumulated mana depending on the skill level. The giant monster leaned back, throwing back his head. Yunj hovered over the giant bear, thinking that, of course, it was impossible to attack in this state, but it was enough to simply cancel the skill at the moment of attack. Although the mana consumption was incredibly high, if used correctly, he would be able to finish this fight without damage. Above the dark treetops was a bright blue sky with floating white clouds. The voice cried out questioningly, saying that the hero was killing all the bears under his ward. Labyrinth leaned towards the interlocutor, asking if he was talking about the escaped ones. Beld folded his arms across his chest and frowned, saying that that group had already disappeared, which meant this was the guy who was supposed to be bait. The girl opened her eyes wide and smiled, saying that he must be incredibly strong. The man folded his hands in front of himself, saying that if the guy had such outstanding abilities, then most likely it was Alvin, because he was considered one of the strongest among people. The victory over Shipman was his doing. Turner frowned, looking forward. Beld raised his eyebrows and turned around, asking if this man really caught Shipman. Labyrinth smiled and leaned closer to him, saying that she wanted to kill Alvin, asking the man to give him this man. Beld told her to do whatever she wanted, because no matter who fought him, the result would still be the same. Labyrinth raised her eyebrows and smiled slyly. Beld folded his arms over his chest and clenched his teeth furiously. They say that now he understands why everything is happening. Something so interesting has not happened here for a long time. Since everything turned out this way, then let those people come themselves, then they will kill them with their own hands. The heroes were among tall stone columns, surrounded by bright light. Labyrinth smiled widely and raised her eyebrows, saying that people had arrived. Bald furrowed his brows, telling them to look at it and asking how they found it so quickly. Turner frowned, looking away. The group of heroes entered the room. The girl closed her eyes and put her hands forward. A bright light was shining through the treetops. The hero took a step forward. Yunj looked at the sword marks left on the tree trunks and said that it was good that he was able to deal with them safely, but he seemed to be lost, so he did not think he could find his way back. The boy looked at the mark left on the tree trunk and said that although Alvin said that he would leave marks for him, everything around was covered in marks from blows and he could not tell what was what. The protagonist froze in place, looking at the giant trunks of dark trees with sword cuts. The boy frowned and looked away when he heard the noise. The giant monster bared its teeth and opened its eyes wide, approaching the boy with its head. Yunj frowned and pulled out a sword in front of him. The hero's palm extended upward. The blade of the sword was stopped by the fingers of the blue-haired boy. The stranger frowned and pulled the sword away, saying that he was a bit hasty since an ordinary person would already be dead. Yunj frowned and opened his mouth, thinking that the boy managed to block the blow with his bare hands, but he put all his strength into the blow. The boy put the weapon away, saying that although Yunj was really giving it his all, it hurt more than expected. The protagonist put his hand forward, asking who he was. The stranger said that he did not intend to hurt him, so he could put the sword away. The protagonist lowered his weapon and frowned, saying that since the stranger said that an ordinary person would already be dead, in other words, he himself is not a person. The stranger confirmed this. The guy folded his hands behind his back and raised his eyebrows, saying that he is a dragon. Behind him was the image of a blue dragon with brightly burning eyes. Little is known about dragons, but one can be sure of several points. Firstly, a small number of individuals. Secondly, each of them can compete in strength with the devil himself. And thirdly, they adhere to absolute neutrality. The guy pointed his thumb behind himself, saying that he was told that they had another comrade. It seems that this is just Yunj. His friends went in that direction. 5 dragons sat next to each other, raising their wings. The protagonist looked at the boy, asking how he knew. Did the fact that they had passed mean that they were okay? The dragon raised his hand, saying that he was several thousand years older than him. He asked if the boy was being too rude to address him informally. Yunj asked if his friends were okay. The dragon's bright eyes widened. The boy closed his eyes and frowned, saying that he believed that those people had reached their destination safely now, and all because he himself had seen them off. The protagonist looked at the boy and asked if dragons preferred to remain neutral. Yunj frowned, asking why he was helping them. The boy brought his hand to his chest and looked away, asking if he really believed that he was a dragon, despite his appearance. The protagonist said that he felt an energy invisible to human eyes. The dragon smiled and held out his hand, saying that everything was clear, otherwise it was so inconvenient for him to constantly be in his true form, since it was much more comfortable to live in a human body. He frowned, asking if the guy was really interested in why he was helping them, but it was exactly the opposite. Yunj opened his eyes wide. The dragon said that they were helping him. Bright particles were floating in the air against the dark tops of the trees with tall trunks. Pentak frowned, asking if there really was such a place in the Intermediate Lands. The heroes froze, opening their eyes wide. In front of them were tall stone steps that led to the entrance of an unknown room. Tall and massive columns stood along the edges. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows, asking what they would do, offering to wait until Yunj caught up with them. Alvin raised his head and opened his mouth, saying that there was no point in wasting time just waiting, they should go look around here. Pentak closed his eyes and frowned, saying that it was his first time in such a place, so even if Alvin asked him to show him the way, he wouldn't be able to. Alvin looked at Lois, asking if she could check the temple with the magic clip. The girl raised her head, saying that it wouldn't cause any problems. Pentak bowed his head and wrapped his hands around his bag, saying that he was a useless cartographer. Zhang Yu smiled and patted his shoulder. The girl placed her hands on the wall. Bright blue circles began to appear under her palms. The boy turned around, asking what it was. Alvin put his hands on his hips, saying that Lois was scanning the structure of this place with magical waves. The girl stood in front of the wall, bright blue circles spreading around the room. Alvin noticed that although Lois was a support mage, she was one of the strongest. Her mana level was almost impossible to measure. The girl frowned, holding her hands in front of her. Alvin said that it would take some time, but soon they would have the entire internal structure of the building. Pentak sadly knitted his eyebrows, saying that his existence was simply meaningless. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows pitifully and smiled. Beyond the treetops was a darkening sky. In front were stone columns. The girl closed her eyes and frowned. Alvin frowned, asking if she found anything. Lois held her hands in front of her, saying that she saw a devil tree. However, not one or two. This place could even be called a small forest. There were bright spheres on the dark tree trunks. In the next room, there were 2 demons and 1 human. Pentak began to shake Zhang Yu by the shoulders, asking him to tell him that this was a lie. Alvin frowned, saying that if they turned out to be demon generals, then they would have more work. The youth turned his head, asking what kind of person could be on the demon island. The boy frowned, assuming that it was someone from the clan of assassins. Alvin put out his hand, catching Lois, who was losing her balance. He asked if everything was okay. He knew that she had used too much mana. The girl pressed her hand to her forehead and opened her eyes wide, shouting that demons were heading here now. Labyrinth and Beld moved forward, spreading their demon wings. The wall in front of the heroes was broken through. The fragments of the wall flew in different directions. The girl spread her wings and smiled widely, saying that those they could kill had already arrived. The man frowned, saying that it was fast. Pentak frowned and opened his mouth wide, saying that they were demon generals. After all, they had horns and wings. Alvin gritted his teeth, saying that it was too sudden. Labyrinth raised her eyebrows and smiled, asking which one was Alvin. The guy frowned and clenched his hand into a fist, asking how she knew him. A bright trace was left in the space. Alvin held out his sword in front of the demon's raised leg. The guy frowned, asking what kind of impatient demon was this. Labyrinth smiled widely, saying that he was strong. She liked it very much. The hero swung his weapon, throwing her back. Alvin frowned, thinking that it had become quite noisy. There were 2 demon generals here. Their current composition would be difficult to deal with them. The boy took a step forward. The hero's eyes widened. Turner appeared behind the demons. Alvin asked what he was doing here. The man clenched his fists, asking what he thought. The boy frowned, saying that he had been a traitor all this time. The hero asked if these were his friends. Turner furrowed his brows, saying that they had nothing to do with him. Beld turned and smiled, asking if they could kill these people. The man raised his eyebrows, asking if they needed his permission. The demon noted that he asked this for no reason. The group of heroes frowned, looking at them. Beld smiled widely and spread his arms, welcoming the guests. He did not know how they managed to get here so quickly, but it did not matter. Labyrinth bared her teeth, saying that they were probably eager to die as soon as possible. She raised her eyebrows and smiled widely, asking if she should kill the one who destroyed the crystal ball first. Beld gritted his teeth and raised his eyebrows in displeasure. She asked why the hero wasn't here. The boy asked what his request for help meant. A bright light shone through the dark treetops. The dragon spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he needed them to destroy all the devil trees. His people didn't like the demons using the lands in between as they pleased. He asked if that wasn't the reason they came here. The dragon gritted his teeth in displeasure, saying that it pissed him off that they were turning their sweethearts into something weird. The protagonist looked at him, repeating his words in his head questioningly. The youth stood in front of the boy, saying that if they left things as they were, they would continue to plant their trees, then this place would become the territory of the demons. The intermediate lands should remain as such, but they could not start killing demons, so they hoped that these heroes would help get rid of both the trees and themselves. The dragon spread his hands, asking if the hero understood him. Yunj frowned. The youth pointed his thumb at the bright flashes behind him, saying that in exchange for this, he would open the way for him. As he had said earlier, his comrades had already gone ahead, so there was nothing to worry about. The protagonist frowned, wondering if this meant that even with a goal, he would still watch what was happening, since the youth did not care about other people's lives at all, although he himself had modern strength. The hero clenched his hand into a fist. The dragon froze, raising his eyebrows in question. Yunj looked down, thinking that he should try to think positively, because at this point in the diary there was no incident, albeit conditionally, but even the dragon helped him, which means the future is changing. The protagonist raised his head and opened his mouth, thanking the young man. Because he will help find the devil trees faster, the guy put his hand forward, saying that they do this for their own sake. The dragon looked at the guy, asking if he knew what they were doing in the temple. The hero frowned, answering that he did not know anything about it. The young man noticed that Arkan must not have told him anything, but it did not matter because they would see each other again. Yunj extended his hand forward, but the dragon disappeared in front of him, leaving a bright light. He repeated the name questioningly, Arkan, looking at the trunks of giant trees in front of him. The hero stood with his feet on a tree branch. He looked at the guy standing on the ground, asking how he should react to the appearance of a new key. The voice asked what key they were talking about. The dragon frowned, saying that he meant that person. A girl with long blue hair came down from a tree branch. She raised her eyebrows, asking if that was why he helped him. The boy frowned, saying that it wasn't exactly like that, he just didn't like how Belt had started to settle in here. The hero raised his eyebrows, asking why she came. The girl widened her eyes and looked at him, saying that something unusual was happening on the side of the Lord of the Heavenly Worlds. The dragon turned his head, surprised that something unusual was happening there too. The girl turned around and put out her hand, inviting him to follow her. She disappeared, leaving a bright trail behind her. The boy turned around. The boy widened his eyes, saying that he hoped that the hero could be the key to ending this unbearable war. The protagonist frowned. The tip of the sword was raised up. Labyrinth smiled widely, her hand passing through the bright light. As Alvin was fighting the girl, a demon tail reached out to him. Labyrinth swung her hand, trying to reach the boy who had his sword out in front of him. A barrier appeared behind Alvin, preventing the demon tail from striking. Lois put her hands out and frowned. Beld folded his arms and frowned. The demon tails continued to try to attack the boy fighting Labyrinth. Pentak frowned and raised his fist, asking why Turner betrayed the people. He and Jong-U struck at the same time, but the man managed to jump to the side. The hero stopped with his feet. Turner held something out in front of him, saying that this was not a betrayal, but a question of their existence. He asked if they still did not understand this. Jong-U and Pentak frowned, looking forward. Alvin frowned and opened his mouth. Beld spread his wings, saying that it was weak for someone who could defeat Shipman, and he thought that he wasn't the one who confronted the omnivorous bears either. The guy looked away, thinking about the tail, which could extend and move in any direction. It couldn't be cut off and it was very fast, which meant it would be hard to get close. If there was one demon, it wouldn't be a problem, but there were two of them. Labyrinth smiled widely and raised her eyebrows. Alvin thought about how she was like a kamikaze with an incredibly powerful body. In addition, her body instantly recovered. It was stressful. The girl's arm was cut off. Labyrinth smiled widely. A hand immediately appeared in place of the wound. The guy frowned, thinking about how the girl used too much mana to sanitize the temple. Her strength was already running out. Lois opened her eyes wide, holding her hands out in front of her. Alvin held his sword out in front of him. Labyrinth smiled widely and opened her eyes, moving forward towards Belt. Protective barriers began to appear in the places of bright flashes. The hero opened his mouth and moved to the side, mentally asking Yunj to hurry. Lois stood still, her hands out in front of her. Beld frowned and looked up. The demonic tail curved. It headed towards the protective barrier in front of Lois, and Lois' eyes widened in fear. The end of the tail pierced the barrier in front of her, shattering it into tiny pieces. He walked towards her face. The girl opened her mouth in fear, not taking her eyes off him. The guy's hand grabbed the demon tail. Lois's eyes widened. The hero lowered the corners of his mouth. Alvin furrowed his brows and smiled, noticing that the guy had arrived. Beld frowned, realizing that it was him. Jong-U and Pentak smiled happily and turned around, seeing the protagonist. Yunj frowned and, holding the demon's tail with his hand, asked if Lois was okay. A bright light fell on the stone columns of the temple. Beld frowned, saying that it was him, the one who destroyed his crystal ball and destroyed the bears. The guy held his sword in front of him, assuming that they were the demons that were watching them. Lois warned that it was the demon general, asking the guy to be careful. Beld stood still, saying that from Abram to the devil tree on Garon, the hero had been ruining their plans one by one, but now they would see if he could do it this time too. The demon frowned, spreading his wings and pointing his tail forward. The girl put her hands in front of her, saying that it was not just a tail. The guy frowned and took a fighting stance. The hero took a step forward, saying that he would take everything on himself, asking her to help the others. Yunj moved forward, becoming invulnerable to the demon's tail. Information about the B-Class Ghost Pendant Plus appeared in the system window. An additional skill, Ghostliness. In the state of Ghostliness, all damage received is ignored. It is impossible to inflict damage. The protagonist moved closer to Beld, remaining unharmed by the demon's tail passing through his body. The guy swung his sword. The demon jumped back, spreading his wings. Beld opened his mouth. A dark sphere appeared in front of him. He said that these were probably the items that humans used. Not bad at all, but the hero was a real weakling if he relied on them. Streams of black energy shot out from his mouth. The demon spread his wings, holding himself in the air. Dark energy filled the temple room. Beld frowned and looked away. The protagonist appeared behind him. Yunj swung his sword. The demon extended his demon tail in front of him. He frowned, saying that it was interesting. The demon asked if it was possible that their plans failed not just due to a simple coincidence. The protagonist frowned, thinking that it was dangerous. He wondered if the magic armor and ghostly appearance did not help at all. Bald spread his wings, asking why he felt the presence of demonic energy. Did the guy eat the seed? Yunj froze in place, saying that it was not so. The demon frowned, thinking that this feeling was strange. He felt that the guy was different from the rest. Compared to other people, there was something special about him. The man turned down the corners of his mouth. Bald spread his arms and closed his eyes, saying that he had a bad feeling. He thought it was better to kill him right here, but he would be able to find out everything after the death of the main character. The demon's body flared up with a dark stream of energy. Yunj covered his head, assuming that he had set his own body on fire, but this was not the case. Dark tongues of energy rushed upward. The black smoke dissipated. Horse hooves appeared. The demon licked the streams of dark energy, saying that he was uncomfortable being in this form. Beld was sitting on a horse wearing protective armor. It is said that this flame tastes disgusting, but it is perfect for killing people. The protagonist frowned, holding his sword in front of him. Beld smiled widely and raised his eyebrows, suggesting a game. The swords collided with a loud sound. Turner held his weapon in front of him. Pentak appeared from behind Zhongwu, raising his fist to attack. He hit the man, knocking him back. There was a mark on his clothes from the fist. He said with a smirk that this may take a long time. He did not want to use it, but he must deal with them before Mr. Beld and Mrs. Larridge finished. Turner closed his eyes, lowering his head. Pentak and Zhongyu opened their eyes wide, looking forward. A loud sound rang out. The dark light turned into a bright red. The guy knitted his eyebrows and widened his eyes, saying that he was no longer a human. Long horns appeared on the man's head. Turner frowned and held his sword out in front of him, looking forward. At this time, Lois was feeling very unwell. She was kneeling and gritting her teeth as she watched the battle, saying in her head that her body was not obeying her at all because she had used too much mana. She saw the protagonist turn around and run away from Beld. In the other direction, she saw Alvin, who was fiercely fighting with Larridge. At the same time, she asked herself in her head in disappointment, was there really no way she could help her comrades in this situation? At the same moment, she added that everyone was desperately fighting. In the other direction, she saw Pentak and Zhongwu fighting Turner. After a few seconds, she turned away, closed her eyes, and firmly said in her head that she needed to focus on restoring her mana first. At this time, Pentak furiously attacked Turner and shouted, asking if he really decided to stop being a human, since it was impossible to return to the original world in this form. At one point, Turner was able to dodge and swing. At the same moment, he broke through the cartographer's block and delivered 2 precise and very strong blows to the face. Then he clenched his fist even tighter and pulled it back. The next moment, he delivered such a powerful blow to Pentak's chest that the shockwave passed through him. The cartographer's eyes turned white from the blow, and blood spurted from his mouth. After that, he flew into the wall, which he crashed into at great speed. Zhongyu saw this and screamed in shock. Suddenly, Turner asked where the guy was looking. Hearing this, Zhongyu was very scared. At the same second, Turner delivered a quick slash with his sword to his back. At this time, Alvin continued his fierce fight. With the next blow, he swung, intending to deliver a strong blow. But Larridge, with a wide smile on her face, put her hand in defense. The guy saw this and immediately reacted. The demon easily blocked the blow and decided to counterattack with her other hand. At the last moment, Alvin managed to jump back into the distance. Straightening up, he said that it was not that easy. Hearing this, Larridge spread her arms and mockingly asked if he was already tired. She looked intently at the guy and, laughing, shouted that she was having a lot of fun, so she wanted her opponent to fight again and again. Alvin looked at the demon and calmly said that he thought that she would not be able to regenerate infinitely, but it seemed that he was wrong. Then he added that his opponent could restore entire limbs, and she was not even embarrassed by the hole through which her insides were visible. Labyrinth listened to this with a wide, satisfied smile and said that everything was so. Suddenly, Alvin said, "Neck, heart, head." Hearing this, the smile disappeared from the demon's face. The guy pointed his finger at his head and explained that these are vital organs for humans, so he thinks that demons are the same. Well, Labyrinth asked discontentedly, looking at her opponent. The next second, Alvin pointed his sword at the demon and firmly replied that he was sure that he could cut at least one of these places. As soon as Labyrinth heard this, she was slightly surprised and scared, because she realized that her opponent would aim for these places. At this time, Beld, with a pike in his hand, ran after the protagonist. He swung it from side to side and shouted furiously, asking how much longer Yunj was going to run away from him because he was not interested in playing catch-up. With a crazy smile on his face, he ordered the enemy to attack as confidently as before. The protagonist heard this and glanced at the enemy out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, the demon's horse jumped high. Leaving a trail of demonic flames behind it, it flew at Yunj. Beld gritted his teeth in rage and stretched out his spear in front of him, preparing to strike the enemy. The protagonist realized that he was in danger and was very scared. Suddenly, an insanely powerful wave of demonic fire was released from his spear, which covered the protagonist with his head. But Yunj at this time was climbing up the magic plates that appeared under his feet. The next second, while Beld did not see him, he jumped out from the side and swung. Suddenly, a malicious grin appeared on the demon's face. The protagonist saw this and was very surprised. At this second, Beld turned around and redirected his attack towards the protagonist, which perfectly covered him. Yunj covered himself with his hands, and his entire body was covered with magic armor. In his head, he said that the demon was very strong. He looked at the enemy who was gloating and said to himself, he has a long spear that throws out flames, a horse that can also create fire, and if you judge only by his abilities, then he will never defeat him. However, he said at that very second. After these thoughts, he raised his sword behind his head and rushed to attack. In his head, the guy screamed what he saw. There was no fear or doubt in his eyes. He used magic armor and Clockwork 98. With the help of magic plates that appeared under his feet, the protagonist appeared in front of his opponent in an instant. This made Beld very surprised. Demonic flames immediately appeared in the mouth of his horse. At that moment, he threw it down on the opponent. The flames completely engulfed the protagonist, so much so that he was not even visible. At the same time, Yunj said in his mind that this was most likely a demon. Shrouded in flames, he was unharmed. A few seconds later, he dispelled it and delivered a powerful slashing attack with his sword to the chest of the opponent. Then he continued, having such enormous power. Beld gritted his teeth from the strong and sharp pain. The protagonist landed on the ground, raised his head up and saw that a powerful explosion was heard around the demon and he was enveloped in demonic flames. At that very moment, he finished speaking. He had never lost a fight. He looked at what was happening with a smile on his face and mockingly asked, so he always starts with flames, but did he really think that this technique was universal? Then he said to himself that this was exactly why. At that very moment, a demon on a horse landed on the ground, cursing loudly and saying that his opponent was a pathetic little human. Hearing this, the protagonist mockingly asked what to call someone who loses to a pathetic little human. Hearing this, Beld became furious. Raising his head, he gritted his teeth and his eyes lit up. Then Yunj finished speaking. He easily loses his temper and, a few seconds later, the demon's horse soared into the air again. Beld began to gather demonic fire in a dive and furiously shouted that he would burn this entire room entirely. The protagonist immediately rushed to attack. At that very moment, he finished speaking. He cannot adapt and change tactics. Beld swung his pike, attacking with demonic fire. Yunj was saved from it by the magic armor. The demon turned back sharply and in surprise. At that very moment, the protagonist asked why this was happening, since he was stronger. Then he added that he was sure that the demon was thinking exactly the same thoughts. Beld listened in shock and horror as his opponent said that he was wrong. Yunj clutched the sword in his hands, and powerful magical energy enveloped him while he said that real strength. He used the skill Change Current. The next second, he dealt an insanely strong blow that cut the demon. The blow cut the demon's head into two parts. Yunj held the sword in his hands, and his bracelet emitted powerful magical energy. He looked at his opponent without fear in his eyes. A few minutes later, he stood in front of the defeated demon on a horse. Yunj was breathing heavily and looking at his opponent. There was emptiness in Beld's eyes. He was dead. Suddenly, the protagonist fell to the floor and laughed. He looked at the sky and said to himself that it was dangerous, but he was just lucky because if the demon had dodged his last attack, he would have lost. Then he said that the demon general's power was incredible, but I wonder what kind of devils they were. After a short pause, he turned around and asked himself how the others were. But before he could finish speaking, he caught a glimpse of the situation out of the corner of his eye and fell silent. At that very second, he said that he didn't think they needed his help. At that time, Alvin, with his sword raised, said that he seemed to be right. Then he added that his opponent's regeneration speed had become much slower. Labyrinth stood in front of him. She was covered in black blood and her right hand was cut off. How? She asked in a shaking voice. Alvin pulled his sword out towards her and said that the answer was obvious. Then he explained that his movements had become completely different. Hearing this, the demon was shocked. The guy with a crazy smile continued to say that everything was very simple. He walked towards her and said that after talking about vital parts of the body, she concentrated on protecting them. As a result, Labyrinth began to miss attacks that were not aimed at the head, neck, or heart. Listening to this, the demon was furious, which made her grit her teeth. Then Alvin added that her movements became hesitant. At that moment, he mockingly asked her with a smile on his face what kind of demon general she was. From this, rage completely enveloped the demon, and her eyes lit up. She tensed all her body parts and ordered the guy to shut up. Alvin did not wait, firmly grabbed the hilt of the sword and rushed to attack. Then he asked his opponent which hand this time. In rage, Labyrinth rushed to attack. A few seconds later, a loud sound of tearing flesh was heard. Alvin's voice was heard, who asked if the demon saw the result. He thrust his sword into Labyrinth's head, which was now only shaking and unable to move. The guy held the sword with a serious face and said that it was time to end this. After saying these words, he abruptly pulled the sword down. At this time, the cartographer was sitting on the ground, breathing heavily and holding the place where Turner hit him. He looked at what was happening in front of him with surprise in his eyes. Jong-woo, with red eyes and a wide smile on his face, laughed madly and attacked the enemy. Pentak, trying to get up from the floor, said in his head that he lost consciousness for only a minute, but did the guy really activate Berserker mode during this time? He looked at his comrade with excitement and said to himself that he was sure that this could not be used in normal battles. He continued to watch the furious fight and said in his head that Jong-woo told him that in Berserker mode he could not control himself, but this is a completely different person. Leaning against the wall, he continued to say that he couldn't even interfere in their fight, but fortunately, at that very second, he finished saying that his partner was winning. At that moment, Jong-woo grabbed his opponent by the neck. In an instant, he knocked him over on his back, shouting that he was getting more and more excited. After these words, he raised his blade with a crazy smile on his face. Then he abruptly lowered it, wanting to plunge it into the opponent's head. A loud blow rang out. At the last moment, Turner managed to turn his head away so that the sword would not kill him. Without wasting time, he hit the guy on the back with his sword, causing him to groan in pain. Turner immediately took advantage of the moment and threw off his opponent, who managed to make a quick strike with his sword. The edge of the sword hit Turner in the face and deprived him of an eye. Quickly getting up, he laughed madly and shouted that his opponent looked great. Turner at this time grabbed his wounded eye and asked discontentedly when the guy would die. Suddenly Jong-woo rushed to attack again, reporting this. But unexpectedly, Turner's sword fell to the ground, which made the guy stop. At that very second, he pointed the sword at the enemy and ordered him to pick up the sword. To this, Turner calmly replied that he lost, so Jong-woo can either kill him or leave him alive. Let them do whatever they want, because he no longer wants to continue the fight. Then he said that they lost. Behind Jong-woo stood his entire team. At that very second, the guy furiously shouted that it made no difference, after which the order to take the sword. But before he could finish speaking, the main character hit his friend on the neck and said that he could get some sleep. A few seconds later, Turner bowed and said that he was actually surprised because the guys really are incredible since they were able to defeat 2 demon generals. To this, Alvin calmly replied that their opponents were not so strong, and the protagonist, holding his comrade in his arms, said that he almost died. Alvin folded his arms across his chest and said that they would quickly let Turner go if he answered a few questions. The man heard this and said that they would kill him anyway. To this, Alvin immediately replied that they would look at his behavior. Hearing this, Turner lowered his head and thought. A few seconds later, the guy asked why he betrayed them and why he went over to the demons. Turner, without raising his head, replied that they themselves would soon find out. Then he added that humans would never be able to win this war. As soon as Alvin heard this, he tensed up and asked what the man was talking about. Suddenly, blood poured from Turner's mouth, and he finally said that although they won today, they would never win the war. After these words, he fell dead to the ground. Lois, seeing this, explained in a frightened voice that it seemed the man had changed the flow of his energy with magic, adding that magicians sometimes use this method of suicide. Hearing this, Alvin scratched his head in displeasure and said that Turner probably had no intention of answering them, but that he had meant about the war. The protagonist at this time silently looked at his dead rival. The cartographer suddenly intervened in the conversation. He approached his comrades and said that he did not think Turner was talking about something ordinary like the difference in strength. Perhaps he meant something more serious. At this time, Lois, with her head down and sadness in her eyes, looked at the floor and said in her head that humans would not be able to win, after which she asked if this really meant that they would not be able to return back. Suddenly, Alvin lowered his head and shouted loudly that there was no point in thinking about it now because they needed to move on, since they had not yet finished what they came for. Then the main character looked at the guy and said that it was true, so they should hurry up and destroy the devil tree. Lois also looked at Alvin, nodded confusedly and said that he was already on his way. At that very second, she added that she would show the way, after which they left the room. After a while, the guys were in a large corridor. Lois suddenly stopped and told everyone to do the same. Not far in front of them was a large door. The girl pointed to it and said that this room had been bothering her since she scanned the area, because it had strong protective magic and it seemed that these were new a class. Hearing this, Alvin said that it was strange, so he thought he should ask to come in. A few seconds later, he walked up to the doors and pulled them towards himself. The doors slowly opened. What the guy saw shocked him. The entire room was covered in writing. Looking at it, the team asked each other if these were paintings or writings. They walked on, and Alvin said that this room seemed to be made of drawings, the meaning of which they did not know. "Is that all?" he asked after a few seconds. At this time, the main character looked at it with his mouth open. Lois at that very second turned to Alvin and said that she thought that there was some meaning in these drawings, they just could not understand it. The guy heard this, turned to the girl and said that first they needed to deal with the devil tree, and then come back here, when suddenly he saw it and was very surprised. He saw the shocked face of the main character, who was looking at the room with his mouth open and asked what was wrong with his face. He said with a drop of sweat on his face what it was. Looking at the ceilings and walls, he said that he could read these words. At that very second, he raised his hand with the bracelet and said that he was sure that it was because of this. Alvin, hearing this, folded his arms across his chest and said that the same thing happened to Abram and, apparently, it was not such an ordinary object. When suddenly Zhang-Wu jumped to his feet, loudly shouted joyfully that he knew it. The cartographer looked at the guy in surprise and asked when he woke up. Zhang-Wu laughed in confusion, scratched the back of his head and answered just now, adding that it seemed like the guys had already finished while he was sleeping. After that, Lois asked how his wounds were. The guy smiled widely and answered that his body was completely fine, explaining that when he was in berserk mode, he lost control of himself, but the level of healing increased. Hearing this, Alvin said contentedly that despite the risks, the sword has a good skill, to which Zhang-Wu replied, looking at the sword, that he should learn to control it as soon as possible. After a short pause, he looked around and asked where they were and what were those strange paintings on the walls. Alvin suddenly came to his senses, looked at the protagonist and asked how long it would take to read everything written here. Yunj looked at his comrade and replied that it would take a very long time. Hearing this, Alvin turned to Lois and asked how they could get to the room with the devil trees. The girl looked at the guy and replied that everything was simple because they just needed to continue walking straight. Alvin thought for a moment and told the protagonist that while he was reading the inscriptions, they would go and deal with the devil trees, so he would catch up when he was done with everything. Hearing this, Yunj was surprised and asked if they were sure that everything would be okay. Alvin smiled widely and mockingly asked who was still worried about whom. The protagonist heard this, smiled and replied that he understood. Then he said that they would see each other soon. Some time passed. Lois put her hand on the wall. At that very second, she firmly said that it was behind this wall. Behind her stood the team, and Alvin said that it was time to quickly break through the wall and go inside. After these words, he swung. At that moment, he dealt a powerful blow to the wall, splitting it. What he saw in the resulting hole surprised him greatly. He saw huge trunks of demonic trees. From behind them, omnivorous bears began to slowly emerge, of which there were a lot. With each second, their number increased, so Alvin said that it would not be easy to resist them and destroy the trees at the same time. When suddenly 2 bears turned into ice cubes. Lois stood with her arms outstretched and said that she would hold them back so that they would not interfere. Okay, Alvin answered, looking at the girl, adding that it was time to begin. After these words, he ran up to one very large demonic tree. Without thinking twice, he took his sword out of its sheath. At that very second, he dealt a quick and powerful blow, cutting the tree. At this time, on a low mountain under the bright sun, a man was sitting in the lotus position on the grass. It was Jinseok's 7th heaven. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked to the side, wondering why he had come all this way. Arkan, he finished, turning to the guy with long blonde hair. Arkan, with a wide smile on his face, replied that he simply missed him, after which he asked if there really needed to be a reason to meet an old friend. Jinseok turned away and continued meditating, telling the guy not to talk nonsense, but to tell him what had happened. Hearing this, Arkan immediately reported that it seemed like the key had appeared. As soon as Jinseok heard this, he was very surprised. At that very second, he asked what the guy had just said. Arkin smiled contentedly at such a reaction. Then he repeated that it seemed like the key had appeared again. At that time, the main character was doing his job. There were many letters floating around him, which he read and said in his head that although there was a huge amount of information collected here, it was easier to read than he thought. Humans, demons, and angels. These races are waging a war to obtain the Holy Grail. Each race is given a key. At this time, Jinseok turned to his friend again and asked if this was true. Arkin quickly nodded and replied that it was, adding that perhaps he could correct their mistake. The Holy Grail could only be obtained with this key. In other words, a race that lost their key would not be able to obtain the Grail. Arkin looked at his friend, who had stood up, and calmly said that after losing the key back then, they had given up and kept everything a secret. When the key met certain conditions, he would be entitled to possess the Grail. At that moment, Arkin extended his hand with a satisfied smile on his face and said that now, perhaps, they could change the situation. The one who would obtain the Grail. The protagonist tensely read each word and said to himself that if only they obtained the Grail. Arkin at the same time said that if they obtained the Grail with the key. At the same time, they said that they could do whatever they wanted. At this time, another demonic tree was cut down. Zhang Yu happily raised his hands and shouted that this was the last one. All that was left of the demonic trees were large stumps. Alvin's voice was heard, saying with satisfaction that everyone had tried their best. A few seconds later, Lois told the guys that the omnivorous bears had begun to calm down, all because the devil seeds that grew into them made them protect the trees, but now that they had cut them down, they no longer obeyed them. The next second, the cartographer smiled widely and said that there were only 5 of them, but they had successfully completed this task. Then he added that this is not to mention that they had encountered 2 demon generals and dealt with these trees, so now they could rest until the main character arrived. The whole team happily looked at Pentak and said that he had also tried his best. After a short pause, the cartographer took out a huge map. Zhang Yu saw this and asked him in surprise what he was doing, to which the man opened the map and replied that he had to take notes since it was his duty as a cartographer. Hearing this, the boy said in surprise that Pentak was a professional. The cartographer smiled widely from the praise. Pentak laid the map on the ground, and while he was filling it out, Alvin and Lois came up to him, surprised, and began to watch him at work, saying that they had never seen how maps were made. Suddenly, Zhang Yu looked to the side and saw him. The protagonist was walking towards them, saying that it seemed like he was a little late. Everyone except the cartographer went towards him, saying that it didn't matter since there was nothing complicated here, but did he read everything in that room? Yes, Yoonj answered firmly, adding that he had received very interesting information. Hearing this, the guys asked him to tell them everything with interest. The cartographer also heard this and raised his head, thinking. After a short pause, he stood up and said what he wanted to hear too. Some time passed. The Klein Castle. Inside, someone's feet were walking on the floor. After a few seconds, they turned around abruptly. The guy with long hair looked at the guy with long hair, who was pacing back and forth, asking why he was so worried, to which he replied that it had been more than a month since Alvin's team had gone to the Intermediate Lands, but there was no news from them. To this, the guy with short hair replied that they had not gone somewhere there, but to the Intermediate Lands. When suddenly he sharply stretched out his hand and pointed to the side, shouting, "There they come." Alvin's team entered the door safe and sound. The guy with long hair rushed towards the guys, joyfully shouting that they had all returned. Alvin stepped forward and asked how it could have been any other way, after which he abruptly said that he needed to meet the clan leader. Hearing this, the guy asked in confusion, "Really, right after arriving?" "Yes," Alvin firmly answered, already heading towards the leader. Then, with anger in his eyes, he said in displeasure that he needed to talk to him as soon as possible to confirm something. Lois held a cup of tea in her hand and said that she couldn't relax. Zhang Yu agreed, saying that they had returned safely, to which she asked if it was because nothing had ended yet. The guy said that anything was possible, then asked where the cartographer had gone. Lois looked at him nervously and said that the cartographer had said that it was not something he should take part in and had left. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and asked if he had really gone alone. He looked ahead in surprise and said that they had obviously met the clan leader, then asked what kind of leader the person was. Lois held a cup in her hand and closed her eyes, saying that she really didn't know either since he hadn't shown any activity for a long time. Then she asked if Zhang Yu had been told that the people of the first generation weren't doing anything. She told him names and even Emily from the assassin clan, since they do not interact with anyone or anything. Zhang Yu leaned his hands on the sofa and asked in surprise if the master of the assassin clan is really a girl. Lois replied that Emily was from the first generation, but for some unknown reason she became the master of the assassin clan. The guy asked if Emily was really a criminal in the real world too, to which the girl replied that she was not sure since they knew almost nothing about her. Lois continued, saying that they cannot even be sure that Emily is alive, since even if someone from the assassin clan dies, they will not know about it. There were many different vessels with liquids on the shelves. Arkan asked what Yunj would like to drink, to which the protagonist replied that he would refuse. Approaching the table, Arkan said that the guy is not constant, after which he put a mug of beer on the table and said to let it stand to create an atmosphere. Yunj looked at him and said that he would ask directly. He and Alvin turned towards him and the protagonist asked if Arkan was hiding something from them. After a short silence, Arkan asked what they found out. The protagonist replied that the dragon knew about him and that Arkan was hiding something. Arkan took a sip of beer and asked if Yunj had gone to the temple. Then he asked if he had read it. Yunj said that he did know everything after all. He looked at the surprised guy and said that if everything really was as it was written there. Arkan interrupted him and lowered his head down, then asked for forgiveness. The guys looked at him in surprise, getting up from the sofas, and Arkan said that they had been deceiving everyone so far. Looking at the floor, he said that everyone thinks that if you defeat demons, angels, and get the Grail, then you can return to the real world, but this is not true. Alvin looked at him angrily while he said that humans cannot win this war. He said that they could not win. Arkan suddenly raised his head up and shouted that it was until Yunj appeared. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Arkan looked at the guy and said that what is needed to survive this war is the key with which one can get the Grail. He leaned his hands on his knees and said that this is Yunj, and the fact that he was able to read what was written in that room is proof that the protagonist is the key. He smirked and said that he will tell them. Arkan said that the secret they are keeping is the first generation. He said that from the very beginning they were very strong. They did not have any problems in this world. He said that they easily reached the temple that Yunj and Alvin went to. Once in the room, they were able to find out who the key is and how this world works. After finding all the information, they were happy because they were sure that they could return to their world if they found the Grail. Arkan said that was when the problems began. In that room, they met the dragon. Drawing weapons and experiencing a previously unknown sense of danger, they attacked it without really understanding anything. Arkan looked at Yunj and said that in the end, they defeated the dragon, but at what a cost. They all hung over the corpse and cried. During that battle, their key was lost. Arkan looked down and said that at that moment, everything lost its meaning, because it was obvious what would happen to a race that lost its key. He frowned and said that they decided to take this secret with them to the grave. Alvin and Yunj listened to him with rapt attention when he said that if the demons or angels knew that humans did not have the key, perhaps everyone would be dead now. Arkan put his hands together and looked down, saying that they had to hide this from the people, because if they had no hope of returning, they would most likely exterminate each other. He continued, upset, saying that they hid the whole truth and told everyone that they had to survive at all costs and find the Grail. Disappointed, he said that they thought it would not last long, because they believed that a new key would appear soon. He said that a year passed, 2, 10, 20 years. Arkan continued that after so many years the key still did not appear, and Alvin asked if that was why they stopped all activity. Arkan looked at the table and said that it was because they lost their purpose and could not do anything without it. He paused and continued, saying that nevertheless, to at least maintain order, they created clans and did not disband them. Alvin exhaled heavily and closed his eyes, after which he said that now he understood everything. He raised his hand and asked what Arkan was going to do now. The guy looked at Yunj and said that a new key had appeared, which meant it was time for a change. Arkan smiled and said that now they should unite for a common goal, because they no longer had a reason to do nothing. Alvin took hold of the handle of his beer mug. He raised it up and said that it would have been good if Arkan had told him about this from the beginning, but he was glad that at least now he could change his mind about him. Arkan looked at him with an awkward smile. Alvin held out his hand with the mug forward, and Arkan lowered his head and said that no reason could justify their lies. He said that they gave people false hope, hiding behind the fact that they were doing it for their own good, and wondered if they did the right thing. Alvin turned to him and said that it was not too late to fix everything, so now they should take the right path. Yunj took the beer mug with a smile. Alvin raised his mug and said that if Arkan hadn't given up yet, the boy was always at his service. Arkan smiled and raised his mug, saying that he was glad that Alvin and Yunj were on his side. The three clinked their mugs and Arkan said that he was counting on the boys. He asked if Alvin would like to become the clan leader, to which the boy politely declined. The night sky stretched out over the abyss. The boy said that Beld was dead. Grinning his teeth, he said that Larridge and Turner were too, which meant that the plan with the devil trees in the in-between lands had failed. The girl, looking towards the abyss, asked if that was how it was. The guy in the cloak said about Alvin and Lois, as well as two newbies from the skyscraper reserves. He said that this was all they're doing. Emily turned to him with an indifferent look and asked what he wanted from her. The guy turned his back on her and said that her plans had failed. Therefore, they would now resolve the issue in their own way, saying that he had simply decided to notify the girl. Emily turned to him and after a short silence, said that if you cut off a piece of flesh starting from the feet, a person would only last up to the waist, after which he would die. She asked how long demons could endure and whether they could hold out until the heart was torn apart. The guy clenched his teeth in anger and asked if Emily was really going to kill him, reminding him that he was no longer human. The girl's eyes sparkled and she said that the guy said that he no longer needed her, and that was good because she thought the same. Emily activated the energy and the earth immediately shook. The guy began to say that she would regret it. The girl chopped his body into several pieces. She turned away and said that it did not matter whether he was a human or a demon, because everyone died the same way when they were chopped up. She sat in the lotus position on the ground and said that it was because of what had happened. Emily looked up at the starry sky and said that she had no choice but to look for another way. Yunj was sleeping on his bed. He was mumbling something in his sleep. Alvin knocked on his door, asking if the guy was awake. The protagonist suddenly jumped up, sat on the bed and shouted that he was awake. He walked up to the door and pulled the handle. Opening the door, Alvin said that the guy was exhausted because he came several times, to which Yunj replied that he must have fallen asleep soundly. Alvin asked if Yunj had really been sleeping all this time. The protagonist replied that a lot of time had passed. Yunj looked at the doorway with disappointment and wondered if he had really slept so deeply that he had not woken up even from the knock on the door and was so relaxed. Alvin put his hand on his shoulder and said that the clan leader said that he had a conversation, so they should be ready in 2 hours. As he left, Alvin slammed the door hard. Yunj looked down and thought that if Arkan was looking for him, it was most likely because of his next destination. He raised his hand up and thought about the key that could be used to obtain the Holy Grail. The guy noticed the shackles on his wrist. They were glowing purple and he was glad that they had changed again. On the screen in front of him, it was written about the shackles of Jahar and that they increased the strength of the owner. He looked at everything and thought that he expected an increase in magic power and a decrease in consumption, but was surprised by the unhindered use of the absorbed mana. Yunj thought that if he could freely use the accumulated magic power, the effectiveness of his attacks would increase several times. Frowning, he looked at the system window. The guy looked at his health and thought that it was proportional to stamina, and if you think about it, he almost did not pump it up lately. He put his hand on his head and thought that his mana and demonic energy had already reached 104, so his attack power would increase even more now, meaning that he wouldn't be able to handle it without increasing his stamina. He thought that this was the most important task right now. Yunj recalled Alvin telling him that for people like them who used both weapons and magic abilities, it was important to maintain a balance, even if it was low, because there were times when people couldn't handle their own strength. He threw his head back and screamed, asking what use was such a large amount of mana if he couldn't use it properly. Leaning both hands on the bed, he thought he understood the meaning of those words. Yunj reasoned that people who fought like them were strong because of their combination attacks. He knew that people like him and Alvin fought by saturating their bodies with magical power, and maximum efficiency was achieved when there was a balance between magic and physical strength. He remembered Alvin, who said that he had all the stats at the same level, but wondered how he came to this. The protagonist closed his eyes after so much thought. He lay down on the bed and thought that he should do it more optimistically, because it couldn't be that there were only minuses. He thought that now, knowing all this, he could raise other stats, gradually becoming stronger and stronger. Yunj immediately looked at the panel in surprise. He paid attention to the question marks and wondered what they meant. After a while, in the clan building on the middle floor, Alvin said that they had arrived. Entering the room, Arkan asked Alvin and Yunj to hurry up, because they were a little late. The protagonist directed his questioning gaze forward. He looked at the guy sitting at the table and wondered who he was. Alvin noticed the guy and asked who the person sitting next to Arkan was. Arkan looked at him and said that it was Jinseok and they must have heard his name. Yuni looked at him with a frown. He thought that he was the only first-generation person who was not a member of any clan. The protagonist thought that Jinseok was stronger than everyone here since he was on a completely different level. Alvin and Yuni looked at Jinseok coldly. The protagonist thought that the guy was interested in something since he came in person. Jinseok put his hand on his chest and told the guys to sit down. They pulled out their chairs and sat at the table. The protagonist looked at him and wondered why a person who lived in seclusion suddenly decided to come out. He thought that it must be because of the key. Jinseok and Yuni looked at each other ominously. Arkan poured tea and said that he told the first-generation people about Yuni. The protagonist looked at him with a puzzled expression, while Arkan continued, saying that Jinseok was the first one to come after hearing about the key's appearance. Jinseok said that he wanted to train the protagonist. Yuni looked at Arkan with a surprised expression. Jinseok replied menacingly that they would be in trouble if the protagonist died as easily as that guy. Yuni turned to him with displeasure. Arkan took a sip of tea and said that it was up to the guy to choose whether to train or not. Alvin turned to Yuni and said that such an opportunity does not come often. The protagonist leaned his hand on his knee. He thought that it was time to stop just surviving and move on to a higher level. He thought that he should develop himself comprehensively, maintaining a balance between stats. He glanced at Jinseok with his peripheral vision. Yuni thought that perhaps he would be the one to lead the guy to this goal. Having finished his thoughts, he stood up from his chair and leaned his hands on the table. Yoon bowed and asked to be taken care of. Arkin closed his eyes and said that it was wonderful. The protagonist sat back down at the table and said that although he had agreed, he was still a little nervous. Arkin laughed and spread his arms out to the sides, saying that Jinseok's abilities sometimes amazed him too. Yoon asked why Arkin had called them to the clan building. Did he really not want anyone to know about this meeting? Arkin closed his eyes and said that the boy was well aware. The protagonist asked displeasedly if Arkin was hiding this from the scouts in the clan. He exhaled heavily and said that they had met Turner in the Intermediate Lands. The boy said that at that time he was no longer human. Yoon looked away and said that it seemed that Turner knew about the secret of the pioneers. Arkin put the cup of tea on the table. He said that Emily must have told Turner because she knew everything and thought that humans had no chance and joined the demons. Jinseok took a sip of tea and said that it was likely that the girls close to him also knew the whole truth. Alvin looked around and said that there was a high probability that they had told everyone in the clan. Arkin put his head in his hands and said that the problem was that not only the clan of assassins, but also among them, there were those who had made a deal with the demons. Yoon turned to him and asked if he didn't know who exactly. Arkin extended his hand forward and said that they were searching, but so far they had not managed to catch the fox by the tail because they were very careful. He said that these people were probably even higher than the leadership ranks. Fixing his gaze on Yoon, he said that from now on they would be working closely with him. He said that if the clan leader and the newcomer met often, people would have questions. The protagonist slammed the table and said that since he was powerless here, he would try to become better while they looked for the traitor. Arkin replied that from now on, the guy's job was to become stronger. He put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that the training would be hard, but he had to endure. He told Uni to surpass his limit and become stronger. The protagonist thought that this was to get one step closer to the Grail. Jinseok closed his eyes and said that if they were done talking, it was time to go. He stood up from the table and looked at Uni, then told him to take the bare necessities with him and leave. The protagonist turned and asked if he should bring Jongwoo with him. Jinseok said that they always went together, so it would be suspicious if they separated now. Yoon extended his hand and asked him to take care of him. Jinseok abruptly turned away from him and said that everything depended on him. He looked ahead. The protagonist raised his hand in confusion. Jongwoo pointed to the man in front of him and asked who he was and if he could be called a teacher. Yoon closed his eyes and replied that he was very strong. He looked at Jinseok and thought that he would soon find out how strong he was. He immediately looked ahead. They walked further and further. There was a beautiful sunset behind them. At night, they reached a mountain. The three of them headed in the opposite direction from the Devil's Forest, then to a steep cliff located on the border of two cities. Climbing higher and higher, the protagonist asked if there could really be a house in such a place. Jongwoo shouted that they would find out when they got there. After a while, they finally climbed the mountain. Jongwoo fell to his knees and asked if Jinseok was really a human. He looked ahead and opened his mouth wide in surprise. There was a house in front of them, which surprised them greatly. Uni looked at the house and thought that it was a place where ordinary people couldn't even go. He looked around and guessed that it was perfect for living and hiding from everyone. Jongwoo looked ahead and asked who the human was. The protagonist coldly called his name. Jongwoo turned around abruptly and screamed when he heard his name. He frowned and screamed in confusion. Did Jinseok really agree to train them? The protagonist lowered his head and said that they would be in trouble if he died because of his weakness. Jongwoo looked at him in surprise. Uni thought that Jinseok was from the first generation and he knew the fate of the previous key, so he was trying to prevent such an outcome. He put his briefcase on the ground and said that there was nothing wrong with gaining experience and becoming stronger. Jongwoo stood in front of him and asked how long they would stay in this place, to which Uni replied that the minimum was 3 months and the maximum was half a year. He looked down and said uncertainly that this time would not be enough. He said that he would act right now, but he did not have enough ability yet. To remember how Jinseok said that the Holy Grail was in a special place located in the camp of both demons and angels. He looked menacingly at the protagonist and said that in his current state, he could die even in the Intermediate Lands, let alone the demon camp. Uni looked down in disappointment and thought that this was a great chance if he could become as strong as Jinseok. Jinseok shouted that the boys could go inside. Both of them shouted happily and ran inside the house. The protagonist leaned slightly on the front door. Opening it slightly, he looked inside and said that he asked them to excuse him. They went inside and saw Jinseok in the middle of the building. The boys looked around and saw different weapons on the walls. Jongwoo said that there were all the essentials here because he saw swords, sabers, spears, and even a mace. Uni turned to Jinseok, who was taking out a sword. He threw it up sharply. The protagonist immediately reacted and managed to catch the weapon. He swung and Jinseok said that from now on he would use it. The protagonist wondered if it was an ordinary sword, then took a closer look and saw that it was sharpened only on one side and immediately realized that it was a single-edged sword. He looked down in confusion and said that he had never used such a weapon. Jinseok asked why he chose a double-edged sword. Yuni replied that it was easy to use because it cuts and slashes easily. Jinseok looked at him with a cold gaze and said that he started using it because it was convenient. He spread his arms out and said that he had tried all the weapons in the room and only then came to the conclusion that the double-sided sword was perfect for him. He then asked what Yuni knew about weapons that he had decided to use something specific right away. The protagonist clenched his teeth and thought that he had never even thought about it. Jinseok crossed his arms and said that finding out which weapon suits him best was the first step. He looked at the boys and said that consciously using a weapon and unconsciously using a weapon were two different things. He pointed to the weapons and said that he had used each type for 3 months and it took him 10 years to try out everything in the building. The protagonist asked if they should do the same, to which Jinseok replied that they should use one type of weapon for at least a day. Jinseok looked at Yuni and said that he was too weak for the magic power he had. Holding the weapon in his hand, the protagonist looked at him with displeasure. The teacher closed his eyes and said that stamina and physical defense were indeed necessary for those who wanted to control such great power, and if the cup was not strong, it would crack due to the power filling it. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Jinseok pointed his finger at Jongwoo and said that he heard that his sword was devouring him, to which the boy replied that it was true if he used berserk mode. Jinseok put his index finger to his face and said that from now on, he would use this skill every morning, afternoon, and evening. Jongwoo was surprised by such a large number, to which the teacher replied that he would stop him. The guy frowned and thought that this sounded like complete recklessness, but for some reason, he believed it. He looked at his hand and thought that thinking about it, if he could get stronger without losing his mind, maybe he would be equal in strength to Turner. Jinseok folded his arms and said that from now on, until he decided that the boys were ready, they should not dream of leaving this place. The boys looked at him in shock and Yuni asked what result would satisfy him. Jinseok fixed his gaze on him. He said that the head of the clan of assassins is Emily, and it would be good if she could not kill them. The protagonist asked if Emily really wanted him dead. The teacher closed his eyes and said that if the girl found out about the key, she would definitely want to eliminate him. He said that she was no longer human. He folded his arms and said that the devil seeds made themselves known, and once you become a demon, you lose your human essence forever. All three of them fell silent at the same time, looking at each other. Yuni thought that Jinseok was too knowledgeable, and he had heard that nothing escaped his attention, but still, his knowledge was amazing. Jinseok fixed his gaze on the boys. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Jinseok turned around and walked to the door, telling the guys to leave as soon as they finished preparing, because they would start right away. Yuni turned around abruptly, looking at him. Yuni and Jongwoo went outside. Looking at the weapons, Jongwoo said that they had pulled out all kinds. Then he said that something told him that their torment was just beginning. The protagonist turned around to see the angry Jinseok. He was approaching them closer, holding something in his hand. He walked up and threw a chain on the ground. The guys looked at it and asked if it was really being used as a weapon too. Jinseok menacingly replied that their hands and feet would be wrapped during training. The guys looked at him in horror. The teacher said that they would have to wear it on themselves while they were here because it was the easiest and most effective way to pump up their endurance and physical strength. Yuni squatted down to pick up the chain. Straining his arm, he lifted it with difficulty. The protagonist turned to Jinseok and said that even holding it in his hands without using magic was quite difficult. The teacher said that they should not use magic, and they were also forbidden from using recovery skills. Jongwoo opened his mouth in surprise, while Jinseok said that restoring the body would not contribute to increasing stats. Yuni and Jongwoo fought with sticks. Jinseok stood to the side and watched them. Both boys had chains tied to their hands. The teacher looked at their legs, which also had chains on them, and said that they should do everything possible to push themselves beyond their limits and also train until their entire body began to tear apart. He said that they should fight after fight until they felt like they were really dying. The teacher said that there was nothing easier and more effective. Yoon swung the weapon in all directions, leaving a trail in the air. Jinseok said that the moment it seemed like she was on the verge of death would be the beginning. The protagonist tried his best to fight. The notification screen said that stamina had increased by 1. 10 days had passed since the training began. Jinseok watched Yoon's train and thought that this was an innate ability, because even with chains on his hands, he did not make senseless swings, but stretched as much as his stance allowed. He folded his arms over his chest, watching him from the sidelines, and thought that it would take at least a year to pump up his stamina. Looking at the determination of the protagonist, he thought that he had a tough character. Yoon continued his training without stopping. The teacher looked at the boy's suffering and thought that quite a long time had passed since he surpassed his limit. He thought that Yoon must feel his muscles tearing, his breath catching, and his lungs feeling like they were about to burst. He looked at the enraged boy and wondered where all this anger was coming from. Jinseok thought that only 10 days had passed, and already such results. It was a starry night outside. There was a small crowd of people on the city street. As the old man passed by, he turned around to look at Emily. The girl was walking down the street, looking around. She abruptly walked into an alley. A man's voice was heard from behind, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Emily asked if they hadn't just met recently, to which the guy replied that it had been half a year. She replied that time had passed unnoticed because his face wasn't the kind you'd want to see more often. The guy with the scar covering half his face stood in the shadows. He looked at the girl with a displeased look, and she asked if he really wanted to get another mark to commemorate their meeting. The girl looked at him coldly, while the guy clenched his teeth in anger. He said that it was time to get down to business. Emily told him to tell her where the key was. He said that Jinseok had taken it with him, after which the girl frowned in anger. The guy laughed and asked if Emily wasn't sure that she could destroy the key that Jinseok would train, to which the girl sarcastically replied, of course. She asked if the guy was sure that the key would appear, to which he said that she didn't have to worry about that. Emily abruptly ran forward. With a quick movement of her hand, she brought her nails to the guy's neck. She said menacingly that if it turned out that he had given her false information, then a mere scratch would not be enough. The guy clenched his teeth and stuttered that he would remember this. The girl immediately sharply lowered her hand down. Emily glared at the guy menacingly while he grabbed his neck with his hand. The girl turned around when suddenly the guy stopped her, saying that there was something else. He said that Emily killed the demon that had been visiting her recently, and it seemed that Fleeton was very angry about it. The guy continued that now he was thinking about how to get rid of Emily. The girl replied that if she did not want to be found, then he would never be able to catch her in his life. The guy frowned and shouted, asking what she would do when this war was over. Emily frowned, her back to the guy. The boy shouted after her that she had thought carefully about whose side she was on. He said that if Emily destroyed the key, everyone would immediately forget about her recent mistake. The girl thought, looking ahead, while the boy said that the death of a demon who was not even on the level of a general was not such a big loss. The girl thoughtfully looked at the sky. Standing far from the boy, she asked if Fleeton planned to show up, because she did not think that the problem would resolve itself if he did not come. The boy frowned and said that it was soon. He looked at Emily and said that there was not much time left. The sun was already setting behind the horizon. Various broken weapons were lying on the ground. Yoonj held a broken sword in his hand and said that even this one begins to get used to. He lay on the ground, examining it, and thought that about a quarter of a day was needed to get used to a new weapon. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides and thought that at first it took a day, but this period was gradually shortening. He exhaled heavily and thought that more than a month had passed since they came here. He recalled his archery, other weapons, and thought that because every moment was like hard labor, the day seemed incredibly long. Yoonj thought that at some point he concentrated so hard that he even forgot about the passage of time. The status appeared in front of his face. He analyzed that his indicators had improved significantly. The protagonist noticed that the characteristics were growing faster than he thought. He sat on the ground and thought that because he was constantly in chains during training, his strength and agility indicators had grown so much. He leaned on the ground and closed his eyes, lowered his head, and thought that the regression was still pressing on him. He looked down sadly and thought that the regression that was the condition for increasing mana had become a skill, and the more he used it, the more his body got used to it. He bent his knees and thought that as his skill level increased, its side effects should decrease. After sitting for a while, he decided to go back into the house. Yoonj opened the door, looking forward. Jinseok, who was reading a book, turned to the protagonist and asked if he had just arrived. Yoonj replied that he was thinking about something, to which the teacher replied that he should wash up and rest. The protagonist walked over to Zhang-Wu's bed, who was groaning. Yoonj wondered if he was okay, because it seemed like the training was too hard for him. He looked at the guy and thought that judging by the fact that he no longer lost his mind so easily, it was safe to say that he was getting stronger. Jinseok was looking at the book and asked the protagonist how he was feeling, to which the guy turned to him and replied that he was already able to withstand it. The teacher abruptly slammed the book shut. Then he said that he knew that Yoon's body was not in the best condition, so there was no need to show off in front of him. After a short pause, the man, looking out of the corner of his eye at his student, reminded him of the overload skill, adding that in order to get used to it, the protagonist trains with weapons, continuing to use them. At the same second, he added that because of this, his body gets tired several times faster and breaks down. Hearing this, Yoonj said in surprise, "Is this really it?" But Jinseok did not let the guy finish, because he asked why he was trying so hard. There was blood and abrasions on the hand where the protagonist had a heavy steel chain wound around his neck. The same thing happened on his other hand. Suddenly, the flame flared up stronger than usual and illuminated Yoon's face. The guy, after a short pause, said that it was because of his family. Jinseok looked at the fire and asked in surprise if he really had a family. "They died," the protagonist answered firmly, looking at the teacher. Hearing this, Jinseok looked at the student and said nothing. Yoon also did not take his eyes off the man. After a short pause, the protagonist began to take off his clothes and say that he thought that he would be able to see them again if he got the Grail. Unbuckling his belt, he added that he knew it was funny, but he was going to go out of his way even for the sake of a ghost of hope. He looked at the floor with bitterness in his eyes and asked if there was no place for a miracle in this ridiculous world. Jin-seok listened to the student, straightened up and did not know what to say. After a few seconds, he said that the fact that the guy could go crazy to such an extent was not for himself, but for someone else. He turned to the fireplace and finished saying that he thought that it was really incredible. After a short pause, he rose from his chair and said that this world does not obey the laws of logic, or rather, they are all turned upside down, adding that the dead are resurrected after death, and changing the past is probably possible in this world. Hearing this, the protagonist, without taking his eyes off the teacher, quietly muttered to himself, changing the past. Then he asked if the teacher had anything related to this. At this time, Jin-seok went to the shelf and took out one of the books. Holding it in his hand, he said that he had only heard rumors, but they say that there is an object with which you can change what has already passed. After a short pause, he turned around, glanced out of the corner of his eye at the student and asked if he was really going to stand like that. Yoon suddenly came to his senses and said that he was going to wash himself. A few minutes later, he was walking through the bathroom. He held the clothes in his hands and said to himself that it was possible to change the past, adding that in a world like this, there was no need to be surprised by the existence of such things. Then he knitted his brows and firmly said that he already knew what object would be the guiding star. Night had fallen. Moths and butterflies were flying in the sky under the bright moonlight. At this time, the protagonist was sitting by the fireplace and reading. He carefully read his diary, saying to himself that there was no mention of any objects in the diary, adding that he was sure that it was somehow connected with the opposite world. In front of him, the fireplace was still lit, and the burning logs were crackling soothingly. Yoon, without looking up from the diary, said to himself that the existence of an intermediary object could not be denied. A few seconds later, he raised his head and exhaled heavily. After that, he returned to reading, saying to himself that if he could find out how future himself got that item, he would not need this diary. He held the page with his finger, reading it to the end. Then he said in his head that it was time for him to open up. With a tense face and a drop of cold sweat on his cheek, he added that the future had already changed. The present was strikingly different from what was written in the diary. It was even possible that these notes were now useless. After these thoughts, he decided to turn the page. Suddenly, the page was enveloped in magical power. At that very second, it began to turn itself. Seeing this, the main character was very surprised, not understanding what was happening. He immediately bent down to the diary and asked himself in his head whether they had really turned over, but at what point did the sheets turn over? He looked at the diary with his mouth open and asked himself in his head whether the pages really opened when he needed a hint. After these words, he remembered the moment when he first found this diary and said that he was sure of only one thing. Every time a new page opens, something happens. Leaving his memories, he said, without looking up from his diary, that there was a high probability that this time there would be something here too. But before he could finish speaking, he was shocked by what he saw. This, he exclaimed in his head. Morning had come. The clan building. Alvin's voice was heard inside, saying that he didn't understand anything, who was a friend and who was an enemy. A woman's hand lifted a cup of tea from the saucer and asked if the guy didn't think that at least she was on his side. Alvin looked at Lois, who was sitting opposite him, and answered that she still managed to joke, after which he asked if she had heard of people joining forces with devils, adding that they should figure them out. After a short pause, he lowered his head and said that he couldn't even guess who it could be. Lois looked at the guy in surprise and asked if he really had no guesses at all. Alvin thought for a moment and replied that he had observed not only their clan but also another clan, but he still could not understand anything. Then he remembered the pile of corpses in front of him and asked if so many people were connected to the clan of assassins and the devils, because if so, he did not think that the war with their clan could end easily. After these words, he chuckled and asked if they were the ones ending this war. At that moment, he said that those guys were doing everything. Lois heard this and lowered her head in disappointment, not knowing what to say. After a short pause, Alvin stood up and said that originally this was a place that the devil trees supplied with endless power, so the moment they got rid of them, the clan of assassins fell. Lois picked up her teacup and said that it was so, adding that from that moment on, they were only busy hiding as quickly as possible. Alvin walked up to the window and said that even if there were other traitors or those who had allied with the devils, they had no reason to reveal themselves after that, and Turner was the one getting the information. The bright sunlight fell on him as he said that the problem was that almost no one except him had ever revealed their face. Hearing this, Lois said that the guy said that he suspected someone, but who it was. Alvin turned around and said that it was Woohyun from the Jingo clan. The girl heard this and clarified if she remembered correctly that this was the one who protected Turner, and did Alvin suspect him because of this, to which the guy replied that this was also one of the reasons. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The guys turned around in unison, and Lois asked who was there. Unexpectedly for them, the voice of the protagonist was heard, who said that it was him. Then he added that he came with Jin Seok. A few minutes later, he was sitting on the sofa opposite the guys and asking if they had figured out who the traitor was or who had allied with the devils. Alvin looked at his comrade and said that he was watching several people and was about half sure about one, but he didn't have anything that could be called proof. Hearing this, the protagonist decided to ask how the investigation was going. Alvin spread his hand to the side and said that he was checking everyone who was connected with Turner or the clan of assassins, but in fact, most of them were in the Jingo clan. Yoon sat with his hands folded and calmly answered, so that's how it was. Jin Seok stood next to him and said nothing, when suddenly the protagonist said that he was going to tell the guys now. Hearing this, Alvin and Lois became very tense. Then the protagonist finished saying that he couldn't tell anyone this. After these words, he began his story. He calmly looked at the guys while telling them. Lois, with a drop of sweat on her face, listened to this, not knowing how to react. Jin Seok stood silently. The protagonist spread his arms to the side, continuing his story. Some time passed like this from Yoon's active story. It was evening. The building of a third-party guild. In one of the rooms, a male voice could be heard, saying that it was very boring here. A dim light penetrated the room through the window. While the guy was talking, life here also got to him to the point of no return. Taehyun was lying on the bed. He was saying in his head that it had already been half a year since he started living in hiding after the dissolution of the clan of assassins, so he couldn't walk around in plain sight like those idiots. After these thoughts, he stretched and added that if he started acting, the big guilds would immediately decide to catch him. The next second, he exhaled heavily and closed his eyes. After a short pause, he sat on the bed, looked at his hand and asked himself in his head if he had no choice but to continue living in hiding, adding that he hadn't killed anyone for more than half a year, so he felt like his whole body was itching. Suddenly, the door to his room opened and a man walked in, asking if he was still lying down. Taehyun turned around and asked if he had found out something, to which the man replied that he had come with a message from the clan leader. Hearing this, the guy was very surprised. After a short pause, the man calmly said that it should be passed on not only to them, but to almost all the killers. "What is it?" the guy asked with interest. Extending his finger, the man said that someone needed to be killed, but it seemed they needed extra hands. Taehyun, sitting on the bed, asked in surprise, "Kill someone? Can't the Black Widow deal with someone and even ask them for help?" Maybe the man was wrong after all. A few seconds later, the man with a drop of sweat on his face explained that in fact they need to kill Jin Seok. Hearing this, Taehyun screamed in shock, asking Jin Seok. After that, he calmed down a little and said, "It turns out the Black Widow is still going to kill him." Then he, looking at the floor, added that it seems she finally understood. At that very second, in his head, he said that even the widow herself cannot be sure of defeating him. After these thoughts, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he said that it was very interesting. Then he got out of bed and said that he was just terribly bored, and then such wonderful events happened. Suddenly he stretched out his hand, strained it as much as possible, and with a crazy smile on his face, he shouted that no matter how far he was, he would deal with him in the most vile way. About a month since the beginning of training, the protagonist continued to train hard. Jin Seok stood nearby. He watched the student's movements and said that he needed to take a deeper step, adding that he should think of his leg and sword as one whole. Then he added that if they moved together, then even applying the same force, the guy's power and speed would greatly increase. The protagonist listened to the teacher's advice and continued to train. "Good," he shouted loudly, waving the sword in different directions. Continuing to hone his strikes, he said in his head that in 1 month he had managed to try out all types of weapons once, but in the end he returned to the sword again. He was breathing heavily, but there was not a drop of fatigue or doubt in his actions in his eyes. Yoon continued to say to himself that although he had returned to his roots, it could not be said that there was no progress in his development. He held his sword tightly and said that knowing why he was holding a sword, even this knowledge alone, was a great achievement. At this time, Jin Seok approached Jong-woo and asked how he was feeling now, to which the boy replied that everything was fine. After a short pause, he asked if he had lost consciousness this time too. Jin Seok extended his hand and replied that Jong-woo had gone crazy 5 minutes into the fight, to which Jong-woo replied that the time had increased greatly now. Jin Seok looked at his student intently and explained that it had taken him 10 days to stretch the time from 1 minute to 5 minutes at the very beginning, but now he would make great leaps in increasing this time. Hearing this, Jong-woo smiled widely and said that it was indeed much better than he thought, and all thanks to the teacher. Suddenly, Jin Seok felt a very strong magical energy and was shocked. He immediately raised his head to the sky, where there was no one. At that very second, he said in his head, "This." But before he finished speaking, he told his 2 students to stop. The protagonist stopped and looked at the teacher in surprise. "That's enough for today," Jinseok said. Jiang Yu also heard this and was surprised. Jinseok stepped forward and said that the guys could use the recovery ability. A few minutes later, he said with a very tense face that they had a guest. Jiang Yu was very surprised when he heard this. The protagonist, breathing heavily, looked at the teacher and asked himself in his head what kind of guest. When suddenly Emily appeared in the sky. Flying to the ground, she deftly put her leg out. The next second, she landed, creating a powerful energy wave under herself. Jinseok silently looked at the girl, saying nothing. The girl straightened up and looked at the man not far in front of her. After a short pause, she smiled warmly and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist and his friend were shocked by what they saw. Yoonj looked at Emily with a drop of sweat on his face and didn't know what to do. After a few seconds, he said, "Is this person?" He stared at the girl. Then he finished speaking, the head of the Emily clan of assassins. Jinseok, standing in front, nodded silently. The guys were shocked to realize that there was such a powerful person in front of them. At this time, Jinseok displeasedly asked why the girl came here. Emily slightly tilted her head and asked if he had a little time. Jinseok silently looked at the guest, not knowing what to answer. After a short pause, he closed his eyes, exhaled heavily and told the students to wait for him a little. The next second, the protagonist raised his hand and powerful magical energy began to emanate from him. He looked tensely at the girl and said in his head that the master of the Emily clan of assassins appeared in front of them, and although everything looked like she did not intend to fight them right now, it was unknown what and when would happen. At this time, Emily turned around and told her old comrade to follow her. After these words, she jumped off the cliff. Jinseok followed her. The protagonist and his friend silently looked at the place where his teacher had been and did not know what to say. The former, with a drop of sweat on his face, said in his head that he did not think that she would act like that without any reason, but even knowing the possibility that she could kill him, the teacher followed her. A few seconds later, the two strongest covered large distances. They quickly ran through the forests, heading further. Emily followed in front, and Jinseok was behind her. He looked at the girl with suspicion, when suddenly he said, "Enough." After these words, he abruptly stopped. Emily heard the words of an old comrade and looked back. Jinseok deftly landed on the ground. Emily did the same. Walking towards him, she spread her arms and said that she just wanted to go and talk in a quiet place. At that very second, Jinseok said that she should not do anything that would make her suspicious, because then he too would not be able to calmly let her go. "Suspect," Emily quietly said to herself, closing her eyes and smiling sarcastically. Then she spread her hand to the side and said that it was rude, asking later if this meant that the man still did not trust her. When suddenly Jinseok narrowed his eyes and said discontentedly that she was not a human, he finished, staring intently at the girl. Emily looked coldly at her former comrade, not answering. Suddenly, the guy shouted, asking why. After these words, he began to stare intently at the girl. A cold breeze blew leaves across the sky. A few seconds later, Emily said that the man was asking about the obvious, hadn't she already said this? The next second, she folded her arms across her chest, leaned back against the tree pole and answered that all this was because she wanted to live, because being a human is impossible to win until there is a key. Hearing this, Jinseok asked discontentedly if this was really why she betrayed them. After a short pause, the girl, looking at her former comrade, asked if she was bad, asking afterward if Jinseok hadn't picked up the sword because he wanted to live too. As soon as the man heard this, he became very angry and clenched his jaw so tightly that the veins came out. Then he said that it was too late to criticize the choice made. However, Emily listened attentively to her former comrade. Jinseok looked at the girl and continued to say that if she, as a demon, put people in danger, then she would have no choice but to point the blade of her sword towards her throat. Hearing this, the girl didn't know what to say, but suddenly found the words and said that the man was so evil because they were old friends. Jinseok held a katana in its sheath in his hand and said that these were just fleeting emotions caused by the surrounding atmosphere. As soon as Emily heard this, she grinned and said that the man still hadn't learned to lie. Then she said that it was written all over his face, that he still hadn't gotten over his feelings for her. The leaves, carried by the wind through the air, slowly began to fall to the ground, while the girl asked, wasn't it true that if only this hadn't happened, then everything would have been fine? Jinseok stood with his head down, when suddenly, clenching his jaw in rage, he said that everything changed after the creation of the clan of assassins. Emily stretched out her hand and said that Jinseok himself knew that this was not the beginning. Enough, the man suddenly shouted loudly. Having calmed down a little, he raised his head and said that it was time to finish the interrogation. To this, the girl replied that this was just a pointless waste of time, because they could not return to the past, looking at the man who was telling himself in his head that he needed to pull himself together, because this was all a trick. At that very second, he added that it was obvious that the girl was aiming for the key, so now was not the time to do all this here. After these thoughts, he asked discontentedly what the girl wanted from him, adding that he did not think that she came to talk to him about the past. Emily smiled, closed her eyes and slightly lowered her head, saying that the man pulled himself together too quickly. As soon as Jinseok heard this, shock and horror appeared in his eyes. Black silhouettes appeared out of nowhere behind Emily. At the same time, he suddenly raised his head to the sky. Mercenaries began to run from all over the forest. They ran around. There were more and more of them with each passing second. The mercenaries began to run around, but Jinseok did not react. After a few minutes, everyone stopped and began to slowly approach the man. At that very second, Emily said that she thought that the man would need to stay with her for a little while longer. Jinseok did not think for long and took his katana with his other hand, saying in his head that he was sure that his former partner sent members of her squad there too. After these thoughts, he began to take the katana out of its sheath. At that moment, he said that it was all his fault. After saying that, he pulled out his katana even more. At that moment, he finished saying that it was because of that one moment when he couldn't give up his foolish hopes. 5 minutes, he said loudly, "I'll swing my naked katana." Hearing that, Emily was very surprised. At that moment, he pulled out his katana and explained with a very menacing look that 5 minutes would be enough for him to leave here. At that time, the protagonist and Jongwoo were standing at the edge. The latter asked why he was so worried, adding that it was impossible to even feel how far they had gone, and then asked if Yoonj was in a condition to fight, to which the protagonist replied that from the very beginning, he only relied on his body, so he had more than enough mana. The next second, he turned to his friend and said that the problem was his health, so he hoped that nothing bad would happen until he fully recovered. "That's right," Jongwoo replied with a drop of sweat on his face, adding excitedly that he didn't just leave here for no reason. Suddenly, the protagonist felt a powerful magical energy which made him tense up. A few seconds later, he looked down at the ground, not knowing what to say. Jongwoo saw his friend's reaction and asked what was wrong, to which Yoonj replied that he thought they needed to prepare. At this time, assassins were running towards them at high speed. All of them were seriously intent on killing. They were all wearing black cloaks that hid their identities. They were climbing up from all sides very quickly. More than 24 mercenaries were running up to kill the guys. Jongwoo saw this and said that there were a lot of them. The next second, he looked at the protagonist excitedly and said that he didn't think Jinseok couldn't have foreseen this situation, but would he be back soon? Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed his sword and said that they couldn't just wait. He looked down and asked if Jongwoo could maintain a berserk state now, to which the guy replied that it was about 5 minutes. Yoonj continued to look at the approaching mercenaries and said in his head that the thirst for killing each of them, taken individually, was not that great, and although there were several people with a higher level among them. But before he finished, he said with a drop of sweat on his face and fear in his eyes that he needed to pull himself together. In any case, it was their business. Suddenly, he jumped up and shouted that if the mercenaries rose and surrounded them, they would have even more problems. He looked at his comrade out of the corner of his eye and shouted that although they were quite fast, this was their chance to use their strength in a real fight. Hearing this, Jongwoo frightenedly replied that it was so. At this time, the assassins were getting closer. Suddenly, they were very surprised by what they saw. The protagonist jumped out of the mountain at them with his sword at the ready. Gritting his teeth, he flew towards his opponents. The next second, he began to cut through one mercenary after another, thanks to the magical plates that appeared under his feet. The mercenaries who saw this screamed in shock, asking what just happened. Another one of them was struck by Yoon's powerful attack. Without stopping, he continued to attack one after another. The man with demon horns watched as his comrades died one after another. Gritting his teeth, he angrily asked if they really attacked first, adding that they had been told that they should be half dead. The protagonist did not stop at this time. Magic plates appeared under his feet, and thanks to them, he quickly reached the next target. At one point, he turned around abruptly. Having killed another mercenary, he blocked the quick attack of another. The next second, he deftly jumped, not exposing himself to attack. After that, he continued to destroy one mercenary after another, and only screams were heard in the air. At this time, his comrade in berserk mode did the same, killing mercenaries. With red eyes, he screamed loudly and attacked. The guy killed each mercenary with one blow. They screamed and begged for mercy, but Jongwoo did not listen to anyone, waving his sword in different directions. Many mercenaries rushed at the guy from all sides, but he defended himself from each one with incredibly fast and strong movements. Suddenly, one of them could not stand it and shouted furiously, "Were they really losing to just one person?" Jongwoo heard this and looked at the one who said this with burning eyes. At that very second, he rushed to attack him, deftly dodging the sword strike, passing under it. After that, he threw out 3 different fast and piercing strikes in 1 second. With one of them, he perfectly pierced the opponent's body. Moving on and cutting everyone, he laughed madly, satisfied with the kills. The mercenaries dodged and shouted in horror that their opponent was too fast. The man in the cloak furiously shouted that the guy was a bastard. Zhang Yu immediately heard that they were talking about him and turned around. The next second, many swords burst into the sky. The guy threw them into the sky one after another. One of the mercenaries took advantage of this, jumping to his feet and rushing to attack. Zhang Yu did not notice this, so he missed the sword strike to his back. He fell to the ground, and the attacker rushed to attack, swinging his leg. The next second, he kicked the ground, but Zhang Yu suddenly jumped up and began to run. With red eyes, he continued to run, when suddenly he furiously thrust his sword into the ground. A mad earthquake was heard. Everything around shook and broke. Zhang Yu was in no hurry to pull the sword out of the ground. He was breathing heavily and straining himself greatly. After a few minutes, the earthquake ended and he was left standing alone, tightly holding the hilt of the sword. The next second, he raised his head. His eyes were red, and he himself with a mad smile on his face shouted that this was exciting. At this time, the protagonist stood in the air on a magical platform and saw how the agents began to run after him. They quickly climbed up the walls. In less than a second, they were getting closer and closer to their destination. The protagonist immediately understood everything, so he was scared. Suddenly, several mercenaries appeared around him, and Yoon said to himself that they were going to surround him. Die, the man shouted in rage, raising his sword behind his back and flying towards the protagonist. Yoon saw him, raised his sword behind his back and gritted his teeth. A second later, their swords collided and the clanging of iron was heard. While the two were fighting, someone jumped high next to them. It was a man with demonic horns on his head. The protagonist turned around and immediately noticed the enemy. The man swung his sword with a crazy smile on his face and shouted, ordering him to stop fussing. After this shout, he pierced the protagonist's side with his sword. Suddenly, the attack missed Yunj. The mercenary did not believe it at first and jumped on his partner to push off him. Jumping high, the guy with horns on his head swung and screamed that the guy was finished. He gritted his teeth in rage and was going to finish the fight with one blow. The next second, he slashed his sword from top to bottom, leaving a mark behind him. Suddenly, his sword split, which caused a shock. The protagonist was safe and sound. Seeing this, the guy screamed in rage, asking why his attack. But before he could finish speaking, a malicious grin appeared on Yoon's face. The guy gritted his teeth in rage, and fear appeared in his eyes. He remembered their last meeting and said to himself that he had become many times stronger, so he was sure that the protagonist had succeeded, but in this case. But before he could finish speaking, the bracelet on Yoon's hand brightly glowed, emitting powerful magical energy. The next second, he continued to kill the mercenaries. He dealt powerful and fast slashes that left no chance. Strong circular strikes prevented anyone from approaching him. The next second, he suddenly turned around and redirected his attack. The guy with the demon horns saw this and was shocked. Gritting his teeth, he screamed, asking if he had suddenly changed direction. Suddenly, the protagonist began to run away very quickly. All the mercenaries noticed this and began to help those who were falling. Everyone else rushed to chase him. Yoonj climbed higher and higher thanks to the magical platforms. The guy with the horns ran after him and furiously screamed that he did not like this annoying ability. All the mercenaries continued to chase him non-stop, while the guy with the horns screamed that they needed to be careful because it was unknown when he would attack them. A few dozen seconds later, the protagonist was already at the top. He leaned on his knee and breathed heavily as he was very tired. Raising his head, he said in his head that he had assessed the opponent's strength a little. Then he added that it was possible to fight with people like them here too. After saying these words, he turned around and saw several mercenaries who had risen into the air. Their number was growing with each passing second. Yoonj suddenly saw their horns and realized that most of them had already turned into demons. The next second, he exhaled heavily and looked around at the crowd. 10 mercenaries had reached the top to kill the guy. The protagonist said in his head that now he would have to face people like that guy with horns and those who were no longer human every now and then. He stared at the guy with horns, who was breathing heavily from such a fast rise. All the other mercenaries, from whose foreheads horns had just begun to emerge, were also breathing heavily. After a short pause, a wide smile appeared on the guy with horns' face. He stared at the main character and said that he was the key. Then he added, without taking his eyes off the guy, that they were lucky today. Yuni looked at the mercenary with hatred in his eyes. At this time below, the wind was scattering black particles of demonic energy. Suddenly, a loud sound caused the birds to fly into the sky. Jinseok was standing on the ground with a katana in his hands, and all the mercenaries around were defeated. They were all dead. There was devastation everywhere, and corpses were lying around. Chihin was among these mercenaries. He asked himself in horror in his head what just happened. He was the one who survived. The guy sat on the ground and looked around, trying to comprehend something. In his head, he kept saying that he only blinked once. With his mouth wide open, he looked at what happened after Jinseok. Then he said to himself that they were wrong about the strongest of the first generation members. At that moment, a bright flash blinded everything around, and all the mercenaries were killed. as Tian suddenly grabbed his throat and coughed. Unexpectedly, what he saw plunged him into even greater shock and horror. At that very second, he said that they would not dare to go against someone like him. At this time, Jinseok stood in front of Emily. The wounded Emily looked at her former comrade with a drop of cold sweat, while Jinseok's gaze was cold. The girl suddenly abruptly changed her grip on her blade. Then, without taking her eyes off the man, she said that his crude technique was still the same, to which Jinseok sadly replied that Emily had changed a lot. As suddenly the girl got horns and her skin color changed. With a malicious smile on her face, she said that there was no need to judge her only by her appearance because she had not changed that much since then. Therefore, Jinseok said a few days later, closing his eyes and slightly lowering his head. Then, without moving from his place, he asked if she had really come to offer him to become like her. Emily smiled widely and said that he was catching on quickly. Suddenly, her image began to ripple, leaving a trail behind it, while the girl said that she only wanted to let other people taste this power flowing inside her. When suddenly her form began to separate, creating an exact copy of her. Her arms began to separate. Her legs also began to create copies. A few seconds later, many phantoms of the girl were spinning around Jinseok. The man quickly looked around, examining each copy. At one point, all the Emilys stopped and said in unison that nothing would change from the next appearance of the key. All their actions were synchronized and did not differ from the original. They continued to say that everyone would kneel before this power. All the phantoms continued to say and do what the original said. After a short pause, one of them raised her weapon and said if Jinseok decided to rip her arms off. At that very moment, she clenched her teeth and rushed to attack. At that very moment, she screamed, nothing could be done about it. All the Emily copies jumped up and flew at the enemy. Jinseok slightly lowered his head and slowly exhaled. Suddenly, an insanely powerful energy enveloped him. His power created a powerful aura around him. Emily copies flew at him furiously, wanting to kill. Jinseok did not even turn to look at them. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly. At that very second, blood sprayed in all directions. Each Emily who attacked him was destroyed by powerful sword strikes. The original Emily looked at what happened with horror in her eyes. As soon as Jinseok finished, he sheathed the katana. The next second, all the copies fell to the ground. All of them were dead. None of them moved or showed signs of life. After that, the man turned to the real Emily and coldly asked what trick she was going to use this time. The girl heard this and laughed quietly. A few seconds later, she raised her head and said that killing her was not her goal. Then she said with disdain in her eyes and a smirk on her face that although her opponent was calm now, what would happen to his cute key student next? Hearing this, Jinseok chuckled. After a short pause, he looked at his opponent and said that if such a rabble was heading there, then he didn't even need to interfere. What does this mean? Emily asked in surprise, tensing up. Jinseok closed his eyes, slightly lowered his head and calmly replied that it meant that his student was not someone who only needed to be protected. The next second, he abruptly opened his eyes and asked if the mercenaries could handle him. These words caused shock and horror in Emily. At this time, the protagonist was fighting the mercenaries. He unexpectedly missed a blow, but due to the armor, he did not receive any injuries. At the same second, he pierced the demon man with his sword. At the same second, he abruptly switched and dealt two more quick and strong blows to the two mercenaries. A guy with horns was watching all this from the side. In his head, he was shocked to ask if Yoon was not tired at all, but how long was he going to run? Then he said that because of his defensive wall skill, they did not do anything. But he did not finish speaking, because he saw something that made him speechless with surprise. The armor enveloping the protagonist split. Yoon looked around and breathed heavily. Looking at this, the guy with horns asked himself in his head if their opponent had cancelled the ability. The fact that he cancelled the defensive ability did not mean that the protagonist could not move. He nimbly dodged each of his opponent's attacks. Gritting his teeth, he parried the blows with his sword and said in his head that although blocking and dodging them was not that difficult, this was only a battle of attrition. Tightly gripping the handle of the sword, he said that it was inconvenient to use the clockwork in such a chaotic battle. After these words, he continued to fight, but a man enveloped in magical energy suddenly stepped towards him. The protagonist did not notice him and continued to fight. Suddenly, at the very last moment, he managed to dodge a powerful and very fast sword strike. He immediately swung his hand, but did not hit the enemy. Then he asked himself in his head, was it something invisible? The guy with horns used the invisibility technique and furiously screamed, how could Yoon do this? The next second, he walked around him and hit him in the back with his elbow. The protagonist clenched his teeth in severe pain and asked himself in his head, was it a skill from the field of concealment? Suddenly, the guy with horns made another sword strike, but Yoon managed to duck again. After that, he immediately jumped back to the distance. Sliding along the ground back to the cliff, he saw that all the other mercenaries immediately rushed towards him. At that moment, he said in his head that maybe it was because of the devil seed that he had become much more accurate than before. In that case, he suddenly said, and then abruptly jumped forward towards the cliff. This action caused the guy with horns to be shocked and furious, which made him grit his teeth. He immediately gave chase along with the other mercenaries, shouting that they couldn't let him go. While the protagonist was flying, everyone else furiously shouted that they had to catch him before Jinseok returned. Yoonj flew down without a drop of fear or hesitation. At this time, dark demonic energy was hovering in the sky. Suddenly, Zhangyu landed on the ground, stabbing his sword into the ground. His eyes were red, breathing heavily. A few seconds later, he jumped to his feet, looked around and was surprised. There was no one above except him. He lowered his sword and asked where everyone went, since he came to help. Suddenly, several black footprints appeared behind him. They were demon mercenaries. One of them was shouting furiously that the guy's sword sucked blood, so they had to make sure it didn't hurt anyone. Zhangyu turned around, saw the demons, and smiled widely, asking if there were only the stronger ones left. Then he said that now was not the time to worry about others. Swinging his sword, the mercenary flew straight at him. A second later, they were already a few meters away from the guy. Zhangyu gritted his teeth in rage, preparing for a fight. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. At this time, the protagonist continued to run away from the mercenaries. Breathing heavily, he did not stop and said to himself that at least Jinseok said to refrain from using it. At the same time, the mercenaries were behind and trying their best to catch up with the guy. The next second, the protagonist's ring shone brightly, and he said that now was the time for it. After saying these words, the ring on his index finger shone even brighter. The mercenaries also saw the bright glow. Suddenly, everything around them stopped. As soon as everything went on, the mercenaries asked in shock where the protagonist had disappeared. They immediately stopped, landed on the ground and shouted that Yoonj was just right in front of them, so they needed to look for him. One of the demon mercenaries looked around, wondering in his head if that sound had just happened. But before he could finish speaking, several of his comrades were cut down by the protagonist's powerful and fast attacks. Yoonj did not hesitate and immediately rushed to another mercenary. The guy wanted to attack, but the protagonist stopped time and launched a fast attack. Then he ran past several more mercenaries, killing them. When time went on, everyone received strong sword blows. Yoonj looked at this and said in his head that this was called a face-to-face breakthrough. The events moved to the ravine where the protagonist was standing. Jinseok slightly frowned and asked the protagonist if the clockwork increased his speed. Yoonj looked at the guy and said that he could use a different flow of time. In a sense, it was something opposite to acceleration. Hearing him, Jinseok closed his eyes, after which he surprised the guy by saying that this skill was also forbidden. The puzzled protagonist said that to use this skill, it is not magical power that is needed, but concentration and strength of mind. Having said this, he asked if this was not a physical skill that can be improved along with increasing endurance. Frowning, Jinseok said that although this was true, the problem is that he will rely on this skill because the most dangerous thing in battle is habit. Zhangyu, who was standing to the side, glanced at the guy after hearing his words. The protagonist carefully looked at Jinseok, who was telling him that the feeling he experiences in a dangerous situation needs to be released. After Jinseok approached the guy, and as a true teacher advised him to try to use his skill as little as possible, and perhaps one day he will understand what he was talking about. The events take us to the battlefield, where many fragments hit people. Some of the group were unlucky and fell from a height. At this time, Jinseok was moving at great speed. He ran towards the battlefield. The guy frowned, realizing that the protagonist was using his skill completely freely. At this time, the protagonist was killing his enemies at great speed. The demon shouted at Emily, saying that this was different from what she was talking about. After he again turned his attention to the battlefield, Emily told him that the guy had only approached the ranker level, which is why they decided that the forces of such a composition would be enough. However, now the members of the group were falling after being defeated. Seeing how another couple of demons were killed, the man realized that this was not enough. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared right in front of him, which greatly frightened and shocked the demon. However, he did not have time to do anything before Yoonj struck him, forcing the demon to throw the sword out of his hand, simultaneously striking the body with the sword. The protagonist moved behind the enemy, who had just realized that the guy's skills were very different from the newcomer who arrived here a year ago. Soon, Jinseok arrived on the battlefield, against whom Emily went out. She smiled nervously looking at the guy, who was emotionless standing in front of her. The angry demon shouted, saying that in this case, she should kill him before he became even stronger. The other demons immediately rushed at Jinseok after hearing Emily's scream. All who rushed at him were professional killers, so they surrounded him, attacking from all sides. Jinseok only closed his eyes when he saw this, and in an instant, he disappeared from his place, dodging the blades of the killers. The demons were amazed when they saw this. Jinseok, appearing behind the group, said that he would be serious from now on. Emily exclaimed in horror, feeling the guy behind him. He suddenly grabbed her by the head. Then he pushed her into the head of another demon. Due to the force of the blow, their horns broke and they lost consciousness. Jinseok sighed, accelerating again to block all the attacks of the opponents. Suddenly, the guy threw out his sword and began to hit one of the enemies, forcing the girl to fly back due to the force of the blow. Jinseok immediately accelerated and struck 2 more demons, because of which they flew back and fell to the ground. Emily suddenly appeared in front of the guy, attacking him. Jinseok began to retreat back, easily dodging Emily's attacks. Dodging once again, Jinseok told the girl that it was all insignificant. Then he hit her with his knee and made the girl worry. Suddenly, the guy looked back, but even so, he grabbed the girl and slammed her into a tree. The frightened Emily coughed in pain, but surprisingly, Jinseok stopped moving. Emily, whom he was holding, asked him why he didn't kill her. Jinseok frowned, looking at her. The girl only smirked, realizing that the guy had guessed something. Jinseok gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that the girl had decided to deceive him until the very end. The guy calmed down a little and looked at the sky. Then he looked again at Emily, whom he let go. The girl's body swayed slightly, thereby shocking the guy. Suddenly, one of the demons screamed in pain. Looking at the accumulated mana, Jinseok told himself that he shouldn't have come here from the very beginning. His eye widened slightly in indignation as he tried to understand why someone was trying to get rid of the key from the protagonist, who was now desperately fighting. The events take us to another part of the forest, where Emily's true body stood near the dead. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth in pain, and then leaned against a stone, shocked that all her clones had died. Then she frowned, mentally saying that she did everything to disguise the clones and thought that she could deceive Jinseok in this way, but it turned out to be a mistake. Realizing this, the girl rushed away, realizing that she had little time. She rushed past the corpses at great speed, and rushed into the depths of the forest, where a group of demons were fighting the protagonist, who at that moment rushed at the enemy. Emily frowned upon seeing this. Yoon jumped back, barely dodging the enemy's attack. Finding himself on the side of the enemy, the protagonist decided not to use magic power. While blocking the enemy's attack, the protagonist thought of Jongwoo, who should have lost his mind by now. Feeling the enemy behind him, the protagonist exclaimed. He became worried when Emily appeared behind him, and with a serious expression on her face, she looked at him. The girl abruptly struck with a dagger, and immediately grabbed the blade more comfortably. After that, she looked at the guy, surprised by his ability to dodge her attack. The protagonist immediately rushed at her, trying to figure out if it was Emily in front of him. Smiling, the girl asked Yoon if he thought he would have time to be distracted. The guy clenched his teeth out of anger. Suddenly, blood splashed out. Holding the wound, the protagonist fell into a stupor because of it, because he used a clockwork mechanism and there should be no wound. Emily calmly landed in front of the guy at that time. Smiling, she told the guy that he was incredible because she killed too many people this way and he was still alive. The protagonist stopped being angry and calmed down after hearing the girl's words. But unable to pretend to be calm, the protagonist screamed, asking what happened to Jinseok. Looking at the girl in front of him, the protagonist began to assume various options for events. Getting into a stance, Emily grinned. Then, slightly squinting, she told the protagonist that if he wanted to hear an answer, he must first defeat her. The protagonist was barely able to block her blow. He tensed up with anger looking at the girl. At this time, the other demons were perplexed, watching the battle. Looking at the bodies of the dead, they only realized that all this was originally a trap. Emily abruptly attacked the guy, but he was able to block all her attacks. Yoon barely kept up with the girl's attacks, while she was calmly pushing the guy away with her power. Blocking another attack, the protagonist was perplexed because Emily attacked him with such a small dagger with incredible power. The demoness enveloped her dagger in mana, and then struck the guy, forcing him to grit his teeth and understand that she used magical power. Unexpectedly, another blow threw him back, because of which he crashed into the trees, and with a cry of pain, he fell to the ground. The protagonist got up, realizing that this was not a magical power that had been practiced for only a few days. Then he looked at the sky, thinking that his chances of winning were low. Emily, however, approached the guy without worrying. She even smiled, telling the protagonist that he surprised her because in fact she intended to kill him. Suddenly becoming serious, Emily said that now she would release all her power. The protagonist only bowed his head, trying to stay on his feet. He involuntarily remembered himself from the past, and how Jinseok told him that he should become stronger so as not to die at Emily's hands. Yoon tried to catch his breath, coming up with a plan. Suddenly, Emily appeared in front of him, but she was slightly surprised by something and did not attack right away, while the protagonist looked at the girl with fury. A moment later, an explosion occurred due to their collision. The protagonist gritted his teeth, realizing that he needed to concentrate in order to at least survive. Suddenly, he fell into a stupor because of the demoness who increased her speed. Stepping back, the protagonist was shocked, because even activating the clockwork mechanism, he simply became comparable in speed to the demoness. At the last moment, he managed to block the enemy's blade. In a second, he parried 2 more blows, trying to understand what the girl's real speed was. Emily slightly moved to the side and glanced at the guy, who was at her side, and then he struck with his sword. His blow passed through the girl's body, which dissolved, turning into mana, shocking the protagonist. Yoon immediately began to look around, and saw 2 demonesses on both sides of him. The guy became wary looking at the demonesses, one of whom smirked, saying that he was like Jinseok in his inability to hide his emotions at a crucial moment. Emily struck the protagonist, forcing him to fly back with a scream. Yoon was shocked that he was inferior to the girl in every characteristic. Therefore, he hastily retreated back while Emily was chasing him. But a moment later, she caught up with him by kicking him in the stomach. Her sudden appearance surprised the guy again, but due to the power of the blow, he began to fly back. His body crashed into everything in its path and destroyed. Soon, in one of the parts of the forest, he stopped. Lying on the ground, the protagonist admitted that it was dangerous. Trying to catch his breath, Yoon tried to figure out how to defeat the enemy. Looking at the clones of the girl, the protagonist began to search among them for the real body of the girl. Suddenly it occurred to him when he thought about the enhancement that he could not just use. Looking at his sword, Yoon assumed that he could use his enhancement and regression at the same time. He immediately tried to use his 2 abilities. At the same time, he remembered previous fights, how he passed by his enemies at great speed using enhancement, and how, using regression, he mercilessly attacked enemies. The protagonist frowned, deciding to first use enhancement as before. He grabbed the handle tighter, and immediately activated the enhancement. Straining, he was able to maintain the enhancement, after which he began to control the energy with his second hand. A moment later, he closed his eyes trying to maintain this feeling. Fortunately, Emily did not attack him, giving him time for this. The artifact on the guy's hand glowed brightly. The energy released from it rushed throughout his body. Yoon suddenly opened his brightly glowing eyes. Thanks to his eyes, he was able to see the aura of the real Emily, who was looking at him boredly. The protagonist frowned, realizing that she was the real one. He then rushed forward, and suddenly appeared in front of her to attack. Emily was very surprised because of this. Looking at the guy, she did not understand how he managed to distinguish her. Her coppers immediately rushed to attack the guy, and began to attack him, but the guy reflected the blow, starting a counterattack. The protagonist was tense at this time, realizing that thanks to the coppers of the girl, who slightly weakened the girl, he intensified the attack on the girl, throwing her to the ground. The girl screamed in pain, realizing that at this rate she could lose. Blocking another attack, Emily tried to understand how the guy strengthened himself so much. The mana in the air began to color. Seeing it, Emily was surprised, realizing that it was devilish energy. Yoon screamed at that moment, continuing the attack. Remembering Jinseok, who told her that she couldn't handle it, the girl only now understood the meaning of his words. Having blocked one of the strongest blows, Emily was again amazed by the guy's strength. The entire area suffered from the battle. In some places, the ground even split. Emily, who had crashed into a cobblestone, began to rise. Taking the dagger again, the girl tried to understand where such power came from for the enemy. Frowning, Emily decided to retreat. Suddenly, dark mana flashed past the guy. Emily, becoming serious, released her aura, which filled everything around with streams of mana. The girl gritted her teeth, realizing that Jinseok would soon arrive. Having released all her mana, she decided to end the battle with one blow. The protagonist at this time tried to catch his breath, gloomily looking at the enemy. Understanding her intentions, Yoon frowned. He immediately released his aura. Shocked Emily, looking at the protagonist, the girl mentally said that he would definitely not be able to withstand such an amount of magical energy for a long time with the help of endurance. Suddenly, the guy's sword turned red. The protagonist raised his sword, and stood in an attack stance. Blood vessels appeared on his face due to tension. Emily smiled weakly, saying that it would be better if they met a little earlier. The protagonist, looking at Emily, decided to block her blow at all costs. The guy's body began to emit more mana. He screamed and rushed to attack, jumping straight at the girl. Emily, seeing this, rushed to meet him with a scream. Because of the collision, everything in the area was illuminated with a bright light. The demons began to run away, afraid of the shockwave. A moment later, 2 mana spheres exploded brightly. Everything within the blast radius was damaged. Even the ground and cobblestones were badly damaged. The protagonist fell to one knee due to fatigue. Yoon did not die under the pressure of all the magical power of Emily, although she attacked him, concentrating all her powers. The armor on the guy's body began to crumble, after which it fell to the ground. The protagonist gritted his teeth in pain, realizing that he had limits to what he could adapt to. Yoon sat motionless, looking at the enemy, at Emily, who was slowly walking towards him. The girl remained undamaged after the collision. The protagonist's body trembled. He understood that he could no longer fight. The girl, understanding this, calmly approached him. Suddenly, she stopped, seeing how the guy began to get up. A moment later, he stood up completely. The protagonist frowned, looking at the girl, who closed her eyes, seeing his condition, slightly tilting the blade. Emily opened her eyes, telling the protagonist that this was the end. He only looked angrily at the girl without answering. Emily was slightly surprised and was about to say something, but she abruptly interrupted herself, looking to the side, and then she stepped aside. Looking towards the forest, she fearfully asked the newcomer how he could come. The protagonist was also surprised to see Jinseok, who, standing nearby, told the girl not to approach the protagonist anymore. Uni relaxed and greeted Jinseok. He glanced at the guy and apologized for being late. Emily, who was watching them, began to get angry. She came a little closer to them, telling Jinseok that she did not expect his quick arrival. The guy looked at her and said that he just wanted to hear some answers from her. Emily grinned and asked if he had any more questions. Jinseok frowned slightly and asked why she was doing all this. Suddenly, the whole area became brighter when Jinseok addressed Emily as if she were fallen. The girl stood motionless, listening to Jinseok tell her that no matter what her choice was, the current her had no reason to do everything to such an extent. Emily got slightly angry when she heard the guy address her, and when both guys looked at her she said that the key should be stronger than anyone, and if the chosen one turns out to be a worthless person, it would be better to get rid of him. The protagonist became angry upon hearing her words. Emily suddenly screamed, saying that her method was not wrong, because the guy should be even more brutal and should cut her down and destroy her. Jinseok calmly listened to the girl's screams, asking her when she crossed swords with this guy, did she have thoughts different from the choice she made? Jinseok's question surprised Emily. She involuntarily remembered their clash, after which she sharply widened her eyes in shock. She involuntarily dropped her sword while Jinseok asked her if she was sure that she did not lose her desired goal while suppressing the pleasure of becoming strong. Emily abruptly fell to her knees, after which she even bowed her head. Jinseok and Uni watched this without saying anything. The girl's demonic form began to disappear while she said that she just wanted to go back. The girl involuntarily looked at her dagger. A moment later, her tears fell on it. Crying, Emily confessed her true goal. Jinseok approached her, and looking at her, asked her for forgiveness. Unsheathing the blade, the guy said that it was because of this that he had to kill her. His words shocked Uni. Jinseok himself also did not feel pleasure standing silently in front of her. The girl, bowing her head, told Jinseok that he really had to do it, after which she wiped away her tears, asking if it was too sad to end everything like this. Jinseok was surprised by her words. A moment later, the blade pierced the flesh. Blood spurted out of the wound, shocking Jinseok. Uni was also shocked by what he saw. Emily personally plunged the blade into her heart. Jinseok sharply screamed, cursing the girl, who began to cough up blood. Looking at her blood, Emily told Jinseok that this was a plan personally made by her. The guy was amazed and asked if she had really planned this from the beginning. He couldn't help but remember how Emily had warned him that she had come to kill them. The girl was smiling and saying that she had accidentally failed her plan, and now that she was the head of the clan of assassins, Emily had decided to choose death. Just recently, the girl had told Jinseok about criminals from the outside world. These criminals could become an obstacle to their plan. The girl was smiling and telling Jinseok that she would personally gather all the criminals and create a clan that could control them all. Suddenly, Jinseok stopped and asked the girl if they could return. Emily involuntarily turned around when she heard his question. She just smiled and said that everything was possible. The events take us to the present. Jinseok suddenly stretched out his hand, and being amazed, he rushed to the girl. The guy hugged the girl and asked her why she had done all this. Yoonj was amazed and watched everything. The girl was smiling and said that if he hadn't done this, he would have blamed himself for the rest of his life. Jinseok suddenly screamed, saying that all this was nonsense. The protagonist approached and asked what just happened. Frowning, he asked if there was another reason why the clan was created. Emily closed her eyes, saying that Jinseok could tell her everything. Slightly opening her eyes, the girl looked at Jinseok, and with a gentle smile on her face, she said that she tried so hard because she loved him. At the last moment, she could barely confess her love, and her hand began to drop. Jinseok was greatly shocked by her words, but when he was about to say something, Emily died. Her body went limp in the guy's arms, leaving him with his eyes wide open in shock. Even after death, her smile remained on her face. Continuing to hug her, Jinseok said that he thought that she had changed, but everything remained the same. The protagonist became slightly sad watching this. The events take us to the house, in which a fireplace was lit. Jinseok was adjusting the position of the firewood, sadly sitting in front of the fireplace. Looking at his sad face, the protagonist asked what kind of person Emily was. Without even looking at the guy, Jinseok said that after graduating, only 10 people remained alive, and among them, she was the only girl. The protagonist became slightly sad upon hearing this. The guy bowed his head when Jinseok said that the girl specifically created a clan of killers to control criminals. The guy closed his eyes, saying that someone had to do it, and Emily decided to do everything herself. It was as if she stood in the middle of a fire, creating a discipline that could limit people with different goals. Throwing in firewood, Jinseok said that the girl even tarnished her reputation in order to deal with criminals. The guy became sad again, saying that the girl continued to act, keeping everything a secret. The protagonist was slightly surprised upon hearing this. He involuntarily glanced at Jinseok, who said that only he knew about everything. He sadly repeated what he said, and in a fit of rage, he broke one of the boards. Jinseok stood up, barely controlling his anger. Having calmed down, the guy said that they should have made a different choice, no matter what it cost them. He involuntarily looked at the fire in front of him. The protagonist closed his eyes, realizing that Emily always wanted to protect something. Lowering his head, Yoon involuntarily thought about what would have happened if they had met a little earlier. Sitting motionless, he assumed that Emily could have made a different choice if he had been stronger, but now she was buried in a grave, in which her dagger was pierced. The events take us to the city of Abram, on the streets of which people were walking calmly, but surprisingly there were few people in the market, and the smallest number were walking near the residence of the Jingo clan, inside which Arkin came to visit the head of the clan. Arkin grinned. The head of the Baram clan, hearing a laugh, told his interlocutor that it was unusual that he himself came to him. Arkin smiled, saying that he would immediately get to the main thing. Sighing, the head of the Skyscraper clan said that this time, fortunately, nothing was mixed into his alcohol, after which he told Kenji to stop acting. He glanced at the guy, saying that now he understood the reason for his arrival. Arkin glanced to the side, at the stacks of books, telling Kenji that he seemed to be studying them very carefully, because it was not even noticeable that someone was leafing through them, although they should be related to Abram. Kenji nodded, asking if there were any problems with this. Having removed the alcohol, Arkin asked the guy what he was going to do after he found out everything about him. Turning to the guest, Kenji said that up until that moment it was difficult to find anything, and moreover, he still knew why he was initially interested in such things. Arkin became serious and told his interlocutor not to even think about trying to deceive him, because he always avoided his gaze when he tried to deceive. Kenji tensed up a little when Arkin asked him what Abram left in that place. Taking the alcohol from the table, Kenji said that for the first time in a long time he wanted to talk about the past. Turning around, the guy said that now it would be difficult, but still, at one time they were friends. The head of the Skyscraper clan closed his eyes upon hearing his words. Then he looked at Kenji again and asked if that was why he called the people to greet him. Kenji smiled, realizing that he noticed everyone. Looking terribly at his interlocutor, the guy said that now it was time for them to stop lying. The people outside the room were ready for battle. Arkin involuntarily the posts were tense. They all looked at the door. Abruptly standing up, he said that the spy was not only Turner. Raising his hand, Kenji said that the guy from the clan of assassins was from Emily, who did not trust anyone. Arkin heard him and frowned, realizing that the guy was not united with Emily. Standing in front of the guy, he asked since when he got involved with demons. He smiled creepily before answering. Releasing his aura, he said that he did not even remember this because the devil's tree grows for a very long time. Arkin clenched his fist, saying that he once really considered him his friend. Kenji dissipated his aura, said that it was because he knew this that he invited him. Arkin frowned and asked Kenji if he was going to kill him. He, realizing that his people were standing behind the door, asked why he would have called him here at all. Then he glanced at the interlocutor, saying not to worry about the key because Emily personally went to him. Arkin heard him slightly saddened. Looking at his former friend, he said that he understood him, but still wanted to know why he changed so much. Kenji was slightly surprised by his words. Suddenly, screams were heard behind the door. One of Kenji's people flew into the room and received a blow. Kenji immediately looked towards the door, surprised. Soon the wind in the room died down, shaking the blood off the sword. Alvin entered the room telling Arkin that he should have trusted that guy's intuition. Alvin was slightly angry when Arkin told him that even he alone would have been enough. At this time, Kenji was surprised by the person who came. Shortly before arriving, the protagonist told Alvin to beware of Kenji. Yoon, looking at the knight, said that there were many suspicious people in the clan itself. The knight thought about it, saying that they were all connected with Turner, so he personally investigated everything and even heard how the Jingo clan was looking for information about Abram. The protagonist suddenly tensed up when he heard him. Remembering that battle, he said that Jingo was planning something. Alvin glanced at the guy and said that most likely they wanted to know about the key, because no matter what anyone said, then he had the greatest merit. The protagonist slightly bowed his head and said that Mr. Arkin should be careful. Alvin sat down opposite the guy and asked why he should be careful. The protagonist told him that Arkin, although outwardly inactive, was a symbol that he represented, and his destruction would be the easiest way for everyone. Lois was very surprised to understand something. The protagonist raised his hands and told them to beware of Kenji, especially when they meet alone, because it is unknown what will happen. Alvin sighed, trying to understand how much the guy can reveal with his intuition. Kenji, looking at Alvin, asked what will change with his arrival. Smiling, he reminded that this is the territory of the Jingo clan, the entire city of Baram. Arkin grinned when he heard him. Looking at Kenji, he asked him if he was prepared for the fact that he would not come alone. He did not answer, smiling, asking if he had brought all the clan members here. When someone crossed the threshold, Arkin laughed, saying that this would be the best outcome for him. Bikshan entered the room. Kenji was very surprised when he saw him. Arkin closed his eyes, saying that he really hoped that this place would become a meeting place for old friends. Bikshan glanced at the guy when he heard his words. Kenji became very angry, barely holding back his anger. The events take us to Jongwoo asking the protagonist why he did not leave with Jinseok. Yuni, looking into the distance, said that it was necessary. The protagonist closed his eyes when the guy asked him how he survived, whether he managed to win. Listening to Jongwoo, the protagonist admitted his defeat. Looking at the guy, Jongwoo asked him how he survived once he lost. Slightly saddened, he said that during the time when he lost his mind, a lot of things happened. Yoonj involuntarily looked at the guy. A moment later, he called out to the guy asking how his wounds healed. He answered him saying that the wounds healed on their own. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, realizing that this was not a natural healing speed. Staring intently at the guy, he tried to understand how this was possible. The guys shuddered when Jinseok called out to them asking if they could now move freely. He then stood behind them waiting for an answer. The guys immediately began to stand up, saying that they could move. Yoon stood up and asked Jinseok if he was sure that they did not need to stay here any longer. He slightly bowed his head and said that they had an important matter. Jongwoo, hearing their conversation, looked at his friend in bewilderment. Jinseok suddenly said that he would tell everything on the way to Trum. The events take us to the city of Trum. The old man asked his friend why he was so calm if he heard what happened in Baram. Passing by a crowd of people, the protagonist's group listened as people discussed the recent attack of the Skyscraper clan on the Jingo clan. Jongwoo looked at his friend, saying that rumors spread very quickly. Jinseok looked at the guy and said that being a famous person, it is always difficult to hide something. Continuing to walk, Jongwoo asked if Arkin was okay. Jinseok answered, saying that they will personally see for themselves now by going to his residence. Soon they found themselves near Arkin's room. Entering it, they immediately saw empty bottles of alcohol. Jinseok, looking at his drunk friend, asked if he thought that now was the time to show everyone how pathetic he was. He only smirked, saying that he was just thinking about the past. Jinseok approached the man, saying that he had already heard about everything from Alvin and Lois. Arkin frowned when Jinseok asked him if he missed Kenji on purpose. A moment later, he leaned back on the couch, saying that it just happened. Then he looked at the boys, asking why there were so many of them. A moment later, Arkin, angry, ordered Jinseok and Youngwoo to leave, and if there was anything to do, they would talk later. Youngwoo, confused, said that they had just arrived. Waving his hand, Arkin told Jinseok to go to Bikshan on the first floor and talk to him, since he was not that different from him. Jinseok, angry, told Arkin that he would talk to him when he sobered up. When he left, the protagonist asked the clan leader if he was okay. He said with a smile on his face that although they were not very friendly, they had still been friends and comrades in arms for 20 years. The protagonist frowned when Arkin said that there were fewer people he could trust in this world, and after hearing this, he asked why they had abandoned him. Arkin became serious and reminded the protagonist how he had said that he would be killed if Kenji invited him over. Standing in front of the man, the protagonist said that he had heard that their relationship was not the best. But a moment later, he frowned when he heard Arkin say that their relationship had not reached the point of murder. The territory connecting the lands that belonged to humans and demons was almost discovered and explored, which caused many problems. The protagonist remembered reading his diary. The future written in this diary was supposed to happen in 3 years. Yoonj became gloomy. He had already lived through these events, which indicates that the course of time had changed. Sitting in front of the fireplace, Yoonj thought. Reading the diary, he realized that what was supposed to happen in the future did not happen in turn, and it is quite possible that something that was supposed to happen in the distant future will begin now. Suddenly, he tensed up. He read in the diary the events in which Arkin died. Kenji, who was with Arkin in the first generation, killed him. What he read made the protagonist throw the diary. He jumped up abruptly, realizing that the Skyscraper clan would be quickly destroyed, and the fact that Bikshan would be alive, one could say, was luck. After Arkin's death, 3 months will pass and demons will come to people. Events return us to the present, where Arkin asked the protagonist if it meant that the creatures were now moving to them alone. The protagonist, looking at the man, said that everything was exactly like that because they were planning to kill the dragon. Arkan thought about it, realizing that the intermediate lands were the stronghold of the dragons. The dragon's role was close to that of peacemakers, so that angels, demons, and humans would not attack each other, but now small groups had secretly invaded each other's territories. Frowning, Yoon said that the demons he had encountered were one such group, but the dragon nearby said that it could do nothing about them. Standing nearby, the protagonist asked why the dragon from that land did nothing about those demons. Looking at the bottle in his hand, Arkan said that they had killed that dragon. The protagonist was shocked to hear him. When Arkan stood up, Yoon suggested that the demons had come knowing everything in advance. Arkan agreed with him and began to drink wine. Wiping his lips, he said that it gave him a headache. Bowing his head, the guild leader said that the demons had begun to act in order to seize the Grail. The man looked at the protagonist in surprise when he asked him not to be so pessimistic. Pointing at the guild leader, the protagonist said that if war was inevitable, it would be better to shorten the fights, because if the demons used their powers first, they might be able to spend less energy on it. Frowning, Arkan said that if the path opened up, they would be able to organize a counterattack. Then he looked at the guy who told him that everything would happen like that, but it would happen a little earlier. Squeezing the neck of the bottle, Arkan thanked the guy for the advice. Then he became serious and said that since the demons' plans were revealed, they too would no longer have time to wait. The events take us to the castle of the Demon King, around which dark mana was constantly swirling, and the windows were decorated with dark patterns. In one of the corridors, Flitton's voice was heard telling his subordinate that he had failed. On the second floor, an involuntary scream of a demon was heard. Flitton, sitting on the throne, listened to his subordinate tell him that all two had failed. The Demon King screamed, asking if the subordinates had been able to kill the key or reduce the number of people fighting. Without waiting for an answer, the demon extended his hand. The demon screamed, asking the king to calm down. A moment later, he began to scream in pain. Flitton raised the demon with magic and asked if he thought he could calm down now. The Demon King frowned when the subordinate screamed, saying that he was only the one who conveyed the news. A moment later, he became even more sullen. The demon coughed up blood, asking the king to calm down, but the king only closed his eyes. Soon, he lowered his hand, causing the demon to crash into the floor. He began to get up when Flitton asked him how much time was left until the end of the journey. Kneeling again, the subordinate said that they were already chasing the last remaining dragon and were almost done with everything. Flitton, slightly calming down, asked the estimated time. The demon bowed his head, saying that they would need at least 3 months, but even if they were delayed, everything would be decided within the next 6 months. When the king demanded that they finish in 3 months, the subordinate asked him if it wouldn't be better to wait a little, since all their plans had failed, and although they had nothing to lose, the result was still important to them. Flitton frowned and told the subordinate not to worry, since those guys still hadn't been able to reveal the path anyway. Afterwards, the Demon King looked into the distance, saying that they should move their plans forward a little, since as soon as the path was completed, they would immediately need to prepare to cross the intermediate lands. The subordinate looked at his king, accepting his order. At this time, Beekchan smiled, agreeing to help the protagonist. The protagonist, who was sitting opposite him, asked how they were going to do it, and he answered him by saying that Jisuk told him about the side effects of his enhancement. The protagonist straightened up, saying that the side effects were less than before, although they had not disappeared. Beekchan closed his eyes, saying that it was impossible to completely get rid of it, but the basis of the ability, called the reverse effect, is a way to strengthen magical power through an intermediary. Taking a mug of tea, the man said that they could try. Putting the mug on the table, he said that he believed that everything imperfect has its limitations. Then he looked at the protagonist, saying that the side effects of the technique are one part of those very limitations. But if you try to replace it with an already studied theory, it may be possible to shorten the trial and error process. The protagonist, looking at the man, asked if he had tried to reduce the side effects of the technique before. Beekchan spread his arms, saying that he had done so, but as he had said earlier, it was not something that could be completely gotten rid of. Then he surprised the protagonist by asking if he remembered Abram. Beekchan told how the research books that were in Abram's research lab disappeared. Picking up the mug, the man asked Uni if he knew where they all went. He was very surprised and suggested something. Beekchan smiled and said that he was the one who bought them, although not personally, but his clan was the one who bought everything. Looking at the window, the protagonist asked what kind of research was in those books. The man surprised the guy by saying that it was impossible to count them, because it took him a year to read more than 1,000 books with research. After that, Beekchan nodded when the protagonist asked him if there was a method for reducing the side effects. Suddenly, he stood up, and going up to Uni, he asked if he had time to go somewhere. The protagonist stared at Beekchan, thinking about it. Soon they arrived at the lab. The guys went together into the lab where Abram was conducting experiments. Looking at the table with flasks, Beekchan said that in order to increase the physical strength of his chimeras, Abram made the brains of most of them degrade. Afterwards, he glanced at the school, saying that Abram had placed such incredible power into the chimeras that their heads had trouble handling it. Standing near one of the tables, Bikshan pointed to the intermediary. It turned out to be a mana stone that had been placed into the chimeras. Bowing his head slightly, the man said that this method was not the most pleasant. But seeing the aura of the stone, he understood that Abram's experiments had been successful. The protagonist was slightly puzzled when Bikshan said that after gaining a new body, Abram was going to place his experience into himself too. Putting the mana stone back, the man said that Abram intended to place his experience into himself, which meant that he was confident in the possibility of reducing the side effects. Yuni tensed up when Bikshan said that they had two methods. The first was research on maximizing lost magical power, and the second was to obtain a superior human physical body through experiments on chimeras. Looking at the protagonist, Bikshan said that in order to strengthen the indicators, there is a potion of a strong living creature. The protagonist, remembering the past, said that he had already drunk this potion. Looking at the potions in the cabinet, the protagonist said that when they first discovered the lab, those potions were here. His interlocutor froze, only beginning to understand some things. Taking the mana stone, Bikshan said that the burden that the ability places on the body is not something that can be withstood. This is the reason why there were no theories about this ability. Yuni, slightly surprised, asked if he withstood the side effects thanks to the potion. Bikshan, releasing the aura of the mana stone, said that this was exactly the case, because initially the potion was needed for strengthening with the help of magical power. The protagonist frowned slightly, realizing that this was the condition, similar to a miracle. Closing his eyes, Bikshan decided to begin the experiment. When he opened his eyes, he told the protagonist that there was no guarantee of success and that there might even be other side effects. Yuni became serious and asked what the probability of success was. Looking at the guy, Bikshan said that he couldn't say for sure, but if he stayed alive, then it could already be considered a success. The protagonist bowed his head when he heard him. The knight himself understood that he had only made sure that Abram's experiments had been successfully completed using his research notes. Looking at the gloomy guy, he decided not to think about the consequences of failure. Suddenly, the protagonist surprised him by saying that they would conduct the experiment. Looking at Bikshan, he said that he was confident in him. Soon, the man began to prepare all the necessary drugs. Closing his eyes, he asked the protagonist if he knew that all the living, breathing life forms known to them in this world had magical powers. Yuni, who was standing behind him, said that he had heard about it. They even said that everything was filled with mana, at least a little. Bikshan raised his hand and said that mana was the power of life. Even every living cell had a little magical power, and as he already knew, depending on the one who controlled the mana and what living object was filled with it, the nature of their use differed. The protagonist looked at the man with interest when he asked him how mana got onto the path it flows along. Without waiting for an answer, the scientist standing in front said that in simple terms, they did not harden the paths, but the muscles protected by the mana paths. The protagonist, slightly surprised, asked if Abram's research was aimed at strengthening the paths themselves. Bikshan, standing with his back to him, confirmed this, saying that if he did so, then even with the same amount of mana, he could use it more efficiently and stably. The protagonist frowned, realizing that the essence of magical power was needed for this. After Bikshan explained how Abram had been growing his new body inside this laboratory for a long time, and with the help of his talent, he found a way to achieve eternal life. Closing his eyes, the man said that if the scientist had not been interfered with, it would have turned into a disaster. The protagonist frowned and asked if he could use that method on him. Bikshan turned around abruptly upon hearing his question, after which he smiled, deciding to tell about the method itself. Yuni felt awkward about this, but he still agreed. Soon his body was immersed in a capsule. A little earlier, Bikshan asked him if he wanted to be cut with a knife. Hearing a negative answer, he pointed to the capsule. Closing his eyes, the protagonist became sure that Arkan and Bikshan were old friends. Opening his eyes, the protagonist realized that this was an unusual experience for him. Slightly moving his hand, he was surprised how he did not feel constrained in breathing and moving while in the water. The guy began to fall asleep, feeling the flow of mana. Soon his consciousness plunged into darkness. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. He felt demonic energy and looked into the distance. What he saw made him frown. His body tensed up strongly, after which the veins covered his body, causing him to experience severe pain. Yuni clenched his teeth, barely holding back the pain. Bikshan, who was standing to the side, heard something. He immediately looked at the capsule, realizing that everything had begun. Soon he approached the capsule, which was filled with dark mana, causing the protagonist to suffer. He screamed in pain, but the screams were drowned out by the water. Suddenly the guy started hitting the capsule. Bikshan watched as the guy's blows made the capsule crack. But a moment later he screamed again and stopped hitting. The man became slightly sad. This process was repeated over and over again. Mana flows are located throughout the human body as closely together as veins, and this solution, which transforms something surrounding the entire body into such mana flows. Standing on the platform, Bikshan compared it to protein, because the destroyed mana paths were torn, broken, and then restored. The pain that the protagonist experienced was impossible to experience. Bikshan returned to his research, but from time to time, looking at the protagonist, he tried to understand from what kind of animal creature the abnormal mana extract was extracted. Looking at the suffering guy, the scientist could not help but admire Abram's research. Soon the protagonist began to come to his senses. He suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the bed. He stood up asking where he was. The scientist answered him saying that he had moved him to a place where he could rest. Then he smiled slightly, saying that many days had passed since he had lost consciousness. The protagonist looked at the man in surprise. Bikshan turned around abruptly, saying that in any case he needed to get dressed and not walk around naked, and then rest because he had suffered greatly in order to hold out until the very end. The protagonist, ignoring the scientist's words, thought about trying to remember what had happened. Suddenly, Bikshan handed him a cup of water. Smiling, the scientist asked the protagonist if he could move. Reaching out for the cup, the protagonist said that he was not sure yet, and then told about his memory loss. Bikshan closed his eyes, saying that it was normal, because although the method was different, the essence was the same, as if they had forcibly placed him in mana. It was a bit like when he took medicine. Holding a cup of water, the protagonist thought, realizing that this time he received much more mana than then. All this time, Bikshan was watching him. Looking out the window, he asked the protagonist if he was interested in what changes had happened to him. The protagonist froze upon hearing him. He looked at the scientist, saying that the changes were not too big. Smiling widely, the scientist said that they would only find out in an open way. The events take us to the mountains, to one of the snowy forests, in which Bikshan and the protagonist were walking. Yuni thought a little, following the scientist. Looking around, he asked if there was any equipment nearby. Stopping near the dried trees, Bikshan said that they were almost there. After a while, he stopped. Turning around, Bikshan surprised the guy by offering to start here. The boy asked him, confused, if he meant the battle when he said his inspection method, and he answered him by saying that since he was responsible for it, of course it was his job to inspect it. He then smiled, saying that he didn't like being in everyone's sight. He then stood up, and suddenly released his mana. Pointing his sword at the boy, Bikshan said that he would start first. The protagonist exclaimed upon seeing this. The scientist smiled madly, asking to show him what they had brought from there. Yuni frowned, becoming serious. A large castle was visible. Arkin closed his eyes and asked why Jinseok was suddenly worried about him, asking him to sleep for at least 4 hours to get rid of his fatigue. There were sheets of paper on the table, and the blonde added that it was an endless job that he had to deal with, and that he was glad that he had found something that he could do without wasting time on sleep. Jinseok furrowed his brows and asked why Arkin had so many things to do. The blonde man wrinkled his nose and said with a tired sigh that it was the distribution of clan members and those in charge, and the examination of documents and residences of ordinary people who were not in the clan but had assisted them. Sitting at the table, Arkin also named the reward for helping and solving matters after death, and Jinseok said that he understood. The dark-haired man looked straight ahead and said that rumors had spread widely. There were stacks of books next to the table. Arkin asked what kind of rumors there were, and Jinseok explained that it was because they had started to act. The dark-haired man furrowed his brows and added that something bad would happen. Arkin pursed his lips tensely when Jinseok said that up until now they had almost always acted in secret, and recently they had really been in everyone's sight too often. The dark-haired man poured himself some red wine and added that Bikshan had taken action, which was not like him at all. Someone knocked on the door, and the clan leader allowed them to enter. Chashin looked inside and reported that someone was making a lot of noise at the beginning of the intermediate lands adjacent to Melon. Arkin and Jinseok frowned when Chashin added that it had even attracted the attention of the participants in Melon. Jinseok stood up, and they concluded that it was Bikshan. There was a gray sky above the trees, and snow and branches lay on the ground. Jinseok frowned and asked what it was. He and Arkin were walking along a path. Bikshan was sitting on the ground, and Jinseok asked what he was doing there. The youth chuckled, raising his head. Arkin and Jinseok looked away tensely. The protagonist was lying on a rock, and Bikshan said that this guy seemed to have gone completely crazy. There was a hole in the ground, and Arkin asked if they had fought with swords. A weapon was stuck into the ground. Bikshan said with a smirk that he thought it would be over quickly, but he didn't expect it to end like this. Arkin raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if Bikshan had been beaten. The boy turned away and said that he would tell him the details later. He was smiling, and Arkin noticed that Bikshan looked very happy. The boy turned to him and nodded. Bikshan knelt down in front of Yuni and said that he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. Arkan and Jixin looked at each other silently. Jongkyu stood by the bed where the protagonist was lying and Jongkyu asked how hard they had fought because Yuni hadn't been seen for over 10 days. The protagonist frowned and said that it had been a long time. Jongyu turned away and said that it was time for him to go, and Yoon asked what his comrade was doing. Jongyu flexed his bandaged arm and said that his control was still not perfect, so Miss Lois was helping so that it would not be dangerous. Jongyu stood sideways to Yoon. Jongyu turned away and said goodbye to the protagonist. Yoon smiled and thought that his companion was also trying hard. A holographic window appeared next to him as he said that he would see if he had any results. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. On the large blue table, Yu's stats and experience points were visible. The protagonist frowned and thought that his mana, which had barely increased after reaching 100, had increased so quickly. The mana was 110. Yuz looked at his hand and thought that this was an incredible effect. The protagonist gritted his teeth, cursing loudly. The streams of mana cut him like tiny blades. Beekchin extended his hand forward, attacking Yuj, who thought that he should just try to hold on. His body began to emit a purple aura. Beekchin frowned in confusion. The protagonist ran towards him with a sword in his hand. Yunj moved quickly around his opponent. He gritted his teeth and hoped that Abram's medicine was having an effect. Beekchin jumped back, and the protagonist thought that compared to using a defense system similar to magic armor, he could evade enough and get closer to his opponent. Yunj opened his mouth wide, raising his eyebrows. The two youths approached each other, emitting a bright light. Their swords crossed. A bright flash flashed from the clash of blades. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and concluded that the minimum preparation was complete. He sat on the edge of the bed and thought that it was important to get used to the mana he had just received. Yunj looked down with a serious expression. He walked around the room, thinking that there was something more important left, and that although his body had not yet been completely restored, he needed to move around little by little. The protagonist picked up his diary. He looked at it and thought that the supposed future had already changed greatly. Yunj frowned his black eyebrows and thought that even in this case, there were some things that were unchangeable. Above the forest was the night sky. A dim light could be seen between the trees. Smoke was coming from the fire. An army of monsters were dragging a huge throne on which their leader was sitting. The monsters had horns, fangs, and glowing eyes. The subordinates were dragging the platform with the throne on them, and the leader said that he had been waiting for the end of the journey for a long time. A red-skinned monster was sitting on a chair, saying that the beginning had finally arrived. The fire was burning. The subordinate monster bowed and reported that the target was finished. Fleeton smiled contentedly. Clouds were visible above the mountains, and the monster asked what happened to their key. His subordinate looked up and reported that someone else had already gone to get the key. The devil sat on the throne, saying that he forbade them to act alone. Fleeton slammed his fist on the chair. His eyes glowed brightly and he gritted his teeth in anger. A crowd of demons were moving through the forest, and the subordinate informed Fleeton that Kenji was hiding right now, but would immediately join them when the Demon King arrived. The demon looked up and asked if they really needed to keep this man with them. He imagined a dark silhouette, saying that this guy was seriously injured in the last war. Fleeton looked straight ahead, saying that he would just use him and then throw him away. The Demon King wrinkled his nose, saying that it was time to move. Bright lightning flashed in the sky. The eyes of Fleeton's subordinates were emitting white light. They were moving forward in a crowd. The Demon King clenched his teeth tightly, ordering everyone to attack. Electricity ran through the crowd of demons. The top of the great mountain. There was a crowd standing on the cliff. There were people in armor and long white clothes. A girl with dark hair leaned down. Her eyes were closed. Lois touched the ground with her hand and said that the enemies were approaching. Everyone looked at her at once. Arkan frowned, asking how close they were, and the girl replied that it was still very far, but at this rate, they would be here in a quarter of a day. Arkan looked at her, asking if she could keep track of it, and the girl explained that she could not do so for long, because the enemies reeked of demonic energy, making everything feel vague. They approached the edge of the cliff, and Lois added that she had to use a lot of magic power to concentrate on the location from such a distance. Arkan closed his eyes and realized how things had turned out. He remembered sitting at the table with the protagonist and thought that he had initially thought it was nonsense. Arkan furrowed his brows, touching his chin. His blonde hair framed his face. Arkan turned to the crowd and asked them to alert everyone that the enemy was advancing. The man furrowed his brows, his mouth wide open. The people looked at him intently as he spoke of the need to focus on the rankers and aspiring rankers, and that the missing forces should be requested from the Alliance. Arkan turned to Lois and asked her to track the demons. The bald man approached Arkan and asked where their key was now. Arkan furrowed his brows and said that the protagonist was probably trying to catch it now. There were white clouds in the sky. The Devil's Forest. Rays of sunlight could be seen among the trees. Yunj raised his hand to greet Lois and the knight next to her. Alvin closed his eyes and replied that he had been a bit busy lately, so it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Zhang Yu smiled, and the protagonist reported that they had found the key. Lois looked at the boys and said that the others were waiting for them, so they should hurry. Yunj turned around and said that they would show the way. They quickly ran forward. Lois and Alvin looked at each other, following the protagonist and his companion. The group quickly ran through the forest. The sky was painted in blue and purple colors. Yunj frowned and thought that the sky was the color of war. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard, causing black smoke to rise. The demons quickly ran forward, screaming loudly. They jumped over the trees. The monsters opened their fanged mouths wide. They ran on all fours like wild animals. Their eyes were shining brightly. The sky turned red and Arkan said that it really did look like a battlefield in an upcoming war. The man closed his eyes and furrowed his fair brows. The demons were running forward in a crowd. There was rage on their faces and Arkan thought that he could sense the presence of several strong sources of energy. The demon furrowed his brows, looking up. He gritted his teeth and Arkan thought that, as expected, the ruler had the most demonic energy. The demon king jumped down, raising dust around him. The monster furrowed his brows and said that he was informed that the people were waiting for them, but he did not even expect such a reception. There were crowds of people on the mountains and the demon king thought that there were quite a lot of them. There was fog on the cliff and the monster was wondering how much he could cut his losses. He gritted his sharp teeth and was indignant at the fact that the people were attacking first. The demon king swung his long tail. He raised it into the air. The demons opened their mouths in shock. The demon slammed its tail on the ground. It raised its head and screamed loudly, calling its warriors. The demon king screamed that they had only one goal, slapping its tail. The monsters screamed loudly, rushing forward. They began to swing their fists, and the demons screamed for them to kill all the humans who came their way for the sake of victory for the camp of the great demons. Humans fought with monsters, powerful explosions were visible. Bright blue sparks were visible in the air. The demons screamed loudly, their mouths wide open. The muscular man swung his weapon. A chain of explosions passed across the field. The demon king frowned, looking to the side. He swung his long tail. The demon gritted his teeth and asked who was standing in front of him. Arkan, whose red outfit fluttered in the wind, assumed that this monster was the leader of the demons since he could sense his energy. The man smirked and the demon said that the leader recognized the leader. Arkan walked up to the crater in the ground and said that it was true now, and the demon king asked why only now. Arkan frowned and asked if the monster was the leader only for this fight, since their lord had not come today. The demon frowned in anger. Arkan put on white gloves and said that he was not the leader either, so now they would see who was weaker. The demon raised his tail and screamed indignantly, asking how the man dared to say such a thing. Arkan pursed his lips and the demon realized that the humans knew about the coming war and their plans. They stood opposite each other, and the demon asked how much Arkan knew. The man smirked and said that at least he knew that there was no king here for the demons to serve. The monster bared his teeth in anger. The sky turned pink and purple. 4 people were standing in the middle of the forest, saying that the war had started, but the demon king and their key were nowhere to be seen. Alvin frowned and asked if it was their turn. He and Lois looked up at the sky. Yunj looked away and said that it seemed like they were not late. Suddenly, the protagonist began to sweat and frowned his black eyebrows. The 3 of them looked at him in surprise. Birds were flying in the sky, and Yunj said that the Demon King did not even intend to hide his energy. He imagined Flitton's silhouette and thought that he did not know anything about him, but his intuition told him that the Demon King himself was the key. The protagonist opened his mouth and sighed. Alvin closed his eyes and asked if this would change their plans, to which Yunj replied that he had expected this outcome as well. Alvin took out his sword and said that it was simple. They stood opposite each other, and the blonde man said that they must survive and see each other again. Gray smoke was visible in the middle of the mountains. The trees cracked from the detonation. The ground also broke apart. The Demon King walked across the ground toward the man sitting on the rock. Fleeton frowned and reminded him that he had asked him not to act alone. The boy stood up and said that he was so fed up with everything that he could no longer sit still. Satan gritted his teeth and said that the dragon had been a great nuisance. Fleeton frowned and asked if Satan had forgotten that he was the key to the demons. The boy closed his eyes and said that such a thing could not be forgotten. A crowd of Fleeton's subordinates stood behind him, and Satan asked why he had brought them all with him. The man in black stepped on the ground and left. Ball closed his eyes and smiled, suggesting that he had inconvenienced Satan. The boy smiled back and said that at least Ball was not as stupid as the others. Ball looked away, puzzled. Fleeton looked over as well, and someone said that he was being underestimated. The boy was wearing a black suit. Kenji had his hands in his pockets and his brows furrowed. Fleeton looked at him sternly and asked if he was that Kenji. The boy made a polite gesture and confirmed it, adding that he would lead them from here on out. Fleeton wrinkled his nose furiously, asking where the others were since Kenji couldn't be alone. There was a pink sky above the trees, and the boy replied that most of the seeds, including Emily, had died. The Demon King gritted his teeth when Kenji added that the survivors were currently waiting to be contacted. Kenji stood near the demons. Satan was surprised that there were people here, and Fleeton explained that they had been cooperating with this guy for a long time. Satan frowned and said that was a problem. He added with a cocky expression that in that case, it would not be possible to kill people indiscriminately. The monsters stood in the middle of a misty forest. Satan closed his eyes and smiled, explaining that he was joking, but no one knows what will happen if he has too much fun. Kenji smiled. He bowed and said that he was always grateful for being the chosen one. Satan narrowed his red eyes, saying that Kenji was smart and that the choice was right. Fleeton smirked and said that the introductions were over. He clenched his hands into fists and said that Kenji would be richly rewarded for his efforts. The youth bowed and thanked the Demon King. Satan crossed his arms, and Fleeton said that once this was over, they would personally get rid of all the pathetic humans. Alvin turned around when the protagonist spoke about Arkin. Yunj looked at the blonde, asking if Arkin would be okay, and Alvin asked with a smile if he was worried. Zhangyu raised his eyebrows, saying that he was also curious about what would happen to Arkin now. Alvin covered the mouth of the laughing Lois, who said that the blonde man was still under Arkin's command despite his grumpiness. Elvis looked away and said that even though Arkin had been living a reclusive life for a long time, if he couldn't handle even such an easy task, someone else would have already taken his place. Arkin smiled while a crowd of red-eyed silhouettes stood behind him. Zhangyu looked straight ahead and concluded that, judging by Alvin's words, Arkin was indeed an incredible person. Lois smiled and said that even they were still far from the first-generation people, and Yunj and Zhangyu were even more unable to comprehend Arkin's full strength. Birds were flying in the sky, and the girl added that if they once saw this strength, they would definitely not have any more questions, because Arkin was worthy of his rank and position. A powerful explosion thundered. Arkin jumped over the crater in the ground. He swung his fist. The man fought the demon. The monster opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly. They jumped into the air, and Arkin guessed that his opponent was quite high-ranking among the demons. The monster choked, coughing loudly. It landed down, attacking Arkin. The explosion sent shards of rock flying around. Arkin stood in the middle of the cracked ground. The man pursed his lips while his eyes emitted a yellow light. The demon, whose forehead had a lump, coughed loudly. He lay near the depression in the stone, not understanding how the man had such great strength. Arkin looked at his opponent and said that he wanted to play with him a little longer, but the situation did not allow it. He clenched his hand into a fist, emitting a golden glow, and said goodbye to the demon. The monster opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth. A blinding flash appeared behind Arkin, and he said that they would not meet again in this life. The man swung his fist. The demon wrinkled his nose. A powerful explosion was heard. The demon's mouth opened in shock at the loud sound in the distance. Arkin silently looked at his opponent lying on the ground. The man frowned and sighed, thinking that the protagonist was right. Explosions were heard on the battlefield, and Arkin thought that the demons were pretending to fight fiercely while the strongest of their kind were simply watching. The man looked at the mountains. The dark silhouettes of monsters were visible. Arkin frowned his light eyebrows and said that he would act separately. The protagonist, sitting on a white sofa, said that he was heading to the Devil's Forest. Arkin frowned and asked why. Yunj presented a golden key and said that the rites were hidden there. Arkin's yellow eyes widened in shock. They sat opposite each other, and the protagonist assumed that the demons might have already received this information. Arkin took a glass of red wine and suggested that they split their army into two. Yunj frowned and said that there was no need for that and that he knew the location of the shard better than anyone else. Arkin stood in the middle of the battlefield, thinking that the protagonist was right, but it was too early to congratulate him on his victory. The man closed his eyes and sighed. He extended his hand and said that he was not the protagonist, but an assistant. Arkin's hair flew up from the explosions that rang out, and he decided that it would be better to vent his anger in battle. The monsters approached a huge rock, saying that rats had already been here. Fleeton frowned and asked if Satan had said that no one knew about this place. The dark-haired youth and Ball remained silent with serious expressions. Satan chuckled. He looked up and said that the remnants of the emotions experienced here were still felt here. Satan lowered his head and said that he felt the presence of a guy who looked like him. He took a step forward. Looking at the entrance of the cave, Satan said that only a few hours had passed. The Demon King gritted his teeth angrily and asked if it was a key. Satan entered the cave and Fleeton asked if this was the place where the human key had been found. Satan smirked and suggested that he might be mistaken. The Demon King wrinkled his nose angrily. They approached a massive iron door. Satan touched the stone. A bright blue symbol appeared under his hand. An explosion occurred and stone fragments flew around. Gray smoke rose. Satan and Fleeton looked straight ahead. They saw a vast space of white. The Demon King opened his mouth in shock. Small fragments were lying on the floor. The protagonist frowned and said that they were already tired of waiting for them. Yunj and his companions stood in front of the group of monsters. Satan frowned his thin eyebrows. The protagonist looked at the monsters seriously. In an empty room with high ceilings, humans and demons stood opposite each other. They stared at each other without saying a word. Seeing Satan smiling, the protagonist felt that he was the key. Squinting, Yunj realized that he had a strange feeling because of the meeting with him. The diary opened. It contained a record that Trum was destroyed, and the demons came to people from the Devil's Forest. Their key was the embodiment of absolute evil. This was the supreme demon mentioned in the manuscripts. Fire broke out on the floor of the room. Flames engulfed the leader of the demons. Waves of bright energy filled the room. Resisting the gusts of wind, the heroes covered their faces with their hands. Seeing many streams of fire in front of him, the man realized that in front of him was indeed the real Lord of Fire. Gritting his teeth, the player noticed that the enemy had managed to heat up the entire underground room, which had been quite cool just a moment ago, in an instant. The monster frowned. Raising his chin, Fleeton said that he did not know how the humans knew about everything, and that their presence here was a bad decision. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked why he thought so. The demons bared their teeth. Behind Ball stood a displeased Kenji. Standing next to Satan, the king said that the humans should have come not just 4, but 10 million people so that the forces would be equal. Yunj smirked. Standing next to his friends, he agreed that the 4 of them would not be enough, and stated that this was why they brought allies who could pass for 10 million people. Frowning, Fleeton asked what they were talking about. The door swung open with a bang. In the rising cloud of dust, 2 human silhouettes appeared. Kenji's mouth opened in shock at the sight of these people. Bixin and Jinseok appeared in the room, ready to confront the enemy. Looking at them, the king realized that they were the people his comrade had spoken of. The traitor furrowed his brows sternly. The leader of the White Tower looked up, Seventh Heaven looked down, along with Arkan. They were the 3 people to be wary of the most. They were the members who had crossed over to the other side of the world first. Walking up to his friends, the white-haired boy asked which of the monsters was the key. Satan narrowed his eyes as the man pointed at him. Raising his eyebrows, Bixin was surprised that the key was such a nasty demon, and not the madman-like monster standing behind him. Jonku widened his eyes and said that he would have thought the same thing. Taking a step forward, Satan asked if the humans really thought they could confront them with such a lineup. Raising his hand, he suggested that it was stupidity, or desperation, or both. The protagonist frowned decisively and asked him to see for himself. The devil narrowed his eyes and said that he was just starting to get tired of empty talk. The human representatives frowned tensely, and the demon promised to kill them as painfully as possible. Red energy covered Flitton's body. Ball looked forward sternly. Yunj decided that this would not be easy, and light energy began to shine in his hands. Satan cast a puzzled look at him. A blue aura enveloped the man's body. Frowning menacingly, the player recalled the words of the old man who said that this was his world. The king clenched his fist furiously. Opening his mouth wide, the monster ordered his pawns to stop the enemy. The demons rushed forward. They ran out of the huge door and filled the room like cockroaches. Jumping into the air, the monsters wanted to quickly reach the enemy. The protagonist raised his hand. A clot of blue energy jumped out of it. Nini placed his hand on the ground and created a bright magic circle. The roof of the building was supported by metal beams. The magic circle was originally used to suck out people's souls to use as the main ingredient in potions. Bixin looked around and explained that anyone who had experienced this should know that these circles could also be used as a trap. The man frowned and asked if the magic circles would work on demons. Looking at him, the leader of the White Tower clan decided that his comrade had an interesting idea. Raising his hand, he suggested that in theory it was possible. The player tilted his head. The guy added that it would only work if the condition for having a soul was met, in which case the race would not matter much. The protagonist's eyes widened and asked if there was a way to restore the circles. Bixin turned around. The power of the magic circle threw the demons into the air. Zhongyu and Alvin opened their mouths in shock. The monsters landed on the floor within the circle. Resisting the intense pain, they clutched their heads and screamed. A blue pattern completely covered the entire room. The monsters were trapped in the magic circle. Yunj furrowed his brows in determination. The demon opened his mouth wide in unbearable pain. The demons tried to return to the ground. However, streams of powerful energy lifted them into the air again. The monsters tried to resist in order to stay on their feet. Putting his hands to his ears, Satan asked what was going on. Kenji closed his eyes and put his hand to his head. Gritting his teeth, Fleeton wondered what their enemy had done. The man lowered his head. Looking up, he thought that this was Abram's magic circle. In the center of the circle was a blue flower. Some time ago, standing in the lab, Bixin said that it was impossible to solve the main problem this way. Raising his eyebrows, the boy explained that if the magic circle was activated, their allies would also fall under its influence, and asked if it would be stupid if everyone died. The protagonist frowned silently. Looking at the door, he asked if this meant that his plan would not work. The leader of the White Tower said that he was trying to find some way out, but it was not as easy as it seemed. Taking a step forward, the young man explained that at that moment, his comrade was not affected by the magic circle. Uni explained that he himself did not understand why this happened. The man suggested that it was all due to some feature of his body. Turning to him, Beekchan asked what he was talking about. Looking away, the player decided that it was all due to the heart he received during the training. With his mouth open in surprise, the guy asked which heart he was talking about and asked his friend to tell him more about it. The leader of the White Tower clan crossed his arms over his chest and assumed that it was the heart that held the soul in the body, but he still didn't understand how it could be related to the key. Looking up, the young man asked his comrade for help. The protagonist asked if he really wanted to rip open his stomach to look at his heart. Waving his hands in refusal, Beekchan stated that it was too cruel, although it somehow resembled his methods. Frowning, the boy explained that he needed information on why the magic circle didn't work on his comrade. If it was because of the heart, then they could figure out how Abram's invention worked. Raising his eyebrows, Uni realized that his friend wanted to conduct experiments. Smiling, the leader of the White Tower confirmed this and added that they could avoid the effects of the magic circle if they understood the principle of its operation. Standing next to the bookshelf, the man decided that he simply had to help him. All the demons fell to the ground under the influence of the magic circle. Zhang Yu gaped in amazement and said that his friend was very strong, as all of the demon's minions had already passed out. Beekchan smirked and explained that the circle was only getting stronger, sucking out their souls and minds. Fleeton bowed down under the powerful magic. Putting his hand to his head, Kenji wondered how the humans were able to restore Abram's magic circle. Gritting his teeth, the traitor tried to understand why this power did not work on humans. The heroes stood calmly on the opposite side of the room. Realizing that it was a trap, the demon leader pressed his foot into the floor. He gritted his teeth, trying to resist. Frowning, the king asked how the humans dared to do something like that. Fiery energy swirled around his hands. Seeing his body enveloped in a fireball, the heroes realized that the enemy was moving, resisting the effect of the circle. Raising his hand, the monster declared that for such pathetic creatures, even he alone would have been enough. The demon clenched his fist. Leaning forward, Fleeton bared his fangs. Looking at him, Kenji suggested that he retreat since the situation was out of control. Frowning, the king asked if his comrade was really suggesting that they run away when they were up against such weak people. The man tried to say something, but the demon leader interrupted him and asked him to be quiet. Gritting his teeth, Kenji realized that such a hot-tempered monster was definitely not the one who would listen to him. Jinseok took out his sword from its sheath. Narrowing his eyes, Seventh Heaven expressed his desire to personally deal with the monster. Smiling, Beekchan explained that only his friend could stand up to this demon alone. Looking at them, the protagonist said that he was counting on them. Zhang Yu, Alvin, and Lois frowned tensely. Frowning, the boy thought that the method his comrade had found only weakened the power of the magic circle. The fiery energy was approaching and squeezing the power of the magic circle. Fleeton opened his mouth wide. The opponents were approaching each other. The young man thought that now he did not have 100% of his strength because the circle also affected him, although to a lesser extent. The leader of the demons angrily clenched his teeth. Streams of light energy swirled around Jinseok. The king thought that he had heard from Kenji that this was the strongest representative of humans. Two polar energies collided with each other. A powerful explosion was heard. Rock fragments rose into the air. Swinging his fist, the monster thought that even the strongest man could not compare with him in strength. Seventh Heaven frowned decisively. A bright flash appeared at the place where the two energies collided. The blast wave threw the demons to the side. Along with them, stone fragments rose into the air. Dodging the blow, the guy jumped to the side and swung his sword. The demon slammed the ground hard and asked if that was all he could do. The young man slashed the air with his sword several times. Fleeton looked up in amazement. The demon leader managed to block the enemy's blows with a wave of his hand. The king narrowed his eyes angrily. The monster jumped into the air and rushed forward. The boys standing behind him covered their faces with their hands. Zhang Yu turned away and asked if the two of them already knew each other, and quipped that there was a friendly atmosphere in the air. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and realized that they couldn't get close to the enemies. Satan rose into the air. Landing in front of the heroes, he raised a cloud of dust around himself. Small stones flew around him. Beekchan and Lois frowned tensely. Uni frowned suspiciously. The devil clenched his fist. He looked at the enemies from under his brows and asked which of them would entertain him. The boys looked at him silently. Alvin looked down. The guy with white hair said that it was time to say goodbye. Raising his sword in front of him, the head of the White Tower clan hoped that everyone would survive. The opponents stood motionless opposite each other. Gritting his teeth, the monster asked if they would have a chance if they wanted to fight him one by one. Beekchan rushed forward. Zhang Yu and Lois followed him. The boys ran behind the enemy. Satan smiled contentedly and said that he didn't care about them at all. The protagonist swung his sword. Alvin dashed to the side. They surrounded the enemy from both sides. The devil narrowed his eyes slyly. The moment the warriors cut the air with their swords, his body disappeared. Dark energy flew into the air. Appearing from it, the monster asked if two people could defeat him. His body hovered in the air above the boys. The swordsman gritted his teeth in displeasure. Frowning, Yunj realized that the key was not affected by the magic circle after all. The blast wave threw the stones aside. Ball looked away and called the people who had arranged themselves and chosen their opponents in advance funny. Taking out his sword, Kenji asked if they really called this a plan. Looking ahead, he wanted to know who his opponent would be. A silhouette was visible in the cloud of dust. Dixon jumped out of it and rushed at the enemy. Their collision sent pieces of stone flying into the air. The demon gritted his teeth in displeasure. Zhang Yu and Lois were moving towards him. Taking out his spear, the devil said that this was an insult to his pride. Summoning a cloud of energy in his hand, he wanted to finish them off as soon as possible. Bright lightning enveloped his body. Frowning, the girl realized what kind of demon was in front of her. The boy asked who it was. Looking at the flashing lightning, the woman said that this was one of the strongest generals who failed to become king because of one mistake. The boy's mouth dropped open in disgust, realizing that they had a disgusting opponent. The young man cut his leg with his own sword. Blood splashed onto the blade. The steel turned brown. Ball looked at him in surprise. Zhang Yu's eyes turned bloodshot. The demon smirked and said that his enemy was using an interesting technique. A powerful explosion of purple energy rang out in the room. The protagonist found himself outside. A wave of dark energy approached him. Yunj parried its blow. Alvin cut the tentacle in half. Its tip shot into the air. Satan appeared above the ground. The devil smirked and asked if they were really planning to run away. Looking down at the opponents from above, he assumed that this was all because of that man. Looking up, Yunj said it didn't matter and that he was curious about something. Standing in the middle of the rubble, the man asked if the enemy had killed Lucia. Smiling widely, the monster said he didn't remember that name and added that he had killed the former key of the people if that was him. Looking up, Alvin realized that they had been suffering all this time because of him and asked if the enemy knew how many corpses were piled at his feet. Spreading his arms, the demon asked why he should care if they would all die at his hands anyway. The player frowned in displeasure. Clutching the sparkling sword in his hand, the protagonist decided that this conversation was a waste of time. His legs were covered in a light haze. Spreading his wings, Satan proposed to start the fight and said that he was looking forward to the show that the mortals had prepared for him. The warrior swung his sword. The swordsman cut into the air, sending waves of energy at the enemy. The devil smiled. A cut appeared on his cheek. Drops of blood flowed down his cheek and dripped from his chin. Smiling, the captain promised to put on a real show. The monster wiped the blood from his face with displeasure. The guys looked at him, standing on the ground. Looking at his comrade, Alvin noted that now the enemy would not irritate him with his speeches. The protagonist concluded that a real battle was about to begin. Gritting his teeth, the demon called them funny. A fire raged in the room. Flitton stepped forward. Approaching his enemy, the leader of the demons admitted that at first he felt very dizzy, but quickly got used to the effects of the magic circle. Frowning, the king was surprised that a person who was usually weaker than any average demon was able to go up against him. Jinseok squeezed the hilt of the sword in his hand. Squinting, Seventh Heaven was also surprised that the one called the King of Demons turned out to be so weak. A flash appeared in the room. The boy jumped into the air and swung his sword. Raising his fist to strike, the monster was amazed at his audacity. A trace of the sword blade appeared in the air. The opponents began to strike, accompanied by powerful explosions of energy. Black smoke filled the room. A flash lit up the room. The young man found himself above the enemy's head. Frowning, the swordsman said that he was curious about how incredible his enemy was, but it turned out that he was just straining himself in vain. Summoning a cloud of light energy in front of him, Jinseok shouted that he was very disappointed. Flitton gritted his teeth from the tension. Fire engulfed his body. Waves of energy turned into a huge fireball. The sword strikes crashed into it. The fire was so dense that they could not pierce it. Menacingly knitting his eyebrows, the leader declared that nothing would work against the enemy. The blade of the sword flashed before his eyes. Seeing the streaks of light energy in front of him, the king realized that the enemy was breaking through the flames. A powerful explosion of energy was heard in the center of the room. The monster's mouth opened wide as its defense was broken. Light waves injured its legs. Seventh Heaven appeared behind him and swung its sword. The boy squinted in disdain and declared that he had never seen a more insignificant king. Fleeton opened his mouth wide and his eyes turned white. A powerful explosion was heard. A shock wave rolled through the forest. Multicolored waves of energy collided with each other. The protagonist moved parallel to Satan. The devil stopped his sword with his own hand. A powerful blow destroyed the ground. Rocks flew high into the air. Raising his eyebrows, Alvin thought that his friend was simply incredible. Seeing the demonic energy in the air, the monster could not understand where it came from. Squeezing his fingers, he decided to accept it with great gratitude. The energy left the blade of the sword. Looking at the enemy, Yunj realized that he had managed to absorb the demonic energy of the sword. Squinting, the guy realized that it did not cause any damage to the enemy. Licking his hand, the demon said that he did not know how a person could possess such power, but it was very tasty. Alvin took a step forward. His cloak fluttered in the wind. The warrior asked if every demon who was higher than the king had special abilities, and urged the enemy to show it now. Satan frowned in displeasure. Standing in front of his enemy, the devil called his enemy impudent. Summoning a cloud of energy in his hand, the monster agreed, because this game was also a little boring for him. A dark aura enveloped his face. He asked if mortals wanted to see his true power. The guys frowned tensely. The sky above them turned red. Gusts of wind raised fallen leaves into the air. Spreading his arms, the demon began to chant a spell. Satan opened his mouth wide and screamed. Covering his ear with his hand, the protagonist wondered what the sounds were that were giving him goosebumps. A powerful sound wave swept over the forest. A bright purple flash appeared. Energy seeped through the trees. Ghosts appeared in the air. They swirled in the sky. At some point, the ghosts stopped and rushed forward. In front of them was a forest surrounded by mountains. Without wasting a second, the monsters headed towards the battlefield. They filled the entire space near the heroes. Grinning, the devil asked if this was not what his enemies wanted. Looking at the sky, Alvin asked what it was. Yunj concluded that the enemy had summoned local ghosts. Looking down at them, the demon called himself the king of all ghosts and evil spirits. Rising into the air and spreading his arms, he explained that all those who died and could not pass on to the next world belonged to him, and there were many such creatures in this world. The warriors' mouths dropped open in shock. The ghosts enveloped their master's body. The monster frowned furiously, asking why his enemies were standing still and calling for them to attack. Baal towered over the fleeing heroes. Pointing his hand forward, the demon released several bolts of lightning towards them. The bright energy struck the ground. Looking back, Lois realized that the enemy had caught up with them. The ground beneath Zhang-Yu's feet crumbled. Holding his sword in front of him, the boy realized that their enemy was so strong that they could only parry the attacks even with their combined strength. The girl summoned a protective barrier in front of her. Bright lightning swirled around the room. Gritting his teeth, the monster realized that his opponents had defensive skills, so lightning attacks were just a waste of energy. The monster decided to deal with them with a fatal blow, his spear covered in waves of blue energy. Baal bounced off the wall and landed in front of the boy. The boy ducked to avoid his attack. The demon tried to strike him with a spear, but missed. Gritting his teeth, he called his enemy quite fast. The tip of the spear hit the blade of the sword. Zhang-Yu threw the enemy's weapon away from himself. Holding the sword in front of him as a shield, the boy frowned. The woman watched their fight from the side. Her mouth opened in fear. The monster hit the ground with all its might, but his opponent managed to jump back. His body was covered in a multi-layered barrier. A sheaf of lightning burst from the villain's hand. The boy put his hands out in front of him to block the attack. He gritted his teeth, resisting the onslaught of his opponent. Baal rushed forward to close the distance. His spear covered in lightning pierced the boy through and through. Zhang-Yu's mouth opened wide in unbearable pain. The demon's eyes widened in surprise. The broken stones trembled. A powerful energy threw the boy's body back. A shock wave rolled across the ground. Lightning enveloped the rocks that flew into the air. Lois looked towards the rising cloud of dust. Raising her eyebrows in shock, she realized that the enemy had managed to break through all the barriers. Standing on the ground, the monster left. Taking a step forward, the monster realized that it had managed to get rid of the annoying guy. Putting her hands in front of herself, the girl realized that she needed to buy as much time as possible at all costs. Noticing something, the woman looked back. Something was approaching her opponent. Baal turned around in amazement. A reflection of the young man swinging his sword appeared in his pupils. Approaching the villain, Zhang-Yu dealt him a crushing blow. A cut appeared on the demon's neck. Lois raised her eyebrows in shock. The boy's eyes were bloodshot. The demon frowned furiously and asked how a mortal dared to hurt him. An explosion of light and bloody energy rang out in the room. The ghosts surrounded the battlefield. The blade marks kept appearing in front of them. The flash illuminated the cluster of ghosts. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that it was impossible to harm the ghosts physically, but if they were not allowed to gather together, then the power of each spirit individually would not be a problem. Yunj asked him to try to separate the opponents by properly directing the power. Gritting his teeth, Alvin said that it was just words. Watching what was happening from the air, Satan chuckled and thought that this was quite unexpected. Grinning, the devil wondered if he should surprise the enemies a little more. Spreading his wings, he cast another spell. The ghosts enveloped his wings. They began to emit a bright light. The ghosts circled around their master. At some point, the demon opened his mouth wide and screamed. The frenzied spirits rushed into battle. The man tried to reflect their attacks with his sword. Noticing something, the player opened his mouth in fear. The huge ghosts were approaching him. The monsters were looming over him, and a blue haze was floating on the ground. Alvin asked with his mouth open if his comrade would be able to handle it if he had to fight the ghosts alone. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked what they were talking about. The warrior decided with a determined frown that they should do something a little different. The swordsman jumped into the air. Once above the ground, he swung his sword. Looking down, the captain asked his friend to cover him. A sparkling crevice appeared in the ground. Bekshan stood in front of the enemy who had fallen next to the wall. Raising his eyebrows, the leader of the White Tower declared that his opponent was mistaken. Frowning in displeasure, Kenji asked what they were talking about. Lowering his weapon, the boy asked if he hadn't joined the demons because he thought they would win. The youth asked him to pay attention to how Jinseok was fighting Flitten behind him. The traitor's eyes widened in shock. The Demon King's mouth dropped open in terrible pain. Seventh heaven struck again. The man smiled, blood flowing from his mouth. Sitting on the floor, Kenji asked his enemy not to talk nonsense and to kill him quickly unless he was planning to have fun with the one-armed invalid who had lost his powers because of this trap. Holding the sword in his hands, Bekshan asked if his enemy was going to return. The weapon sank into the floor. Leaning on it, the traitor declared that he no longer had the right to choose, and asked the enemy to stop him personally if that was what he needed. The opponents stood opposite each other in a cloud of dust. The leader of the White Tower realized with a stern frown that the man would not change his mind. Standing next to the rubble, the man explained that each of them had gone their own way. Rushing forward, he asked the enemy not to feel remorse and to do what was necessary. The two heroes clashed in a fierce battle. The boy swung his sword and asked if his enemy thought the same as Emily, believing that his actions would help them. Kenji frowned angrily and remained silent. The boy blocked his sword and asked if they had created a clan of assassins and dragged demons into it for the sake of humanity. Their swords crossed. The traitor approached his opponent and asked if it mattered. Bekshan opened his mouth wide and shouted that his former comrade should have told them everything, not left everything as it was so that they would point the finger at Emily. The traitor restrained his sword with his weapon and said that this was exactly what Emily wanted. He gritted his teeth. The leader of the White Tower smirked and said that he was speechless. Imagining the girl's calm face, the man explained that he had hated her for over 10 years. Looking down, Kenji added that he had lost a friend and been betrayed by others in just one day. The boy frowned furiously. The young man gripped the hilt of his sword and asked if that was all. A powerful swing of the sword sent his opponent flying. Bekshan raised his weapon and asked if that was all he wanted to say. The traitor opened his mouth in fear. Multiple sword strikes cut through his body. A cut appeared on his arm. Several more strikes landed on his torso. The man threw his head back and sighed heavily. Frowning furiously, the leader of the White Tower said that he had many secrets from the beginning and explained that he thought his former comrade would come to his senses. The sword fell from Kenji's hand. His legs buckled. The traitor collapsed to the floor, his eyes turning white. At that moment, the boy lowered his weapon. He stood in front of his fallen enemy. He had a stern look. Smiling, the man explained that he just wanted to try life and called himself selfish. The blade of the sword flashed. The young man said that for his life alone, other people died. Kenji opened his mouth wide and coughed. He said that he had always been like this. Bekshan looked down at him. Smiling widely, the traitor asked if his answer was enough. The leader of the White Tower narrowed his eyes. The man asked to give him a quick death. The boy called him disgusting. A trace of the sword swing flashed in the air. At this time, a powerful explosion was heard in the street. Using his angel wings, Alvin rushed forward. Gritting his teeth, Satan wondered why his strength had suddenly increased and realized that this was not a simple change in appearance. The warrior confidently knitted his eyebrows. A wave of dark energy flashed in the sky. The swordsman pressed his opponent to the ground with force. The very flow of his mana changed. The rocks crumbled. With a sharp jerk to the side, the captain found himself behind the enemy. Narrowing his eyes, he swung his hand. The devil took several of his blows. Moving at the speed of light, the man continued to attack him. Suddenly, the demon stopped his sword, holding his hand out in front of him. The blade left a cut on it. Several blows fell on his back. Smiling, the monster thought that feeling pain after so many years was quite funny. Suddenly, several waves of dark energy appeared around him. They filled the entire space around. Alvin gritted his teeth in displeasure and ordered his opponent not to hide behind the ghosts. The waves of energy completely enveloped the body of their owner. The warrior cut them with his sword, but there was no one there anymore. Looking at the ghosts, the swordsman realized that he did not feel the presence of the enemy. Looking around, the captain tried to understand where he could have gone. The ghosts circled above him. Someone's laughter was heard. The man called on the enemy to come out of his hiding place. Opening their mouths, the spirits laughed. One of the ghosts bared its fangs. Alvin realized that the enemy was hiding between them and wondered what he was planning. Under the pressure of the spirits, he was forced to lower his sword. Leaning forward and breathing heavily, the warrior realized that his body was getting tired too quickly. Lowering his head, the swordsman thought that all his strength was being sucked out of him. Ghosts surrounded him from all sides. Satan was surprised by his strength and could not believe that he would be in danger fighting an ordinary mortal. Grinning, the devil decided to give him a devilish attack as a reward for his courage. Raising his sword, the captain tried to resist the dark magic. He looked up. From what he saw, his pupils narrowed. Several powerful waves of energy squeezed him in a vice. Alvin raised his hand in fear. Using his wings, the warrior jumped to the side. Heading towards him from the sky, the demon assumed that it must be difficult for him not only to use strength, but even to straighten his body. Blood gushed out from the cuts. Seeing the wounds on his body, the swordsman realized that they were much deeper than he thought. The monster flew behind him. Gritting his teeth, Satan was surprised that his opponent was holding up well even in such a situation. Frowning, the devil realized that humans were much more dangerous than he thought, and decided that it was time to end this fight. A bright wave of energy fell from the sky to the ground. The captain looked up tensely. The demon's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist was able to stop his attack, protecting his ally. The monster grabbed his sword with his hand. Opening its mouth in anger, the monster insulted him. Yunj furiously knitted his brows. Satan landed on his feet, causing the ground beneath him to collapse. He lowered his head, trying to catch his breath. There was blood on his hand. Looking at it, the enraged devil wondered what his opponent was going to do. Approaching his friend, the boy asked if he was okay. Alvin replied that he was okay thanks to him. Looking at him, the young man apologized. The man put his hand on his ally's back. The warrior looked at him in surprise. Waves of blue energy appeared around him. A bright aura sparkled in his armor. The swordsman wondered what kind of magical power it was. Waves of energy enveloped his legs. The captain thought that although it was not particularly remarkable in appearance, this energy was much more dangerous. The light illuminated his face. Turning to his comrade, Alvin asked what it was. The energy concentrated in the player's chest, as if he was suppressing the enemy's aura. The aura dissipated. The protagonist explained that although this was a temporary measure, his friend should feel a little better. Looking down, the warrior decided that he imagined it and warned that the enemy was using strange techniques. Satan spread his demonic wings. The swordsman frowned and said that he felt like he was fighting with his hands and feet tied, so it was not easy for him to get out of there. This opponent was not to be underestimated, as ash was flying against the red sky. The devil narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Looking at his enemy, he thought that his strength was too dangerous and atypical. As he rose into the air, the monster heard that it had not been 2 years since the new key had passed into this world, and concluded that the newcomer had developed faster than one could think. Suddenly, the monster opened his mouth in surprise. Bright lightning fell from the sky. Satan ducked. A wave of dark energy acted as a shield. A powerful explosion was heard, destroying the earth around. A bright flash illuminated the forest. Stones rose into the air. The protagonist swung his sword, getting close enough to the enemy. Traces of his lightning-fast movements remained in the sky. Moving at the speed of light, Yunj began to strike. The devil put his hands in front of him to block his attacks. He realized that each attack was as powerful as the last, and that this was not the limit of his opponent's strength. The boy continued his onslaught. The boy cut the air with his sword. He had a determined look. The monster jumped far to the side to dodge. The demon opened his mouth wide, seeing a bright flash in front of him. A pillar of purple energy illuminated the forest. Taking the blow, the monster wondered how his enemy managed to control his power so much. The boy raised his sword again to strike. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The air was filled with traces of multiple sword swings. Thick smoke rose from the ground. Fog filled the room. Flitton was kneeling. Frowning furiously, the Demon King tried to catch his breath. With a sword gleaming in his chest, the leader asked how a mortal could do this. Jinseok stood a few meters away. Frowning, Seventh Heaven supposed that his enemy could have won, but under different circumstances. There were cuts on the monster's legs. Lowering his head, the monster thought that Abram's magic circle had only slightly restrained his body at first, but its effect was gradual, making him weaker and weaker. Standing next to him, the boy explained that since ancient times, demons had looked down on them from above, and that was why they came here, knowing that this was a trap. Narrowing his eyes, the youth said that this was the retribution for their reckless bravery and arrogance. Flitton, engulfed in flames, opened his mouth wide and shouted that this could not be. Flames enveloped his head. Raising his chin, the burning Demon King asked if his opponent really wanted to say that the Supreme Demon had lost to a human. The fire burned above the magic circle. The monster's body turned into black smoke. The sword pierced the stone floor. Looking at it, Jinseok thought that he could have died in this battle. Pulling the sword out of the ground, Seventh Heaven thought that the ending could have been different if the enemy had not shown him his weakness several times. The boy looked at the destroyed blade. Walking up to him, Beekshin noticed that his friend had dealt with the monster. Looking back, the young man asked if his comrade was finished with his opponent. Frowning, the head of the White Tower stated that this time he succeeded. Lightning flashed around Zhongyu. His eyes were red with anger. Explosions of energy occurred every now and then in different corners of the room. Jumping aside, Ball wondered if his opponent was not even a little tired. Seeing how the boy dodged his attack, the demon wondered how he could become stronger even though he was losing blood. Gritting his teeth, the boy rushed forward. The opponents swung their weapons. The blade of the sword hit the shaft of the spear. The enemies parried each other's blows several times. After making another attack in a jump, the boy noticed that his opponent was already tired, unlike him. Frowning, the monster realized that the enemy was pressing him with his strength. Several blows cut his pants. Seeing the wounds on his forearm, Ball realized that the wounds appeared so quickly that he could not catch a moment to recover. Deciding that he really had a strong opponent in front of him, the demon rushed forward and grabbed his sword. Zhongyu tried to resist the lightning that the enemy released. Throwing him away, the boy shouted that lightning attacks no longer affected him. Putting his hand in front of him, the monster thought that he just needed to buy time. A ball lightning appeared in his hand. Lois covered herself with a protective barrier to avoid damage from the explosion. Frowning, the boy called out to her. The dust that rose up was invisible. The girl shouted that she was fine after dispersing it. The boy turned around tensely. Rising into the air, Ball summoned a huge accumulation of energy from the ceiling. Zhongyu asked what it was. Blue lightning ran around the shaft of the spear. Furiously knitting his brows, the demon said that he understood what his opponent was counting on when he encountered him, and that he was still quite resilient even if he broke through the woman's defense. Finding himself in the center of the energy accumulation, the monster explained that at first he thought his enemy was ignorant, but it turned out that this was not so. Looking up, the boy asked how clouds could appear in the dungeon. Seeing the huge ball lightning, the boy wondered if this was his enemy's ability, and concluded that this general could be stronger than the Demon King Flitton himself. Lois, with a stern frown, shouted that the enemy was generating an incredibly powerful attack and that her friend should be prepared for it. Raising his spear above himself, Ball called this place disgusting since this was the maximum he could show. Seeing the swordsman below him, the demon thought that even with this amount of energy, there should be no problem ending the battle. Looking at him, Zhongyu chuckled and thought that behind one mountain there is always another. Frowning, the girl asked if they could withstand this attack. The boy pursed his lips tensely. Clenching his fists, he replied that he was not sure about it and decided that without trying, they would not know. The monster pointed his spear downwards. Grinning furiously, the monster wished death on the humans. A huge accumulation of energy was directed downwards. The heroes determinedly frowned. The boy's eyes widened in shock when someone asked if he did not need strength. Time stopped just before the spear was about to strike him. Looking at his weapon, the boy realized that it was talking to him. The sword asked if he needed power. The voice asked again if the owner of the sword needed the power to defeat the enemy. Ball frowned menacingly. Zhongyu opened his mouth wide and replied that he needed that power. The sword sparkled with a bright fire. The boy stated that he needed more power. A bright red flash lit up the room. Lois' eyes widened in fear. Dark energy enveloped the boy's armor. His legs trembled. Raising his chin, he let out a battle cry. At this time, a fierce battle continued outside the dungeon. The protagonist cut the air with his sword, but the enemy was able to dodge. Raising his hands, Satan tried to reflect all his blows. Continuing to hold back his onslaught, the devil thought that due to the increase in mana, his body was much stronger than before. Frowning furiously, Yunj continued his attack. The demon thought that if his ally recovered and pounced on him, he would have a chance to withstand the blow. A grin suddenly appeared on his face. Deciding to at least hit the enemy before that, the monster summoned purple tentacles from underground. Seeing them, the guy opened his mouth in fear. The blade of a sword flashed in the air. Several tentacles were cut in half. They immediately dispersed into the air. Swinging his sword, the young man declared that the ghosts would no longer work on him, and urged the enemy to stop wasting his strength in vain. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened. The ghosts surrounded him, preventing him from seeing anything. Among them, a silhouette of a man was hiding. The unknown person tilted his head and asked if the player really thought his sworn enemy was dead. The protagonist opened his mouth in confusion and froze in place. The man hiding in the shadows said that the killer who killed his family was still alive and asked who was standing in front of him now. Spirits covered the face of the unknown person. Grinning maliciously, Yunxian laughed and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Yuni raised his eyebrows in shock and called his name. The purple energy dissipated. The man thought that this was impossible because this person had been dead for a long time. The heroes looked into each other's eyes. The guy thought that he had killed him with his own hands. Hearing screams behind him, the young man opened his mouth in fear. Turning around, he recognized that voice. As if finding himself in the past, the killer raised a knife over Yun Jiong. The maddened psychopath bared his teeth. The girl pressed her daughter to her chest and burst into tears. The man watched what was happening in confusion. He gritted his teeth in anger. A loud explosion thundered in the street. Alvin put his hands out in front of him, protecting himself from the blast wave. Squinting, the warrior realized that the pent-up mana had burst out. Seeing a bright flash in front of him, the swordsman thought that at this rate, everything nearby would be destroyed. He was worried that his friend had suddenly lost the ability to control his power. A cluster of energy burst out from under the player's feet. Looking up at the sky, the protagonist loudly asked if his enemy really thought he could confuse him with such a pathetic trick. The world around him plunged into darkness, nothing remained except the scene of the murder. Yunseong swung his knife to kill the woman and child. Yuni thought that all these people had long been dead. The sword flashed in his hand. Rushing forward, the guy delivered a series of crushing attacks. The bodies of the killer and Yunjeong melted into thin air. The young man realized that they were just illusions. A blue aura appeared around him. Approaching him from behind, Satan noticed that his enemy was still confused by the sight of his family. The devil approached his face and asked him if he really thought his wife and daughter were dead. The man's eyes widened in shock. Flying next to him, the demon asked what his opponent would do if they were alive. Would he really give up the chance to save them? The player cut the air with his sword and ordered him to be quiet. Striking one blow after another, the protagonist repeated his words. Stopping, the monster sighed heavily. Landing next to him, the monster asked him to think carefully, because this was his second chance. Grinning, the monster explained that his enemy had bet everything on the Holy Grail, which he didn't even really know anything about, despite the fact that he needed to save his family. The ghosts flying around turned into Yunjeong. Tears flowed from the ghost's eyes. Many spirits in the form of women surrounded the guy. The young man looked at them in surprise. The ghosts were smiling. One of them closed his eyes and smiled. The man clenched his teeth tensely. The girls spread their arms to hug him. The player wondered what would happen if it was all true. Tears welled up in his eyes. The woman smiled. Suddenly, she hit the protagonist in the stomach. Smiling, the ghost said that his soul was sick and that there were no people with a healthy soul. Her face crumbled into pieces. Grinning maliciously, Satan said that his opponent's soul was much more affected than that of other people. The devil pierced the enemy's body with his sharp claws. Yunj opened his mouth in horror and coughed. Leaning over him, the monster said that he had been living in this world for a very long time, but had never seen a person who kept such heavy torment and sadness in his heart. The guy's hand relaxed and dropped the sword. Raising his chin, the young man trembled. The demon explained that poison was now penetrating him through his fingers. Rising above the ground with him, the monster declared that the enemy's strength would now disappear and suffering would overwhelm him. The man threw his head back. Satan bared his fangs. A powerful swing of the sword cut his arm. Entering the battle in time, Alvin saved his comrade, cutting off the enemy's arm. He had a determined look. Grabbing his arm, the devil asked when he had managed to get to him. Sensing a moment of weakness, the monster turned into a ghost and flew away from the battlefield. The player's eyes turned white. Blood gushed from his chest. The warrior caught his friend, preventing him from falling. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman wondered if this really happened. Flying into the sky, the demon thought that he was very sorry. Looming over his opponents, the monster decided that he could have ended everything here and now if he had not been interrupted. The bloody protagonist lay on the ground. Opening his mouth, he spat out a clot of blood. The room in the dungeon was completely destroyed. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. The spear pierced the stone floor. Ball knelt down, breathing heavily. The demon smirked, thinking that after that, his enemy should have turned to dust. Lois leaned over her friend and asked if he was okay. The monster's eyes widened in shock and asked if his opponent was alive. Zhang Yu was lying on the rocks, covered in blood. Smiling, the boy said that he was fine and that it hadn't been easy. The girl raised her eyebrows in concern and asked how he could be okay if his wounds were that bad. The woman lowered her head. The boy stated that this was his limit and asked for her forgiveness. Frowning, Lois realized that there was nothing she could do about it. The girl turned around and said that she would have to confront the enemy now. Dikshin and Jinseok stepped forward and said that there was no need for that. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The woman's eyes widened in shock upon seeing them. The leader of the White Tower gave her a determined look and promised to deal with their enemy. Grabbing a spear, Ball asked if they really meant to say that Flitton and Kenji had lost. Narrowing his eyes, Seventh Heaven confirmed this and asked if the enemy understood the full extent of the situation and if he was going to fight a little more before he died. The boy with white hair closed his eyes. Grinning contemptuously, the demon asked what this meant and thought to himself that there were two people in front of him who looked like monsters. A cloud of lightning appeared in his hand. Striking the ground, the monster asked how their army of demons could be destroyed by mere mortals. Frowning sternly, the monster decided that since this was the case, they would all die here together. Lightning destroyed the stone walls. Ball decided to destroy the entire cave. The debris flew down. Jinseok dodged them and rushed forward. Seventh Heaven frowned menacingly and realized that their enemy would not want to die so easily. The maddened demon bared his teeth. Lightning flashed around him. Suddenly, something to the side caught his attention. His body was cut by powerful sword swings. The boy looked forward resolutely. The monster's mouth opened in horror. His yellow pupils narrowed. The heroes stood in the middle of an empty room. They concluded that the enemy was confident until death. Approaching Lois, Beekchen explained that they were not finished upstairs yet and that those who were capable of fighting needed to gather themselves and head there. Opening his eyes, Jongwoo asked how it all ended. The heroes were surprised that he came to his senses. Looking at the guys, the girl said that she would join them after examining the boy. Jinseok said that they were counting on her. Seventh Heaven sat down next to his wounded ally and said that he was badly battered. Turning to him, the boy asked what happened to Ball. The warrior replied that somehow it ended. Narrowing his eyes, the young man asked him to quickly go to Yunj. Smiling, the swordsman agreed and thought to himself that despite Abram's magic circle, the boy managed to fight face to face with Ball, which made him one of the strongest participants. Rising to his feet, Jinseok suggested that they hurry. Beekchen agreed with him. The guys stood in front of Lois. The girl kept a calm expression on her face. The heroes turned around and went to help their friend. In front of them was a huge door. Smiling, Jongwoo hoped that his friend was holding up well in the battle. The protagonist sat by the rocks, trying to catch his breath, a purple aura shining around him. Putting his hand to his chest, Yunj healed his wound. Closing his eyes, he thought that fortunately, it was not a physical attack and his enemy was only trying to penetrate his mind. Two energies collided with each other before his eyes. A powerful explosion raised stone fragments. Lowering his head, the boy realized that Satan had wounded him mentally. Memories shattered into pieces like glass. The enemy was able to grab him only because of one emotion that he could not cope with. The devil attacked Alvin, who courageously held back his attacks. Dodging the sword strike, the demon thought that his wound made it difficult to even cast a spell. The warrior frowned sternly. The monster thought that his opponent was to blame for everything. The swordsman dealt several more crushing blows. Narrowing his eyes, the monster coughed. Dodging from side to side, he dodged the attacks. The captain cut through the air with his sword and thought that his enemy always felt fine even when he was injured. But now, for the first time, his face lost its usual confidence. After making a series of powerful attacks, Alvin thought that his opponent must be confused. Satan extended his hand in front of him and tried to block his blows. The blade of the sword flashed above his head. Jumping back, the devil realized that this man had fought a demon before because he was very persistent in aiming only at vital organs. Using angel wings, the warrior soared into the air. Looking back, the monster gritted his teeth in displeasure. A powerful blast wave washed over him. Unable to resist it, the monster fell to the ground. The impact sent debris flying into the air. Looking at his comrade, Jinseok noticed that there was a real mess going on. Beekchen was standing next to him, and seeing them, the swordsman asked if everything was okay. Landing on his feet, the captain asked how the rest of the guys were doing. The head of the White Tower clan said that they had almost sorted out everything in the dungeon. The boy asked if Yunj was okay and was glad when Alvin nodded and said that his life was not in danger. Noticing the wounds on his friends' faces, the warrior concluded that they had been pretty battered too. Seventh Heaven noticed that his comrades on the surface were doing well without the magic circle. Raising his eyebrows, the swordsman confirmed this and asked if the war would really be over once they got rid of Satan. Taking up his sword, Jinseok answered in the affirmative and suggested that they hurry before something bad happened. The ground beneath their feet shook. Frowning, the captain asked what it was. The boy's eyes widened in fear. A multitude of red magic circles appeared in the sky above them. They filled the entire space above the forest. Looking at them, the heroes realized that this was Satan's doing. Gritting his teeth, Alvin assumed that the enemy had noticed the appearance of his comrades and sensed danger. The warrior realized that the enemy would now strike them with all his might. The protagonist looked at the sky strewn with magic circles. Surprised, his eyes widened. Yunj heard the devilish forest howling. Arkan stands in front of many corpses. It is noticeable how heavily he is breathing. Suddenly, he clenches his hand into a fist. Suddenly, he is called and he turns around. It seems that Arkan is perplexed. Then Chakhan, out of breath, reports that the people are confused. The guy only throws up his hands, claiming that the situation does not allow them to waste time on this. After that, he frowns, ordering them to abandon the pursuit. Suddenly, a corpse is depicted and a phrase is heard about how their main task now is to treat the victims. Here the escapees appear, and it turns out that most of them are small fry. Then Arkan puts his hand on the man's shoulder, deciding that there should be no problems. After that, he looks away, declaring that the outcome of this war will not be decided here. To this, Chakhan awkwardly says that he will order the wounded to be carried back. When he is about to leave, Arkan raises his hand, asking him to select 50 capable guys. Suddenly, he declares with all seriousness that they are immediately moving out into the Devil's Forest. Here, magical threads are visible. You can see how they intersect. Meanwhile, the young people are watching this. Then everyone raises their heads, noticing a huge ghost. Suddenly, the fair-haired man tensely notices that that person is up to something. It turns out that someone is hovering in the air. You can see how magic envelops him. Immediately, he throws his head back. Now he clenches his teeth, realizing that he feels the ghosts of Flitton and Ball. After this, the question is asked whether the people killed them. Suddenly, the devil smiles, deciding that this is even better. Suddenly, he opens his mouth, declaring that he will devour absolutely everyone. Suddenly, magic begins to emanate from him. Meanwhile, these threads rise up. Here they are moving forward. Their faces are visible. Meanwhile, the guy with the sword is trying to stand. Then he clenches his jaw, asking how strong the devil is. The magical creatures head straight for the creature. Suddenly, they envelop him from behind. Suddenly, they are in his mouth. The devil's eyes are sparkling at this time. The young people below do not give up. Suddenly, the blonde frowns, remembering what was said in the book. The dark-haired one, in turn, clenches his teeth, realizing that the devil can once again gain this enormous power. The creature is right in front of them, and they decide that nothing good will come of a long battle. Suddenly, the devil lowers his head. Suddenly, he smiles widely, announcing that he has gathered the forces of all the ghosts. Here he clenches both hands into a fist, declaring that he has become many times stronger. Meanwhile, the guys are trying hard to stay on their feet. The next moment, a phrase is heard about how there are 4 capable people against him. At this, the young men only look at him seriously. The devil, however, contentedly declares that they are not in the best condition. Suddenly, he frowns, giggling. Immediately, he breaks away. Unexpectedly, he finds himself on the ground. Here the devil looks up, telling the people to attack. Meanwhile, the guys tensely notice that he has Ball's lightning and Flitton's flame. The blonde, in turn, frowns, realizing that the monster has even sucked in their souls. Suddenly, a flame is visible. The fight has already begun. Here the blonde covers himself with his hands, defending himself. At this time, 2 young men rush forward to attack. At this, the devil only grits his teeth. Suddenly, lightning emanates from him. One of them strikes the dark-haired man. Holding the flame in his hands, the devil asks how his comrade's strength is. Meanwhile, the guy falls. The fair-haired guy, in turn, clenches his jaw, realizing that Jinseok's body is not in order. Suddenly, the devil strikes again with flame. The young man puts up a barrier. A flying fireball is visible. Here it hits the hero's defense. Meanwhile, the dark-haired guy looks at it in shock. Suddenly, the thought sounds that Abram's magic circle is no longer there. Here, the fair-haired guy also falls. His eyes are already closed. Meanwhile, the blonde guy watches tensely. Suddenly, the devil appears behind him, who says that he should not be distracted. The guy immediately turns around in surprise. Suddenly, he waves his hand. After that, a large explosion occurs. Meanwhile, stones fly around the area. Everything is filled with blinding light. Here, the guy squeezes a sword in his hand, noticing that the absorbed magic is breaking out. Suddenly, he turns his gaze to the weapon. The next moment, the dark-haired man swings his sword, thinking that this energy was superimposed on the power with which the shackles were thrown off. He has a serious and furious expression on his face. After that, the thought sounds that he can defeat that guy. Suddenly, his sword sparkles, and he turns to magical power. Then his face is covered with veins when the guy releases magic. After that, everything is filled with magic, and the hero's eyes sparkle. He continues to stand still. Meanwhile, the devil watches thoughtfully, noticing that he looks like an insect. The guy clenches his teeth, and the rival cannot believe that he has any strength left. Then the creature closes his eyes, declaring that he is already tired of all this. Suddenly, magic shines in his palm, and he decides to end it all. Then he breaks away, deciding to kill the guy and absorb his soul. The dark-haired man's head, in turn, is surrounded by a certain circle of symbols, and he is told not to resist. The guy just frowns at this. Suddenly, he also stops standing still. After this, the devil is amazed, and the hero's hand reaches out to him. Then he is grabbed by the throat. Continuing to hover in the air, he clenches his teeth in pain. The dark-haired one, in turn, looks at him angrily. The devil, flapping his wings, groans. After this, the guy emotionlessly says that it is time for them to finish. Then he throws his opponent. Suddenly, the creature looks up in shock. Unexpectedly, the guy swings, declaring that he is also tired of the horned one. Meanwhile, the devil stands, taken aback. Then the creature's foot touches the ground. Here he is breathing heavily, thinking that this is unthinkable. He has a frightened look, and he asks how a person can have such power. The devil seems to be looking into nowhere and decides to go back and absorb the other spirits. Here he is standing, with his back turned. Suddenly, he tensely turns around. A guy with a strong aura appears, declaring that the devil is a key just like him. He only frowns, asking what the monster is fighting for. To this, the devil attacks him, asking what he is talking about. The guy easily parries his blow. Continuing to walk towards his opponent, the dark-haired one asks if he fought for someone. The creature has almost no limbs left, and he asks in fear. Suddenly, his gaze becomes dumbfounded. The next moment, he notices how his legs are cut off. Meanwhile, blood is dripping from the blade of the sword. As the devil falls to the ground, the guy notices that he is stronger than him. Then the monster breathes heavily, and a question is heard about why they are not able to defeat people. Here the guy continues to walk towards him, declaring that the reason is that they fight for themselves. The next moment, he remembers some individuals, saying that they fight because of an old promise. Suddenly, others are remembered, and it turns out that they want to protect people important to them. Here, a determined Archon is shown, and it is said that this is to correct mistakes and return to their previous lives. A cute girl is depicted, and it is said that there are people waiting for their return. The next moment, a joyful girl is shown. Here, the devil looks fearfully, and it turns out that his rival has a reason why he must survive. Suddenly, he clenches his teeth. His expression becomes wild. The next second, a sword appears at his neck. Immediately, the guy chops off his head. He looks determined and indifferent. Only gushing blood is visible. Suddenly, souls burst out of the devil's body. After that, they spin, soaring upward. Here they become one. Meanwhile, the guy looks at this. Here, frowning, he understands that the devil will go crazy to the end. Suddenly, he breaks away. The next moment, he flies towards something big. Immediately, he pierces it with a sword. The guy stubbornly presses on something. Suddenly, he grits his teeth, declaring that he will not lose anyone else. After that, he presses the sword even harder. The magical something is already resting on the ground, and he continues to press. Meanwhile, the stone floor is already starting to crack. The stones are flying to the sides. The big something is surrounded by magic. The guy's expression shows his efforts, and he decides to definitely stop the enemy. Now he is blinded by light. Everything around is filled with this light. Suddenly a question sounds about whether everything is okay. The next moment a group of people with wounded people appears. Immediately Archon starts running towards them, asking what happened to the other demons. To this, the guys only smile, saying that help came quickly. Now the fair-haired man passes by Archon, declaring that Flitton and Satan are dead. The next moment he turns around, offering to return quickly. After that, Archon turns away. Suddenly, he raises his eyebrows in surprise and clenches his hand into a fist. The next second, he looks tense, perplexed. Suddenly, a dark-haired man puts his hand on his shoulder, saying that he was also shocked. After that, a huge crater is shown. Sweat runs down Archon's face, and it turns out that he felt two things. When the pit is shown again, it is said that the first feeling is hope for victory in the war. Later, it is said that he also felt fear of Yoon's capabilities. Meanwhile, Archon only stood and looked after the guy. Some time passed. The protagonist, with his head down and bitterness in his eyes, listened to Alvin's voice, who said that in any case, until he, the key, recovers, they cannot act rashly. After hearing these words, he irritably squeezed the blanket in his hand and said that he, the key, is lying around like this doing nothing, adding that he will recover as soon as possible to help his comrades. Alvin sat by his bed and calmly said that there is no need to worry. He looked at the floor and said that now they somehow defeated the demons, but next are the angels. After these words, he took a bowl of soup from the nightstand. Then he said that their sources recorded very few clashes between humans and angels. They do not know how strong they are, what abilities they have, so they need to seriously prepare. The next second, he sipped some soup and said that in this regard, the primary task is to restore the army, adding, according to Beekchan, it would not be strange if the protagonist died in this battle. And indeed, the protagonist answered, sitting on the bed and adding that it was the first time he was in such pain, and the recovery takes longer than usual. Alvin dipped a spoon in the soup and said that the level of magical enhancement of the protagonist is twice as high as that of rankers, and the percentage of magic consumption is the maximum average of the average participant. But even rankers. The next second he finished, borrowing power from objects, despite the fact that they were born with incredible magical power. After these words, he took the plate with both hands and began to drink the soup. At that moment, he said that the protagonist was only able to survive because of what he had become. The extraordinary magic power and the chains that stored it. The heart that endlessly spread magic throughout his body, and the medium that constantly increased his strength. He recalled the protagonist's strongest form and said that the way he appeared a few days ago, this level of enhancement was superior to humans. Yoon listened to his friend, looked at his hands and said in his head that he was sure that he was able to activate the flow change only because of the proper use of these three parameters. At that moment, he remembered how his eyes lit up with rage and said that of course, he felt a completely different feeling from the previous flow changes. Recalling his strongest form, he said that even though he felt that this power belonged entirely to him. At that moment, he remembered how he fought in it and finished saying that he felt that he still did not have perfect control over it. After that, he remembered that his power left a huge crater in the ground. At that moment, he asked himself if he would be able to control such a huge power at all. Leaving his memories, he continued to look at his hand, and silence fell in the room. After a few seconds, Alvin stood up from his chair and told his friend to focus on recovery for a while and not to worry if he sat there longer than he thought. The protagonist, despite his friend leaving, thanked him and said that he would recover within a week. Alvin left and the protagonist was left alone in the room, into which the evening light entered through a large window. With his head down, he quietly repeated the names of his late wife and daughter. In his head, he said that he must definitely learn to control his magical power. In anger, he clenched his teeth and added that he was sure that in order to see them. Then he imagined the image of the powerful Satan and finished telling himself that he would have to fight creatures much stronger than Satan. Clenching his hands into fists, he added that for this. The next second, he took a bowl of soup from the nightstand. Yoon slowly brought it to himself and tasted the dish. With his eyes closed, he tried to taste it. After a short pause, he opened his eyes. At that very moment, he looked at the soup and asked discontentedly if Alvin had left, leaving him the cold soup, and he himself ate what he brought. At that time, Alvin was walking down the hallway with an empty soup bowl. Suddenly, he saw Beekchan out of the corner of his eye. The guy smiled warmly at him. Alvin, without thinking, called Beekchan with him, to which Beekchan asked how the main character was doing. Alvin, looking ahead, remembered his friend's wounded body in his head and said that he had not fully recovered, but the speed of his regeneration was amazing. Hearing this, Beekchan folded his arms across his chest and said that it was true, adding that it was obvious that his chains and body were completely destroyed. A few seconds later, Alvin pointed his hand at the door and asked if the guy wanted to check on him before leaving. Beekchan shook his hands and said no, adding that Uni already had a lot of visitors. After saying this, he turned around, walked down the corridor and said that he had come to meet Alvin from the very beginning. Hearing this, the guy was not at all surprised. A few seconds later, Beekchan turned around and asked the guy if he was sure of his intentions. Alvin slightly lowered his head and replied that his interlocutor had asked this question for the fourth time. To this, Beekchan spread his hands and said that he was always glad, but if something went wrong, Jinseok would beat him to death. Hearing this, Alvin looked at his interlocutor and asked in confusion if everything turned out like this, then it would no longer matter to him whether he died or not. Yes, Beekchan answered. Suddenly, with a wide smile on his face, he turned around and said that this is why he was warning them. Then Alvin said in his head that the rumors about his eccentricity were not fiction after all. They continued walking along the bullfight, when suddenly Beekchan said that he was going to say something he had not said before, adding later that he and Uni were different. He lowered his hands and looked up, saying that their magic circuits were not the same as those of ordinary participants, plus their physical body would be strengthened by the influence of skills. Get to the point, Alvin said firmly. Hearing this, Beekchan lowered his head and grinned. A few seconds later, he looked at his comrade, pointed his finger and said with a smile on his face that the chance of success was 50-50. Then he added that if they did everything the same way as with Uni and failed, then they would definitely die. At this time, they had already gone outside, and Beekchan continued to say that if they succeeded, it was unknown how long it would take because they were not even sure whether their appearance would be preserved. They walked up the path while Beekchan, looking at his interlocutor and stretching out his hand, said that magic circuits are not something that can be changed, they only expand the existing ones. After a while, he stopped. Not far in front of them was a large door, and Beekchan continued to say that they only affect the sphere that a person creates with his own efforts. Approaching the door, he pulled the handle and said that no one knows what the limit of expansions is, and where to stop because they have just begun. Then he said that they will look at the maximum that they can withstand. After these words, he opened the doors and let Alvin go ahead, saying that he hoped that they will live to see this moment. Alvin looked at the place where they came in surprise and realized that this was Abraham's laboratory, after which he asked if they were still using his legacy. Beekchan folded his arms across his chest, smiled and answered that people create all the problems and mechanisms are flawless. There was a large machine in the middle of the room. Looking at it, Alvin said that just recently his interlocutor said that the chances were 50-50. At that very moment, with a wide smile on his face, he said that he thought that the end justified the means. After these words, he turned to Beekchan and asked him to try to make him stronger. A few seconds later, Beekchan approached the guy and asked if he was ready to begin. Alvin turned to his comrade and answered with a calm face, yes, and then asked if Beekchan could keep what was going to happen today a secret. Beekchan, with his arms folded, asked in surprise, even from Lois, to which Alvin firmly answered, especially from Lois. Hearing this, Beekchan put his finger to his chin and said that the girl would be worried. Alvin lowered his head and said that this was the reason, adding that if Lois found out, she would try to stop him in any way. Understood, Beekchan answered, rubbing his chin. At that moment, Alvin turned around and thanked the guy. A few minutes later, he took off all his outerwear and stepped onto the mechanism. A glow immediately appeared under him. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in his actions in his eyes. Baekhyun looked at the guy with a smile on his face and wished him luck. At the same time, Arkan and Jinseok were in his office. The former suddenly looked to the side and asked where Baekhyun had gone, to which the latter replied that he did not know, since he had not been seen for a long time. Hearing this, Arkan began to pour alcohol into a mug, asking if he had really run away again. For the first time in a long time, Jinseok looked at the bottle of alcohol and said that this was not the first time, but it did not matter, it was better to drink. They both poured alcohol in clinked glasses. After that, they immediately drank the alcohol. As soon as they finished, Jinseok carefully put the enema, and Arkan slammed a wooden mug on the table and his cheeks immediately turned red. Jinseok looked at his friend and asked if he was feeling better, to which the man, spreading his hands, said that it was all nonsense. Hearing this, Jinseok brought another filled adiko to his mouth and asked how long it would take. Arkan replied with a smile on his face that if his friend was talking about Flitton's fire, it wouldn't be so easy to cure. Jinseok heard this, lowered his adiko slightly, and looking at his comrade, said that he was begging him so hard to tell the people to rest, but why didn't he do it himself? Arkan picked up the wooden mug, laughed awkwardly, and asked if his friend was really that worried about him. Jinseok drank the alcohol and didn't answer. A few seconds later, Arkan broke the silence, deciding to bring up the topic of the protagonist. He put his head on his hand and, while pouring alcohol, said that he thought he had overdone it, after which he asked if Jinseok had seen him, to which he replied yes, adding that he was very surprised by the fact that he was still alive. Arkan looked at his friend with a blush on his cheeks and said that this was expected, then asked how the protagonist had become so strong in such a short time. Was it because he was the key? Jinseok silently emptied another atiko in one gulp. After that, he said that Lucia was also a key. Hearing this, Arkan leaned his other hand on his leg and looked closely at his comrade. The next second, Jinseok put down an empty atiko and continued that she was the weakest of them, and Yoonj was the strongest of all the participants of his generation. True, Arkan answered, lowering his head and smiling slightly. After a short pause, he leaned back in his chair and said that the plan made by the protagonist and his potential, did these powers really belong to Yoonj? Jinseok heard this, handed over the atiko filled with alcohol and said that the past cannot be returned, but they have found a person who will change the future. At that very moment, Arkan picked up his wooden mug and clinked glasses with his friend, saying that his words made him feel like they could win this Holy Grail war. At that moment, the protagonist was doing push-ups. His entire body was shaking from the strain, and sweat was dripping from his face. Gritting his teeth, he firmly told himself that he must not stop. After saying those words, he lowered himself and told himself in his head that he could rest after everything was over. He lowered himself to the floor and paused. After a few seconds, using all his strength, he pushed himself up. 100, Yoonj cried out loudly and fell to the floor, exhausted. He lay there and looked away, not moving. The next second, he raised his shaking hand and looked at it. Suddenly, he sharply clenched it into a fist with all his strength. Then, leaning on the floor, he rose to his feet, repeating the names of his wife and daughter. Having risen, he headed towards the door, asking them to wait for him a little, because he would be back soon. After these words, he put his hand to the door handle. The door slowly opened. At that moment, the doors in heaven swung open. An angel entered, saying that the predicted day had come. There were already many other angels in the hall, who said in unison, "It is true." There were hundreds of them. Thousands of angels filled the hall. "The time has come," they said in unison. In front of them, on a throne, sat an angel who was many times larger than all the others. Breaking the silence, he looked at Gabriel and asked if he was afraid. Gabriel turned to Metatron and said that he was not. The leader of the Angles, without taking his eyes off the angel, said that there was no need to deceive, because fear was not shameful, adding that this was the day for which they had been preparing for 20 years. The angel standing near Gabriel bowed his head and asked to imagine what abundance awaited them. Metatron raised his head and said, "Abundance for them," after which he asked, "But what will happen to them?" Then he looked at Gabriel and addressed him. The next second, Metatron looked at Michael and called out to him too. Then he said that they could live here forever, but ordinary and young angels hardly crossed the threshold of 200 years. Suddenly he clenched his fist tightly and said loudly that they had given their lives for this moment. Then he pointed his finger forward and added that the moment they had been waiting for had arrived. Their army would advance into the reverse world. Rising from the throne, he said loudly that they would soon return the Holy Grail. After a while, he walked out through the portal into the world. In front of him were several angels, to whom he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The next second he addressed them all by name. Uriel, Raphael, Regal, and El. Spreading his arms, he said loudly that they had not seen each other for a long time. All four said in chorus that they greeted the King of Angels. After a short pause, Metatron said that he was in a hurry to inform everyone that he had made great progress in opening the gates between the heavenly and the reverse world. Countless angels began to emerge from this portal. Then Metatron stretched out his arms and with a smile on his face finished speaking and called the angelic army. All 4 angels bowed their heads and said that they were immensely happy that they would finally be able to fight next to the Heavenly King. Yes, Metatron answered firmly, flying in the air and adding that it had taken him 20 years to open these gates. At that very second, he imagined the beautiful heavenly world and said that he still needed it. After these words, he imagined the reverse world and finished speaking to spend strength in both the heavenly and the reverse world. Having finished, with a satisfied smile on his face, he said that now they were all gathered, and people, demons and even dragons, none of them would be able to stop them. After these words, he loudly ordered his warriors to go forward. A few days later, the protagonist was already actively training with the sword. He swung it in different directions, leaving a magical trail behind him. Gritting his teeth, he continued training with beads of sweat on his face. After a while, he stopped, looked at his hand and said that his body was slowly recovering. Suddenly, a powerful magical energy appeared in his hand. Unexpectedly, Yunj experienced a very strong headache. The strength in his hand disappeared and his legs buckled. Having come to his senses a little, the protagonist looked at the shackles on his hand, which were shining brightly, and said in his head that thanks to Beekchan, he was able to increase the limit of magical enhancement. The next second, he squatted down, leaned on his sword and added that after he approached this border, he needed a lot of time to recover. After these thoughts, he abruptly stood up and raised his sword, saying that he would not be able to increase it even more with the help of other people alone. He prepared to continue training, so he calmly exhaled and said in his head that he had no choice but to endlessly train, trying to do it on his own. As soon as he finished speaking, he used magic power, and the blade of his sword lit up with a dark flame. Suddenly, a scream was heard from behind, asking if he could move already. Yunj heard it and turned around in surprise. Not far from him, he saw Lois and Jongwoo, who were walking towards him with smiles on their faces, saying that he had really been here all this time. Leaving the counter, Yunj turned to his friends and asked why they came here and where Alvin was. Lois immediately folded her arms across her chest and replied dissatisfiedly that this was why they came, explaining later that Alvin left a note saying that he was going somewhere and went missing. Hearing this, the protagonist asked in surprise what he meant by going somewhere. After that, he put his hand to his chin, looked down and thoughtfully said in his head, did he really tell him to rest? But he himself was preparing something. Lois suddenly interrupted his thoughts. She turned away displeasedly and angrily said that she did not know, because Alvin did not write about the place, so he was probably putting himself in danger again. Jongwoo heard this, raised his hands and said in confusion, laughing, that they had already defeated Satan and Fleeton, so he had nowhere to find danger. Hearing this, Lois exhaled heavily, stretched out her hand and said that she agreed with her comrade. After a short pause, Jongwoo came out to the protagonist and asked if he could already train, to which Yunj replied that it was better for him to move than to sit still, after which he asked, and he? Jongwoo, without taking his eyes off his friend, replied that he had also come to train, adding that the protagonist needed to rest a little more. Hearing this, Yunj folded his arms across his chest, grinned and asked, and he himself, adding that in order to get used to the berserker, he also needed to rest. Lois stood to the side and heard all this. With a very angry face, she suddenly said that the two of them were in the same situations. After these words, she turned away, put her hand to her forehead and said discontentedly that she did not even think that she would meet fools worse than Alvin, and there were 2 of them, adding that they should start since they had already set aside time and came here, because she could not stop them in any case. The boys turned away, after which the protagonist looked at his friend and whispered that Lois was especially scary today, to which Jongwoo leaned over and said that it was because Alvin had disappeared, so he had to be careful since even Mr. Arkin was avoiding her. Suddenly, Lois screamed in rage, ordering him to begin. The protagonist and Jongwoo were very scared and jerked, screaming in response that they obeyed. A few minutes later, Lois spread her arms and created a magic cube around Jongwoo. Yunj looked at this in surprise and asked what the girl was doing, to which Lois replied with a smile on her face that it was training, and they always did this. The next second, Jongwoo used the berserk skill, and the blade of his sword was covered with a terrifyingly strong red magical energy. At the same time, his eyes turned completely red. Seeing this, the protagonist excitedly said that his friend had become berserk faster than before, and then asked if he was overexerting himself. Lois continued to support the cube and replied that everything was fine, because Jongwoo was currently in his best condition. However, she suddenly said, as soon as the protagonist heard this, he looked at the girl in surprise. Lois slightly lowered her head, exhaled heavily and said that she had looked up information about Lamar just in case and found out that it belonged to the demon swords. Then she looked at Jongwoo, who was waving his sword in different directions with a crazy smile on his face, and explained that this blade gnaws out and absorbs the mind of its owner, driving him crazy. The sword in the guy's hands became more and more powerful, emitting powerful energy. Lois, seeing this, continued to explain that its properties were strengthened after this demonic sword absorbed Ball's blood, and it seems to her that its power has increased by another level. Zhang slashed his sword very fast and hard at the barrier created by the girl. Lois watched the boy's endless powerful strikes and said that he would exhaust himself in order to adapt to it, and when he did, he would have to fight even stronger opponents. Zhang struggled to resist the terrifying demonic power, clenching his jaw as Lois continued to explain that if he survived, he would have to get used to Lamar again, who had become one level stronger. With worry in her eyes, she continued to support the barrier, adding that it was incredibly dangerous. She continued to watch Zhang swing his sword non-stop and said that it would be difficult for the boy to handle everything alone. At this time, Zhang, swinging his sword, with his eyes burning red with tears, shouted that he also had to be useful. After a while, Zhang began to cough heavily. He immediately grabbed his neck. Lois turned to the protagonist and asked if he was sure that Zhang did not need to be restored, to which Yunj replied that he had tried several times. The girl said that Zhang always listened to the protagonist, to which the guy replied that he would not listen to him now. Yunj turned around and called out to Lois. He walked up to the magical barrier and told her to keep what he was about to do a secret. The girl closed her eyes and exhaled heavily, asking what kind of people they were. Frowning, the protagonist entered the barrier. He said that Zhang would hold on at all costs and asked if he really wanted to be useful to Yunj. The guy enveloped the sword in mana. Zhang, in berserk mode, rushed towards the guy. The protagonist looked at him and told him to defeat him at least once. Yunj swung his sword and hit Zhang's sword. The guy swung his sword at him with a wild look. The protagonist defended himself with his sword and gritted his teeth, thinking that Zhang was stronger than he thought. He looked at the guy. Yunj swung his sword hard and hit his sword. Zhang raised his weapon with his mouth wide open. He swung his sword a few centimeters away from the protagonist's face. Yunj quickly moved forward. The sound of the swords striking each other was deafening. Yunj looked forward. He swung his sword and shouted that they were continuing. Zhang tried to dodge. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly fell to the ground. Yunj looked at his bright red eyes and brought his sword to his face. Pointing at the guy, he shouted that Zhang could. He abruptly pulled the sword aside. Zhang rose from the ground and abruptly ran towards the protagonist. He ran, screaming loudly. Stopping in front of the guy, he grabbed his head and lowered it down, groaning. Lois looked at him and was surprised that he was not suppressing Lamar, but fighting with him. Zhang clenched his teeth hard, covering his ears with his hands. He opened his eyes sharply and they lit up bright red. He quickly bent down to the ground to pick up his sword. Lois thought that Yunj and Zhang trusted each other, so they believed that if they put in effort, they would somehow win. The protective barrier began to crack a little. The girl lowered her head down and said that she would not sit idly by. She opened her eyes sharply and looked forward. She raised the barrier as high into the sky as she could. She looked up and thought that she would also try to believe that wherever Alvin was and whatever he did, he would be able to overcome everything. Alvin was in a lab. He was in a capsule filled with water. With his eyes closed, he was submerged under the water. The boy immediately touched the floor of the capsule with his foot. Feeling this, he opened his eyes. He walked out of the capsule and stood in front of it. Bikshan walked up to Alvin and asked if he was awake. At this time, he was eating the booth. He took a bite and said that he got hungry while waiting. Putting his hand behind his back, he said that the boy looked better than he thought. Water was running down Alvin's body and he asked how it went. Bikshan replied that the boy did not feel any changes. Then he smiled and said that Alvin was alive. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that he never thought that the boy would perfectly absorb everything. Alvin looked at him and asked if there was a way to find out what happened in the end. Bikshan turned to him and asked if he would not understand after practicing once. Holding the sword in their hands, they both walked outside. Bikshan took the weapon in his hand and said that the guy's magic power circuit should have expanded, so he just needed to increase it to what he previously thought was his limit. Alvin looked at him in surprise and said that he understood. Bikshan swung his sword and said that the guy had a good absorption ability, so he would not feel sorry for him. Alvin activated the sword and grabbed it with both hands. Their swords clashed loudly several times. While swinging the weapon, Bikshan shouted for Alvin to give it his all at least once during the fight. He immediately ran towards the guy. He swung the sword in front of his face several times. Their weapons clashed sharply. They swung them in different directions as hard as they could. Lois continued to create a protective barrier with all her might. She lowered her head down in concentration. Yuni and Zhang continued to fight with their swords. The protagonist looked coldly towards the guy. Zhang looked at him with wild eyes. Yunj jumped over the boy and raised his sword high. He swung the weapon with all his might. 10 days later, Arkin put a mug of beer on the table. He closed his eyes and leaned his elbows on the back of the chair. He grinned and looked ahead, saying that they were ready. The protagonist knocked on the door. Arkin smiled and said that they could come in. Zhang Yu scratched the back of his head and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Yunj asked if Arkin had called them. He stood up from his chair and told the boys to sit down first. Arkin sat them down at the table and, holding a map in his hand, said that they would set out tomorrow since everything they needed to take with them was already prepared. The boys looked at him in surprise and thanked him, after which Zhang Yu asked if there would be a designer with them. Arkin said that they should be as inconspicuous as possible, despite the fact that the Demon Kings had died, since it was still dangerous outside the intermediate territories. He raised his hand and said that anyone below the level of a mid-ranker would not survive there, so if necessary, they could postpone the deadline a little. He looked at the boys and asked if they still needed to train, to which Yunj replied that everything was fine, so they would set out tomorrow. Arkin leaned his hands on his knees and stood up from his chair. He placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and apologized for saying the same thing over and over again. He looked at the boy and asked him not to die. Frowning, he fixed his gaze on him. Arkin looked at the surprised Yunj and said that he was the only hope for the participants. The protagonist looked down in disappointment. Arkin looked at everyone and said that they had not gathered for a long time. Alvin looked at Yunj and asked if he was able to stand up and how he felt, to which the protagonist replied in bewilderment that he had been walking for a long time. Zhang Yu looked at Alvin and asked where he had been since Lois had been looking for him and was very worried. Alvin turned away abruptly and smiled, then said that the sky was clear outside. Lois frowned and put her hands on her hips, then screamed, "Why was he changing the subject again?" The girl began to shake his shoulders and screamed, asking where he had gone. Alvin said that the sky was clear outside and the sun was warm. Jinseok came to them and asked what they were doing. The protagonist asked if he was going with them, to which Jinseok replied that he was, and it seemed like everyone was here. Zhang Yu looked around and asked if that was all of them, and Lois said that Jinseok and Arkin were coming with them. Arkin stepped aside and stretched out his hands in front of him, saying that he was not coming. He put his hand on his chest and said that someone should stay and be in charge of the guild while they were gone, because besides, their company was quite enough. The protagonist looked ahead and thought indignantly that one Jinseok was stronger than an entire clan. Alvin put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that if there were more people, it would greatly affect their speed of movement. Jinseok turned away and said that first of all, they needed to be inconspicuous, so he would explain the details on the way. Yunj looked ahead and said that it was time to move. Arkin smiled after them and asked them to be careful. They plotted their route on the map. It was deep night outside. All 5 of them ran quickly through the forest. After a while, they suddenly stopped to take a break. Lois put her hand to her forehead and caught her breath, saying that it was quite hard, to which Zhang Yu smiled and said that they got there much faster this time. Jinseok reached into the inside pocket of his coat. He took out a package and threw it to the protagonist. Yunj looked at it and asked what it was. He began to open it and Jinseok replied that it was a gift from the White Tower clan. The guy took out a stick from there and held it in front of him, examining it. Lois looked and screamed that this was the rarest invention of the White Tower. She screamed in surprise that this bag was endless and you can put anything in it. The protagonist looked at her and asked if she was really that excited. The girl took the bag in her hands and replied that it could not be bought for any money because it cost as much as a large guild. Yunj asked if she wanted to put something in it, as she really liked the bag. She looked at Alvin angrily and said that she had something that she wanted to always carry with her. They squatted down and Lois told Alvin not to pretend that he didn't understand anything, but to come over and sit next to them. The girl looked at Jinseok and asked what about him, to which he turned away and said that he would rest alone. All 4 of them looked after him. Alvin sat down on the ground and asked Zhang Yu what kind of training he had been doing, to which the guy happily exclaimed that Yunj had helped him a lot. The protagonist looked at Alvin and asked where he had gone after all, maybe it was time to tell him. Alvin tried to change the subject by looking at the clouds, to which Lois told him to stop. They made a fire and sat around it. All 4 of them joked and laughed. Jinseok sat separately from them near a tree. He looked down and thoughtfully looked down. He looked down and remembered the past, how Arkin raised a mug of beer up and shouted that it was worth drinking. Jinseok said discontentedly that last time he celebrated the victory in the war, and what about this time? Arkin closed his eyes and said that they captured the demon camp. He suddenly grabbed Beekshan's neck and shouted that he became the local idiot. Beekshan moved his hand to the side and said that it was not that he could measure someone's dignity in battle, and such guys seemed to stick to him on purpose, to which Arkin said that the guy himself wanted it. The guy embarrassedly looked away, and Arkin asked who was stronger in the end. Beekshan thoughtfully answered that Yuni, of course, had more strength, but he could not defeat Alvin yet using only his abilities. However, Arkin should wait a little and should be more careful. Arkin grinned and asked, even so. Jinseok exhaled and said that the guys couldn't beat him anyway, when suddenly Arkin asked if he was scared. Hearing this, Jinseok looked at them angrily and began to take out his sword, when suddenly Baekjin and Arkan put their hands together and began to ask him for forgiveness in fear. Jinseok sat down on the couch and, grinning, poured himself a drink. Arkan smiled awkwardly, looking at him, and thought that if they joked about him a couple more times, their guilds would be broken. He closed his eyes and said who would have thought that they would laugh like that. Arkan looked at the perplexed Baekjin and said that there was something human left in them. He looked at his reflection in the mug of beer and said that looking at the power of the new key, without noticing it, they found hope again. Jinseok looked at the guys sitting by the fire. He looked thoughtfully at the protagonist. He frowned and thought about hope. Jinseok looked ahead and thought that he wanted to believe that this would not end with their destruction. It was night outside and a slight wind had picked up. The five of them walked forward on the map. Yoonj looked at it and said that they had already passed more than half of the central territories. Lois turned to him and said with a smile that when they first crossed the Great Mountain, it seemed incredibly far away, and Alvin said that back then they had no information and had many more enemies. Jongyu stretched and asked if that was why it seemed like there weren't many monsters today. An awkward silence passed between everyone. Alvin exhaled heavily and said that their path would be harder now. He looked at Jongyu and explained that if he said that there were no people, then from that moment on they would start to pile out, after which the boy covered his mouth with his hand in fear. The moon brightly lit their way forward. Suddenly, loud, incomprehensible sounds were heard. Everyone quickly stood up and Yoonj said that next time, even if Jongwoo understood, it would be better to remain silent. A loud slam on the ground was heard next to them. Suddenly, a huge snake appeared, opening its mouth wide and hissing at them. The guys looked up in fear, looking at it. Alvin shouted that it was a hellish snake, because its teeth and blood were poisoned with deadly poison, so everyone needed to be careful. Everyone looked at it and shouted in unison that they understood. Jongwoo raised his hand up. He looked at the snake and asked if he could take it on himself. He put his hand to his chest and smiled, then said that he wanted to see the results of training and practice and he wanted to get rid of it himself. Jinseok turned to Alvin and asked if the guy could handle it, to which Alvin put his hand on his chin and thought. He said that Jongwoo had definitely gotten stronger, so he didn't think that something like this would make him go crazy. He looked at Jongwoo and said that they would help if necessary, so let him try. Jongwoo took a deep breath, lowering his head down. He looked at the snake's glowing eyes, and a voice came from behind him, telling him not to worry. Jongwoo clenched his teeth tightly, and the veins on his face stood out. With great speed, he jumped forward and shouted that he was going. He swung his sword, flying towards the snake. The guy looked at the snake's large open mouth. With his activated sword, he slashed at its body. It curled up in pain, and Jongwoo managed to straddle it. The snake looked at him with an angry look, while the guy had a bloody sword in his hands. It immediately opened its mouth wide, pointing it towards Jongwoo. He smirked and asked if it really thought that this was enough to defeat him. He slashed open her belly with his sword. Blood immediately appeared on the weapon, coagulated on it. With wild eyes, he cut open her body and shouted that she should not have given up her blood. Jongwoo raised his reinforced sword, while the snake looked up at him with displeasure. His sword turned bright red. With one swing, he cut the snake in half. Jongwoo knelt down and continued to fight her. After the fight, he proudly turned away from her. Sensing something was wrong, he looked to the side with his peripheral vision. From behind the snake, 4 more copies of herself appeared. The boy smirked and said that he knew it was not that simple. Swinging his sword, he smiled and shouted that he was grateful that their fight would not be so short. With one swing of the weapon, he cut the body of one of the snakes. With the next swing, he cut the body of the other lengthwise. Jongwoo frowned and looked ahead with a wild look. He watched his blood sprayed in all directions. Thick blood slowly flowed down from his sword. It gave the sword even more power. Red mana appeared around him. He clenched his teeth hard and screamed so loudly that the veins on his neck bulged out. After a few minutes, he calmly looked forward. Having calmed down, he put his hand to his chest. Holding the sword in his hand, he turned to the protagonist and with a smile on his face asked if they saw, because he had returned to form again as if nothing had happened. Yoon said that he was good, after which he thought that the guy had become much stronger. Jongwoo laughed happily, raising his head up, and thanked him. He smiled and clenched his hand into a fist, after which he said that it was time to move on, and even if something appeared, he would deal with everything. Yoonj, Lois and Alvin widened their eyes in surprise, looking at him. The protagonist grabbed his head and asked if Jongwoo was up to his old tricks again. The boy looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant. The silhouettes of monsters appeared behind him. Turning around, he was speechless. There were blows. The protagonist deftly killed one of the monsters, cutting it lengthwise. The monster immediately fell, and its body began to shake. Getting up, Yoonj wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that a month had already passed, and there was still no end to them. Looking to the side, he saw his comrades who were fighting the goblins non-stop. Then he asked in his head how far these monsters had expanded the territory of the intermediate lands. The closer they were to the demon's domain, the more monsters they encountered. Then suddenly Yunj noticed a skeleton running towards him with a sword burning with hellish flames. At the last moment, he drew his sword and defended himself from the attack. At the same second, he deftly parried the sword, throwing the enemy away from himself. After that, he delivered a quick and accurate blow, cutting the skeleton into 2 parts. Yunj breathed heavily and looked at the dead monster, saying in his head that he was surprised that the skeleton used Oro. He cut off the skeleton's head and, looking at it, said that for a monster living on the border of the intermediate lands in the demonic domain, he was too weak. A few seconds later, he remembered his strongest form in the fight with Lucifer and said in his head that maybe he exceeded some limit that day, but now he felt incredibly free. When suddenly he heard Zhongwu's furious cry from behind and immediately turned around. The guy with burning eyes raised his sword behind his head and flew at the frightened goblin. The next second, he hit the monster in the head with his sword. After that, he bent over and said heavily that he was about to die. Suddenly, 2 more goblins jumped on him. Zhongwu immediately saw them and entered his berserker form. The protagonist watched his friend fight fiercely and said to himself that the guy was a little overexcited because of the berserker mode, but it seemed that he was able to control himself. Looking to the other side, he saw Alvin, who was easily dealing with monsters. Without any emotions, he dealt with each one. Looking at him, the protagonist wondered in his head where and what kind of training he had undergone. The next second, he cut the goblin. Blood spurted in all directions. Jinseok saw this and was very surprised. After a while, Zhang Yu missed a strong blow to the stomach. Sliding back on the ground, he looked at his opponent. It was a huge golem with glowing eyes. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth and powerful magical energy began to gather in it. With its size, it crushed other monsters. Everyone immediately stood up for Zhongwu, who, getting up from the ground, shouted that the sword did not affect him, adding that this guy was stronger than he seemed. Suddenly, Alvin clenched his fist and said that he would go. Yunj heard this and turned around in surprise. Alvin stepped forward, wings appeared behind his back and he said that he would also try himself. He was tense and there was not a drop of fear in his eyes. Lois looked at this in horror, not knowing how to react. Alvin went against a huge golem. At that moment, he slightly lowered his head and exhaled. Suddenly, the golem screamed loudly and swung. The guy continued to stand with his eyes closed, when suddenly he abruptly opened his eyes and they lit up. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the golem's attack. Then he dealt a powerful and fast blow to his hand. It was immediately cut off, and Alvin, without thinking twice, rushed to attack again. The golem was shocked by such pressure. The next second, Alvin, thanks to his wings, appeared in front of the monster's face, holding the sword behind his head. After that, he dealt such a blow to the golem that it was cut in 2. The guy landed on the ground with ease, and the golem split into 2 parts. Suddenly, it fell on the rocks, which began to fall around Alvin. One small rock rolled to his comrades. Everyone was surprised to see such a sight. The protagonist looked at his friend tensely and said in his head that first there was Zhongmu, and now there was Alvin. They all clearly became stronger. After these thoughts, he looked at his own and covered it with terrifying magical energy. Then he ran his weapon over the small rock, which immediately cut it, and said that, of course, he could rely on them, but he still needed to try harder. At this time, Alvin had already stood up, approached his comrades and asked if they were going in the right direction. Jinseok put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that he was not sure about it, because they had been wandering in circles for a long time, but were still not in place, but perhaps the map was wrong. At that very moment, Lois, standing and holding onto the golem's stone, said that they were almost there. She measured the golem's enormous power and said that its magical power. After that, she pointed to a hill and continued, stretching from that hill. A fresh wind blew the leaves of the trees everywhere. Hearing this, Jinseok turned to his comrades and said, then, some time passed. He entered somewhere. After him, everyone else entered through the portal. What they saw ahead shocked them. In front of them was only devastation and nothing more. The protagonist stared at it and said in his head that this was the Scarlet Star Mountain Range. The next second, he suddenly lowered his head and gathered himself. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated. At that time, Lois, looking into the distance, said that she felt something. But before she could finish speaking, Zhang Yu put his hand on her shoulder and asked her to wait a little. A few seconds later, the protagonist slowly opened his eyes. After that, he turned to his comrades and said that everything was ready and they could go. Then he looked up at the sky and said that he thought he knew the way. A white star was shining brightly in the red sky. The boys started moving up the mountain. Jinseok was walking ahead of everyone. The protagonist walked and breathed heavily. He looked at the sky and saw a very bright white star there. The boys stopped, and Yoonj asked if it was possible to say that the star was right above them. A star? Alvin asked in surprise. Jiang Yu put his hand to his forehead and looked at the red sky, after which he said that there were such thick clouds here, but no stars were visible. Lois stood behind the boy and said that she also did not see any stars. Jinseok turned to the student in surprise and asked if he really saw a star. The protagonist scratched the back of his head in confusion and said that he did not know, that only he could see it. Then Jinseok said that maybe the guy could see her because he was the key. Hearing this, Yoongi was a little surprised. After a short pause, he stepped towards the place where the star was shining and said that what they were looking for was below them. Is that so? Jinseok asked in surprise and began to take out his katana from its sheath. The protagonist also quickly took out his sword. Alvin abruptly picked up Lois in his arms. This scared the girl, and her cheeks turned red. Then she cried out in embarrassment, asking what he was doing, to which Alvin told her to hold on tight. Suddenly, Jinseok and Yoongi raised their swords above their heads. The next second, they hit the ground with all their might, splitting it. Suddenly, everything beneath them began to collapse into large boulders. After that, the entire team fell down. There was a huge temple below. The guys fell on the rocks into a cave. Everyone landed carefully. Jongyu immediately began to look around, and Alvin put Lois on the ground. The girl looked at the guy and cried out in displeasure that she was very scared. Alvin did not react to the girl's cries. After that, the guys began to walk. After a short pause, they came to a small hole from which a powerful magical energy emanated. Jinseok immediately felt it, turned to Lois and asked if she could feel this power. The girl closed her eyes, lowered her head and said that she could feel the power of the cave, but she could not feel any hostile monsters. Okay, Jinseok answered firmly and turned away. At this time, Alvin turned to the protagonist and asked where to go. Yoongi pointed his finger at himself and asked why they were asking him about this. The guys continued moving, and the protagonist said that he was also here for the first time. Hearing this, Alvin asked in surprise if he could not see the way. No, the protagonist firmly answered, adding that he only saw a star, after which he asked if his friends really thought that he had some kind of cheat code for the game. To this, Jinseok replied that he was disappointed. The protagonist looked at Alvin and an awkward silence appeared between them. After a few seconds, Jinseok pointed to the side and said that they would rest there and continue on their way, so they should put their things away and go to bed. Jongyu looked at the place where they were staying overnight and said that he thought they would do without rest. Alvin looked at Jinseok and calmly said that he agreed with Jongmu, because they had walked here for too long and everyone still had strength left, so he suggested that they quickly find her and come back. Hearing this, Jinseok looked at the student and asked if he really thought so too. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that they had really been delayed for a long time, and besides, it was unknown who might attack them while they were resting. That's how, Jinseok answered calmly after hearing this. Suddenly, he pulled out his sword from its sheath and said with burning eyes that the guys would fight against him, and he would only let through those who defeated him. Hearing this, Lois, Jongwoo, and the protagonist screamed in shock and fear, just like that. At that moment, Alvin stepped towards him and firmly said, "Okay." Jinseok didn't react and said that when they first went searching, they unexpectedly found themselves in a very dangerous situation. Alvin heard this and looked at the man in surprise. With a sword in his hands, Jinseok looked at the guys and said that they gave up then. And only after losing the key did they realize that the most dangerous situation is the one that a person does not expect to encounter. After these words, he squeezed the handle of the sword and said that he thought that at least this time he should protect the key. He looked at the ground and continued to say that without the key, all this makes no sense. A second later, he raised the sword and firmly said that he is not afraid to die. Alvin stared at the sword of the strongest and did not know how to react. Then he stepped forward and said that he understood. After that, Jinseok asked if anyone had any objections. Everyone remained silent. Then Jinseok said that everyone was going to rest. After a while, the guys made a fire. Everyone except the main character was lying on the ground. Jongwoo was twitching in his sleep, trying to fight something. He heard this voice in his head. It was screaming and asking for more blood. It was asking the boy if he didn't want to become even stronger. Jongwoo saw himself killing people for blood, and he told the voice no. The voice was urging the boy to remember that feeling. Jongwoo couldn't help but remember killing one after another. The voice kept saying that it felt good. Then he asked if it was true that he didn't want to die again. But to prevent that from happening, he had to kill. It kept urging the boy to remember that feeling, adding that he could become stronger. Jongwoo was holding his head in his sleep and saying that it was him. Suddenly, he screamed furiously that he wasn't going crazy because of blood. Suddenly, his stomach was pierced through by a sword. With burning eyes, he looked up. In front of him, he saw the main character. With an angry face, he said that if Jongwoo couldn't become stronger, then he should just die here because he was only getting in the way. Hearing this, the guy grabbed the sword in his stomach in horror and screamed, begging him not to do this because he had become stronger. The protagonist abruptly pulled the sword out of his friend's stomach. The guy fell to his knees and grabbed the through wound, and Yoongi, leaving, said that he could not wait because he was the key and he was just a man. With horror in his eyes, Jong-woo watched his friend leave. Suddenly, a huge eye appeared on the back of the protagonist's head, which said that if the guy became weak, he would immediately die, after which he asked if he really wanted to be thrown out again. Then he took the form of a woman and said that he could give him strength. Taking the guy by the chin, he said that if Jong-woo accepted her, he would give him everything. Having succumbed to temptation, the guy extended his hand. The demon took the hand with both hands, laughing maliciously, while Jong-woo said that if he became even stronger. True, said the demon. The boy's eyes began to turn red. The demon continued to call Jong-woo. The boy closed his eyes. Suddenly, he grabbed the demon by the neck. At that very second, he loudly said that he shouldn't be made laugh. The smile disappeared from the demon's face, and fear appeared. The boy, with eyes burning with rage, said that giving in to him did not mean becoming stronger. Suddenly, he furiously screamed that becoming stronger meant defeating him. After these words, he squeezed the demon so hard that he began to absorb the demon. Gritting his teeth, he absorbed the power. Jong-woo squeezed harder and harder, drawing out the demon's power. As soon as he finished, his eyes were burning with a bright scarlet flame. He woke up, stood on his feet and breathed heavily. He put his hand on his face, and the fire in his eyes began to fade. Suddenly, he realized that he was in a cave, turned around and saw his sleeping comrades. Alvin and Lois were sleeping peacefully, not reacting to the boy. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere. She grabbed Jong-woo by the shoulder from behind, which scared the boy to death. He turned around, sweating coldly, and saw the protagonist, who put his finger to his lips and quietly said that it was him. Jong-woo turned around, sadly lowered his head, and said that he was scared. After a short pause, the protagonist said that he was good. Hearing this, Jong-woo did not answer. A few minutes later, the words of the guys echoed throughout the cave. Jong-woo said that recently the sword has been talking to him every now and then. They were sitting by the candle, and the protagonist asked again, recently. Yes, Jong-woo answered. He looked at the burning candle and said that the more power he absorbed, the easier it was for the sword to contact him. Hearing this, Yoon sadly lowered his head and said that it was difficult to simply advise him something, because the hardest thing now was for him. Suddenly, Jong-woo broke the silence, lowered his head deeply and said with sadness in his voice that it seemed like he could not be as determined as the protagonist, adding that he was unable to cope with it because every time he only suffered and felt pain. To this, the protagonist replied that he was the same way. Hearing this, the guy raised his head in surprise. Looking at his friend, he saw that he was handing him a diary. The protagonist held it in his hands and said that he could not calmly read it. He would go crazy when he thought about his wife and daughter. Jong-woo heard this and silently looked at his friend, not knowing what to say. When he took the diary, the protagonist raised his head and said that even so, running away would torment him even more. Then with a slight smile on his face, he added that now this family only existed in his heart, and if he forgot them and ran away, they would disappear forever. Then he asked, looking at Jong-woo, who was listening to him attentively, if he thought that looking away and throwing something out of his mind because it was difficult was too cowardly. At that moment, he added that in fact, although it was painful, the moments of thinking about his family were the happiest for him. Jong-woo opened the diary and said that it was painful, but happy. The protagonist looked at what he had passed on and said that this was why he wrote the diary. After these words, he plunged into his memories and remembered sitting at the table. When he first started writing it, he could not bear it. But then it seemed to him as if he was talking to his wife and daughter. He remembered the good moments and forgot about the difficulties a little, so he continued writing it. After that, he left the memories. Jong-woo closed the diary, looked at his friend and asked if he was still writing it now. No, the protagonist answered, raising his head again and adding that the current situation was different from before. Hearing this, Jong-woo handed the diary back to the owner and asked if he really believed that he could return to his family. The protagonist picked up the diary and quietly replied, yes. The next second, he looked at the diary and added that he believed in it, since he had already met them. Well, yes, Jong-woo said, raising his head and adding that what had happened to them was also hard to believe. After a short pause, he stood up from the ground and thanked Yoon, since thanks to him, he had gathered his strength a little. He looked at the protagonist and with a smile on his face said that he realized that he was winning against everyone not because he was himself, but because he was making an effort. After these words, he waved his hand and said that he would go to sleep. The protagonist was left alone and the smile disappeared from his face again. He opened his diary, began to read it, and said in his head that he once saw a miracle. On one of the lines of the page of his diary, it was written that he came here. On the new page of the diary, the stories that happened to him after arriving at the demon camp were described. The next morning, the whole team quickly moved on. The protagonist walked in front of everyone. Behind him walked Jinseok, who asked if he really couldn't see where they were going, to which Yoon firmly answered that this was true, adding that it seemed to him that he couldn't know such details. To this, Jinseok asked the guy to strain his mind and concentrate. Hearing this, the protagonist asked displeasedly if he really thought that the key was some kind of energy, when suddenly he stopped. Everyone followed suit, after which they directed their gaze forward. In front of them was a giant door. It was all covered in inscriptions. Pointing at them, Jinseok asked what was written there. Yuni came closer, put his hand on the writing and answered, "A lot." After a short pause, he read a few lines and said that there were warnings written, like, "Anyone who entered will meet death." "Boring," Jong-woo said firmly, preparing to draw his sword from its sheath and urging the guys to quickly enter. "Yes," Alvin said firmly, supporting his comrade. At this time, Lois, who was standing behind, excitedly asked herself in her head, did warnings about death now seem boring to them? The doors opened. The team immediately followed inside. They found themselves in a spacious room. In the center of it, on a small column, there was a red ball. It lay on a soft pillow, perfectly smooth and reflecting light. Jong-woo looked at it in surprise and asked what it was. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist grabbed the sword and asked Lois to put up a barrier. "What?" the girl asked in surprise, with a drop of cold sweat on her face. Jong-woo turned to his friend and loudly asked what he was doing. But again, before he could finish speaking, Yoon suddenly jumped up and rushed to attack. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in front of the red sphere. With one powerful blow, he cut the sphere in half. Then he swung again. After that, Yoon struck again across, dividing the ball into 4 more parts. Suddenly, the cut sphere began to emit a bright glow and strong magical energy. The protagonist saw this and immediately screamed at Lois. The girl came to her senses in an instant. At that very second, she stretched out her arms and put up a barrier. A green liquid suddenly flew out of the sphere. The protagonist immediately began to run away. The green liquid, in turn, rushed in pursuit. Yoon, without stopping running, turned around with fear in his eyes. An incomprehensible green mass flew into Yoon's back. He fell to the floor and a burnt hole appeared on his back. Alvin and Jong-woo ran up to him in horror and screamed, asking if he was okay. They saw a bad burn on his back that was smoking. Lois screamed in fear if everything was okay, to which the protagonist replied that she should maintain the barrier properly. The girl looked down with a disappointed look and replied that she understood. Yoon smiled and said that everything was fine, since fortunately he was not affected by the poisonous mist. He looked at the ball and said that he broke it because he thought that it was impossible to just leave it like that, but he did not expect it to be a trap. Everyone looked at the poisonous mist floating in the air. Alvin looked at him and asked how his wound was. The protagonist tried to get up and said that it was nothing serious, since nothing was added to the poison. He took out a bottle from his pocket and said that this antidote should be enough. He poured it on his burn and clenched his teeth in pain. Jinseok leaned over to him and said that if it was cured by the antidote, then it was most likely just a common acid poison. He asked if the boy could move. Yuni smiled and was about to say that it was no problem, but he was suddenly interrupted. Jinseok grabbed him by the shirt. He looked at him angrily and told him to move properly, then asked what he would do if he was fatally wounded. Yuni opened his mouth in fear and looked at him without saying a word. Jinseok let go of his shirt and said that from now on they would act as a team and asked the boy not to do anything alone. He turned to Lois and sternly told her to pull herself together because if she hesitated even a little, she could lose her life. He said that in emergency situations, you should first act and then think, after which the girl lowered her head down in disappointment. Jinseok was indignant that one was too frisky and the other was slow. Jong-woo looked at him and clenched his fist tightly. Jinseok put his fists behind his back, looking at Alvin. Trying to lighten the mood, Jong-woo laughed and waved his hands, saying that there were no problems, then said that the poisonous gas had already dissipated, so they could quickly go to the next level. He smiled and wanted to say that probably nothing more would come out. With his mouth wide open, he turned back, screaming in horror. He looked at the ceiling, which began to crumble into small pieces. Alvin put his hand to his face and sighed indignantly, after which Jong-woo began to scream, asking for their forgiveness. Rocks began to fall from the ceiling. The guys looked at the falling rocks in horror. The protagonist frowned and thought that Jinseok was right. He thought that thanks to the diary, he knew what would happen next, but he trusted what was written there too much. The diary said that after crossing the road, they saw a mountain range and as soon as they climbed up there, they instinctively determined where the shard was. He thought that even though the diary did not describe the smallest details, he rushed and almost put his comrades in harm's way. The diary said that the more time passed, the harder it was to breathe, and his body became more and more weak, but he learned about it too late because the scarlet crystal raised to the ceiling contained the strongest poison. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly and thought that he needed to pull himself together because everyone had to survive. Huge scarlet monsters appeared from under the ground. He looked at them and thought that they should have appeared, which would supposedly melt, and perhaps because of their enormous weight it was difficult for them to move. Melting, the monsters attacked them, spraying poison like bombs. Jinseok asked Lois to put up a protective barrier because he and Alvin were going first. He said that if the enemies were not too dangerous, then the rest could join them. Jongwoo and Yoonhee listened attentively to his commands. Jinseok turned to Lois and told her to maintain the barrier. The protagonist told Jinseok and Alvin to be careful, because after death, these monsters explode their bodies and spray poison. Jinseok asked in surprise if the guy had really fought with such. Yoonhee put his hand on his neck and hesitantly answered that he had, to which Jinseok said that he would keep it in mind. Entering the barrier, Jinseok and Alvin quickly rushed forward. With a sharp movement, Jinseok swung at the monster. Having hit it, the guy began to hit it as many times as possible. The Scarlet monsters jumped in different directions, trying to attack them. Jinseok immediately frowned and fixed his gaze on them. The monster exploded, causing poison to fly in all directions. Jinseok immediately jumped back and shouted at Alvin to be careful because the blast radius was larger than he thought. But before he could finish speaking, he turned around and saw that Alvin had been hit by the monster's explosion. Quickly coming to his senses, the guy slashed his sword at the floor, helping himself to stop. But he held back from the intense pain, and the armor on his arm cracked. Suddenly, another monster appeared to the side of him. It opened its mouth wide and was about to pounce on Alvin. At the very last moment, Jongwoo jumped in front of the guy, protecting his comrade. From the strong blow, the monster exploded and the guys jumped back. But before they could relax, they turned around and were very scared. Another monster appeared behind them, which opened its mouth, intending to eat the opponents. Everyone was actively fighting the monsters in Lois's barrier. The girl maintained defense and asked herself in her head what she should do. With her mouth open, she breathed heavily and watched the battle. Then she asked herself with a very sad look, was she really completely useless? The full moon was shining in the sky. People were visible in the window. Someone asked where he went and asked him not to say stupid things about clear weather, but to answer directly. Turning away, Alvin answered that he was at training. Lois asked why it was necessary to hide it. The warrior explained that he was afraid that she would worry and asked her not to worry about him and go rest. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. The woman tensely pursed her lips. The priestess abruptly stood up from the table, surprising her friend. She silently headed towards the exit of the room. Morning came, clouds floated across the blue sky. Lois walked along the corridor of the mansion. The girl opened the door of one of the rooms. Inside, the protagonist was having a training fight with Jongwoo. Looking around, the boys saw their friend and were happy to see her. Smiling, the woman noted that they had already started their training. A sweaty Yoon said that their ally had helped them a lot and could no longer worry or bother herself with visits. The boy added that they had been through a lot during this time and asked her to rest. The priestess raised her eyebrows in confusion. Closing her eyes, she agreed and wished the boys to gather their strength. Smiling widely, Arkin was surprised that his comrade did not know how she should fight to help, and asked her not to worry about it because they would have 2 first-class warriors with them. Lois lowered her eyes in annoyance. Crossing her arms over her chest, Jinseok asked her to help them in a way that would not tire her out too much because these guys were too careless. The girl gritted her teeth in displeasure. Looking at her reflection, she wondered why everyone was so worried about her, because she also wanted to help, become stronger, fight and win. Cumulus clouds floated above the forest. The woman asked why her friend always rushed into trouble. Standing in front of the body of a dead orc, Alvin explained that he did this because the best defense is an attack. Putting her hands on her belt with displeasure, the priestess said that it was all because she was protecting him. Being behind him, the warrior confirmed this. He turned around. Smiling widely, the swordsman replied that he could fight calmly because he had excellent support. Lois blushed embarrassedly. Raising her hands, the girl asked if her friend remembered something. The captain was distracted from the battle with the monster and asked what they were talking about. Summoning particles of blue energy in her hands, the woman remembered his words about the best defense being an attack. Alvin's mouth opened in surprise. The heroes looked at her in amazement. Jinseok frowned questioningly. Gritting her teeth, the priestess declared that she was not a helpless princess who needed to be protected. With wide eyes, she decided to show what real protection was. A blue cube appeared in front of her. Its surface was covered with hexagons. The cube fell with a crash on the monster and, pressing it to the ground, crushed it. The guys opened their mouths in shock. Many similar cubes materialized above the other slimes. The monsters widened their eyes in fear. One by one, the cubes began to fall on them, turning them into red puddles. Crushed slimes appeared on the destroyed ground. Dust rose in front of the protective barrier. The heroes covered their faces with their hands. Being in the center of the force field, they concluded that this method of fighting was simply incredible. Smiling, Lois declared that this was not just a wall protecting them. She clenched her fists. The monsters located behind the barrier opened their mouths in confusion. The girl opened her mouth and explained that it was a wall that was trapping the enemies. The slugs were trapped in a force barrier. When the field closed, they exploded like balloons. Pieces of their bodies fell onto the protective wall. Looking at them, the protagonist asked how this was possible. The woman fell to her knees. Leaning on her hands, she was breathing heavily. There was a joyful smile on her face. Looking at the numerous funnels with dead slugs, the priestess asked if her attack was useful. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. Joyfully clenching his fist, the heroes answered in the affirmative. The diary said that hundreds of doors appeared after the destruction of the monsters and that the heroes, incredibly tired from the battle, had to think for a long time about where to go next. Yunj looked to the side. There was only one exit. At the opposite end of the room there was a black opening. Frowning, the man thought that this was different from the situation in the diary, so they needed to go inside first. They would only know if this was the right way once they got inside. The cave was pitch black. The boys entered it. Their boots were pounding on the rocks. Looking deep into the cave, the player wondered if this was the door. A mountain river flowed parallel to the road. The protagonist looked at it. The fast stream was hitting the rock. Lois noticed it. The heroes moved further. Suddenly, Yunj noticed something strange. The same rock from before appeared in the river again. Turning to his friends, the man asked if they felt like they were walking in circles all this time. Looking around, Jongwoo agreed that everything here seemed similar to him. Alvin said that it was very strange. Raising her hand, the girl said that she also suspected this and found out something. The boys looked around and noticed blue energy. There was an energy mark on the ground. Pointing at it, the boy asked his friend to look at it. Protective barriers appeared on the road. Looking at the ceiling, Jinseok assumed that this was an illusory labyrinth and explained that the exploding monsters and illusions were in such an inconspicuous place because there was a shard there. Raising his sword, Seventh Heaven asked if it was possible to simply destroy everything here. The player asked him to stop and suggested that they just go back to where they came from first. The boy looked back in surprise. Looking at the power barriers, the protagonist said that they were returning to the same place by going forward and asked what would happen if they just went back. Looking to the side, the young man asked if he really thought that was reasonable. Yunj decided that they would be locked up if they decided to destroy everything here. Jinseok agreed to check his assumption and said that it was possible to break everything later. Closing his eyes, the man thought that his friend was very perceptive, but sometimes seemed very down to earth. The guys went back. Suddenly, the heroes found themselves in a clearing. In front of them was an empty space with a single tree. Jongwoo remembered that his comrade said that he did not know the way. Scratching the back of his head, the player said that it was just intuition. The boy shouted that he always made excuses like that. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist mentally apologized to him. The diary said that the heroes got lost and wandered back and forth for 3 days, constantly coming to the same place. In fact, Jinseok found the solution. Among the lines was an inscription that after unsuccessful reasoning on the topic of what would happen if they broke the walls of the cave, Seventh Heaven suggested turning back, and so they found themselves free. Imagining his exhausted friends, Yoon thought that by now they would be too tired to move on. Looking back, a frightened Lois said that her skin crawled. All around them were gravestones and crypts. In the demonic cemetery sat a stone gargoyle. Kicking a gravestone, Alvin guessed that these were not ordinary gravestones. Looking away, the warrior quickly decided that there were no monsters here. As luck would have it, someone's skeletal hand emerged from the ground. The swordsman's pupils narrowed in fear. The living dead rose from their graves. Narrowing his eyes in displeasure, Jongwoo declared that his friend was talking too much. Stepping on the hand sticking out of the ground, the captain said that he was very sorry. Closing his eyes, the boy asked when the day would come when they could move on in peace. The entire squad drew their weapons and prepared to fight. Sword marks appeared in the air. The boys rushed forward to fight the crowd of skeletons. The boy cut off one of them's head. Alvin pierced another skeleton. Jinseok cut through the bodies of several monsters with one blow. He stepped on the enemy's bony hand. Looking forward, Seventh Heaven said that these opponents were too weak. Looking back, the warrior countered, saying that the team had become stronger, but it seemed to him that not only rankers but also ordinary participants could defeat them. Looking at him, Jongwoo decided that he didn't even have to use Berserk mode. Looking down, the protagonist realized why these enemies seemed so familiar to him. Yoon said that he saw them in training. Alvin asked what that meant. There was a skeleton with a broken jaw on the ground. The man said that they had appeared at the last checkpoint. The warrior decided that the enemies must have been very strong then, and asked if there were any other monsters to be wary of. Looking ahead, the player answered affirmatively and understood what would happen now if everything here was the same as in the tutorial. Lois trembled with fear. Looking at her friends, she said that she felt something strange. Looking at the sky, the girl said that something very large and strong was approaching them. Someone's demonic wing appeared in the sky. The monster swooped down. A giant monster with 3 eyes landed in front of the heroes. Warlock bared his sharp teeth. Opening his mouth tensely, the protagonist said that this demon was also in the tutorial. Raising his head, the monster opened his mouth wide and let out a loud roar. The monster lowered his head and glanced at the hero. It grinned, smelling a familiar scent. The warlock stomped loudly on the ground. Frowning, the protagonist asked if the enemy remembered him. Looking down at him, the demon stated that he couldn't forget him despite his strong changes, and noted that he now had the ability to use magic. Holding the sword in his hands, Yunj realized that his opponent had become much faster. The monster couldn't believe that some insignificant mortal was so proud of capturing a single clone. His huge shadow fell on the boys. The man frowned sternly, asking what he was talking about. Smirking, the monster asked if his enemy really thought that he had managed to kill him. The last time the player stood in front of a dead opponent, he had only managed to defeat the body, and the spirit, which he had never managed to fully summon, remained. The warlock asked if humans were really so stupid that they thought that disrupting the summoning ceremony would be enough to defeat him. The heroes looked at him silently. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock when he realized what all this meant. Imagining the chained monster, Yunj realized that the summoning ceremony was done so that he could escape from here. Swinging his sword, the boy asked if this was all an illusion. The boy stabbed the sword into the ground. A wave of purple energy emerged from underneath it. As it spread, silhouettes of people began to appear. Dead people lay on the ground. Some of them were injured. A huge pile of human corpses appeared next to the heroes. Zhang and Alvin looked around tensely. The demon was surprised that his opponent understood everything and said that he was sorry that everything turned out this way. Seeing the chains binding the monster's legs, someone asked how it was able to move with such shackles. Raising its hands, the monster explained that although this place was holding it back, at the same time it belonged to it. Frowning, the protagonist asked why the enemy did not kill them from the beginning. Warlock spread his fingers and said that he had something to talk about. Yunj trembled and asked what he wanted to talk about, and someone shouted. Lois pointed at the skeleton and said that there were strange bones. The demon looked away and understood what he was talking about and explained that it was a dragon. The skeleton lay motionless on the ground. Scratching his chin, the monster said that it was the first time he ate a live dragon and that its meat was tough but quite tasty. Zhang gaped in surprise and asked if it was really a dragon and suggested that it was just a large lizard. Jinseok asked him not to talk nonsense and said that he could feel the remnants of the dragon's magical power. The man frowned tensely and wondered if his opponent was so strong that he was planning to hunt a dragon. Looking away, the player decided to try to hurt him and asked if the enemy was really in shackles because of these same dragons. Looking down, Warlock urged him not to talk nonsense and asked if the Demon King seemed so weak to him. Kneeling down, the monster decided to tell the story of how he ended up here. The guys watched him carefully. Leaning over the protagonist, the monster asked him to listen carefully and said that the one who shackled him was Jahar. Hearing this name, Yoon's eyes widened in shock. A memory of how he bought the shackles from the item shop appeared in his head. The guy frowned tensely and asked if this was true. Putting his hand to his head, the young man realized that something was wrong. Imagining the lines from the diary describing the monster, the man realized that this was not in the diary. Lowering his hand, he wondered if the story was starting to diverge. Taking a step forward, the player asked if the enemy knew Jahar. Warlock smirked and repeated that it was the one who locked him up here. Looking at him, the protagonist asked who this person was that he managed to lock him up here. The demon replied that he didn't know and asked why he needed to tell him about it. Yoonj opened his mouth in fear. Summoning purple particles in his hand, the monster laughed and said that this was the reaction he expected to see. The monster slammed its palm on the ground. A purple protective barrier separated them from the other heroes. Zhang began pounding it with his fists, trying to get his comrade to hear. Looking at his enemy, Warlock asked if he liked making bets. The boy asked what that meant. Frowning menacingly, Warlock promised to tell everything he knew about Jahar, but only if he managed to defeat him. Placing his hand on his belt, the young man realized that if he lost, he would have to free his opponent from his chains. The demon raised his head and laughed, saying that it was a good joke. Coming very close to his enemy, the monster asked if the man really thought that his team would survive if he was defeated. The 5 eyes on his head glowed red. His round pupils narrowed. Placing his hands on his knees, the monster explained that they would remove his shackles if he left them alive. Warlock propped himself up on his feet and stood up. The demon turned away from his enemy. Frowning, the man asked why, with such power, the monster did not remove his shackles himself. Raising his hand in front of him, the monster declared that humans could not be trusted and that brainwashing and mind control were not his specialty. Clenching his fist, the devil added that the most important thing is a bet where life is at stake, and asked if it was worth arguing at all if the stakes were not that high. Turning around, Warlock added that he did not want the rest of the team to know about this bet, because one of them might survive and decide to remove his shackles. The protagonist stood silently in the middle of the field surrounded by a barrier. Squinting, the demon decided that his enemy would probably be looking forward to this. Grinning, the monster asked him to prepare and come back here in better shape. The monster snapped his fingers. The purple barrier was destroyed and shattered into small pieces. Yoonj looked away tensely. Warlock said that he wanted to quickly see what such insignificant mortals are capable of, because killing them right away would be too boring. The heroes were on a field full of dead bodies. Alvin cut the air with his sword. Although the terms of the bet with Warlock were not restated, everyone was ready to fight. Jinseok meditated while Lois prayed to face the crazy monsters in the best condition. The guys used potions and decided to sleep longer. The man silently looked forward. At this time, the demon was lying on the ground, waving his hand. The player had already recovered and was reading the diary, but he still had one problem. It was written on the paper that the battle lasted forever and that the team could not even injure the enemy, which is why Jinseok died. Judging by the inscription, the owner of the diary blamed himself for his death, thinking that he was not strong enough to protect his friend. Looking down, the protagonist thought that there was no guarantee that everything would happen exactly as written here, because they were already able to take a different path. Narrowing his eyes in determination, Yoonj realized that he had to make the first move, otherwise the others would die in his place. Approaching him, Seventh Heaven reported that everyone had enough rest. Lois was sitting on the ground, swordsman standing next to her. Clouds floated across the pink sky. The heroes decided to attack all together. They stood in a circle. The guy suggested attacking from all sides at once. The man objected, deciding that it was too dangerous. Raising his hand, the player explained that if the first attack did not work on the enemy, then it would be the end for them. He added that this enemy was very strong and not inferior in strength to Flitton. Warlock twisted the chain on his finger. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist asked his friends to listen to his plan. The bored demon closed his eyes and hummed something under his breath. Suddenly, he looked to the side. Zhang Yu raised his sword in front of him. Other warriors surrounded him from all sides. Rising to his feet, the monster laughed and realized that the people had prepared another tactic again. Holding the sword in his hands, the boy swallowed nervously. Some time ago, Yoonj explained that he would have a very important role. The guy pointed at himself in surprise. Approaching him, the man said that his berserker power was the most unusual ability of all that they had, and that with its help it would be easy to attract the enemy's attention. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the player added that it would be enough to catch his gaze and make him act. He would not have to fight, but he would definitely have to dodge attacks. Jinseok stood next to Alvin. The protagonist said that the berserker power needed to be fueled and asked if his comrade could handle this role. Smiling, the young man agreed and promised to help. His red eyes lit up with rage. He jumped off his seat. Jumping up and swinging his sword, Zhang Yu wished death on his opponent. Clenching his fist, Warlock was surprised that a man had berserker power. The demon tried to hit him with all his might. Seeing that the enemy had disappeared from sight, the monster looked away. Taking advantage of his confusion, the boy swung his sword to strike. Bright red energy cut through the air. The blow hit the target but did no damage. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, not expecting it. The monster smiled widely and explained that the chains not only restrained him, but also protected him. The warlock grabbed the chains. He yanked them and swung the huge cannonball attached to the chains. The boy jumped into the air to avoid the blow. The ball left a deep crater on the ground. The demon raised the cannonball above his head. His shadow loomed over Zhang Yu. The boy's eyes widened in fear. There was a powerful blow, raising a cloud of dust from the ground. Looking to the side, the monster realized that there was one less enemy. Noticing something, he looked forward in surprise. The protective barrier stopped the flying cannonball. Using her magic, Lois clenched her teeth in tension. Squinting, the monster realized that she was not so useless. Kneeling down, Warlock swung the chain again, intending to finish off his opponent. The demon spread his wings. The huge cannonball in the shape of a head appeared in front of Alvin. The warrior looked at it in surprise as it appeared right in front of him. A powerful blow sent his body flying backwards. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman tried to resist the terrible pain. Clenching the chain in his fist, the monster asked if they really thought he would just go along with their plan. Zhang Yu was sitting on the ground behind a protective barrier. Lois frowned. The monster realized that they were planning to use their numbers to attack from all sides. Turning around, Warlock figured that if that were the case, they would have attacked at the same time. Narrowing his eyes in confusion, he asked where his opponents had gone. There was an empty field in front of him. Sensing something was wrong, the demon's eyes widened. Jinseok rose into the air, raising his sword above his head. With a lightning-fast dash downwards, Seventh Heaven cut off his enemy's head. The boy landed in front of him. The head fell to the ground with a thud. Zhang Yu smiled happily. The boy held out his hand and asked him to be quiet. The monster smirked, laughed, and called their technique interesting. The monster's red eyes flashed and decided that he didn't have to worry about accidentally stepping on them. The warlock picked up his own head by the horns. The demon returned it to his shoulders and suggested that they fight again. The boys glared at him. The monster exhaled and rejoiced, calling them simply amazing. The monster swung its huge steel head. Jinseok jumped back to avoid the blow. The warlock directed the chains at the enemy again. The force barrier protected Zhang Yu from the blow again. Baring his fangs, the demon asked how long they were going to defend themselves. After saying this, he prepared for another attack, but his arms were cut off. The core fell to the ground, and Alvin landed nearby. The monster looked at him and said that his technique was quite funny. The warrior took a step forward. Swinging the glowing sword, the swordsman decided to check how long the enemy was going to have fun. The armless monster opened its mouth in horror. The blade of the sword bounced off the force field. The captain looked away in confusion. Rising to his feet, Warlock realized that his opponent could cut through space and that insignificant mortals could also evolve. Alvin's body froze in midair. Closing his eyes in severe pain, the warrior asked what happened. Looking up at him, the demon asked if he was doing everything right. The monster called the use of space an excellent technique. The energy squeezed the swordsman in a vice. The captain gritted his teeth. Jinseok rose to his feet. The monster asked if this was all that the promising key of people could do. Zhangwu raised a menacing gaze. Warlock asked if this was the end. The energy continued to squeeze Alvin. Raising his sword, the protagonist declared that this was not the end yet. A while ago, the boys stood in a circle. Seventh Heaven clarified that he would just need to get rid of the enemy after the boy attracted his attention. Putting his hand on his chest, Yunj answered negatively and asked his friends to trust him and just buy some time. The boy frowned sternly and explained that he had to fight by himself to save everyone else. A dark aura covered his body. With his eyes shining, the youth thanked everyone for waiting, a red cross burning on his forehead. Holding his sword in front of him, the man called the enemy to fight him. Looking at the blade of the sword, Jinseok said that there was no need for that and promised to protect the key. Zhangyu looked down and agreed with him. The boy's black eyes widened and he suggested that they fight together. Smiling widely, Warlock called them insignificant. Suddenly, his body trembled and white feathers fell from the sky. Rising into the air with the help of his wings, Alvin was surprised that his friend had taken so long to warm up. Looking up, the demon laughed and realized that the people had been stalling for time throughout the entire battle. He bared his teeth fiercely. A new arm grew in place of the severed one, and shackles appeared on it. Raising his hands, the monster declared that he would also fight with all his might. Rushing forward, the protagonist warned of his attack. Rushing towards him, the monster swung his fist. At the moment of impact, Yunj swung his sword. With a sharp dash forward, the guy cut off the enemy's horn. His comrades also ran into battle. Zhangyu and Jinseok struck at the same time. When the opponents surrounded him, Warlock could not follow their quick movements. Alvin kicked him in the head. The demon stretched out his hand to grab him. Finding himself next to him at that moment, the young man swung his sword. Fire burned in his eyes. A powerful blow cut off the enemy's head again. His entire body was cut into pieces. The monster opened its fanged mouth in horror. The boy trembled. Seventh Heaven narrowed his eyes tensely. The severed limb was restored. Covered in a red aura, the monster reconnected all the severed parts of the body. Gritting his teeth, he growled. Squeezing the sword in his hand, Zhangyu shouted that no matter how many times they killed him, the enemy would still recover. Jinseok wondered if their opponent was immortal. Looking to the side, Warlock called them smart and asked why they thought Jahar decided not to kill him, but to lock him here. The swordsman frowned tensely. Alvin sternly knitted his eyebrows. The demon said that they could not kill him for anything, and suggested that they play a little more before dying. The protagonist, engulfed in purple energy, squeezed the sword in his hand. He smiled and suggested that the enemy try to play. 2 more red crosses appeared above his head. The opponents stood opposite each other. The purple aura around Yunj became even thicker and brighter. Grinning, the guy decided to start the show. He suddenly made a dash forward. The warlock swung the core on the chain. The steel head appeared right in front of the young man. The demon's eyes widened in fear. Having passed the iron ball, the man approached the enemy. A circle of blue energy appeared around him. The monster backed away, seeing how the enemy swung his sword. Opening his fanged mouth, the monster declared that this was already becoming much more interesting. The warlock straightened his muscular shoulders. The wings curved around his body. Without wasting a second, the demon soared into the air. His shadow hung over the player. A huge fireball flew out of the monster's mouth. A force barrier protected the protagonist from the blow. Lois smiled and shouted that he was even weaker than the berserker Zhangyu. The monster turned around in displeasure. Taking advantage of this, Jinseok jumped above him. A strong blow from the sword hit the monster's hand. Warlock's red eyes widened in alarm. Rushing forward, the protagonist raised his sword again to strike. Yunj took off from the ground and delivered a crushing blow. At that time, the boy cut off his opponent's paw. Warlock's body fell to the ground. Grinning, the demon called the heroes vile. Flapping his wings, he rose above the ground. However, Alvin attacked him from the air. One swing of the sword deprived the enemy of a wing. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed in pain. His body fell down again, deprived of wings. Gritting his teeth menacingly, the monster decided that he urgently needed to gather his strength. Leaning on his hand, Warlock tried to rise from the ground. At that moment, the man approached him and struck him again. The demon cast a disdainful glance at him and asked if people really thought he would die so easily. The monster spread his arms and summoned a cluster of red energy around himself. Jinseok and Jongwoo gaped in surprise. Having fully recovered, the monster spun the steel core in the air. The iron head hit the ground. Then it fell back onto the rocks. The boy smirked and said ironically that they were at a dead end and said that the enemy wasn't the only one with berserker power. His body was covered in a dark red aura. Lowering his head, the boy repeatedly asked himself to hold on a little longer. Looking up, the young man decided that the time had come. He made a dash and cut off the enemy's leg again. At that moment, Alvin cut off his arm. Jinseok came from the other side and cut off the enemy's other arm. The protagonist swung his sword at the moment when Warlock decided to summon another fireball. A powerful blow prevented him from doing so, cutting off his head. The demon's head fell not far from his body. Descending to the ground, the warrior thought that their enemy didn't call himself Warlock for nothing. Seventh Heaven frowned in surprise. Jongwoo grabbed his head, trying to resist the berserker's power. The swordsman hit him on the back of the head. The boy lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Yoonj approached the head of his sworn enemy. The demon smirked, asking if they really thought they had won, and urged the enemy to try to kill him. Saying that he had no way to kill him, the boy plunged his sword into the monster's temple. The severed body parts were trapped in force barriers. The youth stated that he had the ability to make him suffer. Raising his eyebrows, the man suggested that immortality was given to his enemy along with the devil's power. Hearing that Lois' barrier could block it, the monster gritted its teeth in displeasure. Thrusting the sword even deeper, the player asked what his enemy would do now. The warlock's eyes lit up. The protagonist did not let go of the sword. Looking down at the enemy, Yoonj asked how he was feeling. The demon grinned in displeasure. Narrowing his eyes, he asked if this was mockery. Pulling the sword out of its head, the boy explained that he was simply curious about what it felt like for a living being to be near death but unable to die. With a heavy sigh, the monster realized that his enemy was laughing at him. Clenching his fist, the boy confirmed this and asked him to quickly tell everything about Jahar, because Lois was having a hard time holding back the barriers. The other heroes watched them. The girl held her hands in front of her. The monster declared that he would rise eventually, and asked if the tired travelers would be able to hold out against him when his strength was restored. Contemptuously narrowing his eyes, the man asked if the one who wanted to fight, putting everything on the line, was now acting so cowardly. Closing his eyes, Warlock replied that he would not allow himself to do such a thing. Looking away, the demon said that he knew almost nothing about Jahar except that they were similar. The player asked what this meant with his mouth open in surprise. The protagonist dropped the sword after hearing that this mysterious person was the first sword to have the right to own the Grail. Introducing a man with a cup behind him, the monster explained that Jahar was the one who took the Grail into his own and who had the same right to it as he did. Hearing this, Yoonj opened his mouth in shock. Nervously pursing his lips, the boy wondered if it was true that the Grail had already been in someone's hands. Looking at his hand, the young man realized that if Jahar was the first key to obtain the Grail, then perhaps one day they would have to take it away from him. Looking down, the man thought that this was the key that put Lucia and Abram, who had previously been the key, to sleep and who had never been able to obtain the Grail. Looking at the monster, the player asked how long he had been locked up here. Opening his mouth, Warlock replied that he had been here for about 200 years, although counting time had become a meaningless exercise for him. Squinting, the protagonist remembered that 200 years ago, Jahar had defeated Abram. Lowering his head, Yoonj asked a few more questions about the mysterious key and the Grail, but the demon knew almost nothing. The guy said that his knowledge was useless. Looking back, the monster laughed and said that he could help them. Human corpses lay around the heroes. The monster promised to open the door leading to the shard. The young man opened his mouth in surprise. Squinting angrily, he asked if the enemy was really trying to deceive them after all this. Warlock asked him to be silent and explained that with such a body, it would take him a lot of time just to recover. The man thoughtfully looked away. The player turned to Lois. The girl nodded and clenched her fist. The blue barriers holding the monster's body dissipated. Closing his eyes and sighing, the demon felt alive and called his enemies merciless. Lying on the ground, the monster decided to fulfill his promise by opening the path leading to the shard. Opening his mouth, the monster began to chant. The ground beneath the hero's feet opened up. A stone staircase led into impenetrable darkness. Jongwoo asked in fear what had happened and why their enemy was still alive. Approaching him, the protagonist replied that everything was fine and explained that they had an agreement. Frowning, Warlock sarcastically asked if the agreement really meant cutting off his head and threats. Yoonj asked him to shut up. The boy thought that they seemed like friends to him. Approaching the stairs, Jinseok suggested that they quickly move on. The demon said that they could not go there. Hearing that only a person who had the right to do so would be able to enter, the boy frowned tensely. Holding his sword in front of him, Alvin asked how they could so easily trust the enemy. What if it turned out to be a trap? The head in front of him replied that it would be happy if that were the case. but he wanted to see Jahar get what he deserved. Warlock smirked and asked if the humans thought he wanted to stoop to the level of a guard dog. Pointing at it, the youth decided that his words were true because lying would not give him any benefit. Looking at the head, Jinseok asked what would happen if the key was in serious danger. The man opened his mouth and promised to try to survive no matter what it took. A confident smile appeared on his face. The player walked down the stairs. Lois clasped her hands to her chest and wished for him to be well. Looking back, Jongwoo asked if they would be safe if they waited here. Closing his eyes, the demon said that the humans had chopped him into pieces, so it would take at least a few weeks to recover, and besides, his job was to check the key. Frowning, the boy hoped that his friend would return back without any problems. The protagonist descended into pitch darkness. His boots clattered on the stone steps. At the bottom was a white wooden door. On it was an inscription stating that only the key with the right to enter this place could enter. Yoon swallowed nervously, pursing his lips. The door opened, revealing a bright source of light. The boy closed his eyes. His gaze was confident. Inside was a colonnade with marble statues. With his back to the guest, Arian was surprised by his appearance. Turning around, the giant said that he never thought that they would meet again. The bright sun illuminated the room. Jahan entered the office. Sitting at the desk, Arkan asked what the result was. Handing over a folded piece of paper, the boy explained that the inside of the dungeon was arranged like a confusing labyrinth, and in his hands was a map compiled by rankers with reconnaissance skills. Taking it in his hand, the Skyscraper clan leader praised his subordinate for his good work and said that it had been almost a month since Yoon's team left. The youth hoped that everything would be fine. Looking at the map, the blonde explained that they were taking the fragment located in the demonic forest for this very purpose. The man asked if they had managed to find out anything else. Looking down, Chaong said that they had found several more species, but they had not yet managed to reach the depths. Squinting suspiciously, Arkan asked if they had any difficulties. Frowning, the guy explained that it was too dangerous there, so many believed that it was impossible to get there. Pressing the map to himself, the Skyscraper clan leader asked what did they mean by dangerous, since they had so many cartographers. The boy reported with a worried frown that they had sent out about 10 people, but it was still unsafe to go there, which is why 2 veteran cartographers had died during the reconnaissance. The blonde man suddenly stood up from his seat, shocked to see that 2 cartographers had died. Frowning, the man decided that it was impossible since they had sent their rankers and even Beekchan there. Closing his eyes, Chahyun reported that the leader of the White Tower had returned in a hurry and said that if they wanted to go into the labyrinth, there would be many casualties. Lowering his head, Arkan decided that they would have to stop there. Bowing, the boy stated that he had no excuses. The leader of the Skyscraper clan stated that it was not his fault and that it was his own fault for making a mistake that put their people in danger. The blonde man suggested that they continue the reconnaissance after Jinseok returned and asked his subordinate to go and rest. The boy nodded. Chahong headed towards the exit of the office. Frowning tensely, the man thought that he had assembled the strongest team he could and hoped that they were okay. Hearing a knock, Arkan looked up abruptly. He looked towards the open door. Someone asked if Beekchan was okay. Hearing his name, the head of the Skyscraper clan widened his eyes in surprise. Chahong helped his seriously injured comrade into the office. Running up to him, the blonde asked what happened and why he looked like that. The white-haired guy opened his mouth and said something unintelligible. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked him again. The young man replied that the shard was stolen. Falling onto the chair, the young man said that they had arrived. Looking at him, Arkan asked who had arrived. Sighing, Beekchan said that he had become a real instrument for measuring combat power. Gritting his teeth, Arkan asked if this was really what he thought it was. The boy looked down and said yes, adding that the angels had crossed the line. A multitude of winged men were walking, led by a man whose robe was covered in blood. The men in white dresses stopped. They knelt down. One of them asked if their leader was okay. The man grinned and said yes. Looking up, his henchman noticed that his robe was covered in blood. The unknown angel said that he was in a good mood because of the long-awaited walk. The man, whose face was hidden under a hood, asked if the leader had gotten what he wanted. The man looked at his hand in silence. His subordinate lowered his head and apologized for his rudeness, suggesting that the dragon had deceived them if the king had not found what he wanted. The leader of the army, standing above him, said that he did not think that the dragon had lied. The henchman apologized for daring to express such a stupid thought. The supreme angel smiled widely and said that humans were quite interesting creatures. The stone on his forehead began to glow. The man explained that everything was fine because they were able to find a shard, so now they needed to look for a shard of demons. The man behind him asked for a destination. There was a forest path ahead. The leader of the army concluded that a path had already been trodden between the human and demon worlds. Hearing that they needed to go for the second shard, the warriors rose from their knees. One of them opened his mouth and suggested that they would have to fight Satan again. The supreme angel said that the devil was already dead. Hearing this, his minions began to look at each other, not understanding who could have done this. Smiling, the unknown man explained that he thought that humans were insignificant creatures, but they achieved truly amazing results by combining their forces. The warrior standing behind him asked if the king had read the memories of humans. The man spread his wings and confirmed this and asked his comrades not to be careless, because the people of this world were no longer as weak as they used to be. The angels soared into the sky. An entire army of winged warriors went forward to end this long war. A king with a yellow stone on his forehead flew ahead of the troops. Approaching the main character, Arian said that he was very glad to see him because 3 years had already passed. Looking away, Yunj corrected him, saying that a little less than 3 years had passed. Raising his eyebrows, the giant noticed that his comrade had changed a lot during this time and that the pain and doubt had already disappeared from his eyes. The boy frowned silently, smiling and raising his hand. The old man noted that his friend was still fine when he saw him and asked what had changed him so much. Lowering his head, the young man replied that a lot had happened during this time. Taking a step forward, the man assumed that his interlocutor knew all the details better than he did. Taking a few more steps, the player reported that Warlock had told him that their Lord Jahar was the first to hold the Grail and was the first human key. Arian thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. He sat on the ground in a lotus position. Scratching his beard, the giant realized that they would have a lot to talk about and was surprised that the demon was so talkative. Looking up, the protagonist asked if he had met Warlock. Raising his hand, the old man said that he had met not only him, but all the angel keys. Lowering his head, Yunj realized that he was facing a dragon. The giant's yellow eyes lit up. Smiling, Arian was glad that his friend understood everything and asked if he had ever met another representative of his kind. The guy frowned and confirmed it. Remembering how the stranger threw his sword away, the young man said that the dragon he met in the Intermediate Lands had similar energy. The man assumed that this was no ordinary dragon. The old man gritted his teeth. Closing his eyes, the giant laughed kindly. Spreading his arms, he said that not an ordinary dragon was a small slip of the tongue, because if his comrade was stronger than other people, this did not make him inhuman. Looking down, Arian explained that there were too few of them and that their abilities were very different from each other. Raising his head, the player asked if that was all. The old man asked what else he was interested in. Rising to his feet, the giant suggested that they take a short walk. Passing by the columns, the protagonist asked why his friend was here, worshipping Jahar as his lord and protecting the shard. The dragon looked ahead. Glancing at his old acquaintance, he asked if he really needed the shard. Frowning, Yunj confirmed this. Arena asked if he knew what this object was. Looking down, the boy explained that he knew practically nothing, except that the shard was a hint and permission needed to obtain the Grail. The old man thoughtfully scratched his beard and asked what would happen if he failed to obtain the shard. The young man's legs trembled. The man frowned sternly, thinking that this was not someone who could be defeated in battle, and that nothing was written about him in the diary. Without looking up, the player explained that he hoped that his friend would consider him a person worthy of being the owner of the shard. Closing his eyes, the giant decided that his victory over the warlock proved this. The protagonist asked if this demon was really that incredible. Looking at him, the dragon asked if his comrade had not personally passed through him. Smiling, Yunj explained that he had an indestructible body, so he had to exert himself a little. But unlike Warlock, the giant was endowed with a lot of energy. Approaching the colonnade, Arian explained that if the demon was not weakened, then no one would have been able to get here, not even himself. The boy asked why the monster was weakened. Imagining the monster sitting on a mountain of corpses, the old man explained that with just one chain entangling his body, he could have sealed several demon kings forever. Imagining Warlock emitting fire, the giant decided that his strength now did not reach even 10% of what it was. Looking up, the man asked if this monster was one of the kings. Waving his hand, the dragon laughed and said that it was just a creature improperly created by the former lord. Turning to him, the player asked if he was not the key. Arian replied that the Lord was indeed the key, but the worst one. A bright light illuminated the columns. The old man said that the former ruler believed that it was enough to make someone just a little weaker than himself, and that was how Warlock was created. In his opinion, the Grail made a very strange choice. Smiling, the giant decided that he had said too much and asked his comrade not to think about it, promising to give him the shard. In front of the heroes stood a huge monument. It depicted wings. The main character asked if this was really a place guarded by demons. Approaching the monument, the dragon explained that it was simply a sign of this place, which contained a shard belonging to demons. Yunj, his mouth open in surprise, was surprised that the shard would end up in such a place. Looking down, Arian decided that his friend had prejudices and asked if, in his opinion, such a white and bright place was only suitable for angels. Introducing a white angel, a colorless man, and a black demon, the old man explained that these were the colors that people remembered when they thought about races. Smiling, the giant asked his comrade to put such thoughts aside, because each race simply fought for its own goal. Looking ahead, the boy assumed that many people had come here. The dragon said that there were definitely several people here because among the last rulers there were people. The young man asked if the owner of the Grail constantly changed. Bringing his hand to the wings, Arian said that the world from this side is a kind of testing ground. The monument was covered in a red aura. Taking the shard in his hand, the old man explained that this was the place where many people, demons, and angels were summoned so that the Grail could choose its owner. Handing the shard to the man, the giant added that those who stood on this place of the exam were those very people. Looking at the sparkling ball, the player thought that he, Warlock, and Satan were chosen by the Grail. Handing him the shard, the dragon said that he would find out about everything in a few days anyway, so now he just needed to think about the meaning of it all. Looking up, the protagonist asked if it was really a shard. The answer was affirmative. Looking at it, Yunj did not feel any great power from it. Arian asked him to eat it. Looking up in surprise, the guy asked him again. The old man explained that he needed to eat the shard. The young man silently looked at the red ball in his hands. Without thinking twice, he put it in his mouth. Raising his chin, the man swallowed. Grinning, the giant said that the time had come. Raising his fingers to his comrade's head, the dragon asked him to leave, because they were already on their way. The player, widening his eyes in amazement, asked who was coming. Arian gave him a flick on the forehead and said that he would be late if he left after the explanation. The powerful blow sent the protagonist's body flying out of the colonnade. The space around him crumbled like glass. Yunj fell into the abyss. Glass shards fell after him. The old man folded his hands behind his back and wished him luck. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes. The young man woke up on the ground and took a deep breath. Running up to him, the team members asked what happened and if his comrade was okay. Lowering his head and breathing heavily, the man said that he had found a shard and that they needed to go back. The warriors opened their mouths in surprise. Frowning, the player said that something dangerous was approaching. Approaching his fallen comrade, Zhang Yu asked if he was okay. The boy helped him up. The protagonist replied that everything was fine. Approaching him, Jinseok asked what happened there. Behind Yoon's back lay the severed head of Warlock. Looking at it, the boy suggested going outside first. Looking back, Seventh Heaven agreed. Opening his fanged mouth, the demon promised to see them again. Frowning, the young man hoped that they would not meet again. Far away in the mountains, a bright fire was visible. The guys were sitting by the fire. The man told them about what happened in the storage. Squinting, the warrior asked if there was really no proof that it was a fragment. Looking away, the player answered negatively and expressed uncertainty that some changes had occurred to his body. Looking at him, Jinseok asked if they really had no way to verify this and suggested that they would just have to trust their comrade. Worriedly knitting his brows, Jongbu asked who the enemies were who were heading here according to Arian. Looking at his hands, the protagonist said that he did not know and reported that he felt a huge energy that was very different from the usual. Frowning, Lois suggested that they were angels. Alvin asked why they decided to come now. Raising his hand over the fire, Seventh Heaven decided that it would be a good idea to prepare and forbade any assumptions that they couldn't be sure of right now. The girl agreed. Placing his hands on his knees, the boy asked if their task was complete since they were done with retrieving the shard. The answer was affirmative. With a stern frown, Jinseok announced that the task was complete and that it was time for them to return home. Joyfully raising his hands above his head, Jongwoo shouted that they were finally returning. Smiling, the woman agreed with him that their return was long awaited. The warrior confirmed that this task was very long. Squinting sternly, Seventh Heaven realized that they would not be able to return in a straight line since someone was heading here, so they should try to follow the path they came from. While the others rejoiced, the protagonist looked dejected. Day had come. The sun was shining on the mountain path. Yoonj was reading his diary, following behind his comrades. The boy turned the page. Jongyu looked at him and asked if everything was okay, but there was no answer. When he was called again, the boy looked back and asked what happened. The boy asked him to turn around. At that moment, by an unfortunate chance, the man tripped on a stone. Waving his arms, the player tried to keep his balance. His legs began to shake. Putting his hands on his knees, the protagonist said that he almost fell. The swordsman asked what his friend was thinking about and if he really didn't have any pain. Waving his hand, Yoonj replied that he was okay. Lois turned around and asked why he needed to read while walking. Scratching the back of his head, the boy replied that it was not that simple. Stopping, the girl asked if this was the same diary in which, according to him, the memories of his wife were stored. The boy confirmed it. The woman frowned in frustration and explained that it would only bother him more if he read the journal too often, and told him that she had seen her friend barely sleep because he read the journal every night. Alvin asked her to be quiet. The warrior stated that their comrade said that he was fine and asked why they should interfere in his affairs. Looking around, the priestess explained that she was worried about him. Crossing his arms over his chest, the swordsman decided that she was worrying in vain and suggested that everyone think for themselves. Lois frowned angrily. The girl began to fight with the captain. Putting his hand to his mouth, Jong-yu suggested that their friend was simply jealous because the woman was worried about another man. The player nodded. Smiling, he promised to pull himself together. Clenching their fists, the enraged couple continued to argue. Suddenly, the priestess's eyes widened in surprise. There was a stream of fresh water in front of them. Lois headed towards it and suggested that they get some drinking water here and wash themselves before moving on, because the sticky blood was making it difficult to move freely. Putting his hand on his waist, Alvin asked if she was really going to wash herself at a time like this. He trembled with anger when the girl pointed to the blood stains on his clothes and said that he smelled terribly of rot. They started fighting again in front of the other members of the squad. The protagonist frowned and wondered why it seemed to him that this scene was happening more than once, as if he had already experienced something similar. The heroes were sitting on the rocks, their bare feet in the water. Looking down, Yoon thought that these memories were so vivid that it began to seem like it had happened a long time ago, but even the diary had no information about it. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy assumed that it was all because of the shard. Sitting to the side, Alvin asked why his comrade would need to adjust and become an S rank if his body was gradually deteriorating. Scratching his temple, Jong-yu asked if it was really that noticeable. The boy placed his hand on his bicep. Looking down, he said that the amount of energy had increased significantly after the battle with Ball and absorbing Warlock's blood. Turning to him, the young man asked if he had any problems wielding a sword. Putting his hand on his chin, the swordsman thought and realized that his mind had become clearer. With a dissatisfied frown and a sigh, the boys realized that they had a problem. Lois agreed with them with her eyes closed. Jong-yu winced in surprise and asked why it was a problem and if it wasn't good news. The girl placed her hands on his shoulders. The woman frowned sternly and asked him to listen carefully, explaining that the demonic sword absorbed both the enemy's life force and its owner's life force, so they began to merge together. The boy opened his mouth in shock when he heard this. The player placed his hand on the sword, and a bright flash appeared under it. The blue energy disappeared when he removed his hand. The rest of the team watched him carefully from the side. Looking at them, the protagonist said that this weapon was S rank. The heroes sighed in relief. A window of Lamar's blood status appeared in the air. Until recently, the sword belonged to the evolving type, but now the parasitic type was added to it. Frowning, Yoon realized that Lamar had become a parasite for his young friend. Putting her hand to her chin, Lois couldn't believe that the second S-class item was Lamar's demonic sword. She didn't know whether it was good or bad. Jong-yu asked what the second one meant. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jinseok said that until now they only knew of one such item. Looking at the shining sword, the boy decided that it was simply unbelievable. The guy happily picked it up. The man asked where the other one was. Someone answered that Arkan had it. Sternly knitting his brows, Seventh Heaven congratulated his friend on receiving an S-class item. Despite the fact that it was quite dangerous, on the other hand, it said a lot about his strength. Raising the sword in his hands, the young man said that he finally had the opportunity to provide more help to his friend. The player said that he was not allowed to do so yet. Jong-yu lowered his brows in disappointment. Jinseok said that his blade was already dangerous, and now it was S rank, so now it was unknown what to do if things only got worse. Opening his mouth in anger, Seventh Heaven concluded that this power would be forbidden until the boy could fully control Lamar's power or until they returned home. Grimacing, the boy asked if this meant that he would have to not participate in any further battles. His indignant cry was heard. White clouds floated across the blue sky. Clutching his comrade's leg like a child, the boy said that he could fight and promised not to use this power. The swordsman categorically forbade it. Breaking into tears, the young man said that it was very difficult for him to do nothing and just follow his team. Jinseok reminded him that he wanted to rest and said that now he had such an opportunity. Jong-yu cried even harder. The sun was shining on the mountain valley. At this time, the team was moving along the path along the forest. Looking back, the protagonist noticed that his friend was muttering something under his breath. Smiling, Yoon asked him not to be so upset, because they would definitely find a way to help him when they returned home. The boy fell to his knees and clasped his hands together, asking if this was true and suggesting that it might be that he would never be allowed to fight again. The man frowned in concern, wondering if his loyal companion still thought of himself as a burden. Looking at his injured hands, the player decided that his comrade thought that he would be thrown out if he became weak and no longer useful. The protagonist placed a hand on his shoulder. Leaning towards him, Yoon explained that if his friend stopped, the deeds he had done so far would not be lost, since he had already put in so much effort. Smiling, the man added that no one would abandon him and that they would all search for a way forward together until the very end. Hearing that no one considered him superfluous, Jong-yu's mouth opened in amazement. The boy bit his lower lip tensely. Shouting his comrade's name, the boy rushed towards him with an embrace. Hugging him, the young man said that they really can't throw him away. The player said that he already understood this and asked to let him go. Suddenly, their eyes widened in fear. The rest of the team also tensed up. They all stared at one point. Raising their eyebrows, the protagonist realized that something was approaching. Lois sat down on the ground and touched the grass with her hand. Closing her eyes, she imagined black hell snakes and said that there were as many as 5 of them. Frowning, Jong-yu asked how black hell snakes differed from normal hell snakes. Putting his hand to his chin, Alvin explained that black hell snakes hunted normal ones for food. They usually moved in pairs, a female and a male, so it was very strange that there were 5 of them. The warrior added that they were advancing at an incredible speed. A cloud of dust rose above the forest. The swordsman felt like the entire team was their target. The hellish snakes were quickly crawling forward. Noticing their approach, the guys looked back. A huge hellish snake opened its fanged mouth. Several monsters approached the main character. Yoon swung his sword. Lois prepared to use magic. The other swordsmen also drew their weapons. Rushing forward, Jinseok asked Jong-yu not to get involved in the fight. Looking after him, the boy shouted that there were also 5 enemies, like the team members. Running forward, 7th Heaven asked if the boy could deal with 2 at once. The answer was affirmative. The warrior explained that there would be no exceptions, and asked his comrade not to get into the fight. The boy gritted his teeth in displeasure. Closing her eyes and using magic, Lois declared that she would protect him this time too. Clenching her fists, the boy trembled with indignation. Under the protection of the force field, the guys entered the battle. With a sharp jerk, Jinseok dealt several slashes to one of the hellish snakes. Alvin hit another reptile when it opened its mouth. Jumping into the air, the protagonist decided to attack from above. His reflection appeared in the red eye of the monster. Yoon landed between 2 hellish snakes. The guy looked around in surprise, not understanding what had just happened. Turning to him, 7th Heaven asked what was going on and why his comrade had let 2 enemies escape. With his mouth wide open, the young man said that the monsters had not attacked them. Frowning, the swordsman asked what that meant. Looking after the hellish snakes that had disappeared, the man repeated that the enemies had not come for them. Sternly knitting his brows, the player concluded that they were running from someone who was much stronger. Someone plunged a sword into the head of the black hellish snake. In front of its corpse stood an angel, whose face was hidden under a hood. The man lowered his head, his eyes hidden by the shadow of his hood. He was talking about how they had missed a few. The hero asked if they should go after them. Mr. Metatron stood in front of him, a bright eye on his face, and his white angel wings were spread wide. He opened his mouth, saying that if there were people here, then there would be someone with a shard, which meant they should go. The guy folded his wings and bowed his head, preparing to follow the order. The heroes froze in place, their brows knitted together. Jinseok turned his head, saying that they seemed to have been noticed. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking who they were. Lois closed her eyes, saying that they had wings, and their energy was the opposite of demonic. They were probably angels. Alvin frowned and looked away, saying that they did appear. Yoon furrowed his brows, imagining himself standing in front of the giant man. He thought of the ones Arian had spoken of, meaning he meant angels. Alvin tilted his head and looked at Jinseok standing next to him, asking if they would have to fight now. Lois frowned and opened her eyes, saying that they should retreat because many angels were heading this way. In the bright light, the angels moved forward, spreading their white wings. The eyes of the people in white robes were covered with black cloth, their hair fluttering in the wind. The boy smiled widely, saying that they would actually fight for the first time in a long time. The girl, with her wings spread and her eyes closed, asked why he was so happy, what he was going to do if there was someone stronger than the dragon. The angel smiled widely, saying that it would only be better then. The guy with the black blindfold frowned, asking him not to get too excited because they were just following Mr. Metatron's orders. The angel happily clenched his fists in front of him and turned around, saying that they had a chance to torture those people to death. The guy frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking him to be careful because they would definitely disperse. The angel turned in the air, asking why he thought so. The guy spread his white wings, saying that if there was a key among them, they would make sure that he did not die here, and that would at least increase the chances of survival a little. Jinseok raised his eyebrows and looked ahead, saying that they should disperse first. He stood in front of the circle formed by the heroes, saying that he would immediately head towards Melon, then the angels would think that he had the shard. The protagonist sadly knitted his eyebrows and bowed his head. Jinseok asked him not to make a dissatisfied face, because if the guy died, all the people would die. The angel frowned and opened his mouth, saying that he was heading north since there was a high probability that the shard would be there, but if not, he would be able to block the direction. Jinseok frowned, saying that Alvin was heading in the northeast direction. His goal was to finish the fight as quickly as possible and join the northwest. Alvin frowned, asking why not north. The hero in front of him said that they would meet again in the north. The angel flew forward. He opened his mouth, saying that the person who could join the north at any time would go northeast. It was obvious that he would be good at fighting. He told Uriel to stop him. The girl closed her eyes and raised her eyebrows, saying that she would follow his orders. Jinseok pointed his finger at the heroes in front of him, saying that Lois and Jongwoo were heading northwest, although because they would be alone, there was a high probability of being attacked. He thought they would be able to hold out. The boy pressed his hand to his chest, saying that he and Alvin would join them as soon as possible. The boy frowned and nodded. The girl sadly knitted her eyebrows and lowered her gaze. Jinseok turned to the main character, telling the boy to go west. He would have to go around, but the likelihood that they would attack him would decrease. They would send weaklings there, so the boy was obliged to return to them alive. Yoon raised his eyebrows, not taking his eyes off him. The angel spread his white wings wide and opened his mouth, saying that all the other fighters were going west. If the one heading there refused to be a fragment, then the commanders, having figured out their directions, would also go west. The angels spread their wings, answering in one voice that the task was clear to them. The boy with a black blindfold frowned with displeasure and opened his mouth, asking what he should do and where to fly. The angel hovering next to him did not turn to him, saying that he had another job. He asked if the hero was not the fastest and sharpest angel. The boy opened his mouth, telling him to just kill everyone he met. A wide smile appeared on the angel's face. The boy took off the black headband from his head. The angel smiled widely and tied his hair with it, expressing great gratitude for the permission. The boy opened his mouth, telling the general that they would meet in the north after separation. Jinseok frowned, saying that this was not a suggestion, but an order. The angel with the black blindfold opened his mouth, saying that this was an order from Lord Metatron, even if they had to die. The angels spread their white wings, lifting them higher into the blue sky. Jinseok clenched his hand into a fist and stood in front of the heroes, asking them not to die, no matter what happened. The boy frowned, not taking his eyes off them. The angel with the black blindfold opened his mouth, telling them to kill everyone. The protagonists group and the angels responded in one voice that the order was clear to them. Lois stayed where she was as the boys around her disappeared in different directions. She lowered her head sadly. The girl squatted down and touched the ground with her palms. Jongwoo came back for her and raised his eyebrows, asking what she was doing since she needed to run. Lois raised her eyebrows, saying that it was not so. The girl opened her eyes, saying that she had another matter to attend to. The youth held his hand out in front of her, asking what she was talking about. Lois opened her palms. A bright concentrated energy appeared in them. The girl said that they came here in order to save the key and lead the people to victory, and for this she would at least reduce the risks a little. The ground shook, raising dark particles into the air. The birds flew into the sky, spreading their wings wide. Between Lois's palms was a bright sphere of energy. The flow of energy was spinning quickly. A translucent blue wall appeared in front of the girl. Lois opened her mouth wide, coughing up blood. The girl frowned, her eyes shining brightly. She asked if Jongwoo knew that the best way to save his allies was to kill all the enemies. The angels opened their mouths in surprise and froze, seeing the barrier in front of them. They began to look around worriedly. Lois clenched her palms with a stream of bright energy, saying that this is what she must do. The barrier began to move. The angel opened his mouth worriedly. They pressed their palms to the walls of the blue barrier. A purple square appeared in the blue sky. Jongwoo frowned and came out from behind the girl, saying that this is not the end, he will protect her. Lois frowned, asking him to leave quickly. A stream of energy hit the place next to her, raising streams of dust and debris into the air. The girl narrowed her eyes and covered her face with her hand, calling the young man by name. Lois' eyes widened and her eyebrows raised. The boy was lying on the ground in a pool of blood. The angel smiled widely, saying that killing with one blow was fun. He stood with his feet on Jongwoo's body and spread his arms out to the sides, saying that she probably thought so too. The angel smiled frighteningly and turned his head, asking if that's what a human thought. Lois froze in place, raising her eyebrows. Her eyes widened in horror. The angel was standing on the bloody body of the boy. Lois's eyes widened and her eyebrows raised. A group of angels flew past her. The blonde boy looked at the bodies of his brothers, saying that she had managed to kill many, which meant that about half were left. She was quite strong, although she did not have the key. The girl pressed her hand to her chest, saying that this was not true and that she had the shard. The angel raised his eyebrows mockingly and scratched his ear, asking her to deceive the one who would fall for it. Even if she was the key, he didn't care, because everything could be found out for sure if he opened her. Lois's eyes widened. A shudder ran through her body. She asked the angel standing in front of her what he was talking about. The guy raised his eyebrows and smiled widely, asking her not to be boring, for example, to try to go crazy. He clenched his hand into a fist, saying that it was more fun on the other side. The angel moved forward, raising his hand to strike. A group of angels led by 2 commanders and chief moved over green fields. Uriel raised her eyebrows, asking if everything would be okay, because Raphael could go crazy. Michael opened his mouth, saying that he was not like that. The angel frowned, saying that if that man had a shard, his comrades would come to his aid, and if no one came, then he was not the key, because no matter how much Raphael raged, there would be no problems. Uriel frowned, saying that she understood everything. Michael spread his white wings wide, saying that it was time to say goodbye to him. He frowned, saying that he hoped that the troops would fight hard. Uriel raised her eyebrows and parted her mouth, saying that she obeyed his order. Michael changed his flight path, moving away from the others. He froze, frowning. A bright blue flash appeared in front of him. The angel took out his sword. He swung the weapon, striking the flow of energy that appeared. When the bright light dissipated, the angel saw the silhouette of a man ahead. Jinseok frowned, looking up. Michael raised his eyebrows and smiled widely when he saw him. He landed on the ground, gathering his white wings together. The boy frowned and held his sword forward, asking if he was Michael. The angel spread his white wings behind him, asking if the hero knew him. Jinseok replied that he was the strongest in history, controlling the flames of the heavenly world. Michael smiled smugly, noticing that the boy was well informed. Without letting him finish, Jinseok frowned and smiled, saying that these were too loud titles, and in fact, he was just trash cleaning up after the heavenly king. Michael smirked irritably, saying that the guy was rushing fate with his blasphemy. Jinseok froze, holding his sword in front of him and saying that he did not believe in God. A bright halo appeared above Michael's head. He held his palm with a bright flame forward, saying that it was funny. Everything around sank under a red dome. The angel spread his wings and flew up in front of the guy, saying that he did not like to kill, and would only ask a few questions later. Michael bowed his head and opened his mouth, asking if he was the key. Jinseok held the weapon in front of him. He opened his mouth, asking if his question meant that only his dead self could be enough. The angel noticed that it was. Looking at the angel hovering in front of him with a sword in his hands, the hero called him pathetic. Jinseok frowned. A bright stream of blue energy engulfed his body. He said that they would see if he could still ask such questions after he tore off his wings. The boy rushed towards the angel standing in front of him. The tip of a sword was approaching the flash. Jinseok raised his head. The angel's hand was reaching out to him with a bright fire in its palm. Alvin stood in front of Uriel, who was hovering in the sky. The angel folded her hands in front of her, saying that she asked for forgiveness from all the departed souls, but that she had no grudge. Alvin put his hand to his side and nodded, saying that he certainly felt the same way, but he did not like how a good-for-nothing girl looked down on others. The hero asked if this impudence was their angelic trait. Uriel was hovering in the sky, her wings spread wide and her hands in front of her chest. She raised her eyebrows, saying that if the Great One said such things because of a single glance, then angels would be an arrogant race, as inferior as humans. The guy frowned. Alvin bowed his head, offering her to level the levels of their glances. The hero shouted, "White robes." He bent over, an image of blue wings began to appear on his back. The guy clenched his teeth in rage. Alvin straightened up. 4 blue translucent wings emerged from his back. He spread them wide. The dust raised by the wind streams spread. White feathers hovered in the air. Uriel clenched her teeth in displeasure, saying that he dared to imitate their appearance, which was blasphemy. The girl descended to the ground. Alvin smiled and put 2 fists in bright armor in front of him. He offered to find out which of them was inferior. Uriel spread her white wings wide. The girl waved her hand. A space appeared from behind her, from which the tip of an arrow came out. Alvin rushed forward, bending his body down. He frowned and opened his mouth wide, raising his fist above himself to strike. The youth's body lay in blood. The voice asked if he did not crave his power. The hero flexed his fingers, saying that it was so. He craves this power. The voice told Zhang to take this power. He will confront those who blocked their path. He must enjoy the fight and win, because only this can prove his existence. Streams of blood began to rise from the ground into the air. The boy opened his mouth slightly. He knitted his eyebrows. His hair took on a red tint. Zhang opened his black eyes wide. The protagonist ran across a green field. He frowned and turned back. Behind him, a bright stream of energy rushed into the ground. The boy jumped to the side, squatting. Yoon raised his head and saw a group of angels in the sky. The guy in the white cape opened his mouth, asking if the guy was the key. The protagonist raised his head, asking what if so. Proil raised his palm above his head with bright energy, saying that they would have to kill him at any cost. The guy opened his mouth and smiled, saying that he was already tired of this. Yoon looked up and frowned, asking if she really wanted to die that badly. The angel opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth, saying that they were King Metatron's servants. This was just a sacrifice in the name of duty to him. The guy bowed his head and opened his mouth, calling them crazy, asking if they really thought that the one who did not feel guilty when others put their lives on the line for him, the one who insisted on these sacrifices, was the real king. Yoon clenched his fists and took a step forward. The angel had his army around him and a bright light in his palm. He realized that the guy standing in front of him was the key. Yoon raised his fist in front of his chest. 2 rings on his fingers shone brightly. A system window appeared, which contained information about the class of clockwork. This is the fruit of the work of the Supreme Mage Abram, allows you to regulate your own time, consumes accumulated mana depending on the skill level. The hero thought that first he needed to save the power of regulating time as much as possible. The angel surrounded himself with a bright stream of energy, ordering the army behind him to stop the key even if they had to die, because if they died, the heads of the angels would deal with the remaining enemies. Yunj put his hand in front of him, an image of a clockwork appeared in his palm. The hero frowned, saying that they would not succeed. The angels spread their wings and threw their heads back. The guy knelt down and bowed his head. He quickly disappeared, moving forward. The angel frowned and put his hand forward, ordering his fellows around him to catch the guy as quickly as possible. The angel opened his mouth wide, slowly saying the words. Yunj appeared behind him, leaving a bright mark on the angel's body from a sword cut. The clockwork mechanism started working again, a bright stream of energy passed through the bodies of the angels, throwing them to the sides. The protagonist moved forward, bowing his head. He gritted his teeth, thinking that if they still had to meet again, before more serious enemies came, he would reduce their number as much as possible. Yunj appeared behind the cut angel, leaving a bright light behind him. The guy's fingers had sharp claws, his hand was covered in blood. Jagu pierced the body of the angel standing in front of him with his hand. A tremor ran through the guy's body, he knitted his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide. The guy's face was almost completely hidden by a demonic mask, there were horns on his forehead. He opened his mouth and laughed, the mask's demonic teeth behind his mouth. Jiangyu pulled his hand out of the angel's chest, and the angel's eyes widened in fear. Raphael jumped back and rested his back against the barrier. Lois put her hands forward, shouting at the boy that he should finish the fight quickly before Lamar completely absorbed him. The boy lowered his body and moved forward with a laugh, asking what this meant, because the fun had only just begun. Jiangyu jumped high above the angel, raising his sword above his head to strike. Raphael gritted his teeth, saying that this was the most desirable thing he wanted to hear. The angel smiled intimidatingly and raised his eyebrows, his eyes shining brightly. Raphael put his fist in front of the tip of the boy's sword. The angel's fist rested on the hero's hands holding the hilt of the sword. Jiangyu began to attack him with the weapon, the angel quickly dodged. Raphael smiled widely and raised his fist above his head. He hit the boy in the face with all his might. Jiangyu crouched and swung his sword, leaving a bright trace in space. The boy made a sharp movement with his hand with the weapon forward, leaving a red trace in the air. The angel was thrown back, he spread his white wings. Raphael opened his mouth wide, hitting his head on the protective barrier. The boy swung the weapon, the tip of the sword passed along the barrier, the angel managed to jump to the side. Raphael clenched his teeth furiously, hitting the boy in the face with his fist. He clenched his fist tightly, directing it forward. A translucent barrier appeared in front of Jiangyu, which the angel's fist rested against. Raphael frowned furiously and clenched his teeth. The boy pulled out a sword in front of him and moved forward, looking at his opponent from under his brows. The tip of the sword cut Raphael's cheek, blood spurted from the wound. The angel threw his head back and spread his arms, opening his mouth wide. Streams of bright energy began to appear in front of him. On the tip of the sword were dark drops of blood. They splashed in different directions. Raphael gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide, asking if the sword absorbed blood. The youth had a mask on his face, he said that it did, but the blood of angels tasted disgusting. Jiangyu moved his body forward, plunging the sword deeper into Raphael's body. The angel frowned, his eyes shining brightly. The boy pulled the sword out of his body, leaving a trail of blood behind the blade. A few minutes later, Raphael stood on the ground with his head down, covered in blood. He gritted his teeth in rage. After a few seconds, he raised his head and angrily asked if these scum really thought he was so easy to kill. Jiangyu, in the form of Lamar, put his hand on his hip and mockingly asked if the angel was not dead yet, adding that angels must be pretty tough. This time, Raphael said quietly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up even brighter, and he shouted that he would crush the demon. After saying this, he rushed to attack, and Jiangyu raised his sword, preparing to continue the fight. A fast and powerful sword strike whistled, but Raphael easily stopped it with his hand. Seeing this, Jiangyu was slightly surprised. The angel held the sword with a crazy smile on his face and asked if it was true that this sword was the source of the guy's power. Then he asked if he wanted to test his strength. Jiangyu, with his eyes burning, pressed the angel with the sword without answering. Suddenly, Lois, who was standing behind him, spread her arms and shouted at her comrade, asking him to wait. But before she could say anything, Raphael threw out his hand and released a powerful magic projectile towards the girl, saying that it would be better for the interference to disappear. His lightning hit Lois, and she screamed loudly in pain. Jiangyu saw all this and was shaking with rage. Raphael saw this and with a mocking voice asked if after he hit his comrade, the power overwhelmed him and he became angry. At this, Jiangyu smiled and laughed. Hearing a quiet laugh, the angel asked in shock if he was laughing. Suddenly, Zhang Yu's magical power increased several times, and Lamar said that he had a contract with his friend. The next second, he suddenly raised his head and said with burning eyes that they agreed that instead of taking his body, he would receive something very important. Raphael looked at his opponent in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. Then he asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Hearing this, the demon grinned, when suddenly he abruptly let go of the sword. Then he immediately rushed to attack the angel. He quickly raised his demonic hand behind his back, swinging. At the same second, he quickly cut Raphael's hand with a quick blow. The demon immediately absorbed the released angelic blood and said that he was saying that this body was the source of his power. The bastard, Raphael screamed in rage, gritting his teeth, and asking if it was really a demonic sword. At this time, Zhang Yu was already behind his opponent. In an instant, he quickly jumped up and rushed to attack. Raphael did not wait and did the same. A violent fist fight began. Zhang Yu struck, but the angel managed to dodge. Then Raphael tried to hit the demon, but he dodged the blow. After that, Lamar swung again. But this time, Raphael was unable to dodge and was subjected to dozens of powerful punches. Blood spurted out of his mouth from such blows. Zhang Yu continued to beat the angel non-stop, loudly asking if he really thought that he would lose without a sword. When he did not receive an answer at that moment, he threw his hellish hand forward and shouted that he asked if the angel thought that he would win if they fought without a weapon. At the last moment, Raphael managed to defend himself and jump back. Zhang Yu grabbed his sword at the same time. He delivered a powerful kick to the angel's block, intending to finish the fight with a blow from the sword. Suddenly, Raphael reacted and flew into the air with force, avoiding death. A few seconds later, the fight continued. Lois stood to the side and watched the fight. She knelt on one knee and said in her head that this was dangerous. Then she stretched out her arms and used magic power, saying in her mind that if this continued, they might lose Zhang Yu. After saying this, she put all her power into magic and said loudly that she had to end this. Raphael heard this and, while continuing to dodge the demon's countless attacks, said that all these trash annoyed him. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and spread his wings. Magic energy was released from him in a wave. Zhang Yu felt it and stopped in surprise. Raphael proudly raised his head and with his eyes glowing with lightning, he said menacingly that he did not believe that he was forced to show this appearance. But now he would definitely destroy everyone. After these words, 2 more pairs of wings appeared on his back. Then he raised himself into the sky, spreading his arms to the sides, in which an insane magical power appeared. His terrifying power was in all directions, and he screamed that no one should even think of leaving him alive. After these words, his appearance began to ripple, and the angel disappeared. Lamar saw all this, put his hand on his side, and without a drop of fear in his voice said that it was not bad, otherwise this fight had tired him out, adding that he would absorb the angel in one go and end it. After finishing speaking, his appearance also began to ripple, and he disappeared. At that very second, a mad fight began in the air. Zhang Yu swung his sword and pressed his opponent. Raphael, dodging, clenched his teeth in anger and addressed the great heavenly king in his head. Suddenly, his body began to collapse, and light began to shine from the torn pieces. The angel asked Metatron to send him power. Even if he died, he needed help to punish this man. His body was deteriorating more and more, and he said that he would definitely send the demon to hell. Lois saw this and was very surprised. Zhang Yu, hearing all this, did not stop. His blows became stronger and faster, and he himself screamed, repeating the same word, die. At this moment, Raphael spread his arms out to the sides and addressed the great heavenly king. His body radiated an insanely powerful force, but suddenly Lois's magical figure appeared above him. She began to fall sharply. The next second, blood splattered in all directions. Lois's magical attack chained the angel to the ground and crushed him. Lois, her eyes burning with rage, said that this was why he had to finish her off first. Zhang Yu stood in front of the angel's corpse and asked in surprise why his prey had died. At that moment, Lois saw something that scared her greatly. Zhang Yu, tightly clutching the sword in his hands, was looking at Raphael's corpse. Suddenly, he turned to her sharply and, with eyes burning with rage, shouted, asking if the girl dared to take Raphael away from him. At that moment, Uriel was thrown back by Alvin's strong attack. Raising her head, she gritted her teeth and asked how a mere human could do that. Then she waved her hand. A spear immediately appeared out of nowhere behind her. It immediately flew towards Alvin, who was ready for anything. He deflected the spear with one deft blow. After that, he angrily gritted his teeth and, preparing to attack, said that angels talk so much about the weakness of humans, but now he will show her what the last moments of people like her will be like. After finishing speaking, he rushed to attack Uriel. The girl did not just stand there and waved her hand. At that very second, a dozen more of these golden spears appeared behind her. They immediately flew out of the portals and flew at the opponent. Alvin easily cut each spear and threw a blow towards Uriel. The angel, seeing this, clenched her teeth and tried to dodge, but she did not succeed, and Alvin delivered a clear and strong blow to the enemy. Angel flew down from such force. Having fallen to the ground, she immediately tried to get up. The next second, she raised her head and saw Alvin, who was flying above her and saying that now the angel is where she should be. He looked at his rival with contempt in his eyes. Hearing this, Uriel got up and quietly said that she recognized him, adding that she did not think that there would be another person who would surprise her. As soon as Alvin heard this, he was very surprised and confusedly asked, was it really so suddenly? Then Uriel decided to tell that she once met a man where the shard was. But Alvin did not let the angel finish and said himself that he was not interested in her stories at all. Hearing this, Uriel still continued to tell that the man killed 3 heads of angels and was so strong that he was able to break free from her hands. The guy exhaled heavily and asked if the angel even heard what she was being told, after which he asked anyway if the man was really that strong. Uriel, slowly getting up and wiping blood from her mouth, answered that although he could not compare with Mr. Michael or Mr. Metatron, he was very strong for her. Then it's a pity, Alvin answered calmly, having listened to the end. After these words, he grabbed his sword and raised it behind his head. At that very second, before delivering the final blow, he said with burning eyes that he was stronger. At that moment, Metatron's hand twitched. He looked at the ground with a very displeased look. After a short pause, he calmly said that this was unexpected because he did not think that the leaders would wage such a fierce battle. In front of him, the main character was lying on the ground in blood. Looking at him, Metatron said that, it turns out, his comrades are surprisingly strong. Suddenly, the protagonist slashed the ground with his sword. He leaned on his leg to get up. At that moment, he coughed up blood and said that Metatron was simply crazy. At that moment, he was enveloped in powerful magical energy, and a mark appeared on his head. He looked at his opponent with disdain in his eyes and asked him if he really called himself a king. Metatron looked at him and asked why he was angry. Around them lay many dead angels, which Yunj easily killed. The protagonist pointed at them and said that despite the death of a huge number of his subordinates, he continues to look at everything around him indifferently, and that is why he does not like them. After these words, he leaned on the sword again to fully stand up on his feet. At that moment, he looked at the hand on which the ring was put on and said in his head that now the action of the clockwork is complete. Then he added that all that remains is to try his luck. After these thoughts, he stood up and took a stance. His body was immediately enveloped in more powerful magical energy, and 2 more marks appeared above his head. Metatron saw this and smiled, asking if the guy really had anything else to show him, adding that it was very interesting. A few seconds later, the protagonist rushed to attack. Metatron did not wait and raised his hand to the sky, using magical power. At the same moment, many golden spears appeared above Yun's head. They immediately fell on the guy, who began to dodge at high speed. Unexpectedly, from the spears that fell to the ground, the same spears began to hit the handle in different directions. The protagonist saw this and, moving further and further towards Metatron, began to cut them with his sword. As soon as he passed everything, he raised his head and was shocked. There was no one in front of him. Suddenly, Metatron was behind Yunj. With an outstretched hand, he said that the guy was too slow. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared behind the enemy in an instant and asked who he was talking to. Shock and surprise struck the King of Heaven, and he tried to turn around. But before he could do so, the protagonist struck the angel's back with an incredibly strong and powerful sword strike. A terrible pain pierced Metatron. At this time, Yunj landed on the ground and dexterously slid back along it. Stopping, he raised his head, exhaled heavily and said that he was sure that this was not the end. What he saw at that very second shocked him. A strong magical energy hovered around Metatron, healing his wounds. Looking at this, the protagonist said in his head that the King of Heaven was being healed as if nothing had happened. As soon as Metatron finished healing, he immediately soared into the air. He looked down at the enemy and said that he wanted to ask him. After a few seconds, without taking his eyes off the guy, he asked if it was true that this was not all he could do. Hearing this, the protagonist became seriously angry. Gripping the hilt of the sword in rage, he said that demons and angels, if they had achieved something. Suddenly, he rushed to attack, and his entire body was covered with insanely powerful energy. With eyes burning with rage, from which beams of energy were shooting, he shouted, ordering not to look down on people. Metatron immediately brought down many spears from the sky on the protagonist. Yunj saw them and jumped out from under them with a deft somersault. Rising, he looked back and saw that the golden spears had pierced the ground. Then he looked at Metatron and said in his head that now in front of him was not a double, but he felt different. At that very second, he realized that this was not a real body. However, after these thoughts, he firmly grabbed the hilt of the sword and stood in a stance. At the same moment he finished speaking, Metatron began to avoid his attacks. The King of Heaven stood silently and looked at his opponent, when suddenly it dawned on the protagonist. Then he said in his head that he was not sure, but it was worth a try. At that very second, he was enveloped in powerful magical energy and a crown of marks appeared around his head. Seeing this, Metatron said that the guy was just an annoying worm. After these words, he waved his hand, directing a powerful magical wave at the enemy. The protagonist rushed to attack and easily broke the angel's attack with his sword. In his head, he said that if he was right, then he no longer needed to hold back. Having finished thinking, he flew at the King of Heaven. At that very second, he clenched his teeth, swung his sword, and with his eyes burning with powerful force, said to himself that he must fight him with full force. A few minutes later, Metatron looked at his opponent and was very excited. The protagonist, with a wide smile on his face, said that he now understood why the King of Heaven treated his subordinates so carelessly. Hearing this, Metatron asked in confusion what nonsense this was. All this time, blood was dripping onto the ground, forming a whole puddle during this time. Yunj looked at the angel with a sword thrown over his shoulder and said that he was just curious. He looked at Metatron, whose arm he had just cut off, and asked why he was not reviving. The King of Heaven looked at his opponent in shock, without answering. The next second, the protagonist lowered his sword and began to walk towards the angel, saying that he seemed to be able to be reborn endlessly, after which he mockingly asked if it really wasn't working now. Hearing this, Metatron smiled awkwardly and excitedly replied that it was all because he could stand up to someone like him, even without one arm. The protagonist heard this, lowered his head slightly and said that it was not so, adding that he was rather saving something. What? Metatron asked in shock, not looking away from the enemy who was advancing on him. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his head and with a malicious smile on his face asked if it was true that he had more than one life. He stared at Metatron, who was holding his severed hand, and said that every time he received a mortal wound, he used up a life and was reborn. Then he pointed to all the dead angels in the area and added that this is why all his followers were just expendable. After that, he pointed to his severed hand and said that using up an entire life for some hand was a waste. The next second, he suggested wasting these lives. He pulled out his sword and with crazy eyes spoke until one of them died. When suddenly Metatron laughed madly, shouting that it was very funny. At that moment, he stretched out his whole hand, in which he began to gather magical power, and ordered the enemy to listen to him carefully. After these words, he released many golden lightning bolts and said that his preparation time was different from humans. Suddenly, angels shrouded in a golden aura rose. They immediately surrounded the protagonist, who looked around in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The number of angels grew larger and larger, and they came closer and closer. Metatron, with his hand outstretched, controlled them and told the guy to look carefully at how a king should. A second later, he tightly clenched his hand into a fist and finished speaking to use his subjects. As soon as he did this, all the angels rushed to attack. They immediately grabbed his hands. Others fell and grabbed his legs. One of the angels, holding the protagonist's hand, turned to the great heavenly king and asked him to send him strength. When suddenly his body began to collapse and swell, while he said that he would send the guy to hell. Yunj realized what was about to happen and gritted his teeth. There was a powerful explosion. The protagonist flew out of it and rolled on the ground many meters back. Stopping, he brought his hand to his mouth and coughed loudly. Opening his eyes, he saw angels above him who had caught up with him. At that very second, many explosions were heard. Everything around was exploding. Metatron looked at this and with a satisfied smile on his face said that the lower being died, rolling back and forth. Suddenly, what he saw shocked him. In the smoke, the silhouette of a man appeared, who said that it was time to end it. As soon as the smoke cleared, Metatron saw a dragon guy with blue hair. He was covering the body of the protagonist, who was lying on the ground. He stared at the King of Heaven and with empty eyes asked if he still did not have enough energy for the battle. Seeing the guy, Metatron gritted his teeth in rage. Then he, without taking his eyes off the dragon, shouted furiously, asking why they had abandoned their role as observers and sided with the humans. The dragon folded his arms across his chest, bowed his head and calmly said that he had not sided with anyone. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said with disdain in his voice that it was the angels who had broken the rules and come here. The heavenly king's eye lit up with surprise. The dragon spread his arms out to the sides and added that it was obvious that this issue should be handled by an observer. After that, he looked at the protagonist, who showed no signs of life, and said that what had happened could not be fixed, so it was better for Metatron to leave. Then he added that everything would start from the very beginning. Yunj lay on the ground with charred clothes and head. Okay, Metatron said with a grin. At that moment, the dead angels under his control flew towards him, and he said with an ominous smile on his face that they would leave. After these words, the angels, enveloped in his energy, turned to the dragon, and Metatron added that he was not sure if the other angels would leave. Hearing this, the dragon smiled widely and asked if he really was him. His eyes lit up, and he, releasing his crazy dragon energy, finished speaking, now threatening. The next second, he put his hands behind his back and moved towards Metatron, saying that he thought the angel was a little mistaken because he was not in a position to threaten them. Then the dragon said that the dragons had already begun to act. At this time, in the sky in another place, a man in a cloak appeared, which blocked the sun. Zhang Yu was preparing to attack the girl. The next second, he rushed to attack, but Lois managed to put up a protective barrier in front of her. The man in the cloak landed on Lois's side, took off his hood and asked in surprise what was going on. Looking to the side, he saw Raphael dead on the ground, and Zhang Yu continued to furiously attack his partner's barrier. In another place, another man in a cloak landed on the ground. In front of him, he saw Alvin kneeling in front of Uriel, whom he had killed. The guy felt the arrival of a stranger, turned around and asked if it was another angel. No, the stranger answered and took off his hood. What Alvin saw shocked him. At this time, the dragon with his head down told Metatron that if he failed to restore order, the other 3 dragons would immediately know about it. A few seconds later, he approached the King of Heaven, raised his head and said that they had no choice but to intervene themselves. Hearing this, Metatron clenched his teeth in rage and said in his head that if he attacked the dragon in front of him now, all the other dragons would become their enemies. After some thought, he turned around abruptly and said that he was fed up with them all. The dragon, seeing that the angels were leaving, waved his hand, telling Metatron to take his friends who had secretly passed here and leave quickly, adding that they would see each other again soon. Metatron listened to the dragon and rose into the sky. Then he loudly ordered all the forces to retreat. All the angels at that very second began to dissolve. Wherever they were enveloped by the force that was taking them. Metatron also began to disappear. As soon as the King of Heaven and his forces disappeared, the barrier that the dragon had created around the protagonist began to dissipate. The next second, the dragon turned to the guy and asked if everything was okay. Yunj knelt down and began to cough up blood. The next second, unable to rise any further, he breathed out heavily with his head down. Suddenly, he raised it sharply and said that they needed to save the rest of the guys. The dragon immediately took the guy by the arm, helping him to his feet, and said that there was no need to worry about it because his friends were already helping them. That's how, the protagonist said quietly, unable to raise his head. At that moment, he wanted to thank the dragon, but suddenly he lost his balance and fell. At that time, Jinseok firmly stood up on his foot. At that very moment, he jumped up. A second later, he and Michael clashed with swords. Jinseok began to furiously strike blow after blow. Michael also did not lag behind and furiously attacked. When suddenly Jinseok missed a blow to the side, the angel flew forward and blood spurted from the man's side. He immediately grabbed the wound. Michael turned to him and with a smile on his face said that he was holding up well. But this is the end, he said firmly at that very second. After these words, he turned around and flew at great speed towards his opponent's back. At this time, Jinseok abruptly grabbed his sword. Suddenly, he quickly turned around, performing a circular attack. This attack flew past Michael, which made the angel laugh and ask, could it be that his opponent could not even aim properly now? But before he could finish speaking, he felt an insanely powerful energy. The angel immediately turned around and was shocked. Not far from him stood a girl with blue hair. She stretched out her hand and dispelled Jinseok's attack. With a displeased look, she looked at the guys and said that she deigned to come here for their reconciliation, and received this. Michael looked at the girl in shock and wondered in his head if Jinseok had sensed her presence earlier and attacked, and he did not even notice it. A few seconds later, the girl spread her arms to the sides and said that this was the end of the friendly meeting of the two opponents, after which she ordered them to disperse. Hearing this, Michael stepped towards the girl and shouted furiously, asking who she was, if she was a dragon. Yes, the girl answered firmly. She stared at the angel and said that his master had already left, so he should hurry after him. Hearing this, Michael remembered the words of the heavenly king he had recently heard, who said that they needed to retreat and return to the gathering place of the angels. After a short pause, he looked at Jinseok, who was leaning on his sword, getting to his feet, and said that next time he would definitely kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flew away. When he was gone, the dragon shook its head and exhaled heavily. A few seconds later, she approached Jinseok and asked if he was okay. Suddenly, her hair stood up from a terrifying force, and she said with burning eyes that she did not care if he could not move, because she could carry him. A few seconds later, under the influence of the dragon's power, they found themselves in another place. Raising his head and looking around, Jinseok saw all his comrades. The protagonist was hanging unconscious on the dragon's neck. Zhang Yu was also unconscious on the ground. The dragon guy holding the protagonist saw Jinseok and said that everyone was here, which meant they could continue making adjustments. A few minutes later, the guys found a large rock and settled down next to it. The protagonist regained consciousness, looked at his comrades and asked how they were, to which Lois replied that she was not badly hurt. After these words, she looked at Zhang, who was snoring loudly. Then, without taking her eyes off him, she said that she thought that he was also okay. One of the dragons looked at Alvin and said that he seemed to have no problems either, after which he asked if he did. At that very second, Alvin loudly said that, of course, everything was okay, adding that he could continue to confront some angels for as long as he wanted. But before he could finish speaking, blood started to spurt out of his mouth during his speech. Lois immediately jumped up and rushed to his friend, and the dragon turned to his kin and said that the guy was just pretending to be strong. Alvin wiped the blood from his mouth, looked at Lois, who was stroking his head, and told her that he was okay, to which the girl replied that she was very glad if it was really so. After these words, Alvin turned to Jinseok, who was lying on the ground, and said, but he was interrupted by the dragon girl. She used magic power on Jinseok and said that although she had brought him. Then she finished saying that he was in critical condition. The man lay unconscious on the ground, enveloped in a strong aura of the dragon. A few seconds later, she sat down next to him, turned to his comrades and said that she would take responsibility for him and heal him, and the rest should rest. Alvin's mouth started bleeding again and he thanked the girl with his last strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground. The protagonist looked at this in shock and said in his head that he couldn't believe that everything ended like this, adding that if it weren't for the dragons, they would have been dead by now. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a dragon, who extended his hand and said that it was nice to meet him. The blue-haired guy who saved Lois said with a smile on his face that his name was Abraham, and then asked if he understood correctly that the protagonist was a human key. Yunj was slightly confused, but shook the dragon's hand. The next second, Abraham pointed to his friends and said that their names were Mara, Galleon, and Eden. Mara heard this, turned around and asked if it was true that the protagonist had already met Galleon. Then, looking at Abraham out of the corner of her eye, she asked why he was introducing them by name, to which the dragon guy replied that he hadn't seen people for a long time, so he wanted to try to do everything according to their rules. Oh well, he said after these words and sat down on the ground. He looked the protagonist in the eyes and asked if he understood correctly that Yunj was now angry. Then, without taking his eyes off the guy, he said that this was their territory, adding that dragons almost never leave their territories and do not invade others. His comrades stood over Jinseok and supervised his healing, listening to Abraham tell the protagonist that this was a very rare situation where not he, but they interfered in something. Having said this, he asked the guy if he knew the reason. The protagonist lowered his head and asked if it was maybe because the Heavenly King broke the rules. Abraham nodded and said that was the correct answer, adding that Yunj was a quick learner. After that, he pointed at the protagonist and said that this is how he is here. Then he turned his gaze to Jinseok, who was being treated by his friends, and finished speaking, and that half-dead man receiving treatment, all this violated their neutrality. The next second, he said that the Heavenly King violated the order and personally summoned a huge army. Remembering this, he gritted his teeth in anger and said that he did not know how Metatron opened the closed dimension, but this should not have happened. After calming down a little, he put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that this is why they helped, adding that humans are not weak, it is just that the angels broke the rules. After a short pause, Yunj looked at Abraham and asked how strong the angels were this time. The dragon boy thought for a while and answered that originally the head of the archangels Gabriel and Archangel Michael may be in the reverse world, but 4 more archangels came from the heavenly world after them. Eden suddenly interrupted his friend and, folding his arms, said that one had already died, adding that he thought his name was Raphael. Hearing this, Galleon asked if that meant there were 4 left. Then Abraham's voice was heard, who said that Uriel had also died. As soon as Galleon heard this, he was very surprised and, approaching Jinseok, asked if Michael had also been defeated. Mara, healing Jinseok, answered that Michael was different from other angels, adding that this man, who had been in intelligence, had also fought well but had ended up in this state. Galleon and Abraham nodded and quietly said that it was so. Hearing all this, the protagonist lowered his head and said sadly that if the angels brought the archangels and pressed, they would not have a chance. Galleon approached him and said that this was exactly why he was asking how much time they needed. Yunj raised his head in surprise and asked what this meant. The dragon looked at the guy and calmly said that they could interfere in their affairs outside the intermediate territories. That is, there was no one around, only the wind carried the petals of the trees through the air. The next second, he explained that in the intermediate territories, they could interfere as much as they wanted. Hearing this, the protagonist exclaimed in surprise, would the dragons really buy them as much time as they could? Seeing such a reaction, Galleon put his hand to his chin, looked away and asked if he was right that for them, the more the better. After some thought, he put up 3 fingers and firmly said, 3 years, adding that this was about how much they could win, but if more was needed, he would need to consult with other dragons. The protagonist heard this, lowered his head and said in his head, that means 3 years. A few seconds later, he raised his head to the dragons and said to himself that Metatron and the angels were most likely avoiding a direct confrontation with the dragons. Then he said that this was the best of the worst scenario. There was no smile on his face. Okay, he answered Galleon after a few seconds. He looked at the dragons with hope in his eyes and asked them to do this. Yeah, Galleon answered. He turned around, waved his hand and said that they would get rid of the monsters in the area so the guys could rest in peace and go back. "Thank you," Yunj answered, hanging his head in disappointment. All the dragons began to leave after Galleon, who waved his hand and said that they would see each other in 3 years. After these words, they flew away. The guys were left alone. Lois sat among the guys and looked into the distance. After a few seconds, she looked at the bright sky, dotted with clouds, and said that she felt like she was dreaming. The protagonist leaned back on a large rock behind him, closed his eyes, and said that the situation was a bit confusing, adding that for starters, when Alvin woke up, they would take Jinseok and Jongyu and head back. "Yes," Lois replied, and then said that they had all worked hard. Hearing this, Yunj looked at the girl and asked why she hadn't run away. Lois lowered her head and quietly said that she thought that she could at least reduce the number of angels. Yunj heard this and, with the last of his strength, said that they were a very important part of the team, just like the others. Then he asked her to try to survive next time. The girl listened to this and remained silent, resting her hands on her knees. At this time, Yunj looked up at the sky and quietly said that this was what they were fighting for. As soon as Lois heard this, she looked up at her comrade in surprise. Unexpectedly, she smiled warmly and said that it was not in vain that he was a father and a husband. "What?" the protagonist asked in surprise, turning to the girl. Lois chuckled and said that she said that he knew how to cheer people up. After such words, Yunj looked into the distance and said that he was only called a participant and a key, and he forgot. At that very second, he remembered his family and said that he missed being addressed as husband and dad. After a while, Galleon was in the forest. Metatron stood in front of him with the entire angelic army. The dragon slightly lowered his head, closed his eyes and said that he was informing the angels of a 3-year delay. Hearing this, Metatron became furious and angrily asked if he was really threatening them now. Galleon saw such a reaction, smiled and calmly said whether this would be a warning or a threat, depending on how he took it. As soon as Michael heard this, he grabbed his sword and screamed furiously, asking why the dragon thought he was safe since he was babbling whatever he wanted. Metatron immediately covered his subordinate with his hand and ordered him to step back. Michael came to his senses, put his sword back in its sheath and apologized. After that, the King of Heaven looked at the dragon and firmly answered, "Okay," adding that they would wait exactly 3 years. Hearing this, Galleon slowly nodded and said that this was the right decision, adding that he believed him, that he would fulfill his promise. As soon as he finished speaking, his image rippled and the dragon disappeared. His magical power was divided into parts, and he left the place of negotiations. As soon as the angels were alone, Michael turned to the king and asked in shock why he agreed with the words of this dragon, because Uriel and Raphael were dead. Then Metatron looked at the archangel and asked what would have happened if they had refused. Michael raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and shouted that they would have fought. Metatron looked at the servant and calmly asked if he really thought he could defeat the dragon. Michael spread his arms and shouted that they had the entire army of the Heavenly King, adding that there were still dozens of angel heads and 4 archangels left. Metatron was already leaving, saying at the end that they had waited so long, so they could wait a little longer for the sake of victory. Then he asked Michael if he really thought that people killed Raphael and Uriel on their own. He stopped and added that that key was definitely strong, but it was obvious that the dragons had interfered in the battle. Hearing this, Michael asked in surprise, looking at the Heavenly King's back, if the dragons had really formed an alliance. Maybe so, Metatron answered. He clenched his teeth in rage, saying that in 3 years, as they wanted, they would first destroy people and then tear the dragons to shreds. Michael heard this and did not know what to answer. Suddenly, he fell to one knee and said that he would follow the will of his king. Metatron continued to leave, saying to himself that he had lived a long time and most likely his emotions had already been erased. His comrades had died, and he had been given a term for the first time, so he needed to hold out for 3 years on this thirst for revenge. After all, this was the path to creating his empire. Night had fallen. Jongyu woke up and was sitting by the fire with Lois and Yunj. There was silence, only the logs in the fire quietly crackled, creating coziness. Suddenly, Jongwoo, with his head down, quietly asked the guys for forgiveness. Lois looked at the guy excitedly and extended her hand to him. Jongwoo looked at the fire with tears in his eyes and said that now he would give up this sword, because keeping it with him would only harm everyone. He put the sword in front of him, bowed to his comrades and with bitterness in his voice thanked his friends for everything that had happened so far, after which he said that this was his end. Lois, looking at the guy, with a drop of sweat on her face, excitedly said that everything was fine, and he didn't have to say it, because she believed him. "No," Jongyu said firmly, interrupting her. Then he said that all this time, Lamar was constantly talking to him. He desired his body and was going to absorb his consciousness. In the battle with Raphael, he thought about the need to win by any means. Because of this, he united with Lamar, but it was obvious that if he continued to use this sword, he would cause even more damage. He did not dare to raise his head and continued to say that if the dragons had not appeared, he would have gotten rid of Lois. The girl looked at the guy and after his story, said that she heard something. Then she said that when they united with Lamar, he said that in exchange for the fact that this guy would keep his body, they agreed that he would receive something very important from him. As soon as Zhang Yu heard this, he was very surprised. A few seconds later, Lois, without taking her eyes off the boy, asked what he had promised to give to the demon. Zhang Yu clenched his fists tightly, trying to gather his strength to speak. "It doesn't matter," the protagonist suddenly said, standing up from the ground and adding that whatever it was, it didn't matter. He walked up to Zhang Yu and put his hand on his shoulder, asking him to listen to him carefully. He looked into the boy's eyes and with a very serious face said that if he was overwhelmed by the power and was very scared, then he could run as much as he wanted. Then he remembered meeting Warlock and said that he was also scared when he first came to this world, meeting such a huge monster. The next second, he remembered fighting Satan and said about it. Then he remembered meeting Metatron and also mentioned it. Hearing this, Zhang Yu was very surprised. After a short pause, the protagonist lowered his head and said that however, he could not do anything if he was afraid of something that had not yet happened. At the same moment, he added that if the guy wanted to continue fighting with his comrades, if he wanted to emerge victorious in the battle with himself, they would help, the protagonist firmly said the next second. Hearing these words, Zhang Yu could not hold back his tears. The protagonist looked at Jinseok and Alvin, who were still unconscious, and said that they only had 3 years left and they needed Zhang Yu. The next second, he sat down next to him, looked into his eyes and firmly said that he would be happy to fight on the battlefield with him. Unexpectedly, Lois put her hand on the guy's hand and said that she did too. She looked at Zhang Yu with warmth in her eyes and said that although it was scary, she still believed that he could handle everything. Then she said that he put in a lot of effort. Hearing this, tears flowed down Zhang Yu's cheeks. He raised his hand sharply and began to wipe his face from tears. After that, he said loudly that he would try even harder in the future. So 3 days passed, during which Alvin woke up and realized the situation. The guys went back. It was incredibly hard to return wounded, and the main character was still carrying the unconscious Jinseok. Thanks to the help of the dragons, they did not meet any creatures on the way. City, the doors to Arkan's office swung open and Chakon entered. He immediately distracted the head of the guild from his work and loudly announced that the group that had set out on a hike had returned. As soon as Arkan heard this, a smile appeared on his face and he asked in shock if they were really here. So the guys found the shard and returned back. After some time, Arkan looked at the guys in shock and said, "So everyone returned alive." In front of him was the whole team, still covered in wounds and abrasions. Jinseok, who had come to his senses, grinned and said that it was so. After a short pause, the voice of the guild leader was heard in Arkan's office, the windows of which were covered with curtains, saying that if you sum up what was said, they were given a head start of 3 years. He put his hand to his head and asked heavily, and their enemies were the Heavenly King, the 4 archangels, and other angels. The next second, he raised his head and said that for starters, everything was clear to him. Then he said, looking at the satisfied guys in front of him, that they received the shard and the whole team returned alive, and this was already a great achievement. At the same second, he said with a smile on his face that it was a very good job, after which he thanked everyone for surviving. Lois and Zhang Yu looked at each other with warm smiles on their faces. Alvin nodded slowly and thanked the leader. After a short pause, Jinseok stood up and asked Arkan to work a little too. The guys began to leave, and the guild leader watched them go. Suddenly, he lowered his head and muttered to himself that it was up to him now. Suddenly, he saw the protagonist in front of him and was surprised. Then he asked him if he really had anything to say. Yoon's thought for a moment and, looking at the leader, asked what happened to their shard. Arkan immediately lowered his head and quietly said with bitterness in his voice that it was stolen, and very carefully at that. Hearing this, the protagonist slightly lowered his head and calmly said that he knew it. After a short pause, he looked at the leader again and asked if they really didn't check anything after that. Arkan looked up at the guy and replied that he sent about 5 rankers, and they thoroughly combed everything there, but nothing. Hearing this, Yoon didn't know what to answer. A few seconds later, Arkan got up from the sofa and said that even he himself goes there, but there was absolutely nothing there, so he is so glad that the guys brought him the demon shard. Got it, the protagonist answered firmly, then turned around abruptly and, leaving, said that he needed to see this place, so he was going there tomorrow at dawn. At the same time, he said to himself that this was where he met Arian. Hearing this, Arkan looked at the guy in shock and asked if he was really going to the Devil's Forest, and didn't he believe his words. Yoon stopped, turned to the leader and answered that he believed, but he was going there for something else. At the same moment, he said in his head that perhaps he would meet another dragon. Having received such an answer, Arkan put his hands on his hips, exhaled heavily and asked himself in his head if this could be the intuition of the key, after which he told the protagonist to do whatever he wanted. Then, without raising his head, he said that now he needed to rest quickly, because if he did not rest properly, he would not be able to go anywhere at all. The protagonist opened the door and thanked the leader. Arkan saw the guy off with sadness in his eyes. The next day, the sun was just rising over the horizon. The protagonist had already packed his backpack at this time. Throwing it over his shoulder, he went out into the corridor. Suddenly, Zhang Yu came out from around the corner. He immediately saw Yunj. Coming out to him, he asked where he was going, to which the protagonist calmly replied that he needed to go somewhere for a while. Hearing this, Zhang Yu put his hand to his neck, looked away, and with a smile on his face asked if it was true that Yunj did not take him with him because he had reasons for this. The protagonist approached his friend, put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was so, adding that the guy now needed a good rest. Hearing this, Zhang Yu turned around, waved his hand and said that then he would study the material on his problem for now. Yuni started to leave, smiling and saying to himself that after that, the boy Yunku had grown up. A few minutes later, he came out onto the street where the sun had already shed its light. Walking further, Jinseok appeared behind him. The man simply walked past, not paying attention to the boy. A few seconds later, he approached the door and knocked loudly. Bikshan opened the door with a mug of coffee, saying that he could not believe that the first person he saw today was Jinseok. The guest immediately entered the house, coldly saying that judging by the way Bikshan spoke, he concluded that he would live. Bikshan looked at his friends back and asked when they returned, to which Jinseok replied, "Yesterday." Hearing this, Bikshan, shocked, asked how long he had slept at all. Jinseok thought for a moment and replied that it had been more than 10 days, adding that he had heard that he had been beaten up quite badly. Bikshan stepped towards the guest, grinned and said that Arkan was a chatterbox. Jinseok, with his hand on his hip, told the guy to think that it was all for the best, because if he continued to fight, he would die. As soon as Bikshan heard this, he exclaimed in displeasure, asking if Jinseok was crazy to fight the head of the angels, adding that even he was not capable of this. "I know," Jinseok answered, lowering his head and adding that this is exactly why he came. "What?" Bikshan shouted in shock, stepping towards the guest and then asking if he really fought them. For several seconds, he looked at his comrade and said nothing. At one point, he broke the silence and asked if he really lost. Hearing this word, Jinseok shuddered. Suddenly, Bikshan laughed and started running around the guest, mockingly asking if he really looked like that because he lost, adding that he must have been beaten up badly. Jinseok got tired of listening to this and picked up his sword. Bikshan was terribly scared and jumped away from the guest, saying with a drop of cold sweat on his cheek that he couldn't believe that his comrade had lost, adding that the angels must have been very strong. At that very second, Jinseok, putting away his sword, said that he had come to him with one request. Hearing this, Bikshan was very surprised, turned around and asked what he meant by him, adding that he hadn't even bothered about his well-being, but it seemed that he was very angry about losing. After a short pause, he sat down on a chair and asked what was the matter, if it was the object. Jinseok clenched his fist in rage and said that he needed something that would help him withstand Michael's flames, adding that he didn't care about the form as long as it could withstand. Bikshan listened to his friend, folded his arms across his chest and said that Michael was supposedly one of the archangels, and as far as he knew, he could also use hellfire, so it wouldn't be easy. Jinseok heard this, lowered his head in disappointment and asked if it was really that difficult. "It was difficult," Bikshan answered, "but that was why he had to do it." He looked closely at his comrade and said with a smile on his face that he could not close his eyes to someone making fun of his friend, that he lived to show off. Night fell. The protagonist's foot stepped into the hellish forest. With a sword in his hands, he walked further and further. He looked around with excitement and said in his head that he felt the dead, but around him in the darkness he saw many huge red eyes. Then he finished saying that they were wary of him, adding that it was very good that he surrounded himself with magical energy. Predatory eyes watched him even from the trees. After a while, he reached the cave. The protagonist stopped in front of her, threw his sword over his shoulder and said with a smile on his face that it had been so difficult for him to get here before, but now it was a piece of cake. After these words, he went inside. He slowly walked down the stone steps with a sword in his hands. Suddenly, he looked to the side and was surprised. Not far from him, there was a lot of blood and feathers from the wings of angels on the ground. Looking at this, Yunj wondered if angels and people had really fought here. A few seconds later, he went through the past battle. A few minutes later, he reached the place he needed and raised his head, where he saw many cracks on the ceiling. Then he said that it was probably somewhere around here. After that, he lowered his head and exhaled. The next second, he raised his head and screamed with all his might, asking if they wouldn't even accept him as a guest. In response, he received only silence. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and exhaled heavily. After that, he raised his head to the crack again and shouted that he would ask again. The next second, he raised his hands to his mouth and shouted, asking if he was not even a guest. Suddenly, everything in the cave began to shake. The cracks became wider. Suddenly, a very bright light seeped through them. A menacing voice was heard, asking how the protagonist wanted to be treated. Opening his eyes, Yunj was shocked. He was in a brightly lit hall, which was surrounded by columns. Someone's foot hit the floor behind him. The protagonist immediately turned around and saw a huge man with a red mohawk and beard. He looked at him out of the corner of his eye and replied that he did not want to be ignored. The man looked at the guest and asked if he was a human key, adding that he was the next generation of Mr. Jahara. Yunj put his hand to his chest and introduced himself. The man immediately said that he did not need the guest's name. Then, without looking away, he asked why he had come here, since what he wanted was not here. The protagonist stepped towards the man, put his sword in its sheath and replied that he had not come because of the shard, since it was most likely already in the hands of the angels. Hearing this, the man with glowing eyes said that in that case he did not think that the guest had come for a picnic, after which he asked what he wanted then. A few seconds later, Yunj quietly said yes. Then, with excitement in his eyes and a drop of cold sweat on his face, he asked him for help. Hearing this, the man grinned and asked why he would do this. The protagonist looked at the man and replied that Metatron had broken the rules and brought a huge army to the reverse world. To this, the giant replied that he knew about it. The next second, Yunj spread his hand to the side and said that they had reached a truce thanks to the dragon galleon, but he did not think it was fair. The man listened to the guy, bowed his head and asked what he wanted to ask him. Then the protagonist, with confidence and severity in his eyes, asked him to tell him how to use the shard. Hearing such a request, the man exhaled. After a few seconds, he asked to wait. Yunj stood silently and looked at the giant. The man slowly raised his hands up. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. At that very second, he flew up. After that, he loudly said that he, Jaren, was asking for an opinion on the situation that had arisen. As soon as he finished speaking, everything around him shook. The protagonist looked at the giant in surprise, smiled slightly and asked himself in his head if dragons really communicated like this, then asked if everything would be okay. A few seconds later, Jaren asked if it was approved, then immediately said that he understood. The next second, he landed on the floor. Turning around, he told the guest to follow him, adding that he would tell him how to use the shard. Hearing this, the protagonist was slightly confused and asked himself in his head, was this really possible? A few minutes later, he was sitting on the floor in the lotus position. Jaren stood behind him and loudly said that in order to accept the power of the shard and use it, it was necessary to undergo a difficult test. After these words, a powerful magical energy appeared in his hand. At that very second, it transformed into a spear, and the dragon asked the guest if he could handle it. Then he brought the spear to the back of the guy's head, who said he would try. Hearing this, Jaren tightly gripped the spear and said, in that case. At this time, in another place, two swords crossed. Alvin and Zhongyu had a sparring match. The first one looked at the second one with surprise in his eyes and said that he couldn't believe that he had challenged him to a duel, and also asked to cut him if something went wrong. Zhongyu struggled with his opponent's sword and said that he had promised himself something. After these words, their swords flew towards their owners. Alvin slid back along the floor and asked if his promise was to be useful to his comrades. No, Zhongyu answered firmly, looking at his opponent. The next second, his eyes lit up and Lamar's power began to spread across his face. Then he raised his sword and said that he had sworn to defeat Lamar. The main character flew into a pole with his whole body. Screaming, he hit his head hard. After the blow, he fell to the floor, hunched over. Jaren looked at him and said that in order to properly use his skills, he needed to know more about the power of the shard. Yunj said that was why he came to him, and then asked when he would tell him, since they had been fighting for several days already. Jaren looked at him menacingly and said that if the guy quickly learned the power of the shard, he would not be able to use it. He said that it did not matter how many times he told him how to use it. The protagonist stood up straight in front of him and Jaren replied that the guy himself should learn the power. Yunj asked in surprise what he needed to do. He looked at the dragon and asked for at least a hint. Jaren turned his back to him and said that he would need to defeat a person who thought exactly like him, and then asked what he would do. The protagonist raised his head up and thoughtfully replied that he would have to spend a long time looking for his weaknesses. The dragon abruptly turned its head at him and asked what if they both used the same amount of power and got tired at the same time. Yunj thought for a moment and lowered his head. Jaren raised his hand up and snapped his fingers. A cloud of magic immediately appeared above the guy. A guy's silhouette began to appear from behind it. The opponent looked exactly like Yunj. The protagonist looked at him in shock. The opponent was armed with a sword and was ready to fight the guy. Yunj exhaled heavily, lowering his head and understood what the dragon meant. While fighting the opponent, he thought that fighting himself was harder than he thought. The sound of clashing swords was heard throughout the hall. Running up to the opponent, he noticed his weaknesses, after which he attacked. His copy did the same as the guy. Gritting their teeth, they looked at each other with anger in their eyes. The protagonist swung sharply, trying to kill the opponent. He tried to catch his breath and thought that he had stopped dozens, hundreds of blows, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to concentrate. Looking at the opponent, he noticed more and more of his weaknesses. Jaren watched their fight from the side. Closing his eyes, he counted. He counted to 1,000 blows and suddenly opened his eyes. The dragon waved his hand and said that was enough. Yoon's opponent immediately dissipated into thin air. The protagonist covered his face with his hands. Jaren looked at him and asked how he was doing. Yoon crossed his arms and looked away, saying that it was not easy. Jaren looked at him and asked him to remember his life path. He told him to remember how he developed differently from other people. The dragon said that the protagonist had faced many enemies, and then asked if he could have known about these situations in advance. Yoon smiled, looking away and thinking that it was all thanks to the diary. Jaren looked at him and asked if the guy didn't have his leading eyes. Yoon awkwardly grabbed the back of his head and replied that it was not an eye. The dragon replied that the truth was that the protagonist had received this ability. An exact copy of himself appeared in front of him again. Jaren replied that this was a new clone, and the real guy was tired. He explained that the purpose of the training was not to improve his fighting skills. He said that the boy had to defeat only one. After a short pause, Jaren said that it was himself. Yoon and the copy rushed towards each other. At this time, Jong-yu asked in surprise, was it really him? Alvin lifted the barbell with his hand and answered, yes. Out of breath, he said that he had gone through incredible training for the sake of the white robes. He abruptly threw the barbell to the floor. Jong-yu folded his arms across his chest and smiled and said that this was self-praise. Alvin glared at him and asked if it was he who asked for help. Jong-yu scratched his head awkwardly and asked how Alvin had trained. He recalled that he had done everything necessary to withstand the weight of the white deeds. Alvin clenched his hand into a fist and said that he had strengthened his body because it could not withstand the pressure. Jong-yu lowered his head and thought that Yoon was praising Alvin's physical strength. Alvin put his hand on his shoulder and said that he should do it too. Stepping aside, he said that simply training and improving the body would not be the right approach. He remembered Lamar and told Jong-yu to defeat him. Alvin examined the boy and told him to think about what was needed to control the demonic power. Jong-yu clenched his hands into fists and thought about what was needed to control Lamar. He immediately began to slowly draw out his sword. He held it to his stomach and shouted that he must surpass him. Jong-yu looked forward and grinned maliciously. He abruptly stabbed himself through the stomach. A menacing voice from behind said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Jong-yu stood straight, looking forward. He swallowed his saliva in fear. The demon smiled and said that she did not think Jong-yu would summon her like this. She raised her hand with magic up and asked the boy what he wanted. Jong-yu fearfully replied that he wanted her power. The demon smiled and said that all Jong-yu needed to do was give her his body. She looked at the boy and said that she had looked through all of his memories and feelings, and then asked if he really wanted to be stronger than Yoon. She spread her arms out to the sides and asked if the boy wanted his strength to be greater than that of a human. Jong-yu lowered his head and said that he could not give up his body. The demon said that if he did not want to, then she would have to use another method. She walked up to him and told him to throw her away and train for 100 days as if he was about to die. She leaned closer to the boy's face and asked if he really thought that he would get his strength for nothing. Jong-yu closed his eyes and stuttered that he wanted to stay alive. He gritted his teeth and said that he wanted to protect his dear people with his own hands. The boy clenched his fist tightly and continued, saying that he wanted to live together even with those he hated. He looked at the demon and said that he wanted to get his life back, but he needed strength to do so. He took a step forward and asked Lamar to help him. The demon smiled and asked why she needed it and what would be the benefit. Jong-yu fixed his gaze on her and remembered the moment when they merged. He put his hand on his chest and said that he felt her suffering because it was also very hard for her. Confused, Lamar took a step back and told the guy not to make fun of her. Jong-yu lowered her gaze and came closer to her. She bent her knees and screamed for him to go away because one more step and she would suck all his blood. Jong-yu put his hand forward in a friendly manner. He placed it on Lamar's shoulder and asked if she was lonely. The guy said that he also saw her memories in the past, in which the sword with her own ego was too weak. Lamar punched the guy's hand and screamed for him to shut up. Jong-yu said that Lamar didn't want to be alone, but because of her own weakness, no one needed her. He said that at some point she believed that if she drank blood and accumulated strength, she would gain value and her loneliness would go away. The guy looked into her memories and said that her master had died. He said that rumors spread throughout the world that Lamar was a demonic sword and eventually people wanted to take possession of her and make her even stronger. The demon swung her fist at him and screamed at him to shut up. She hit Jong-yu hard in the cheek with her fist. The guy fell to the ground, groaning in pain. A red spot appeared on his cheek and he whispered that he was the same. Jong-yu held onto the sword and thought that he also didn't want to be alone, so he had to become stronger. He asked Lamar to help him. The guy looked at her and said that they would be together. The demon laughed and said that now a weak person was pitying her. She began to pull the sword out of her chest and said that Jong-yu was the weakest of all the swordsmen who held her in their hands. Lamar swung her sword and said that she would do as the guy said, but she would see if he could stand up to her. She looked at Zhongwu and said that she was him and he was her. The demon appeared in front of him with a sword in her hands and with a smile told the guy to try to defeat her. At this time, Yunj, his copy, rushed to quickly run towards him. The protagonist put his sword forward and thought that in order to defeat himself, he must anticipate the actions. The enemy was in front of his face and he was thinking about how to strike him. It dawned on him and he thought that he needed to strike straight. The guy took a sharp step forward. His copy tried to hit the guy with the sword. Yunj jumped forward and swung the weapon at the enemy. Everything began to blur in his eyes and he felt like he was in another reality. He saw that the enemy would pierce his neck. A realization immediately came to Yunj's mind. He saw a copy flying towards him and wondered if it was an illusion. He looked at the enemy and was surprised, asking if he had just seen the future. The protagonist made a sharp jump forward, dodging the sword. His copy soared above his head, swinging its weapon. The protagonist abruptly slashed his sword along the copy's head. The enemy's head was cut into 2 parts. The protagonist abruptly fell to one knee. Magic immediately began to dissolve in the air above his head. Jaren rubbed his hand together. He folded his arms across his chest and looked at the boy, then said that he finally understood the power of the shard. Yunj loudly slammed his sword, placing it on the floor. The boy looked up and understood what was called the power of the shard. Jaren said that Yunj was the key that defied time. He explained that the guy had an ability. Looking at the guy, the dragon said that with the power, the protagonist can foresee the future. Yunj was sitting on the floor in the lotus position. He was holding a diary in his hands and wondering where and how he got the ability of time, because it was not written in detail. Jaren said that he would give the guy some time to rest, and then asked what he was looking at. The protagonist closed the diary and with a smile on his face said that it was something like his protection. Jaren sat next to him and said that it was a good thing to look at his own notes and learn. Yunj turned away and smiled awkwardly, thinking that it showed the future. The dragon turned to the guy and said that this ability suited the protagonist well, to which the guy laughed. Jaren told the guy to get up, because it was time to train again. Yunj looked ahead and grinned maliciously. The sun was shining brightly into the hall. Jaren said that the power of the shard manifests itself differently depending on the user. He said that in his case, it was time, so he could sense the situation that would happen in the future in advance. The protagonist thought about it, saying that the dragon had to make a decision after seeing the future. Jaren looked ahead and said that it was different from just watching. He said that you could sense what would happen in a few seconds, as if you had already experienced it once. The dragon said that he could even experience death in advance. Yunj lowered his head and remained silent. Jaren picked up the weapon and said that from now on, he would implant these feelings into the boy. The protagonist took out the sword and asked him to take care of it. The dragon pointed the weapon at him and said that the protagonist should not use techniques like reversing or stopping time, so he should rely entirely on the sensations from the shard inside him. Yunj pointed the sword forward and asked if he should just do it and counterattack. The dragon smiled and told the boy to fight to the death, because only the border between life and death would be the best training for him. Jaren immediately gave him a signal, shouting loudly. Yunj put his hands behind his back and quickly ran forward. Jaren grabbed the weapon with both hands and rushed forward. They immediately rushed past each other. The dragon wounded the protagonist in the shoulder. Jaren angrily shouted so that the boy would remember what he felt a little earlier. Yunj looked at him in bewilderment. Jaren hit the floor, breaking it into small pieces, while the protagonist jumped high, tucking his legs. The dragon exhaled and closed his eyes, after which he said that he was still far away. Yunj jumped at the dragon, putting his hands behind his head with the sword. Jaren immediately defended himself, holding the weapon in front of him. He frowned and shouted so that Yunj did not lock himself in his movements. He threw the guy back with a shockwave and shouted that the protagonist does not only live in the present. The dragon looked at the guy sliding on the floor and told him to think about everything, bypassing time. He shouted that if he did not do this and brought the spear to the guy's head. He sharply thrust it through, piercing the protagonist's skull. Yunj immediately fell to the floor, clutching his neck. He began to cough loudly. Jaren grabbed the spear and said that Yunj had just died once. He looked at the worried guy and said that at the moment when he, even knowing the future, cannot run out of it, then he feels death. The dragon stretched out his hand forward and told the guy not to think about seeing the distant future because he is not a fortune teller. The guy's chest lit up with a bright light and Jaren said that he creates a future that he can change. He looked questioningly at the protagonist and asked if he understood. The dragon looked away and said that this process would be difficult, to which Yunj replied that he would try. The protagonist looked ahead menacingly and said that he had suffered enough because of the future that he could not change. Jaren smiled and said that it seemed that this power suited the guy perfectly. He immediately grabbed the spear sharply. The dragon quickly aimed it towards the guy. The protagonist managed to dodge the weapon. Jaren frowned in surprise. Yunj jumped from behind the dragon, swinging it hard. He passed the sword a few centimeters from Jaren's head. The dragon smiled and thought that this level was more interesting than he thought. He dodged the protagonist's attacks very quickly. Jaren, with a smile on his face, wondered whether he should try to increase his speed. The protagonist looked towards him with his mouth wide open. Not finding an opponent nearby, he thought about the sky. The guy raised his head up and shouted that this was against the rules. Zhang Yu took a small step forward. He fell to his knees, out of breath. The guy smiled, looking up, and said that he had won. He immediately opened his eyes sharply. From his sword, Lamar said that he was crazy because who would have thought that he would not attack, but would simply continue to approach her. Zhang Yu smiled, saying that if at the most difficult moment someone patted him on the shoulder. It was very nice, the guy continued, grabbing the sword. He raised it in front of him and said that Lamar was no longer alone, because they would go together until the very end. Clearly defined black stripes appeared on Zhang Yu's neck. Time flew by and 2 years passed. The monster growled menacingly at Zhang Yu. The guy cut it into several small pieces with a sharp movement of his hand. He looked at it in surprise, trying to cough. He grabbed the sword and asked why he had become so weak, to which the demon replied that this was all his body could do, withstanding her strength. The boy looked at his reflection in the weapon, and Lamar told him to look behind him better. Zhang Yu quickly turned his head to the side, turning his gaze back. With an open mouth, the snake was about to attack him. The boy clenched his teeth in anger. He immediately abruptly activated his sword. They spent all their time chasing targets. Zhang Yu jumped into the air, cutting the snake into several pieces. When he fought, he did it to become stronger. Alvin had beautiful white wings on his back. Their training was to overcome the weight of their own strength. Lois clasped her hands together, crossing her fingers between them. Sitting in the barrier, she closed her eyes, lowering her head down, because she did this for someone's protection. Jinseok also tried to improve his physical skills. He trained on his weapon. A small red petal landed on the stone. Jinseok trained so that he would not lose again. Arkan sat on the floor in the lotus position, a bright light emanating from him. He did yoga to lead everyone. They all did something to change their own past, which became the future. Yoonj was still fighting with Jaren. The protagonist quickly rushed towards the enemy. He swung his sword, but Jaren raised his spear up, putting a barrier in front of him. The guy made abrupt movements. The dragon turned to him in surprise, frowning deeply. The protagonist jumped high in the air, swinging his sword at the dragon. The guy abruptly lowered the sword down, making a strike. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred. Jaren stood in the smoke and screamed in anger. After the smoke cleared, Jaren appeared in the form of a dragon and said that he did not think that he would have to appear in this form in front of Yoonj. The protagonist raised his cold gaze upward. Jaren folded his wings, returning to his original position. He put his hand on Yoon's shoulder and said that this was his victory, because the guy completely defeated him for 1 second. The dragon turned away abruptly, folding his hands behind his back, and said that the protagonist was correcting the future and changing the past, and it was no different from the present. He waved his hand and said that the boy could go. After all, 2 whole years had already passed. Yoonj bowed before him and thanked him. He thought about correcting the future and changing the past. Raising his head, he looked ahead. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly, thinking that he was correcting the future that had become the past. Memories of his family surfaced in his mind, and he thought that he would return everything and make his family alive again. With shining eyes, he thought that this was why he had received the ability of time. He immediately closed his eyes. After a while, Yoonj opened his eyes, looking ahead. He looked around the place and wondered if he was in front of the skyscraper clan. Holding the sword in his hands, he thought that although it seemed cold, it cared about the boy very much. The protagonist came closer and stopped in front of the bars. Arkan sat at the table and filled out his papers. The long-haired guy put his hands behind his back and said that the report on the academy was finished. Arkan thanked him and asked what happened to Zhang Yu now. The guy looked ahead and said that Zhang Yu had almost perfect control over Lamar's power. Arkan continued writing, and the guy said that there was more important news. He said that Yoonj had returned, after which Arkan's hand shook slightly. He put the pen on the table and looked ahead, threateningly said that the time had finally come. At this time, near the Angel's mansion, within a year from now, Zhang Yu walked through the forest. There was a sword hanging from his belt, which screamed that it had taken him too long to deal with some insignificant hell snakes. The boy closed his eyes, smiled, and apologized to Lamar. Zhang Yu raised his hands and said that it was still difficult for him to control the sword using only his own strength, and that it felt like he was fighting underwater. The boy turned pale and opened his mouth in horror when Lamar said that until now she had spent all her strength on this, because she was not only taking Zhang Yu's body away from him, but also saving him. The boy reached out for the sword and thanked the demoness for helping him all this time. The sword flashed, and Lamar remained silent. Zhang Yu staggered as she shouted loudly that he had only reached this level of ability in 2 years, but in order to fight angels, he needed to try much harder. Zhang Yu smiled and replied that he understood. He walked along the path, saying that he would try harder to help everyone. Behind the youth, there were bloody corpses of monsters on the ground. The youth took a step forward. Zhang Yu stood in front of a massive door. He looked down as Lamar laughed and said that the person everyone had been waiting for had arrived. The sword flashed, and the demoness explained that she could feel Yun's energy. Zhang Yu looked down silently. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and shouted the protagonist's name in shock. The youth opened the doors, asking if Yun had returned. Arkan and the protagonist looked at Zhang Yu silently. The youth began to cry, reaching out his hands to Yun. He hugged him, asking where he went to come back just now. Zhang Yu shook the protagonist's shoulders, shouting that he really wanted to see Yun alive. The protagonist silently looked at his comrade. Zhang Yu frowned and asked if Yun had spent these 20 years alone. The protagonist smiled and confirmed it with a laugh. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows in shock. Arkan walked up to Yun and asked what he had been doing. Lois, Alvin, and Jinseok were standing in a row. The protagonist smirked and replied that he had learned how to use the shard. Arkan frowned in shock and opened his mouth. He grabbed Yun's shoulders, asking who, where, and when taught him this. Jinseok stepped between them and asked the blonde to stop. Jinseok frowned and said that the protagonist was probably tired, so they would hear the details later. Yuj said with a calm expression that 2 years had passed and there was about a year left. Jinseok turned away and said that one day would not do anything, so the protagonist should rest. The dark-haired youth turned around and told Yuj to cut his hair because they had become very similar. Jinseok left and the others were left standing in the room. Lois frowned and asked if Jinseok was just kidding. The protagonist touched his face and asked what happened while he was gone. Arkan closed his eyes and said that he couldn't believe that Jinseok was joking. Alvin and Lois laughed. Then, they all burst out laughing except for Yuj. The protagonist turned around and asked what was the reason for their reaction, and Zhang Yu replied that he had returned. Lois put her hands on her chest and said that they all felt a pang in their hearts, worrying that something might have happened to Yuj. Alvin furiously furrowed his brows when the girl added that the protagonist had returned so manly and strong that everyone seemed to have relaxed. Alvin grabbed Yun's shoulder with his hand. The protagonist gritted his teeth in pain. The blonde man, whose eyes lit up, said that this was why they were asking Yun to take a good rest to check if his training had gone well. There was a full moon in the sky, and the protagonist laughed awkwardly. The sun was shining brightly. Arkan was sitting at a table that had many scrolls and books on it. The man clutched a newspaper in his hands, sighing in annoyance. Arkan looked at the newspaper and said that these were times when they were not enough to just strain themselves. A photo of a man in a brown suit was visible. Under the photo, it was written that the representative of Sumhoon Academy strongly criticized the unsatisfactory skyscraper clan. The next day, the sun was shining brightly over the castle. In the middle of the spacious room, 6 people were standing. Lois crossed her arms and said with a displeased face that the welcome home party was training again. The protagonist awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Lois and Alvin turned around when someone approached them. The slender girl was wearing a short blue dress. Lucy frowned and said that she had sent all the clan members outside, but asked if it was really necessary to clear out an entire hall for training for just 2 people. Alvin crossed his arms and said that it was not so. Lucy closed her eyes and asked what was the matter then. The girl crossed her arms and said that if they were such incredible people, it would be better to fight in front of the clan members because it would raise morale and help their training. Lucy's mouth dropped open in surprise when Alvin placed his hand on her shoulder. He frowned and said that with abilities below her, all the clan members they had worked so hard to gather would die. The girl's mouth dropped open in shock and she began to sweat. Lois stretched out her hands, creating a protective barrier. Yoon and Jongwoo were standing inside. The protagonist raised his sword and asked if his comrade was ready. Jongwoo smirked and replied that he was no longer the same as before. He smiled and told Lamar that it was time to begin. The next second, a demonic mask and horns appeared on Jongwoo's face. The protagonist began to emit purple flames, saying that he heard that his comrade had found a way, and apparently it was true. They rushed towards each other. Yoon frowned and Jongwoo smiled. A powerful explosion occurred from their collision. The blades of their swords crossed. Lois smiled and said that they were still happy to see each other. Yoon and Jongwoo crossed their weapons. Jongwoo swung his sword. The protagonist dodged the attack. Then he quickly moved and appeared behind the youth. Jongwoo looked away, dumbfounded. He turned around and swung his sword again. The protagonist dodged his strike. Jongwoo almost stabbed Yoon with his sword, but Yoon managed to slip away again. Yoon dropped his sword to the ground and screamed that he really couldn't hit. Jongwoo raised his hands to his face, asking what kind of ability this was, since Yoon had been dodging his attacks for a while now. The protagonist laughed with a smile. They stood opposite each other. Yoon explained that this was the power he had discovered, and Jongwoo asked what it was. Someone spread a brightly shining wing. The protagonist turned around, dumbfounded. Alvin flew up. Lois and Lucy's mouths dropped open in shock. Jongwoo frowned tensely. Alvin landed on one knee. While the blonde man furrowed his brows in shock, the protagonist said that this was something he had learned. Alvin turned around and swung his hand, shouting in anger. Yoon stopped his sword with his own. The protagonist smirked and asked what had suddenly happened. Alvin furrowed his blonde brows and replied that he just wanted to see how strong Yoon had become. Bright sparks appeared between the blades. The protagonist approached the blonde man and said that they had never fought properly. Lois touched her forehead, closing her eyes. Lucy crossed her arms and thought that although Yoon looked surprisingly strong, the conversation would change if Alvin, who was the strongest even among the rankers, stepped forward. Suddenly, the girl opened her mouth in shock. Her green eyes widened in horror. A powerful explosion thundered inside the protective barrier. Alvin attacked Yoon in a jump. The protagonist swung his sword, but the blonde man dodged. Lucy watched the battle in a daze, thinking that she was sure that Alvin was the strongest. The two youths fought, and Lucy came to the conclusion that they were equally strong. Alvin was breathing heavily through his mouth. Yoon was smiling slightly. Bright flashes were visible from the clash of their swords. Arkin walked up to Lucy and said with a smile that it was incredible. Lucy shuddered in fear, looking at the man. She bowed, asking what business Arkin came here for, and the man asked if Lucy thought that Yoon was being treated too specially. Arkin closed his eyes and said with an awkward smile that Lucy and all the clan members were very strong, but the density of Yoon's time filled with events was different. The protagonist smiled. Arkin raised his hands and said that it was time to finish. He asked if Yoon would calm down only if he beat someone immediately after arriving. The man smiled and said that he and the protagonist needed to talk. Alvin and Yoon turned around when Arkin said that this test was enough. Alvin frowned and said that he wanted to do one last thing. Arkin put his hands on his waist and asked if they would cross swords every time they met. The man turned around when Jinseok said that he also wanted to test how strong he had become. Lois gritted her teeth in anger and told them to stop talking nonsense and stop. Arkin closed his eyes and touched his forehead, not knowing what to do with them. He turned around and asked Yoon and Jongyu to follow him. Arkin walked away and the crowd followed. The protagonist turned around and saw Lois yelling at Alvin. The blonde looked at the girl silently. Lois' sweat dropped as she looked at him. Then, they both blushed and smiled. Yoon frowned in shock. Alvin brought his hand to Lois's face. The protagonist turned away and said that he saw something strange. Jongyu turned around and smiled, closing his eyes. He looked at Yoon, saying that they were doing it too obviously. Lois said with a smile that she and Alvin were officially dating. The protagonist also smiled and said that he understood. He put his hand on the back of his head and explained that he was only surprised because he thought they had been dating for a long time, and they awkwardly coughed. Lois looked at Alvin, saying that it was because he had not done anything for a long time, and they agreed to meet again after returning to their world. Yoon turned around and told Lois to take good care of Alvin, and the youth said that it sounded like he was some kind of puppy. The protagonist raised his head, looking straight ahead. Light from the window fell on the floor, and Yoon thought that they should definitely go back at least for the sake of his family, Jongmu, the people here, and Alvin and Lois. The sun's rays were shining through the large window. Arkin walked ahead, asking if Jongmu had become better, and Yoon replied that the danger he saw before had completely disappeared. The protagonist looked at his comrade, asking how he did it, and Jongmu replied with a smile that he had just become a little friendly with Lamar. Yoon raised an eyebrow, recalling the image of Jongmu during their battle, when Arkin suddenly said that the protagonist had also tried hard and that the power of the shard was incredible. The man turned around, and Yoon asked how he knew about it. Arkin smiled and said that although it was not very noticeable, the protagonist moved slightly before Jongyu and Alvin's attacks and succumbed to them. Jongyu clenched his fists in joy, saying that it felt like Yoon was fighting him in a different space. Arkin stood sideways, saying that in any case, he called them separately because they had something to do. They walked down the corridor, and Arkin said that Melon had changed a lot while the protagonist was gone. The three people placed their palms on top of each other, and Arkin said that many clans had united, and many participants had gathered in preparation for the battle with the angels. There were people standing in front of the large building, and the man concluded that the academy was founded to unite the people gathered. Arkin introduced Yoon's silhouette and said that the people gathered at the academy knew almost nothing about him because to them, the protagonist was only a ranker level person. Arkin introduced Singhoon with his 2 charges and added that there were also forces that did not trust Yoon and wanted to restrain him. Arkin put his hands behind his back and said that was why he was asking them for a favor. The man smiled warmly and said that before fighting enemies, one must know one's allies. Yoon and Jongwoo listened attentively to Arkin, who said that he wanted them to go to the academy to train and help out a little. Arkin closed his eyes when the protagonist asked if they should train people. The man replied that it was only a superficial goal. He placed his hand on Yoon's shoulder. Arkin furrowed his brows and explained that he wanted the protagonist to restore order to the people who doubted him. There was a large staircase leading up to the building. The protagonist looked up, asking if they had built something that big in 2 years, and Jongwoo laughed. They started to climb the stairs, and Yoon said that Arkin's request was a bit tiring. He He didn't understand why the clan leader had entrusted this to them, and Jong Yu guessed that Arkan wanted to get rid of Seung-hoon. The protagonist looked at his comrade in surprise upon hearing that name. He introduced the man with his arms crossed and said that he used to be the master of a clan called Fate, and now he is completely against the Skyscraper clan and is monitoring the situation, waiting for the right moment to seize power. Uni sighed, saying that in a year everything will be over, so there can be no talk of any power, and Jong-woo closed his eyes, agreeing with him. They passed through the large doors, and Jong-woo said that Arkan wanted to take this chance to show off the protagonist and punch Seung-hoon in the nose at the same time. The youth placed his hands on his waist and said that they were already busy fighting angels. Dark curtains hung on the windows. A man sat at a table, saying that mentors had been invited to the academy. Seung-hoon frowned his thin eyebrows and said that after 3 weeks, it was revealed that the mentors would be Uni and Jong-woo. The youth standing next to him bowed and said that after the massacre of Jeffrey and the Demon King, the protagonist disappeared for 2 whole years, and Jong-woo uses a sword that goes crazy with blood. Seung-hoon smiled and decided that he should also add more rumors. The man grinned slyly and ordered his subordinate to tell the mentors to solemnly welcome the new arrivals. The entire fortress was shining. The heroes were about to enter it. However, the big guy blocked their way. He looked at the heroes sternly and said that he hadn't even checked their personal information yet, so where were they going to enter? The guys looked at the big guy with embarrassment. They didn't expect them to act like that right at the entrance. The big guy folded his arms over his chest and said the guys' names. Both of them didn't take their eyes off him and said that everything was correct. The big guy said that he was the main mentor and would be their boss, and his name was Human. The heroes silently looked at Human. He said that if at least one of them was the key, they were just pathetic brats with 5 years of experience. He didn't know how they got to the top-level trainers, but he told them to remember that such tricks wouldn't work here. Jong-woo whispered to the hero that the big guy had a serious manner of speech. Human turned around and told them to follow him. They asked him where they were going. Human turned around and said that they had to see the leader since they came as mentors. He asked if skyscrapers didn't even have basic manners. Jong-woo sweated and said that this was their first time here, and before that they didn't even have any information about this academy. Human interrupted him and said that it was too noisy here, so small fry should shut their mouths. Jong-woo was taken aback. His sword too. The guy looked at his sword. It indignantly asked if he was really being called small fry now. Jong-woo asked if everything that was said to him was the same as him. Jong-woo looked ahead irritably. The sword didn't hear him and threatened to destroy the big guy. But suddenly an idea came to him. He leaned over, looked at the hero and asked if he was going to be meek and obedient here. He said no. Yoon looked questioningly at the guy. He offered to help him and get into trouble. The boy clenched his fist in excitement, because if they were going to fight the main guy anyway, it would be faster if they created problems from the start. The sword continued to curse and say what he was going to do to Human. They smiled slyly at each other. The hero said that it would be convenient. They turned to the big guy. The hero said that he was counting on Jong-woo, so he suggested that they quickly sort out what was supposed to end soon anyway and leave here. He walked forward, said that Jong-woo made the right choice, and now he should say as he tells him. Jong-woo tapped his finger on Human's back. He turned around irritably. Jong-woo bowed. He wanted to ask how they chose their main guy. He grabbed the sword. Human said incomprehensibly that they chose by strength. Human looked at the blade pointed at him. Jong-woo asked with a trembling voice what would happen if he followed him now and then slit the throat of his boss. He smiled and asked if he would take his place then. Human stared at him and did not understand what this scum was babbling about. The sword touched his throat. The guy said that they did not like each other. Could he not just let it go in one ear and out the other until one of them died? Jong-woo lowered the sword and said that although he could not kill all the people here, but he raised his head, grinned wickedly and said that he was sure that he could definitely make it so that at least he would not be able to remain with all his limbs. Yoon looked at his friend in surprise and noted to himself that he spoke well. Jong-woo smiled. Human silently glared at him. He clenched his teeth. He clenched his fist and asked, did he really think that he could talk everything he could? He pointed to the corridor and said that at the end of the first floor of the building, the leftmost room was where they would live. He told them to go themselves. Jong-woo smiled sweetly and thanked them, saying that they would make good use of the room. Jong-woo approached the hero and called him to go quickly because a room had been allocated for them. Human watched them go. He stroked his throat and said that there would be a lot of trouble ahead and now he needed to be careful on the way back. The door opened. In front of the heroes was a large white room. They stood in the doorway. Jong-woo said that the room was nice. The hero assumed that they had a lot of money. Jong-woo ran forward and jumped happily. He fell on the bed. A guy came up to the hero and said that the high-level mentors were being called. Jong-woo looked at the guy sadly and said that they had not yet had a proper rest. The guy looked at him irritably and said that this was their problem. They were mentors anyway. Yoon turned and said that they would come soon, but the guy said that they should go right now. The hero was surprised and asked where. They came out into a room with a lot of people. The guy said that there would be a demonstration performance of high-level mentors. The heroes looked at the crowd in confusion. Jong-woo was surprised that there was even such a place here. The guy bowed to Mr. Ruslick and said that he had brought new high-level mentors. Ruslick slowly turned in his chair and said that they were late. The heroes looked at him silently. The gentleman noticed that they were the ones who came from the skyscrapers. Ruslick stood up and folded his arms across his chest. Yoonj happily extended his hand and said that he was glad to see him, but the gentleman asked if skyscrapers were always so slow. He looked sternly at the hero and said that they should have come as soon as he called them. The hero scratched the back of his head and said that they followed that man immediately after they were called. The gentleman said that in that case they should have come even before they were called. Did they really become mentors? But they didn't even know the academy schedule. The heroes were dumbfoundedly silent. The gentleman said that they lacked abilities. They looked at each other. They grinned into their fists, looking away. But they began to laugh. Ruslick looked at them in shock and asked, "Are they crazy? What's so funny?" Jong-woo put his hand on the hero's shoulder and said that they lack ability. It seems they need to practice more. The hero mockingly said that they need to practice a little more. Ruslick shouted angrily and asked, "Do they really think he's funny now?" Yoonj smiled and said that he did. They grabbed him by the collar. Ruslick leaned over to him and asked him to repeat what he said. The hero put his hand on top of the master's hand and said that it doesn't matter. He smiled and asked him to tell them why they were called. After all, they came to help each other, so they can't remain ignorant. Ruslick blushed and gritted his teeth. Mentally he told the hero, "Let's see how long his dashing bragging lasts." He turned away and said that there is a lesson where mentors show their strength in practice. The hero asked again. He looked at the people gathered here. All of them were high-level participants, stronger than most other people, but they could not yet reach the ranker level. Ruslick folded his hands behind his back and said that during the lesson, the mentors showed on their own bodies what a truly strong participant was. Jong-woo said in surprise that the master should have been teaching before they came. Why did they not do it then? But now? Ruslick looked down and said that he would take questions later. The guy sighed, because it was immediately noticeable that they decided to try to teach them a lesson once. The master looked at the students and said that to begin with, the battles would take place after weeding out half of the teaching staff. He was asked if there was a need for this. Jong-woo warmed up and said that he and Yoonj would be on the same team, and everyone else should attack them. Everyone looked at the two mentors in surprise, surprised that they were going to fight against all the high-level mentors with just the two of them. They wondered if the key was different somehow. Ruslick turned to Jong-woo and asked again. The guy said that they were already going to test them, right? Yoonj folded his arms, sighed and offered to try. He noted to himself how much the kid enjoyed provocation. Jong-woo warmed up and asked what a strong participant is. He said that it was difficult for them to show it, so they would show it themselves. Ruslick covered himself in an aura, surprised that the guy was going to face them right now. He said that they would go out in pairs. He turned to the mentors and called Marin and Leon. The hero smiled and said that he would try his best. Jong-woo raised his hands. Ruslick looked at him and said that if he did not want to be expelled in disgrace. But Jong-woo objected, smiled and covered himself in red mana. He said that he would try not to kill them. Ruslick glared at the guy. His mana flared even more. Marin and Leon walked out onto the court. They looked at each other in silence, not understanding if they were really going to fight like this. Someone said it could kill the students. Marin and Leon took out their swords with a smile. Yoonj looked at his partner calmly. He asked if he really wanted to fight alone, since the two of them could finish faster, but Jong-woo said that he would go by himself. He took out his sword and asked if he knew what rumors had been circulating about him all this time. He angrily walked forward, black smoke pouring out from him. He was called the Six of the Key, stuck to Archon and a psycho with a demonic face. He smiled, picked up his sword, decided that he would take this chance and definitely prove to everyone that he was also a worthy participant. The mentors ran to attack. Jong-woo's sword was covered in red mana. He told him to show off his abilities properly to the brats who didn't respect him. Jong-woo smiled, his eyes flashed red. He ran to attack. In an instant, he was already behind the mentors. Leon screamed, blood spurted out. Leon fell, screaming in pain. Jong-woo stood in front of the others. The two bodies had not even fallen yet. But Jong-woo had already thrown his sword over his shoulder and asked if there would be more. He estimated that he could deal with about 20 more people with his own hands. The mentors looked in shock at the guy who had taken out two high-level mentors with one blow. Ruslick clenched his teeth angrily. Another mentor came out and said that it would be him now. Ruslick turned around and told him to show him everything he could do. He thought to himself that the mentors before him were the weakest, so no one knew yet what would happen in the end. Jong-woo calmly looked at the new opponent, who said that he had heard a lot of rumors about Jong-woo. The guy cut his palm, smiled, said the demonic sword Lamar, which controls blood, isn't this too much for someone like him to wield? His sword was covered with an aura. He said if he could defeat him, could he take this sword? Jong-woo grinned and easily agreed. He disappeared. Zhang Yu's fist was already approaching the mentor's face. He did not have time to dodge and the fist hit the target. Zhang Yu angrily looked at him and said if he could take it. The mentor fell. Zhang Yu looked at him calmly. Ruslik shuddered, because the guy did not even draw his sword, but he was able to deal with 3 high-level mentors in one blow. Zhang Yu came closer and asked how about just fighting 20 against 1. Otherwise, at this rate, the students will start to think of them as weaklings. Ruslik angrily looked at him and said that the rest are coming. The mentors began to draw their swords. Ruslik said that if things go badly, they can even kill Zhang Yu. He was surprised and asked, "Is it true?" And he ran to the crowd and said that then it would be much more convenient for him to fight. The others rushed into battle. Zhang Yu hit the first one, the second one. The others managed to surround him, but with one powerful swing, he threw everyone back. He wove between the mentors, striking them. Ruslik watched in confusion as all the mentors were beaten. He understood that this was too different from Zhang Yu's abilities that he had heard about. He clenched his fist. He had to do something, because if not, then. He imagined the head of Seung-hun and realized that he would not be able to look him in the eye. Yuni yawned from boredom. Ruslik raised his hand, realizing that the hero had relaxed. Everyone ran towards the hero. The master ordered them to finish at once. Yuni looked at the attacking crowd in surprise. Meanwhile, at the skyscrapers, Shahong approached Arkhan and said that this place was equivalent to an enemy camp. What would change if Yuni and Zhang Yu went there? The leader wrote calmly and said that no one below the level of Alvin and Jinseok could even attack these two. Just in case, he gave them something, so everything would be fine. Shahong looked at the leader and said that he didn't mean that, because they, knowingly or unknowingly, were under the influence of Seung-hun's brainwashing, and if these two went there and made a ruckus, wouldn't it backfire? Arkhan smiled and said that that was why he sent them, because if the participants didn't see Yuni's power, they would be destroyed someday. Shahong put his hands behind his back and listened silently. The leader said that if they wanted to gain the trust of the people of the academy for a long time, they would have many different ways to do it. But now it's different. An explosion. Yoonj was reaching for the neck of one of the mentors, blocking multiple attacks, while the leader said that they needed to unite for a short time and fight to the death. Could he follow this person in such a situation? Yoonj rushed between the mentors, dealing one blow to each. The leader said it was obvious that they would doubt. The disciples silently watched the recording of the fight, and the leader said that instead of showing people friendliness and gaining their trust, it was better to show superior strength and gain even more of their faith. The disciples' eyes and mouths were wide open. Ruslik and the others fell to the ground. The master looked at the hero in shock and said that this could not be happening. Yoonj slowly approached him and suggested that they stop watching each other. The heroes smiled. Yoonj suggested that they stop training here. Ruslik froze. He shook the hero's hand and said that he learned a few things from them. The leader hit the go board with his hand and started cursing. He reached into the pot with stones and said that there were as many as 20 of them and they lost without even fighting properly. Seung threw the stones aside and ordered them to just disappear. The stones hit Ruslik. He said that they were really strong and their swords did not even touch them. Sinu screamed and told him to shove this nonsense in one place because he ordered him to bring results. They could kill these freaks or bring them to a dying state. Ruslik looked at the floor and asked if they really had to get rid of them. If they were so strong, then couldn't they try to believe in them? Seung grabbed the stones again. He shuddered. They asked him to calm down first. A hooded man approached him. He said that he had an idea for this. He bowed and said if it was still difficult to defeat them by force. He leaned towards the leader's ear and whispered there. Seung smiled and began to think. He decided that this would be enough. He pointed at Ruslik and ordered Yuman to be brought immediately. Night had fallen. Zhang Yu was sprawled on the bed. Yoonj was jogging at night. He turned around abruptly. He saw two people around the corner who did not hide their magical power. He looked around the corner and shuddered, pressed himself against the wall. He looked towards the crowd, amazed that they would even do this. Night. Zhang Yu is snoring in bed. A shadow hangs over him. A man in a black robe sprinkles glowing powder on him. He looks away abruptly. The hero enters the room. Zhang Yu wakes up and asks where he went at such an hour. The windows to the bedroom were open. Yoonj closes the windows and says that he went for a walk. He advised his friend to sleep some more. Zhang Yu happily hugs the pillow and does not argue. Yuni looks at him silently, not understanding what Sehun is thinking about. It is daytime. The students are fighting with swords. Yuni and Zhang Yu are watching silently. Zhang Yu looks at the paper, said that they were asked to teach the students all sorts of simple things, but he does not know what to do at all. Yuni looked ahead and agreed. The guy looked at him and asked what he was thinking about. The hero said that it was nothing serious. He turned to his friend. When the latter asked if he was angry, then he decided to ask how Zhang Yu knew about it. The guy smiled and said that he had been with the hero for so long. Did he really think that if they had not seen each other for 2 years, then he would not know? The smile on the guy's face disappeared. The hero turned to him. On the other side of the students, people were walking towards the heroes, led by Seung-hun. The hero said that they would have to fight again. Zhang Yu looked at the leader in surprise. They walked up to them silently, the students bowed. Seung-hoon walked majestically and leisurely between the students. Zhang Yu and Yuni looked at him silently. The leader looked at Zhang Yu angrily. The guy said sullenly that it was him, but the hero caught the leader's flying hand at that moment. He looked at him angrily and said that the leader should explain what was happening here. Seung-hoon turned his gaze to the hero and asked if he knew what his six had done. The hero threw his hand away. Seung-hoon reached into his inside pocket and said that he knew that this vile liar would do this. He showed a piece of paper and invited Zhang Yu to look at it. On the piece of paper was a photo of 3 corpses. The leader said that this scum controls a demonic sword and during each battle he goes crazy, and the mentors who participated in the demonstration fight say the same thing. Yuni frowned at the leader and said that his friend just had good abilities, but the leader asked what about this. He showed a photo of a bed with a bunch of red mana. He said that it was taken with a camera that can capture demonic power. It captured an ability related to blood. Yuni remained silent. He folded his arms and asked what of it. The leader glared at him. Yuni did not look away. Yumong behind the leader asked if he didn't understand, even after seeing it with his own eyes. He said that his 6 had killed their students that night. The students began to look at each other in fear and discuss this news. Seung-hoon put his hands on his hips and said that either his 6 had gone crazy and made a noise, or they came after receiving orders from Arkan. He ordered them to speak. Yumong stepped forward. He took out his sword and said that no matter what the answer, they would have to pay for it. A little later, there were pools of blood on the ground. The leader asked if they were really saying that it was somewhere here. A married couple stood in front of the leader. He asked if Zhang Yu was really the criminal who killed their students. They pointed at the guy and said exactly that. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. The hero sighed and said they had prepared a lot. Seung-hoon glared at them and said that they even had witnesses, and they were going to continue to deny it. Yuman chuckled and said that as a last show of concern, he even brought them to a place where there was no one. The hero stepped forward and offered to talk in person. Seung-hoon chuckled and asked who he was offering him to talk to, because he didn't need such excuses from someone like. Zhang Yu took out his sword and said that they would not be talking to him. An aura poured out of the sword. Everyone looked at it in fear. A smiling face appeared in the flames. Zhang Yu offered to talk to Lamar in person. The group of heroes opened their mouths in surprise and widened their eyes. Behind them were dark and red streams of energy. The man raised his eyebrows, looking away. Yuman furrowed his brows, asking what it was. A wide smile became visible in the stream of red energy. Behind Zhang Yu, who was holding a sword wrapped in energy in front of him, was the image of Lamar, smiling slyly. His face approached the shocked man. Lamar asked if the hero was really talking about the demon that killed all of his kind. Seung-hoon opened his eyes in surprise, looking up. Red energy enveloped his body, lifting him into the air. The demon's eye opened wide, looking at the man floating in the air, asking if they really thought Lamar would covet such useless creatures. He believed that in their minds, he was trash, eating everything that was lying on the road. The heroes grabbed their necks, coughing hard and trying to breathe again. Lamar asked if he should chew up and absorb everyone here. The boys grabbed their throats, their bodies writhing from lack of oxygen. Zhang Yu closed his eyes and smiled, stepping out from under the streams of bright energy. He told the demon that this was enough. Streams of energy gathered in the youth's palm. Lamar said that he would forgive him just this once. The boy raised his eyebrows. The heroes in front of him fell to their knees and lowered their heads, trying to cough. Seung-hoon clenched his teeth. Traces of blood flowed down his chin. Zhang Yu put his sword on his shoulder and closed his eyes, saying that it was true. As the man said, it could be his doing too. The boy asked if that wasn't strange. He stood in front of a frightened human, saying that if Lamar went berserk, his target would be the entire academy. Zhang Yu frowned and looked at the hero from under his brows, telling him that he better watch his words, or the man should admit that he killed the academy students in order to catch him. Human widened his eyes, looking at the hand extended in front of him. The boy tilted his head and frowned. He tightly clutched the sword in his hand, and a bright stream of energy appeared around his body. The boy said that if the man did not want this, then he could feel how angry the hero really was. The choice was theirs. Human clenched his teeth in anger. He raised the sword above his head and rushed to attack the boy standing in front of him. The protagonist raised his hand up. His palm was enveloped in a bright stream of purple energy. The boy extended his hands in front of himself. The hero's hand stopped the blade of the man's sword in front of Zhang Yu's face. Yunj raised his eyebrows and looked at the boy, holding the tip of Human's sword in his hand. He asked him to stop, because nothing would be decided if he spoke only emotionally. Zhang Yu frowned and opened his mouth wide, about to object. The protagonist said that there was another way. He reached into his pants pocket. In his palm was a round blue object. The guy asked everyone to focus on it. A projection of a screen appeared in front of the people. The guy moved his hand over the camera. Arkan raised his eyebrows, saying that he was sorry for calling the hero like that before leaving, but he wanted to give it to him. Yuni stood in front of him. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking why he was doing this. The guy said that he wanted to give it just in case, because that person, Seung-hoon, would most likely use the protagonist and Jong-woo by any means, trying to do something. Yuni raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth. Arkin held a blue object in his palms, asking the protagonist not to relax either day or night. The guy turned his head, saying that he understood everything, so he would give it to Jong-woo as well. Arkin raised his eyebrows and held his hand out in front of himself, saying that the hero should work with it without the boy's knowledge. Yuni raised his eyebrows, asking if the boy still did not trust him, but he can already control Lamar. The other person interrupted him, saying that it was not so. Arkin frowned, saying that they did not know about it, so they would not have a chance to use the protagonist, so it was obvious that they would try to make Jong-woo the cause of this, since he wielded a demonic sword. Arkin did not take his eyes off the guy standing next to him, saying that for 2 years now, rumors have been circulating about the instability of the swordsmen who wielded Lamar. Most likely, they were the ones who spread them and believed in it. While they were there, the protagonist needed to secretly go out for a walk every night and inspect the surroundings. The guy was sure that they would plan something. Arkin held a blue round object in his palms. Yuni asked why he was so afraid of Seung-hoon. The guy said that it was because this person was a real coward. Arkin froze and frowned, about to say something else. The hero opened his mouth, saying that this was all Yuni needed to know. The screen went dark, a bright flash appeared in the center. Seung-hoon frowned and closed his eyes. He folded his arms across his chest, asking with a grin what it meant. What would change with Arkin feeling inferior towards him? The protagonist looked up, saying that he would know when he saw it. The guy pressed his finger on the button located on the round blue object in his palm. His surprised face appeared on the screen. He was looking at the camera, holding it upside down. The people froze, looking at the screen displayed in front of them. Yoon-kyu closed his eyes and laughed loudly, pointing his finger forward. Yuni frowned, looking at him with displeasure. The guy closed his eyes, saying that it was because he was using it for the first time. Yumong and Seung-hoon closed their eyes and turned their heads away, trying their best to hold back their laughter. The protagonist's face was on the screen. He frowned, asking if he was doing it right. The boy smirked and said that this was similar to the broadcast of the blogger Yoonj. He asked where he could subscribe. The protagonist frowned, telling him to shut up. He cried out happily when he managed to turn the camera forward. A group of people appeared on the screen, with a blonde man standing in the center. Yuman put his hands behind his back and raised his head, saying that those gathered here were students who had exceeded the academy's penalty point limit. He looked at the two teachers, who looked away guiltily. The man said that they were the ones who failed to guide them properly. Yuman put his hand on the boy's shoulder, his brows furrowed guiltily. The man said that he couldn't believe that they were behaving like this, especially now. This wouldn't do. But thanks to this, they would be able to destroy the two who came from the Skyscraper clan, so he didn't even know. Maybe he should thank the guys. The boys widened their eyes in fear, looking forward. They cried out, asking if they wouldn't be expelled. They would really try harder from now on. Yuman smiled, saying that of course it would be like that. He reached for the hilt of the sword in its sheath, saying that they wouldn't be expelled, they would die as students of this academy. A bright mark from the swing of the weapon was left in the space, blood splashed in all directions. The boy fell to the ground, his palm open. Yuman leaned over the bodies, saying that there was a lot of blood, so it would look like Jong-woo had done it. He thought that now it would be enough to just leave irrefutable evidence. Yuman lifted the boy by his hair and collected the blood dripping from his mouth into a test tube. The man raised the test tube in front of him and frowned, asking if he could take responsibility for this. The hero in yellow clothes raised his eyebrows in fear and opened his mouth. He bowed his head and raised his hands in front of the test tube, saying that he would take responsibility for this and come back with tampered evidence. Yuman smiled widely, saying that was how it should be. Yuni closed his eyes and put his hands in his pockets, saying that was exactly what happened. Mr. Ruslick frowned and lowered his head, asking what the man did. He clenched his hands into fists, saying that even though they were on enemy terms with the non-scrapers, how could he kill the innocent participants, since they were their students? Seung-hoon put his hands in his pockets and turned around. He told him to shut up, asking if he really believed this guy's words. He introduced Baekjun to the blue object in his hands, saying that this guy was the one who came up with this. The object replaces memories and creates lies, and it really is an incredible object. The hero clenched his fist, asking the guy standing next to him if it was really like that. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that he heard that Baekjun came back alive even after the battle with the angels. Maybe there was something to it. Seung-hoon frowned and opened his mouth wide, saying that it was still impossible to come to an agreement with him with words. He ordered everyone to go on the attack. Yuman clenched his sword in his hand, saying that he understood everything. He stood in front of the two guys. Yuni closed his eyes and smiled. He scratched his neck, grinning, saying that everything will be like this. He told Yoon-kyu to have fun because he had business with that man. The guy took out his sword from its sheath. Seung-hoon arched his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide. Yunku smiled, saying that this was great. His eyes turned black with red irises. Yuman opened his mouth wide and rushed to attack. The boy ran towards him, saying that assistance should be handled by assistants, so the hero should leave this man to him. Jong-woo gritted his teeth, swinging his sword. Yuman put his weapon out, blocking his blow. The man swung his sword, throwing the boy back. A bright flash appeared in front of them from the contact of blades. Jong-woo struck with his sword, forcing the man to retreat back. They quickly changed their positions. Yuman put it out in front of himself, blocking the boy's blow. A bright flash flashed between the tip of the sword and the boy's weapon. The hero moved from his place, quickly moving forward. Jong-woo swung his sword, but the man managed to put his blade out in front of him, blocking his attack again. Yuman arched his eyebrows and gritted his teeth, looking at the boy. The boy swung his sword again, cutting the man's weapon. Yuman was thrown back. He covered his eyes, falling on the boys standing behind him. Jong-woo opened his mouth, telling them to get out of the way, otherwise they would all die. The boy looked at the crowd of people in front of him, his body surrounded by red energy. He tightly clutched the sword in his hand. The heroes frowned. They opened their palms, dropping their swords. Seung-hoon frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking what they were doing. He should have attacked while he was distracted. Yuman furrowed his brows and looked at the boys behind him, calling them scoundrels. The man looked forward. Jong-woo raised his sword behind his head and frowned, getting ready to strike. Gray streams of energy appeared behind the boy. Yuman fell to the ground, leaning his hands behind him. The protagonist and the boy were absorbed by streams of dark energy with bright lightning. Seung-hoon arched his eyebrows and smiled, bright red lightning emanating from his fists. The man opened his mouth and smiled, suggesting that he try to get out of here. All the heroes were surrounded by gray streams of energy with bright lightning. Seung-hoon swung, raising his fist behind his back. The protagonist stood in front of him. Uni raised his eyebrows, not moving from his place. He looked away. Streams of gray energy rushed forward, surrounded by bright lightning. The protagonist closed his eyes and crouched, dodging the spike that appeared next to him. He realized that this was the ability to control space, which was not so threatening. The guy frowned and opened his mouth, saying that he thought for a long time whether it was true or not, but after seeing the ability, he immediately understood everything. Seung-hoon raised his eyebrows and put his hand forward, asking what he was talking about. The protagonist said that he once confronted such a person, so he knows very well that the energy emanating from the man is the magical power of an angel. Yoon frowned and opened his mouth, his eyes shining brightly with white light. Seung-hoon froze in place, his mouth wide open and his eyes wide. He growled furiously and waved his hand. The guy stood motionless in front of him. The protagonist moved, leaving behind dust. Yoon changed his position in space so quickly that the thorns emerging from all sides did not even have time to touch him. The guy threw his head back. There were 3 red magical crosses in front of his head. He landed on the ground, leaning on his hand. The protagonist quickly moved from his place and ran forward, grabbing the sword with both hands. Seung-hoon frowned and crossed his arms in front of himself, saying that he would kill the guy. Yoon swung his sword, cutting through the sharp thorns of space behind him. The man frowned in fear and gritted his teeth, looking at this. The protagonist swung his sword. Seung-hoon put his hands in front of him, calling on the energy of space to block. He arched his eyebrows in concern and opened his mouth. Seung-hoon put his hand in front of him. A sharp thorn came out of his palm, surrounded by bright lightning. The man tried to reach the guy, but the protagonist managed to dodge, stepping aside. Seung-hoon opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth, not understanding how this was possible, how the guy saw through his attacks. He screamed, wishing for the hero's death. Sharp spikes rushed forward. More spikes of space, surrounded by bright lightning, headed towards the guy. The protagonist quickly rushed forward. Uni appeared behind Seung-hoon, leaving a trail of wind streams behind him. The man's head was cut off in one move. Seung-hoon raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. The protagonist looked at the guys standing in front of him, saying that the choice was theirs. Either they continue to fight and follow their leader, or they capitulate. Blood flowed down the tip of the sword. The heroes threw their swords to the ground. They fell with a loud sound. The guys knelt down and bowed their heads, saying that they had no choice because of Seung-hoon's despotism. They really did not want to do this. The hero took a ring of steps forward. Jongku frowned sadly, moving after Yunie. The protagonist gritted his teeth, saying that this was obviously not the case. Mr. Ruslick clenched his fists, asking the guy standing with his back to him if it was true that Seung-hoon was actually an angel. Uni turned his head, saying that it was indeed so. The man opened his mouth in surprise, asking what they should do now. The guy furrowed his brows, saying that they would send their own person, and they needed to wait until then. Ruslick opened his mouth, asking him to listen. The man bowed, apologizing and thanking the heroes for their help. Ruslick frowned, saying that he became a teacher, but he could do nothing when his students were sacrificed. He would have nothing to say in his defense even if he had 10 mouths. Uni furrowed his brows, thinking that there was at least one person here who was still sane. The guy said that even though everything had already happened, they should try to fix everything. Ruslik frowned, asking what he was talking about. The man watched the boys leave. Several days passed. There was a bright sunset against the backdrop of a tall white building. Arkan smiled happily and spread his arms, seeing that the heroes had returned. He said that he heard that they had done everything that was needed this time too. The hero said that they sent a person there so that there would be no problems with the students' education. Uni and Yunku lowered their heads. Arkan reached for a glass bottle with a blue liquid, saying that they had sent Beekshin too, so they would be able to quickly find out who the angels had worked on. As soon as it was known, he would inform them. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, asking if he really knew. Arkan raised his eyebrows, asking what he was talking about. The guy said that it was them. He remembered Arkan holding a round object in his hand, saying that Sunghun was a cowardly coward and more. He fell silent. The hero touched the object with his other hand. Arkan raised his eyebrows in displeasure. He opened his mouth slightly, saying that this was all the hero needed to know. The boy's finger pressed the button of the blue object. Arkan handed the object to the protagonist, saying that Sunghun might be in cahoots with the angels, but they were not sure yet, so they were waiting for Yunj to go there. The boy took the round object in his hands, saying that he understood everything. Arkan closed his eyes and took 2 mugs in his hand, saying that he said exactly that. Yunj raised his eyebrows, asking if this meant that he expected this outcome. Arkan noted that this was somewhat of a quarrel between armed parties. The protagonist frowned and clenched his hand into a fist, asking if he knew that dozens of innocent participants would die. Arkan stood silently in place, looking at the guys in front of him. He placed a glass bottle with a blue liquid on the table. The hero bowed his head and raised his eyebrows, asking for forgiveness. He only guessed that they would be attacked in the middle of the night. He didn't think that they would use the disciples as well. The hero apologized again. Yunj and Zhangyu let go of their heads. The protagonist gritted his teeth, saying that this was not necessary. The guy sat down on the white sofa and lowered his head. He gritted his teeth and clasped his head in his hands, thinking that he did not understand who he was angry at. Was he really pretending to be fair by getting this far? The guy frowned. Beads of sweat were pouring down his face. He understood that he could not save all the people. Arkan looked at the hero. The guy said that he sometimes gets confused. He bowed his head, asking if he could fix everything. When he began to see the future coming a few seconds later, the dragon told him. Arkan raised his eyebrows and, interrupting the guy, asked if the one who knew about the power of the fragment was really the dragon. The hero said that it was. The dragon told him that there were times when even knowing the future would not change it. The man thrust forward a spear with a sharp tip. Yunj frowned as he looked at it. He asked if he could really change the future and turn back the past. Zhangyu clenched his fists and lowered his head, asking him not to speak as if he was weak. The young man frowned, saying that he had people he wanted to protect when he returned to the past, so he only needed to think about them. The protagonist was not the key or the savior of humanity. He was just one person who wanted to fulfill his wish, that was all. Yunj lowered his head and frowned. Zhangyu bowed his head, asking him to continue working for his goal since they would all follow him, standing by his side. Arkan raised his eyebrows, saying that they had placed too much burden on the protagonist. He looked ahead, saying that from now on they would try to make it easier for him. As for the issues related to the members, he would resolve them by any means necessary so that there would be no innocent victims. Yunj opened his mouth and smiled. The protagonist clasped his hands and thanked him, and Zhangwu, and everyone. The guy stood up and looked ahead, asking if this meant that there was about a year left. Arkan said that it was. The protagonist said that everything was clear to him. He bowed his head and closed his eyes, saying that he would go to Jinseok. Arkan looked after him, asking why he was heading to him. The protagonist opened his mouth, saying that it would be useless to wait for this entire year. Yunj frowned. A bright light fell on him. The sun was rising from behind the mountains, illuminating everything with a bright light. The protagonist stood in front of Jinseok. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking if he was really suggesting that they fight until one of them fell. Uni bowed his head, saying that was exactly it. Jinseok folded his arms, suggesting that he had realized something while he was at the academy. The boy looked away, saying that was true. Innocent people could no longer be sacrificed. Jinseok stood in front of him, not understanding that even if that was the case, why should they fight? The boy said that it was because he needed confidence. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, saying that if he could defeat the strongest person, he would be able to carry out his plan. Jinseok's mouth parted and he smiled. He pulled the sword by the hilt, saying that in that case, he should try to attack. The protagonist advanced towards Yunia, who was standing in front of him. At the wooden gate of the stone wall, couples were practicing, honing their skills in close combat. The boys were giving it their all. The swords clanged against each other. Arkan approached the boy, saying that the sword should be held like this. The hero firmly gripped the hilt with both palms. Arkan opened his mouth and raised his eyebrows. He turned around, asking what kind of energy was this. Alvin raised his eyebrows. Jongwoo widened his eyes. Lois opened her mouth in surprise. The boy raised his eyebrows. The voice noticed that the two people had started fighting. It was so intense. Jongwoo looked forward and raised his eyebrows, asking if they should go there. Alvin looked to the side, saying that it was probably so. The boys jumped over the high stone wall behind which the students were practicing. The tips of the swords crossed in the air with a loud sound. Jinseok quickly struck, forcing the boy to retreat back. He swung his sword. The protagonist managed to avoid the blow, dodging to the side. Between the fighting boys, dust rose into the air like streams of wind. Yoon jumped up and bowed his head, swinging his sword. A crack formed in the ground between the heroes, and the released streams of dust began to rise into the air. Jinseok jumped back. The protagonist frowned, swinging his weapon and leaving a bright trace in space. Yoon frowned. 3 red magical crosses appeared in front of his forehead. Jinseok tilted his head and smiled. A bright light appeared around the hero's body. Jinseok opened his mouth slightly, his eyes shining with white light. Above the mountains with green trees was a blue sky, on which clouds slowly floated. A loud explosion was heard in the middle of the forest, raising streams of dust and debris of the earth. The heroes approached each other again, swinging their swords. Jinseok's hair rose higher in the streams of raised wind. He repelled the attacks of the main character, leaving bright flashes in the air. He frowned and clenched his teeth. Yoon, his eyes flashing, moved forward, baring his teeth furiously. The guys swung their swords, hovering in the air. A bright explosion among the trees rose higher into the sky, forming a shock wave around itself. Jongwoo's eyes widened in surprise and his mouth opened. Lois raised an eyebrow, asking if this was really a sparring match. Alvin frowned, saying that the more important thing was who would win. Arkan raised an eyebrow, saying that it would be a victory that would determine the strongest. Alvin noticed that he was talking about something else, asking if it was really necessary for them to go to this extent. The heroes slashed at each other with their swords, raising the dust around them. Jinseok and Yoon clenched their teeth in anger, looking at each other between their blades. Arkan folded his arms over his chest and closed his eyes, saying that they probably had a reason for this. The hero's foot stepped on a crack in the ground. The moment someone drew their sword, their blows touched. The man who could see the future and the man who could see the trajectory, reaching the speed of the sword. Jinseok frowned, holding out his sword. The protagonist took a fighting stance, pointing the tip of his sword at his opponent. He gripped the hilt tightly with both palms and moved forward. The guy's hair rose up like streams of wind, and there were streams of black energy on the tip of his sword. Jinseok gritted his teeth and frowned, rushing to attack. The heroes were approaching each other at incredible speed. Bright traces of the swing of weapons remained in space. Any tiny movement exceeded 10 or even 100 strikes. Raised particles of earth hung in the air. The heroes moved opposite each other, pointing their swords to the side. A crack appeared in the ground, from which streams of dust rose into the air. The main hero swung his sword, cutting the trunks of 2 large trees. A bright explosion thundered among the tops of the green trees. Each put everything he had on the line, and only when one of the sides achieved victory, the fight between these two was over. Yoon turned over in the air and frowned. Fragments of stones flew next to him. Jinseok frowned and moved to attack, raising his sword behind him. The boys ran at each other, preparing to strike. They found themselves opposite each other. Yoon froze, a bright red mark stretching from his head. Jinseok appeared behind him, bowing his head. The protagonist fell to one knee. A moment later, Jinseok did the same. But a moment later, he fell down. The protagonist was breathing heavily after a difficult battle. Lying on the ground, Jinseok barely moved. After which, turning over on his back, he admitted his defeat. With a smile on his face, he told the protagonist that it was a good blow. The entire group watching the fight was amazed. Lois, in disbelief, said that Jinseok really lost. Arkan grinned, accepting the outcome of the fight. Lamar worried Jongwoo, asking for his permission to eat the protagonist, but the guy quickly refused him. After which, looking at his friend, he said that he was not sure of his victory over him. Yoon himself sat motionless on the battlefield like a chicken hatching eggs. Everyone stood motionless, waiting for some action from the protagonist. After a while, he sighed, after which he fell to the ground, saying that it was very hard. Arkan, approaching the youth with the group, said that he still showed the power of the key. Jinseok abruptly interrupted him, saying that it was the power of Yoon. Arkan mockingly told Jongwoo to look at what Jinseok was saying after his loss. Suddenly, Beekchan intervened in the conversation, saying that it was too noisy, which greatly surprised Alvin, who did not even feel his appearance. Approaching Yoon, the group asked him not to move, because even if he won, there were many wounds on his body. Afterwards, the scientist handed over a bottle, telling the protagonist to drink a mysterious mixture. The protagonist, seeing it, became wary, asking what it was. But Beekchan did not even listen to him, pouring out the contents. Then he told the worried Jongwoo to keep quiet, because in fact it was a simple medicine created in the White Tower. The protagonist, covered in a potion, lay motionless while the scientist told him to rest for a while. The protagonist, not understanding the strangeness of the situation, closed his eyes. Alvin picked up Yoon, saying that as soon as the guy returned, he immediately went to the academy, after which he decided to spar like a madman. Walking along the road, the group discussed the guy's abnormality because he had not even slept for a day. Soon Alvin laid the guy on the bed, saying that he was planning something serious. Looking at his face, they decided to let him rest, because even if he was good at everything, he did not know how to rest at all. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his lips, saying that he could not allow himself to rest. The guy opened his eyes in his sleep, saying that he could not rest for the sake of his wife and daughter. He stood in his uniform, looking at his wife. She, a little worried, asked if he was okay, because lately he looked very tired. The protagonist himself was shocked to see his wife. She opened her lips again. After that, she started yelling at her husband, saying that he needed to start doing sports and live according to a schedule. The protagonist froze in shock listening to his wife. A moment later, he smiled at her listening to her scold him. Yoon silently bowed his head listening to his wife's pleasant voice. His wife began to get angry seeing the smile on his face, but at that moment his daughter called her father. The protagonist barely held back a tear seeing Ming. She rushed to him and hugged him. Smiling widely, she was happy that her father had come. And while the protagonist stood with his daughter, his wife said that she had prepared a gift for him. Yoon calmed down and asked what gift she had prepared. She did not answer, holding out the box. The puzzled protagonist took it, and when he opened it, the dream turned into a nightmare. His hands began to tremble while he was trying to take the diary. His whole body trembled at the sight of the diary in his hand. Suddenly he fell to his knees and began to cry loudly. His wife and daughter hugged him while he said that he missed them very much. The events take us to reality, to the sleeping protagonist, who suddenly opened his eyes and began to read the note. Bikchan, who, as if mockingly, said that he forced him to sleep for 3 days. But the protagonist only grinned and began to get up. Then he began to look around his room, and finding a diary, he took it. Slightly saddened, he stared at the diary, after which he began to read new pages. In the past, he wrote about his fatigue in this diary, and when his wife appeared, he hid the diary like a schoolboy. She began to laugh while the protagonist scolded her. Now Yoon remembered that time with a smile. Continuing to read, he told himself that he should not have shown that he did not like it. On July 4th, he and Yoon went on a date for the first time in a long time. Their daughter went on a picnic, giving them some alone time. On September 5th, the protagonist and his daughter prepared a surprise birthday party for Yoon. And as soon as they heard footsteps, they looked at the door. And when the girl came in, they scared her by congratulating her. Holding a torch, the father and daughter congratulated Yoon on her birthday. Young was happy to see his happy wife. But soon his life deteriorated. He wrote in his diary how he missed them. On May 11th, he even turned on the TV he hated, trying to return to normal life. Being exhausted, he began to laugh from time to time. Then, watching TV, he decided not to be sad because Yoon was watching him. However, he missed her too much to just enjoy life. Every day, he kept records by filling out sheets. The protagonist turned the next page and froze in shock. He read the information that he had escaped. Everyone he knew had died and he was left alone. Yoon ran with all his might despite his wounds. Soon he hid in the lands of the angels, and lying in hiding, he hoped that he would be able to get a shard from their lands. Seeing a huge number of angels in the sky, the protagonist rushed away. He was discovered, but he could not even understand where the shard was hidden. Hiding in a cave, Yoon survived in order to meet his wife. Being hunted, he was tired of living and hiding all the time and even thought about giving up. Looking at the sunset, the protagonist tried to understand what he wanted to get here at all. The man was shaking all over. Now he did not even remember the voices of his daughter and wife. Falling, he asked himself when this battle would end. The protagonist closed the diary. He gritted his teeth, telling himself not to lose this time. Soon he knocked on the door, and having received permission, he entered the office, in which all his acquaintances were sitting. Approaching them, he asked why they were all here. The scientist raised his hand, saying that he was the creator of the medicine, so the awakening time was determined in advance, and the others were waiting for him because of the many questions. The guy smiled awkwardly and thanked him for the rest. Beekchan suddenly became serious and asked him if he should tell them something. Arkan frowned and said that calling it training just to compare strengths was stupid, because the determination in the two of them was on another level. Yoon involuntarily looked at Jinseok drinking tea. Then he glanced at Arkan, asking him what the reason was. Everyone stared at the guy, listening to him say that all this was for the sake of an opportunity. Jongyu, puzzled, asked for what opportunity it was necessary for. The protagonist opened his lips trying to say something. Everyone looked at him attentively, listening to the guy's answer. He released his aura and said that before 3 years pass, he will be the first to attack the angels. Everyone froze in a daze listening to the protagonist say that this was the only way they could win. The events take us a few days ahead, to the protagonist and Jongyu, who was getting dressed while humming a melody. Yoon looked at him and asked if he was worried. He looked at his friend and said that he simply could not worry when he was next to him. The protagonist was surprised by the guy's gullibility. Jongyu took his sword and said that they would have to do it someday anyway. After that, he went to the exit saying that he was actually afraid too, but worrying wouldn't change anything. He said the last words to the protagonist with a smile on his face. Then he began to leave. Yoon stopped looking at the guy, agreeing that worrying wouldn't change anything. With a sad look, he continued reading his diary. Closing it, he told his wife and daughter that he would come to them soon. The events take us to the clearing in front of the mansion. Arkan looked at the protagonist and reminded him that his life was more important than the shard. The protagonist simply nodded to him, after which he shook Arkan's hand, telling him not to worry because they would all definitely return alive. Baekhyun waved his hand, saying goodbye to the protagonist. Jinseok only chuckled when he heard the scientist say that he was too rude. Extending his hand to the guy, Baekhyun told him to let him see his disgusting face when they met. Jinseok involuntarily narrowed his eyes, looking at the guy's hand. Suddenly, they played rock, paper, scissors, in which the scientist won, starting to anger his old friend. Arkan slightly released his aura, telling them to be careful. Lois and Alvin immediately responded, saying that they would return soon. Jongwoo and Uni repeated their words after them, after which they turned around and went on their way. The light from the blow appeared in the air. Another angel was wounded. While blood was dripping from the sword, the angel asked Metatron about the reason for the attack. He, standing with his back to the angel, said that he considered everyone as traitors when they stood behind him, because how could he know that he might be a minion of people? Coughing up blood, the angel reminded Metatron that he had told him not to appear in front of him. Slightly waving his hand, the head of the angels said that since he dared to interrupt him, he was definitely a rebel. Suddenly, a cut appeared on the angel's throat, because of which, a moment later, blood spurted out of the wound. At this time, one of the angels was watching everything. He clenched his teeth in anger, but unable to do anything, he walked away. Grabbing his head, the angel realized that after Metatron met the key, he began to kill angels indiscriminately. Passing by other angels, he involuntarily heard them discussing the deaths of Metatron's servants. But seeing Michael, they greeted him, after which they bowed to him. Suddenly, someone put a hand on Michael's shoulder. Gabriel, who was standing behind him, asked if he was heading to the temple. Gabriel approached his friend and asked him if the Lord had been acting strange lately. Michael did not answer him, slightly tensing up. Then he looked into the distance and asked his friend if he had felt it. But Gabriel interrupted him and surprised him by saying that since he was talking about it, the rumors were true. Walking a little forward, the angel said that mistrust was growing among the angels because their lord was killing them indiscriminately. Gabriel stopped. Then, not holding back his anger, he asked if he could simply kill those angels who doubted the Lord. The angel calmed down for a moment, telling Michael that he knew that he was pretending to think so, probably because of a desire to protect ordinary angels. Michael froze in shock, listening to his friend. He frowned, deciding to object, but Gabriel interrupted him. Releasing the thirst for murder, he said that if this was not so, then he would immediately tear off his limbs and scatter them across the places where the devil was buried. Michael froze, realizing that even Gabriel had become terrible. Suddenly, he calmed down and said that the ruler of the heavenly worlds is the heavenly world, and it is the meaning of their lives. Again, unable to contain his anger, the angel said that he did not believe that some pretend to be angels, slandering such a ruler. But a moment later, he calmed down again as if someone had pressed the off button. Then, pointing to the door, Gabriel asked Michael why he did not come in. Smiling nervously, Michael went inside. But Gabriel, who was watching him, was tense. He immediately closed the door, while Michael was thinking about the fact that Gabriel had the intention to kill. The angel stood in front of the statue of Metatron. Frowning, Michael tried to understand how no one noticed or stopped so many deaths of angels in recent years. Suddenly, Michael looked towards the door, which Gabriel opened, saying that he thought carefully, after which, smiling happily, he said that he would immediately go kill those who spread rumors. And immediately after saying this, he closed the door. Michael froze, trying to understand how they got rid of the angels that are no longer there. He stared at the statue, and looking at it carefully, he turned to the ruler of the heavenly worlds. The events take us to the forest, where the protagonist's group was passing. Alvin closed his eyes, telling Jongyu to be careful. He did not pay attention to this and teased his friend by asking him how they still could not go on a date with Lois. Alvin wanted to remind them of their goal, but Lois agreed with Jongyu. Closing her eyes, she said displeasedly that Alvin was always training and did not care about dates. Jinseok made Alvin worry by saying that since they didn't go on a normal date, it was a real problem. And while the whole group was making fun of Alvin, the protagonist looked into the distance. Looking at the sky, the protagonist thought, according to the diary, the monsters should have appeared here a long time ago. Looking around, the protagonist could not shake the feeling that the whole forest was watching them. Yunj exclaimed, seeing something in the sky. Because of his stop, his clumsy friend crashed into him. He immediately looked at him and asked what happened. Looking at the people in front of him, the protagonist said that they were dragons. Galleon waved his hand greeting his friends. After that, some dragons came down. Galleon asked the protagonist why they were here, because the 3 years they agreed on had not yet passed. The protagonist, looking at them, did not answer, asking why they came to them. The dragon raised his arms to the sides and said that this was originally their territory. Yunj froze in amazement, realizing why he had not seen a single animal. Galleon approached him and said that the animals would have died if they had fallen into their clutches, but all of these were precious lives that he had to protect. Mara pointed into the distance and asked if they really wanted to go to the angels' territory. The protagonist glanced at her and said that the 3-year limit did not apply to them. Galleon thought about it and said that they had unilaterally bought them time for an equal fight, so there was no problem. The dragon became serious and asked if they could handle it, if they could fight with just the 5 of them. The entire group froze, pondering the dragon's words. Jinseok, who was standing in front, said that this was their tactic, because even though they were dragons and were neutral, they could not reveal their strategy. Galleon heard him and said that he could not just watch as someone invaded his territory. After that, he began to approach the group, forcing Jinseok to grab the sword. However, the dragon passed by the man, telling him to follow him. Continuing to walk, Galleon said that the angels were not in this direction and he could at least see them off. The group looked at each other, making a decision. Mara glanced at them, saying that they were maintaining the balance, and the humans were now at a disadvantage, heading towards the angels. The protagonist, surprised, thanked the girl. She suddenly grinned, saying that after this, they will handle everything themselves. Soon the group followed Galleon. Mara approached Alvin and asked him if he wanted to say something to his savior. Alvin was horrified, feeling Lois's anger. He nervously asked Mara, who hugged him, if she wanted to kill him after saving him. Throwing the girl's hand away, Alvin asked her how many of them were in total. Mara thought before saying that there were about 50 left, since many had died. Alvin became sad after hearing her answer. Mara narrowed her eyes and asked the guy if he would destroy them if anything happened. Not hearing an answer, the girl bared her teeth and offered to fight her once. At this time, Galleon stopped in front of the forest. Covering his eyes, the dragon said that when they entered, there would be a completely different space inside. Looking at the protagonist, he said that only they can decide whether to reveal what is inside or not. Yunj, looking at the departing dragons, thanked them. Galleon waved his hand goodbye, after which both dragons immediately disappeared, leaving the group alone in the clearing. Looking at the forest, the protagonist offered to go in. After his words, the group went forward. A bright light illuminated the sky when they crossed the threshold of the angels' territory. This made some close their eyes. Yunj, removing his hand, was shocked by what he saw. Right in front of him was a majestic city, above which hovered the castle of the Lord of the Heavens. The protagonist was shocked to realize that this was the place where the angels lived. Soon the rest of the group approached him. At this time, the angel's blood spurted from the wound, and he fell to the ground coughing. Gabriel stood in front of him, having struck him. The archangel frightened the other angels, saying that anyone who slandered the ruler would be executed. The angels trembled with fear, calling it cruel. Gabriel looked at them and said that they were wrong, because this was actually a story that hurt the soul. Then he turned around, and approaching the angel, he said that this was not cruelty but misfortune, after which he immediately pierced the angel with a spear. A moment later, he pulled out his spear. The sight frightened the angels, who had never seen blood in their lives. Stepping on the head of the dead, Gabriel said to listen to him carefully. Placing his spear on his shoulder, the archangel said that those who would resist the words of the ruler would suffer immediate execution. Looking at the angels, he asked them why they were shaking with fear. Were they really afraid? The angels bowed their heads, saying that it was not about that. Gabriel swung his spear, and he cut the angel into pieces, saying that only he who has fear is afraid. Frowning, the archangel said that they were sinful because they were silent, even seeing the disrespectful actions of others. Soon Gabriel was left alone in the square. At this time, Michael was hitting the wall. He was angry because Gabriel began to kill ordinary angels. The angel standing behind him, trembling, said that this was not all. Unable to bear it, Michael screamed, asking what else that archangel had done. Nervously, the angel said that angels die in different places. Michael thoughtfully asked if Gabriel did it. The subordinate raised his hand, saying that angels were dying at the same time in different places and Gabriel couldn't do it. Michael frowned, realizing that it was either an angel rebellion or an attack from outside. He gritted his teeth in anger. Then he shouted, ordering to send 4 squads to different sides of the border. The angels became nervous, listening to Michael ordering them to capture the angels if they rebelled. Michael, being furious, said that if they were rebels, then he would personally deal with them. At this time, one of the angels was trembling with fear. Looking at the dead comrades, he shouted, saying that this can't be. Alvin, who was standing in front of him, said that if he was not going to attack, then he would be the first. The angel screamed in fear. Alvin abruptly rushed to the attack, saying that he was in a hurry. In an instant, he struck the angel, who asked him through the pain if he was afraid even of the ruler of the heavenly worlds. Alvin frowned and said that he was not afraid of him. Suddenly, he looked to the side, hearing screams. A group of angels were running towards him. The man could not help but frown, because initially it was a guerrilla invasion. Therefore, he abruptly turned around and ran away. Earlier, the protagonist became serious and told everyone that they would act as guerrillas. After all, in order to enter, defeating many angels in the city, they no longer have a choice. Therefore, they decided to split into 4 teams at the same time and disperse to the east, west, south, and north of the shard. And after they find the shard, they will meet here again. Alvin killed angels in the north. Zhangyu and Lois acted in the west. The guy gritted his teeth when the angel passed by him. He immediately turned around, warning Lois. She immediately concentrated mana in her hands and created a powerful barrier in front of herself, which then rushed into the sky and then fell on the angels, crushing them. And only the hand of one of the angels was not under the barrier. Lois smilingly asked Zhangyu what he just said. He was slightly frightened by the girl and asked himself how Alvin lives with her. At this time, Yoonj and Jinseok headed south and east. The protagonist squeezed his handle, remembering Michael. After that, he and Jinseok accelerated. At this time, Michael landed on the square and froze in shock, seeing many bodies of angels in front of him. One of the angels ran up to him and told him that they were people, which made the archangel angry. The angel bowed, saying that people attacked from all 4 sides. Turning around, Michael asked if they had contacted Gabriel. The angel bowed his head and said that Gabriel told them that angels and people were in collusion and were now killing them. Michael scolded Gabriel in rage, realizing that the people had come at the most opportune time. Having calmed down, the archangel asked about the losses. The subordinate immediately informed him that the swordsman in the south was the most problematic. Michael thought about it. He was sure that the key would go along the safest path. Looking at the subordinate, he ordered him to take everyone and go to the west and east, after which he himself took off, heading south. His feathers fell to the ground along the way. Remembering Jinseok, Michael was sure that he was in the south. Rushing in that direction, he decided to finish him off. At this time, one of the angels was struck down. A moment later, the sword struck 2 more angels. Michael, who had flown in, grinned, confirming his arguments. A swordsman was fighting right in the square. One of the wounded angels screamed, calling Michael. The protagonist looked up at the sky and grinned. However, upon seeing him, the archangel was shocked. Yoonj himself turned to the archangel and said that Jinseok was too important, so he came here himself. Smiling, the protagonist told Michael that Jinseok should not waste his strength on fighting someone like him, because he could handle him himself. After saying this, he suddenly rushed forward. Michael grinned, realizing that the key had revealed itself. He immediately rushed at the guy with a scream. The protagonist jumped into the air and created an energy cut, which flew past Michael, surprising him. However, the cut rushed to the angels to the side. The archangel disappeared from his place at great speed and blocked the attack with his body. After that, he shouted, ordering the angels to run. But when he turned around again, the protagonist had already started running away. Rushing after him, the archangel ordered the others to go as far away as possible. Soon he found himself behind the guy, who did not stop running. But the archangel flying after him could not catch up with him, giving the guy a chance to run towards the temple. The protagonist calmly jumped onto the wall, after which he ran down another street. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. At this time, Michael was already angry. He immediately created an energy attack. However, the protagonist only grinned, realizing that the fish had bitten the hook. The archangel froze in shock. His attack was aimed at the protagonist, in front of whom the angels appeared. Michael had to block the body of one of the angels again. Standing in front of the archangel, the protagonist asked him if he seemed like a villain just now. Without waiting for an answer, Yoonj emotionlessly said that the angels also seemed like that to them. He gritted his teeth, saying that the angels were chasing the fleeing people and killing them. Getting up, Michael got angry when he heard his words. The protagonist wrapped his sword in his mana and asked if this was not what someone cried for days and nights. A moment later, the opponents crossed blades. Frowning, the protagonist asked the archangel for forgiveness. He said nothing, trying to control his anger. Soon, the two stopped confronting each other. The protagonist swung his sword, saying that he would try to do everything in his power. His lips parted as he said that he was doing this for the people he loved and for those he had to protect. His blow struck Michael's forehead, forcing him to step back and clutch his wound. However, the archangel quickly came to his senses and rushed after the protagonist. Healing, Michael screamed, offering the protagonist to finish the fight they had started. but he did not listen to him and ran away. The Archangel could only watch him go. Continuing to heal, he began to curse. Frowning, he looked at the road, on which the protagonist had disappeared. He suddenly appeared behind him. Michael felt it and started to turn around, and at the last moment he managed to block the guy's attack. But the force of the blow made him fly away. When he started to get up, the enemy's sword was at his head. Yoon, standing in front of him, said that he had too many things to protect. Frowning, the protagonist told Michael that he didn't need to die yet and it would be better for him to return and inform all the angels about the return of the key. A moment later, he disappeared from his place. Michael, lying on the ground, could only curse. In anger, he even hit the ground. At this time, Yoon was running away in the forest. Looking at the city behind him, he mentally told Michael not to die because he must stay alive. The Archangel was similar to the protagonist, although he wanted to kill him with all his heart. But he had to protect what was dear to him by any means, unlike Gabriel, who made Michael very angry. Soon the protagonist arrived at the clearing, and seeing his comrades, he said that they had finally gathered. Looking at the group, he told them that they were now moving on to the main action. Jong-woo raised his hand saying that Alvin had not arrived yet. Looking at the city, the guy became worried because according to rumors, Gabriel himself went north. Worriedly, Lois asked for permission to go north. Jin-seok looked to the side and said that there was no need. After all, right behind them was a tired Alvin. He spat out blood, and approaching the group, he asked for forgiveness for the delay. Soon he sat down on the ground. Lois approached him and began to actively heal her beloved. He drank the potion and smiled happily. When the protagonist approached him, Alvin began to talk about the pursuit of Gabriel. Looking at the guy, Alvin said that he held on with all his might and ran away, although it was not easy. Bowing his head, the knight said that something was bothering him. Then he told how the Archangel walked as if nothing had happened, killing the same angels as himself. Thinking, he asked his comrades if angels killed their own kind. The protagonist, stretching out his finger, said that they would aim at this discrepancy. Jin-seok, puzzled, asked the protagonist what discrepancy he was talking about. Hearing the question, the protagonist began to talk about angels, Michael, who tried to protect each angel. The angel opposite to him was Gabriel, who served only Metatron. And now Metatron has fallen. The Lord of Heaven was angry. He hit Michael in a rage, scolding him. Metatron scolded the Archangel, calling him useless. Michael wanted to object, but the Lord ordered him to shut up, after which he turned around and started to leave. Gabriel and Michael screamed, but if one said that he would definitely tear off people's limbs, the other told Metatron that they should take care of the safety of the angels. The Lord looked at them and ordered both to shut up. After that, Metatron looked at two angels to the side and called them, ordering them to come with him. Grail and Anael nodded in submission. Gabriel suddenly fell to his knees, begging him to give the order. Leaving, Metatron told the Archangel to find the key himself and bring him here or commit suicide. The Archangel bowed, saying that he would definitely bring the guy here. But by that moment, the Lord of Heaven flew out of his palace, and together with the angels he rushed into the distance. At that time the protagonist said that he was sure that the angels would come out and then they would go. Alvin, who was sitting aside, asked if the goal was to catch Metatron himself, who was examining the area at that time. The protagonist grinned, saying that if the bird flies out of the cage, he should feed it to a stronger bird. Suddenly, a beam of light struck the place where the protagonist was. Yoon looked at the sky and saw three angels. Metatron grinned and said that he did not think that they would come here on their own. Yoon approached him and asked why he was smiling. The Lord of Heaven spread his arms and said that he was glad that both the fragment and the key had come here at the same time. The protagonist grinned, saying that he had been too polite in front of the dragons, but now he was just food. Metatron grinned, after which he flapped his wings and said that although he did not know how they were able to get the help of dragons, this territory was in the possession of angels. Having said this, he released his aura, asking how they were going to fight them without the help of dragons. The protagonist frowned and realized that Metatron thought that dragons helped them in the battles with angels. Having realized this, he involuntarily smiled. Metatron calmed down and asked the guy if he had any other tricks. The protagonist, smiling, said that now they could fight. Pointing at the guy, the Lord of the Sky ordered Grail and Anael to get rid of him. Grail immediately responded, accepting the order. Anael did the same, after which they rushed at the protagonist. At this time, Jong-woo grabbed the blade more tightly and jumped on one of the angels. A powerful explosion occurred due to their collision. With one hand, the guy grabbed Anael's head, and with the other, Grail's head, after which he pressed them into the ground. Blood began to flow from Anael's mouth and nose. Jong-woo, possessed by demons, said that it was time for them to even out the number of opponents. Metatron, hovering in the air, turned to the protagonist, saying that he now understood what he was going to do. The guy just grinned, after which he released his aura. His eyes lit up as he shouted at Metatron, telling him to attack him. A moment later, his aura exploded, breaking the ground beneath him. The Lord of the Sky slightly bent down, saying that he would do everything for him. After that, he himself released his aura. His mana caused lightning to appear in the sky, after which Metatron began to concentrate lightning in his hand, attacking. The ruler said that he would try this ability on the protagonist. Yunj himself moved forward directly towards the lightning. At the last moment, he managed to dodge the attack, and before falling, he formed a platform under his feet in order to continue his run. Metatron immediately created 10 more lightning bolts attacking the guy, but he easily dodged all of his lightning bolts and appeared right in front of him. At this time, Alvin fell to the ground. Gabriel, hovering above him, asked if the end of the inferior race was so pitiful. Alvin began to get up, and straightening up, he asked Gabriel if the angels taught other words besides insults. Rushing to the attack, the archangel said that he only said the right word. Soon a powerful stream of mana filled the area. Alvin attacked with his sword, forcing the archangel to retreat. Looking at Gabriel, he told him that he did not like angels. He, becoming calm again, said that they felt the same way about him. Alvin frowned, telling Gabriel that it would be better if they were honest, like those monsters from the demonic race. As he approached the enemy, the knight said that they were only pretending to be kind, but in reality, even the lives of the angels who had entered the war were not on the list of important matters. Gabriel grinned, reminding Alvin that he had saved all the people. Enveloping his spear in his mana, the archangel asked what he thought of the people who would die while he was killing angels, after which he attacked the enemy. However, Alvin decided not to dodge. The attack hit Alvin directly. Smoke rose, blocking the archangel's view. Suddenly, the knight burst out of the smoke at great speed. Gabriel only managed to put his spear out to block. Alvin looked at the archangel and said that trying to save and not saving were two different things. He angrily clenched his teeth and said not to tell him about such things. The knight suddenly asked Gabriel if the angels were important to him, after which he stepped back. Without waiting for an answer, Alvin attacked again. In an instant, he put the blade to the archangel's throat, asking if the Lord of the Heavenly Worlds was more important to him. Gabriel's face twisted in anger. Putting the spear to the guy's body, he said that the Lord of the Heavens were angels. Alvin closed his eyes, expressing understanding. His eyes shone when he said that this was a fitting end for him. Gabriel himself was angry, calling the guy a descendant of a pathetic inferior race. In an instant, they disappeared from their places. Moving at great speed, they resumed the confrontation. Alvin dodged the lightning, and then he attacked, forcing the angel to block the attack. But a moment later, Gabriel attacked and Alvin blocked. Grinning, the archangel asked the guy what he was doing, because he had just said that he would show him a fitting ending. Blocking the attacks, the knight remembered what was said. Grinning, he said that he did not say that he would show him the end. Gabriel froze instantly upon hearing it, after which he turned around to see a huge shadow. It turned out that a huge barrier had been formed above him, which scared the archangel like a little girl. Lois, enveloped in mana, was a little frightening in anger. Metatron opened his mouth in shock and asked what the hell this was. The entire palace floating in the sky was enveloped in a blue force barrier. Bright blood splashed onto the grass. Wiping the blood from his mouth, the protagonist explained that it was a gift they had prepared and hoped that they would like it. Lois towered over the protective field. Her body was covered in purple fire. The leader of the army looked up furiously and asked what his subordinates were doing and ordered them to catch and kill this girl. Looking around, the king asked where everyone had gone and called his minions useless. Yunj smirked and said that even if the enemy called them like that, no one would respond. Gritting his teeth in irritation, the supreme angel asked if the enemy had really planned to separate them from the beginning. Standing in front of the palace, which was closed by a force barrier, the boy asked why he needed the heads of the angels if he would still be reborn after death. Wouldn't it be enough to simply rebuild the castle? Metatron grinned menacingly. Smiling widely, the young man asked if there was something like a shard in him. Spreading his arms, the leader of the army, embraced by light energy, asked how a mortal could allow himself to do something like that. Frowning, the man said that if the enemy did not want his precious castle to be destroyed, then he could try to stop them. The player held his sword in front of him. The King of Angels began to reflect his attacks. Not far from them, Grail was in the air. Swinging his sword, Jongwoo urged him not to be distracted from the battle. Intervening in what was happening, Anil protected his friend with a spear. The boy noticed that it was very strong. His sword, hitting the shaft, trembled. The angel gritted his teeth because he couldn't resist such an onslaught. At that moment, Grail swung his sword. His blow made the boy let go of his opponent and jump to the side. The angel began to spin, swinging his sword. The boy stopped, his face covered by a mask. Without wasting a second, he dashed forward. Gritting his teeth, the blonde realized that his enemy was not even going to dodge. Embraced by red energy, the swordsman approached him, intending to attack. Zhang Yu grabbed his opponent by the hair. Pressing on his head, the boy slammed it to the ground. Anil approached him from behind. The angel began to spin his spear to make an attack. The boy immediately jumped off the enemy lying on the ground. When he grabbed the heavenly warrior by the throat, blood gushed out of his mouth. The boy forcefully threw him to the ground. Raising his sword above his head, he declared that the opponents would never know one thing. Grail held out his hand in front of him, asking him to stop. Zhang Yu said with his fiery eyes that they would never understand how hard humans had worked to become so strong. A powerful wave of fire washed over the angels sitting on the ground, and a smashing sound was heard. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword, and dust rose into the air. The boy looked back and asked if they were doing the right thing. A powerful fiery explosion rang out on the ground. Metatron flew into the air. Raising his hands, the leader of the army tried to destroy the force field. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the barrier with all his strength. The veins on his arms bulged. Opening his mouth wide, the King of Angels let out a loud roar. The Supreme Angel called on his allies on the ground to listen to him. The people in white robes looked up in surprise. Their leader ordered all the angels in Lakia to protect Radel. Rounding his flaming eye, Metatron called himself the Heavenly World and called on all his subordinates to die protecting Radel. The protagonist silently raised his eyebrows. Frowning, Yunj declared that his enemy was behaving disgracefully until the very end. The man opened his mouth wide and spat out clots of blood. A huge explosion was heard under the castle floating in the air. Standing in the background of raging flames, the boy urged his opponent to try to reincarnate many times if he could. Lois landed on the castle grounds. Turning to her comrade, she asked if it was really over. The boy replied that it was just beginning. Looking ahead, the man said that he would be coming soon. Gabriel, opening his mouth in anger, called out to Metatron. In front of him was the landscape of a crumbling castle, black smoke pouring out from everywhere. The angel rushed past Alvin. Looking back, the swordsman sighed in displeasure. Rushing to the ruins of the city, the heavenly warrior shouted that he needed to save the ruler of the heavenly worlds because he could not die under any circumstances. Frowning menacingly, he asked his leader to wait for him and not die. Noticing something in front of him, the guard opened his mouth in shock. In front of him, in a cloud of smoke, stood the protagonist, his gaze menacing. Swinging his spear, Gabriel ordered the inferior and cowardly creature to get out of his way. The tip of the spear pierced the sword, the owner of which did not even stagger from the blow. Looking at the enemy with disdain, Yunj said that it was not he who should come, but someone else. The angel ordered him to leave, his body covered in a bright aura. Continuing to restrain his spear, the boy asked what happened to Alvin. Since the enemy was here, the heavenly warrior said that he could kill such a weak person without any problems. Swinging his sword, the young man threw his spear away from himself. Opening his mouth, the man decided that such a misunderstanding could really happen here, and explained that he specifically asked the swordsman to just stall for time a little. Finding himself behind the enemy, the captain raised his sword above his head to strike. Lowering his head, the player said that they had achieved their goal. Opening his mouth wide, Alvin decided that he could now kill the angel. Gabriel turned around in fear. A strong blow from the sword cut his chest, from which blood immediately gushed. Lowering his weapon, the warrior noticed that the enemy had an excellent expression on his face. Smiling slyly, the swordsman wished him death because he had already angered him greatly. The bloody angel fell from the floating island, calling out to the great ruler of the heavenly worlds. The feathers from his wings fell with him. The guardian realized that he would follow his leader. A bright light appeared from all the wounds and holes on his body. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement. Gabriel's body was covered in a powerful light aura. His face distorted, and the mask hiding his eyes was torn. Lois kept her hands raised, supporting the force barrier. Taking the angel's body into a protective field, the girl said that she would stop him. Turning to the sphere where the heavenly warrior was, the woman asked her friends to go and finish off the rest. Standing on the magical platform, Yunj thanked her. Looking down, Alvin asked if his friend was sure that she would be okay. The priestess asked him not to worry about her and to get to work. Frowning, she reminded him that she had once experienced an explosion of herself. The warrior smiled. Using his wings, he flew away from the battle. The guy landed in the square. A man in a white robe stood in front of him. Michael, with his mouth open, was breathing heavily, wounded. Jinseok, clutching his sword in his hands, was also trying to catch his breath. The angel swung the sword with his trembling hands. Wiping the blood from his face, Seventh Heaven realized that his comrades had dealt with all the other angels and that now his opponent was alone. The heavenly warrior lowered his head and said that he had already felt it. Lowering his wings, he realized that both Gabriel and Metatron had fallen. The guard offered to put an end to this once and for all, his sword blazing with holy fire. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked him to stop because his army had already lost. Frowning, Michael said that this had not happened yet and promised to protect his people at all costs. Throwing a menacing look at him, Yunj explained that if he died here, then all the other angels would have to die too. Hearing that otherwise the other angels could also survive, the heavenly warrior opened his mouth in amazement. The boy raised his hand. Extending it to the enemy, the young man said that he had a plan that would keep everyone alive. Frowning in confusion, the guard asked what this meant. Frowning sternly, the man explained that he was giving him a chance to protect ordinary angels, who were more important to him than his own life. The ruined castle fell to the ground, covered in black smoke. The player decided to move on to end this protracted war. The heroes gathered in front of the ruins of the palace along with the surviving angels. Michael turned to his comrades. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jinseok sarcastically noted that they had lost the chance to finally end everything. Gritting his teeth furiously, the angel promised to definitely finish the fight next time, the result of which was never obtained. Smiling, the protagonist extended his hand to his friend and thanked him for stalling for time, thanks to which they managed to avoid even greater losses. Looking at how the enemies shook hands, the heavenly warrior was surprised and wondered what it meant to stall for time. Opening his mouth in shock, the guard realized that the enemy was not really going to kill him. Bowing before him, the seventh heaven said that he did not know how to lie, even if it hurt his pride. The swordsman said that despite the order, he really wanted to kill him, but it was very difficult for him to fight because of his strength. Yunj was discussing something with Alvin. Michael silently passed by his former opponent. Standing in the square, the boy asked what happened to Grail and Anael. Jongwoo answered that he did not kill them, but inflicted very heavy wounds because Lamar seriously lost his temper. Looking up, the angel raised his eyebrows in surprise. Injured comrades were walking in his direction. With their mouths wide open, they asked if their leader had united with humans, since it was much better to fight and die than to ally with them. Covering his face with his hand, the young man sighed and said that there was no need. Looking at the angels, the man asked them to listen to him carefully and said that their lord was dead. The player stated that, be that as it may, Metatron was their ruler and leader, whom they followed. A crowd of angels gathered in the square, listening to him. The protagonist spread his arms in front of them and explained that they were simply fighting and had no intention of claiming that humans were right in any way, because they knew full well that the angels hated them. Hearing that the heavenly warriors still had the opportunity to make a choice, Michael and his companions opened their mouths in surprise. Anael and Grail clenched their teeth in anger. Yunj explained that he was looking for a way for everyone to survive, and for this he needed their help. Turning to him, the leader of the angels asked what he was going to do. Opening his mouth, the boy said that he was going to get rid of this world. The heavenly warrior raised his eyebrows in fear. Frowning, the young man explained that he wanted to do this so that senseless wars would no longer occur between different races. Folding his wings behind his back, the guard asked how he was going to do this. The man smirked and said that he should ask those standing in front about this. A few days later, the sun's rays were breaking through the dense foliage of the trees. Walking through the forest, Galleon asked if the angels had agreed to cooperate so easily. Looking down, the player noticed that Michael genuinely cared about his subordinates. Turning to his comrade, the protagonist said that if he managed to get the shard, then no matter what his wish was, they might be able to return. Lowering his head, the dragon replied that this was true. Yunj gave him a stern look. Passing by the trees, the boy asked what happened to the shard. The man replied that he ate it. A fast stream flowed over the stones. As expected, the shard was in the center of Grail. The young man realized that Metatron hid it there. Continuing to walk, the player concluded that his friend was not particularly interested in listening to him. Galleon laughed and realized that he was caught. The man in the robe was watching them from behind. Wrapped in a robe, Mara stood behind a tree with a very menacing look. Turning to his interlocutor, the dragon asked why he was looking for the previous lord. The protagonist explained that he needed to ask him something. The guy asked if his comrade was thinking about something dangerous. Smiling, Yunj replied that perhaps it would be dangerous. Closing his eyes, the man asked if it wasn't like that on the way here. The young man raised his eyebrows in apprehension. Smiling widely, Galleon laughed and confirmed it. Waving his hand, the dragon hoped that his choice was correct. A dark rift appeared in the sky. Pointing at it with his finger, the guy explained that the Lord's territory was there and that he would find his guest himself if he wanted to meet him. Thanking him for his help, the player jumped up. In the pitch darkness, there was a single wooden door. Opening it, the protagonist entered the room. Seeing something in front of him, Yunj froze and opened his mouth in surprise. In front of him stood a table with a prepared tea set. The stranger slapped the guest on the shoulder and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Smiling, the man said that he was glad to see him and introduced himself as the previous overlord. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering who the mysterious overlord really was. Jahar closed his eyes and smiled broadly. Some time ago, the heroes stood in front of the rift. Biting her thumb, Mara thought that it would be better for the boy to find the Grail, make a wish and end it all. The dragon jumped up from her seat. Deciding that this was a bad idea, she rose into the air above the forest. Pouring tea into a mug, the man said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sitting at the table, the boy asked if they had met before. Holding a teapot in his hand, the overlord replied that they had never met before, but he was watching him. The player raised one eyebrow questioningly. Jahar noticed something on the guest's wrist, and the protagonist looked down. His hand trembled as he realized what was really happening. Looking down, Yoon asked if the other player had done all of this assuming that it would happen like this. The man laughed and waved his hands, then said no, and explained that he had only seen it all at the very beginning. The boy frowned when he heard that the Lord could no longer see anything about him from the moment the shackles became his. Taking a sip, Jahar asked why the guest had come to see him. The young man opened his mouth and said that he had come because he was very interested in something. Sitting at the dinner table, the player asked what would happen to this world after someone made a wish. The man's lips turned down. Lowering his head, he said that he had once received the power of the Holy Grail. Keeping his feet under the table, the Lord explained that despite this, they were still here and asked if there was anything else the guest needed to check. With a stern frown, the protagonist asked if this world would be destroyed, and thought to himself that his interlocutor was expressing himself too complexly. Jahar asked who had started this battle in that case, since his mug was already empty. The man clasped his hands together and said that he was not sure, and expressed a desire to hear the guest's opinion. Frowning, Yoon replied that the battle was started by those who knew everything from beginning to end, but always remained neutral, that is, the dragons. With a threatening frown, Arkan asked if this world would really remain the same even if the key made a wish. The heroes stood next to the angels in the forest. Looking up, Michael confirmed this and explained that no matter what the choice was, the remaining humans would not be able to return, and the dragons would continue to choose new humans, and they would fight again. Putting his hand to his temple, the head of the skyscraper clan realized that his comrade had stepped forward in order to break this chain. The angel confirmed this. The blonde wondered why his comrade had gathered the surviving angels. The heavenly warrior frowned sternly. Looking ahead, he decided that their ally needed an alliance for the battle, since humans alone would not be enough. Placing his hands on his hips, the man asked if they should thank him for this or if this could be called recklessness. An empty cup stood on the table. Standing up from the table and stretching, Jahar said that the dragons would not give up the Grail so easily if they guessed his guest's intentions. He asked the boy if everything would be okay. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist stated that he should try to do this anyway. Putting his hands on his waist, the Lord remembered that he had also had such a period, and hoped that his guest would definitely overcome the obstacles on his way. Yoon asked what obstacles he was talking about. The man sharply lowered the corners of his lips. Looking back, Jahar sternly replied that he meant human greed. Raising his hand, he said that the power of the Grail was close to omnipotence. With a snap of his fingers, the heroes found themselves on the seabed. Standing on the sand, the Lord explained that he could create anything his heart desired and get rid of it at the same moment. Summoning a clot of water in his hand, the man said that he was different from his guest. He wanted to enjoy this power more than return to the original world. Playing with the flow of water, Jahar said that this was the last test in the entire journey, from training to the present moment. The water swirled in a whirlwind. The Grail gives omnipotent power that an ordinary person cannot possess. The Lord snapped his fingers again, and a blue sky appeared above him. Once again in the room, he asked if his guest could handle this power. Looking down, the protagonist said that he must definitely return to his family. Clenching his fist, Yoon said that all the people in this world, even angels and demons, had no reason to lose their lives in such meaningless battles. Jumping up from the table, the guy asked to tell him about something. Frowning, the man asked what he was interested in. The young man took a step forward. The sun illuminated the heroes' faces. The player asked to tell him the method by which to control the fragment. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, he added that he was also interested in the method to defeat the dragons. Someone knocked on the door. The old man opened it and asked what happened. Mara was standing outside. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that, apparently, the key opened another door. The man closed his eyes. A bright light lit up his eyes, and he asked how a mortal could do such a thing without knowing his place. With his hands behind his back, Jahar said that they needed to defeat the dragons. Closing his eyes, the Lord realized that in order to do this, his guest would need to learn how to control the Shard of Power. With a determined frown, the protagonist said that he had already learned the Shard of Power. Turning around, the man explained that he was talking about the other shard because he had two of them. Yoon raised his eyebrows in surprise, imagining them and hearing that one was a shard of power and the other was a shard of life. Imagining an angelic palace hanging in the air, Jahar asked how he thought this huge castle was able to fly in the sky thanks to the power of the shard. He said that his guest would be able to fight dragons if he could control the one that was close to infinite power. The guy imagined a huge monster in front of him. The young man asked what this meant. His brows furrowed. Raising his hand, the Lord explained that his life force would decrease proportionally. The player asked if this was true, his eyes widening in surprise. The man crossed his arms and added that he would be able to replenish his life force with a life shard. The protagonist frowned and said that this was just a theory. Winking, Jahar reminded him that his guest could also manipulate time, making him nearly invincible in a real fight. Scratching his chin, he remembered that he had never met that person before, and Yoon asked who he was talking about. Smiling broadly, the Lord hoped that they would never have the chance to meet and suggested that they begin training. Clenching his fist, the boy was glad that the owner of the Grail would teach him personally. Raising his hand, the man replied that he did not have the same ability to teach as Jaren. Clenching his fingers, Jahar said that he, however, had another way. A dark rift appeared in the middle of the room. A bright purple aura enveloped its edges. Waving his hand, the Lord said that this was the space of the dead. Darkness enveloped his body. Seeing the approaching darkness, the young man opened his mouth in fear. The man lit a lantern and said that everything would be fine and that his guest would not die if he stayed near this lamp. He asked him to be careful. The monster pounced on the player from behind. The souls of people who fought here and eventually died flew around the heroes. The ghosts opened their mouths, their eyes were burning. They were once people, angels, or demons. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Jahar explained that the dead could only be gotten rid of with the power of the shard. The spirit bared his teeth. These ghosts had fallen into the other world forever with no way to return even with the power of the Holy Grail. The Lord held out his hand in front of the dead. A wave of energy immediately destroyed him. The man said that they could never be defeated with ordinary power. Smiling, he asked if his guest could handle it. Smiling back, Yun said that he needed to explain how to do it. Jahar smiled slyly. The Lord dropped the lantern from his hands. Hiding in the darkness, he said that the shard would tell about it itself. Raising his hand, the guy asked him to stop, but the man had already disappeared. The young man looked around tensely. Restless souls were circling around him. Peeking out of the darkness, the Lord added that the flame of this lamp would gradually fade, so one must be very careful. The lantern was still emitting a bright light. Closing his eyes, the man concluded that he was in a terrible situation. Taking out his sword from its sheath, he decided that he had no choice. A bright purple energy appeared around him. The swing of the sword cut through the body of one of the ghosts. Looking up, the player wondered if he had managed to injure the enemy. The ghost's body had fused at the point of impact. Looking at the flaming sword, the protagonist realized that it would indeed be difficult. Raising his sword, Yunj asked what had happened. He dashed forward, deciding to try to do something. The man in slippers stepped on the dusty floor. Jahar stood with his back to the rift. Someone asked if he had lived well all this time. An old man stood behind the open door. Putting his hand on his chest, Gaon introduced himself as the oldest dragon, because calling him a dragon lord would be too grandiose. Putting his hand on the back of the chair, the Lord invited him in and offered him tea. Standing in the doorway, the old man refused, saying that the distance was more than suitable for him. Pointing to the ground, he explained that this was his place. Raising his hand, the dragon added that this was the Lord's place. Lowering his head, the leader of the dragon tribe asked if it would not be safe if everyone stayed in their place, since this was the most ideal arrangement. Frowning menacingly, the man asked what that meant. With his wild eyes widening, Jahar asked if he felt like the guest was threatening him now. With his hands clasped behind his back, Gaon replied that this was not quite true. With a flash of yellow eyes, he explained that he had simply told him not to overstep the line. Pointing to the door, the dragon added that there was a door and there was someone who should be behind it. The Lord clenched his fists in displeasure. Placing his hand on his chest, the old man said that he should remain outside. Grinning, he asked if his friend knew that their places were absolutely certain. The man frowned sternly and asked if this was a threat. The dragon leader smiled broadly, complimenting his sense of humor and asking if such a weak old man could do such a thing. Gaon lowered his head and said that he had only come here because he needed to say something. The dragon frowned angrily and explained that the key originally only opened doors that were suitable for his body. There had been more than 1 or 2 people who had crossed the line so far, and Jahar narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Standing at the threshold, the old man concluded that they now had to stand on opposite sides of the room to avoid crossing the line. He placed his hand on his chest, hoping that his companion would take this into account. The dark energy engulfed the Lord and asked if he was being asked not to even try to invade the dragon's domain. Their leader sighed and chuckled. Gaon turned away and decided that it was time for him to go. Wings appeared on his back. The dragon flew away, creating gusts of wind with its powerful wings. Gritting his teeth, the man realized that now they would not sit idle either. The souls of the dead opened their mouths. The protagonist cut the air with his sword. A powerful blow cut off the ghost's jaw. At the same moment, it was restored again. Frowning, Yunj realized that, despite all his efforts, the enemies were reviving again. The ghosts surrounded the only source of light in the form of a lantern. The guy wondered how he could resist them. Tensely pursing his lips, the young man assumed that the opponents simply did not cut each other. Something caught his attention, and he lowered his gaze. A huge ghost attacked him from below, opening his mouth. At the moment when the monster clamped his teeth, the man managed to jump up to avoid being eaten. Jumping back, the player clenched his fist. The one-eyed spirit grabbed his hand with his teeth. The candle flame flared up. The ghost widened its single eye in fear. At the same moment, the ghost let go of his hand and flew away. Pressing his wounded hand to his chest, the protagonist closed his eyes. The candle flame was getting weaker and weaker. Looking at the lantern, Yoon realized that he couldn't hold out any longer. The souls were hitting the protective barrier created by the light from the fire. Lowering his head, the guy sighed heavily. Closing his eyes, he remembered that the fragment of time was a magical power. Imagining the flying heavenly warriors, the young man concluded that the fragment of power uses the power of angels. Remembering how the body of the demon cut in half was restored, the man decided that the fragment of life represents the power of endless reincarnation of demons. In his memories, Metatron raised his hand and used power. The sensation of attracting the power of angels was somehow different. Michael swung a fiery sword. It was a completely different power, different from the magical power filling a person or the energy of demons. Lowering the sword, the player realized something. Waves of light energy grew from his heart like roots. Squeezing the hilt of the sword, the protagonist decided that he needed to show strength first. His weapon was engulfed in flames. Jumping above the crowd of monsters, Yoon raised his sword above his head. Swinging the weapon, he dealt a crushing blow to several opponents at once. The guy smiled, thinking that his plan had worked. Suddenly, blood gushed from his mouth. The young man dropped the sword and fell to one knee, his body trembling. Taking advantage of the moment, the ghosts surrounded him. Flashing their fiery eyes, the ghosts bared their teeth viciously. Raising his hand, the man thought about the fragment of life and the power of demons. Gritting his teeth furiously, the player shouted that he had controlled the demonic power so much that he was already sick. A clot of red energy appeared in his hand. Pressing it to his chest, the protagonist called on the fragment of life to react. A clot of energy penetrated his chest. Suddenly, a huge amount of demonic power burst out from his body. Yoon frowned menacingly. A red aura enveloped his hand. He grabbed his sword. The young man let out a battle cry and charged. His eyes were ablaze. The ghosts kept their distance, trying not to get close to him. The man fell to one knee again. Clutching his chest, he realized that only his physical body had been able to recover. The excruciating pain did not disappear. It was as if his mind was being bitten by teeth. The monsters opened their mouths viciously. The player trembled, trying to control himself. Pouring tea into a mug, Jahar thought that he probably wanted to give up, but he had to endure this test. Watching the guests through the window, the Lord decided that there was nothing that would make the mind as strong as a life force shard. He said that such a person would be able to endure it. Suddenly his hand shook. The man turned around abruptly. Looking behind him, Jahar felt a familiar energy. The dragons were standing in front of the prison cell. The iron ball on the chain hit the floor. Warlock spread his wings and asked the man to repeat his words. Gaon and Mara looked at him. The demon asked if they wanted him to follow their orders and considered him a fool to please them. The monster swung the iron ball in anger. It hit the floor again, causing bright sparks to fly. The monster flinched in surprise. Stopping the ball with his hand, the old man called him quite strong and said that it was very sad to see this power not being released. Warlock's mouth fell open in shock. He swung the chain and tried to make another attack. Frowning menacingly, the dragon promised to give him an ability that was even more powerful than the Grail. The demon froze. Looking down, the leader of the dragon tribe explained that the man who found the shards also could not fully control the power until he obtained the Grail. Gaon looked at the monster and expressed confidence that such a strong creature would be able to defeat this man. Looking down at him, the monster asked what he would be given in return. Closing his eyes, the dragon said that he knew that he had always wanted the same thing, this world. Imagining the winged devil sitting on a mountain of corpses, the old man promised to give him the whole world. The monster's red eyes lit up, and he was offered to absorb the new strongest and become even more powerful. Grinning, the leader of the dragon tribe asked if in that case he would not gain even more strength than power. Sighing in displeasure, Warlock said that he thought he was looking at a dragon, but in fact he was looking at a real cunning fox. Summoning a magic circle in front of him, Gaon decided to take these words as praise. Looking at his shackles, the demon said that he had better get rid of the spell quickly. Concentrating energy in his hands, the dragon asked him to wait, because this was the magic of the Lord, which would take some time to use. Looking at him, the monster asked why he wanted to kill such an incredible lord so much. Clutching a lump of energy in his hands, the old man decided to call it a kind of devotion. The monster's eyes widened in confusion. Grinning, the warlock could not believe that he wanted to kill his master out of devotion, and asked him to say something that made sense. The shackles on his hands began to glow. The demon stated that even his kind did not do this. The shackles broke into pieces. Looking up, the leader of the dragon tribe said that demons also had natural selection. The monster looked at his freed hand with satisfaction. Gaon promised to be honest, because they wanted to kill someone they did not like. Turning away, the monster stated that, whatever the reason, his kind at least did not pretend that everything was so and did not lie. Folding his hands behind his back, the dragon asked his companion to go on. Hearing a sound, he looked back and asked what was happening. The warlock picked up the ball on the chain. Fumbling with the chain, the demon explained that the enemy had made it too strong to lock, so it could not be broken. Showing the orb to the dragons, the monster explained that it liked it because of its amazing strength. Smiling, the old man said that he had interesting preferences. Waving the orb, the monster quipped that his preferences were better than those who pretended to be human. Steam came out of his open mouth. A bright light shone through the iron bars of the dungeon, and the warlock decided that he should have some fun for the first time in a long time. Jahar's eyes widened in shock, his pupils contracted. Looking around, he felt the familiar energy of the demon. Slamming his fist on the table, the Lord realized that the dragons were definitely going to start a war. Looking out the window, the man thought that he did not have time. Suddenly, surprise appeared on his face. There was a light shining outside the window, but no one was visible. Putting his hands to the glass, Jahar wondered where his guest had gone. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek. Scarlet blood dripped from the protagonist's hand. A red crown hung above his head. Suddenly, the halo of light energy melted into particles. The red crown also broke. Yunj looked up. A bright light illuminated his face. The key was awakened. The demon grabbed its kin by the head. Small demons were fighting each other in the desert. Blood gushed from the wounds of one of them. The monster raised its clawed paw. Raising its chin, it laughed evilly. Someone asked if they were really having so much fun. The demon looked back in fear. A huge shadow hung over him and his brethren. Holding a chain in his hand, Warlock said that the whole essence of the demonic race is natural selection. Grinning, the monster said that he was very glad to meet them. He swung the chain. The demons jumped back in fear when they saw the iron ball. The cannonball tore their bodies apart and blood splattered in the air. After the training, the protagonist asked what happened, holding a mug in his hand. Frowning, Jahar said that Warlock had been released. Sharply slamming the mug on the table, Yunj asked how this could happen if the demon was definitely sealed. Putting his hand to his head, the Lord said that during the training, dragons came here, who apparently guessed his plan and decided to call the demon to prevent it from being carried out. With his mouth wide open, the guy said that even if that was the case, only the key could take the Grail. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise and realized everything. Imagining a powerful monster behind him, the man said that his body was immortal and that the demon was still the key. The player shrugged his shoulders, deciding that this couldn't be happening and realizing that they needed to hurry. Jahar explained that time and the space of the dead in here passed differently and that a lot of time had passed. He took the sheath from the table. Taking out his sword, the Lord said that there was something that the guest would need to know before leaving. The space around the heroes turned white. Swinging his sword, the man said that there was a way to resist Warlock. Frowning sternly, Jahar promised to tell about what he used himself. White clouds floated above the majestic castle. Striking the table, Arkan asked what it all meant. Standing in front of him, Regal said that the powerful energy of the demonic race was gathering in one direction. Sternly knitting his brows, the angel decided that there was no other explanation for this, except that Warlock had returned. He concluded that the demons wanted to start a war again. Clenching his fist, the Skyscraper clan leader asked if the celestial warrior was sure of his guess. Michael confirmed it as he entered the office. Approaching his friend, the angel asked what they should do, as they had gathered humans and angels to make the army look impressive, but there was still no news from Yunj. Frowning, the guard suggested that the boy might have colluded with the demons and abandoned them, and the blonde ordered him to be quiet. Lowering his head, the man stated that he had accepted them into his ranks only because of his faith in his friend, and not because of his trust in the angels. Taking a step forward, Arkan suggested that they stall for time and withstand the onslaught of the enemy at all costs. Folding his hands behind his back, the Skyscraper clan leader stated that his comrade would definitely return. Looking back, the blonde added that this man had something to protect and asked him to never speak of him like that again. Looking at the angel, the man promised to prove to him that he too was not just a man who sat idly by. Frowning, Michael said that this was simply ridiculous and that they would prepare separately. Throwing a disdainful glance at him, Arkan said that he did not care and that they simply did not want to waste blood in the war with the demons. Shrugging his shoulders and sighing, the angel asked if this was really human trust, since they decided to leave all the right of choice to only one key. Passing by his ally, the heavenly warrior said that this was why the young man abandoned humans as soon as he received power. The head of the Skyscraper clan grabbed him by the collar. Illuminated with light energy, the blonde asked him to be careful with his words. Grinning, the guard asked what was wrong and said that in front of him was just an incompetent ruler who was hiding behind his subordinates. The man smiled and reminded that the angels had obsequiously sided with the humans and the very lord who had saved them after their king had died. Michael pressed his lips together tensely. Arkan pinned him against the wall. Clutching his robe, the Skyscraper clan leader asked him to listen carefully. The blonde man furrowed his brows and said that he remembered every single person they had killed. He called the angel a traitor who had abandoned his master and sided with the humans, and explained that the only reason he had not been killed yet was because of that very human trust, and the celestial warrior's mouth dropped open in surprise. The man let him go. Heading towards the exit, Archon ordered him to shut up and begin preparing for war if he understood everything. The Skyscraper clan leader walked down the corridor. Jiangyu, along with his friends and the angels, watched him go. Looking back, the blonde man asked what they were all doing since the decisive battle was about to begin. Heading towards the door, the man ordered everyone to get ready. A full moon was shining above the forest. Alvin was sitting on the green grass. Walking up to him, Jiangyu asked him what he was doing. Looking back, the warrior saw his friend. The boy sat down next to him and said that the demon race wanted to start a war again. Closing his eyes and sighing, the boy explained that Archon and the angels had a fight and asked how they were planning to unite. Looking down, the swordsman explained that the leader of the Skyscraper clan was responsible for the lives of many people. Unlike Yunj, for him, the survival of people is much more important than the survival of all races. The clouds were covering the full moon. Looking ahead, the captain decided that his comrades' hatred for the angels who killed so many people was a given. Raising his eyebrows, the young man remembered that he had never seen Archon in battle and asked if he was really strong. Alvin lowered his head and confirmed this and was surprised that he had to talk about it. Monsters roam the desert, demons often roam these places initially, and the north, on the contrary, was safer. People ran away from the monster. Jiangyu asked why they began to live here at some point. The warrior asked whose merit his comrade thought it was. The people ran forward. A smiling Archon appeared in front of them. His hands lit up with bright flames. Having founded the Skyscraper clan, the leader struck the monster and then destroyed all the demons that were nearby. There were a huge number of dead demons around him. This place became safer than any other. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the boy remembered that the man said that absolutely everyone could die this time. The swordsman thoughtfully lowered his gaze. He looked at his friend. Squinting, the guy asked if he was scared. The answer was affirmative. The young man smirked and said that his comrade would not shed a drop of blood if he were attacked. The captain frowned sternly and explained that he was afraid of losing not himself, but his loved one. Jiangyu narrowed his eyes in fear. A rainbow gushed from his mouth. Alvin asked if he really wanted to die right here. Scratching his head and smiling, the boy apologized and explained that those words did not sound like something his friend would say. The warrior stated that saying something with a smile does not necessarily mean it will be good. Closing his eyes and raising his hand, the boy laughed and said that his comrade would be satisfied with just Lois anyway. The swordsman looked at him in surprise. He sighed heavily. The captain looked down and said that before he was lucky enough to be in this world, he had a loved one. However, he failed to protect her. The man was kneeling in front of the bed. The young man's mouth fell open in amazement. There were flowers in front of the girl's photo. Alvin said that he had also lost someone like Yunj. Looking at the sky, the warrior said that he could not accept Lois's feelings with peace of mind. Folding his arms, Jiangyu asked if the priestess knew about it. The swordsman replied that he had told her everything from the beginning to the end. The moon in the sky was pale yellow. At that moment, the girl blushed, promised to protect her comrade, and asked him not to leave the place next to him empty. Rising to his feet, the captain explained that he understood that this was wrong behavior, but he wanted to lean on someone again and be happy even if it was selfish. Dusting off his armor, Alvin said that he could not lose Lois. Looking at his friend, he asked if he had ever lost his loved ones. Raising himself from the ground, the boy replied that he had been alone from the very beginning. Dusting himself, the boy said that he had lived without knowing whether it was right or not. Putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, the young man said that he didn't know much about the pain of losing loved ones. The warrior raised his eyebrows in surprise. Jiangyu was sure that people who wanted to protect new loved ones were incredible. Remembering how Yunj fought, the boy closed his eyes and said that those who wanted to turn back the past, in which they could not protect someone, were also incredible. A good-natured smile appeared on his face. Looking down, Alvin thanked him. Taking a step forward, he added that his friend was also growing up well. A rift appeared in the darkness. Suddenly, the main character appeared in front of the boys. Yun's mouth opened in surprise. The swordsman looked at him in shock. Scratching the back of his head, the boy asked if he was too late. Approaching him, Jiangyu menacingly asked how long his friend was going to go back and forth. Smiling, the young man promised to never leave them again. He frowned decisively and declared that it was time to end everything. His appearance temporarily stopped the quarrel between Archon and Michael, and they shook hands. Everyone agreed that in order to confront the demonic race, it was necessary to unite the forces of the two races. The angels trained in martial arts and magic. The humans honed their skills on dummies. Unfortunately, the representatives of the two different nations could not easily accept each other. There were guards in front of the gates. Both nations were on guard every day. but still continued to train. One fine day, the warm rays of the sun illuminated the guard's face, then they thought it was just good weather. Suddenly, the guard's eyes widened in fear. Winged demons covered the sky above the skyscraper guild, as if announcing the death of this world. The warlock bared his teeth furiously. An entire army of demons was heading towards the city, their eyes were burning. The guard frowned and shouted that demons were approaching. The guys in the castle widened their eyes in shock. The main character frowned sternly and realized that the enemies had arrived. Looking at the flock of winged monsters, Yunj realized that it was time for the decisive battle. The monsters were approaching the city. The guy and his comrades stood on the fortress wall. They had a confident look. Flashing his fiery eyes, Warlock said that he had not seen these faces for a long time. Grinning, he asked the mortals to amuse him this time too. The winged monsters rushed towards the city. Sternly frowning, Arkan asked if everyone was ready for battle. Looking at his comrade, the head of the skyscraper clan said that their enemies were the survivors of the war, so they should not be underestimated. The blonde asked his friend to stop the warlock, attacking with caution, because if he was not caught, then there would be no point in killing other demons. The player raised his sword and replied that he understood everything. Addressing the army standing in front of the gate, Arkan shouted that the day of the decisive battle had finally arrived. The warriors looked at him attentively and listened. Today they would face the greed of the enemies and put an end to their thirst for mass murder. With his mouth wide open, the leader of the skyscraper clan declared that this was not just a fight, but a real war. Raising his fist up, he called on his comrades to stay alive and meet here again. The people, protected by the force barrier, began to rejoice. The angels silently looked ahead. The blonde glanced at his army. The man looked back and called out to his ally. Michael spread his wings, creating gusts of wind. Frowning, the angel declared that his subordinates would not follow the orders of people. The sky warrior took to the air and called his comrades to follow him. Standing behind his friend, the protagonist asked what was going on and assumed that something had happened between them. Arkan frowned, remembering their conversation in the office when the angel thought that the key had conspired with the demons. Hitting his friend in the chest, the skyscraper clan leader replied that something had happened, but the angels would not harm them, so there was nothing to worry about. Yunj smiled. His smile disappeared when a loud sound was heard. The heroes looked up at the sky. There was a reflection of fire in the guy's eyes. The warlock sent many fireballs towards the city. Looking at his friend, the young man asked her to remove the protective barrier. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that she would not allow the demons to get here. Alvin pounced on her and knocked her down. The protective barrier began to melt. The woman looked back and asked what her friend was trying to do. The warrior scowled and shouted that she would die if she blocked the enemies. Arkan watched as fireballs flew towards him. His body was enveloped in light energy. He rose into the air and flew towards the fireballs. The flames were rapidly moving towards the city. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard on the ground. Black smoke rose into the sky. The leader of the skyscraper clan was able to dodge the enemy projectiles. Lois raised her hands to use her magic. Fireballs hit the protective barrier with force, causing explosions. The wall of the fortress was destroyed. Horrible monsters emerged from the smoke. A hail of fiery projectiles fell on the city. The protagonist made a dash and cut the bodies of several demons. Looking back, he shouted that they would be able to win and that they needed to fight by joining forces. The people's mouths opened in surprise. Raising their weapons and smiling, they rushed forward to defend the city. Alvin and his comrades headed towards the fortress walls. The demons were running towards them. Vin cut off the head of one of them with a sharp swing of his sword. At the same time, Jong-woo jumped into the air and raised his fiery sword over his head. After he landed, several enemies were defeated by his precise attacks. The sword was engulfed in a blue haze. Jin-seok ran forward and cut an entire group of opponents in half. The defeated monster fell to the ground. The warrior's hair fluttered in the wind. The monsters continued to advance. Lois rose into the sky above the city, her furious eyes burning with fire. The girl waved her hand. A huge cube pressed the flying demons to the ground. Warlock spread his arms, laughed and declared that this was mass murder. Looking at his sworn enemy, the demon asked if that was not so. Taking a step forward, the protagonist named his wife and daughter. Rushing towards the enemy, Yoon shouted that he was heading towards them. The monster swung the ball on the chain. The core approached the boy. The young man cut the air with his sword. A bright flash appeared in front of him. Moving at the speed of light, he spun in the air to attack. Thanks to the precise strike, the monster's body was cut in half. Its upper half fell to the ground. Warlock opened his mouth and laughed. Rebuilding his body, the demon said that it was the same and that it was very funny. Grinning, he shouted that the enemy can kill him as much as they want because he himself will die. The man spread his arms, summoning a powerful red aura around himself. The player made a sharp dash towards his enemy. Putting his hands in front of him, the monster was able to reflect his blow. A flash appeared in the burning forest. Suddenly, a strong explosion was heard. The monster covered his face with his hand. Throwing his head back, Warlock screamed in unbearable pain. The protagonist frowned and sighed heavily. He stood on a purple platform. Pushing off from it, Yunj rushed forward. Holding his sword in front of him, the boy pierced the enemy through and flew out the other side. The demon swung the chain with the cannonball attached to it again. The ball hit the young man in the back. The man fell face down on the ground. A huge shadow of the enemy hung above him. A wave of fire washed over the iron ball, heating it up. Raising it in front of him, the monster asked why his opponent was stalling for time so much and suggested that the enemy had learned something from Jahar. Smiling, the player confirmed this. The swordsman cut the iron ball that approached him. Frowning, Arkan ordered Alvin to stand at the forefront and Lois to set up a barricade and protect the wounded. Nodding, the guys agreed to carry out the order. The Skyscraper clan leader ordered the swordsmen to attack the strongest ones who probably had ranks. Zhongyu pierced the demon's body with his sword. Jinseok looked away. A flash lit up the dead land. The protagonist slashed his sword at the chain. Arkan punched the demon in the face. Seventh Heaven decapitated one of the opponents. The boy pounced on a whole crowd of monsters. Using his wings, Alvin attacked the army of demons from the air. The sword flashed in his hands. Suddenly, the warrior opened his mouth in fear. The angel rushed forward and attacked the demons. Frowning, the swordsman asked why he was climbing. Because it was very dangerous, the heavenly warrior asked what they were talking about. Opening his mouth in fury, the captain asked what would happen if his sword pierced the angel. At the same time, the demon hit him on the back. Grinning, the guard asked how a person who can't even take care of himself could do that. The monster pierced him with a spear. Blood gushed from his mouth. Swinging his spear, the demon threw his body aside. The army of people rushed into battle with the bloodthirsty demons. The demon pressed a man to the ground, who immediately asked for help. The angel demonstratively turned away from him. Several enemies surrounded the heavenly warrior. The swordsman immediately cut off the heads of the enemies, and at the same time the angel. The wounded people cried out for help. The monster pierced the body of the heavenly warrior, who turned to the ruler of the heavenly worlds. The winged demon beheaded the man. The protagonist hit the warlock on the arm. Suddenly, Yunj looked away. At the same moment, an iron ball hit him in the face. The demon forcefully threw the enemy away from himself, taking advantage of his confusion. The guy opened his mouth in pain. The monster asked what happened, and assumed that he heard the screams of people. The monster realized that his opponent was afraid of losing his loved ones. The young man frowned tensely. A strong blow flew at Yun's back. The warlock hit the guy with his mace with all his might. The protagonist abruptly turned to the side and received a blow to the side. The shockwave threw Yunj far to the side and he began to fall rapidly downwards. The angels and demons continued to fight each other. After landing, the protagonist slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the burning city and the battle and was very perplexed. The demon immediately swung his spear at the angel. The angel felt someone's presence behind him and turned around. The protagonist abruptly jumped forward, putting out his hand to protect the angel from the blow. Arkan appeared behind the enraged demon, stretching his hand forward. He immediately grabbed the monster's neck with both hands. Arkan threw him aside and shouted that the angels were their allies. After a pause, he continued that if he and the angels fought together, they would be able to win, after which he ordered everyone to fight, joining forces. He turned his head to Yunj, standing in front of him. He shouted for the boy to stop the warlock. After these words, he pointed to the battle and said that they would sort it out themselves. He noticed a demon who had knocked an angel to the ground and put a spear to his side. Arkan quickly ran up to the demon and hit him hard in the cheek with his fist. With his magic, he set several demons on fire at once. He sharply extended his hand with magic forward. Arkan burned one demon through. He quickly ran to the boy and worriedly asked if he was okay. Hearing a sound in the distance, he sharply turned his gaze. Arkan leaned forward and quickly rushed to run. With a running start, he hit the demon in the chin with his fist. He clenched his teeth and grabbed the boy, after which he began to quickly run to a secluded place. He put the boy on the ground and he immediately began to thank him. Arkan immediately ran towards the battle. He frowned and shouted for everyone to act together because they need to protect each other. The angel in front of him asked indignantly what nonsense was this because people were running away. Arkan turned to the side and saw the guys running away from the battlefield in fear. He lowered his head forward and exhaled indignantly. He looked ahead and thought that fear was creating a crevice. Arkan looked at the wounded angel and thought that a wave was splashing out of a small crack. He turned his head to Alvin and Jinseok fighting. The demons rushed to run forward and he thought that it would be impossible to close the already widened crack. Arkan dropped his hands in disappointment and turned his head to the side. He looked ahead indifferently and said that that was it. An arrow immediately rushed quickly towards his side. The angel jumped out in front of the arrow with lightning speed. Arkan slowly turned to the angel who was completely wounded. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, seeing splashes of blood in front of him. With blood from his mouth, the angel told Arkan not to pay attention to the words of the other angels. He shouted for the guy not to give up. Arkan looked at the coughing angel in surprise. He cleared his throat and said that Arkan was the leader of the people. With a sharp movement of his hand, he grabbed him by the cloak. The angel with blood at his mouth said that he was not important in this battle, but the guy was needed here. With pursed lips, Arkan listened to how with the death of the leader, the entire group would lose cohesion. The angel, who fell to his knees, whispered that they did not want to lose the leader twice. On the verge of death, he stuttered that Arkan should not give up. He let go of his jacket and his body immediately weakened. Arkan clenched his teeth tightly, lowering his tear-stained eyes down. He picked up the angel with both hands and continued to whine. Lightning began to envelop his body. Arkan abruptly raised his head up, screaming loudly, and bright magical rays began to emanate from him. All the people turned in his direction in surprise. The demons looked at the magical light in bewilderment. Arkan released his bright magic as high as he could into the sky. Zhang frowned and asked in surprise what it was. Alvin closed his eyes and grinned maliciously. With a smile on his face, he exhaled and whispered that they had won. Zhang turned around with a shocked face, and Alvin asked if he hadn't said that. He said that Arkan had his own power. He sat down on the grass, leaned on his hands, and said that Arkan's true ability as a golden lion was not to fight. Zhang looked at him in surprise and asked what then. Alvin raised his head and said that it was the highest order. He looked at Arkan, who rose into the air with a glint in his eyes, and explained that this was the power with which everyone would obey his orders. Arkan looked around and addressed the humans and angels. He said that from now on, everyone should follow his orders. Shrouded in magic, Arkan said that they would win this war. He looked at the angels and said that they were enemies who met in battle for different reasons. He turned his gaze to the people and said that standing back to back for one goal, they can always become allies. Arkan, with burning eyes, looked at them and said that people should not ignore angels in danger, and that angels should help the fleeing people. He shouted menacingly, warning that anyone who resisted his order would be considered an enemy. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard behind him and the ground began to fly apart into small pieces. A huge worm jumped out from under the ground with loud screams. Arkan wanted to give an order to all troops when suddenly the worm attacked him from behind. It immediately swallowed the guy, shrouded in magic and illuminated from the inside. The monster began to swell in confusion. Its body began to disintegrate, emitting a warm light. The worm was torn to pieces and Arkan appeared. With burning eyes, he looked menacingly forward and ordered the war to begin. The people asked in confusion how they could start in such a state. Their bodies were immediately enveloped in magical flame. The angel exclaimed in surprise that strength was filling him. The people immediately rose up in a fiery crowd. The people shouted sharply, giving the command and saying that they must win. The people prepared their weapons and looked at the demons. With anger, they quickly ran towards their opponents. The demons looked forward in confusion. The guy with a sharp movement of the sword cut the demon into several pieces. The enraged people swung and chopped the demons. With the help of their magic, the angels attacked the opponents. They shot at their heads and immediately dissolved them. A huge angry crowd of troops ran towards the opponents. The warlock with wide open eyes looked forward. He menacingly shouted that this could not be. The demon kicked the ground hard. He closed his eyes and exhaled heavily, feeling that human fear was disappearing. He looked at the humans and wondered what had happened, as he was sure that they had lost their fighting spirit much faster than them. The humans frowned and shouted menacingly that they would win. Yunj walked up to Warlock, who had fallen to his knees in disappointment. The protagonist asked if he had suddenly lost his strength. He said that the demon grew stronger by absorbing negative feelings such as fear, horror, hatred, and anger. Warlock gritted his teeth and listened as the boy said that this was why the demon had never lost a war. The protagonist held a sword in his hand and slowly walked towards the demon. He looked ahead and said menacingly that Warlock had underestimated the humans. He looked at the fighting Jinseok and said that the humans lived in pain every day, as if their bones were being cut. Looking at Alvin, he remembered the humans helping strangers because they wanted no one else to be hurt. Chahong punched the demon and Yunj said that humans sincerely support each other, despite the fact that few people recognize them as heroes. He raised the fiery sword and said that humans are terribly afraid of death. Then he looked at them and said that they conquer fear and silently do their job. The protagonist looked at Arkan and said that there is a person who knows about all their efforts and leads them. Yunj put the sword to Warlock's throat. He coldly said that this is not the demon's defeat, but also not the guy's victory. He continued, saying that this is the victory of people who have overcome fear. The protagonist suddenly cut off Warlock's head. The head rushed down with lightning speed. The demon gritted his teeth in anger. He laughed and asked if Yunj really thought that he would finish him off like this, because he would still be reborn time after time. All the people turned to look at the screams of Warlock, and he screamed that when the protagonist died and decomposed in the ground, the demon would continue to live. Yunj activated the sword and said that Warlock could revive as much as he wanted. He said that this time it would take quite a long time. The protagonist looked at the sword burning with blue flames and said that the demon would be sealed in its weakest state. He sharply pointed the weapon at Warlock's head. The demon opened its eyes in shock and screamed shrilly. Yunj pierced its head. The people looked at the incinerating Warlock in surprise. The protagonist looked at its remains with indifference. Putting away the sword, he said that the people and angels did a good job. The guy turned his head and said that Arkan did too, leading everyone. Then he turned to Michael and said that he believed in the guy. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Yunj thanked the people and angels who fought alongside them. The boy smiled widely and said that they were able to win thanks to all of them. He closed his eyes and said with a smile on his face that the fight was over when suddenly a rough voice from behind him interrupted him, saying that it was not over yet. The protagonist looked at the crowd in confusion. He began to look around and looked away. The old man standing on the mountainside and said that he did not think that they would kill Warlock. Gaon said menacingly that they had better stop. A bunch of dragons were flying above Gaon. The dragons were purposefully heading towards the crowd of people. Aryan and Jahar were watching the events through the magic ball, and Aryan was surprised to learn how everything turned out. Jahar looked at the protagonist through the ball. Aryan wondered if Yunj would be able to deal with the dragons. The Lord looked away and whispered that they would hope so. He remembered how he and the protagonist were sitting at the table and Jahar was telling the guy that he would definitely have to fight the dragons. The protagonist was surprised and asked if there was a way to defeat them, to which the Lord replied that he had never fought them, and then asked if the guy had ever fought them. Yunj scratched his head and sheepishly replied that of course not. He looked at the angry Jahar and asked why the dragons started a war. The Lord opened his mouth to answer. He looked down at the floor and said that the guy would have to ask the dragons themselves. The protagonist jumped up from his chair and looked away in shock. Jaren was standing in the doorway, looking at the guy angrily. The dragon said that they, unlike other species, live a long life. He explained that during all this time, they can enjoy enough peace, safety, and prosperity. He remembered the very beginning of someone creating dragons. At some point in time, dragons became creators. Dragons created new lives and believed that this was their noble mission. With the help of dragon powers, many new species of living beings appeared. But Jaren said that this ability took away the life force of the dragons themselves. Even though their existence was long, they were filled with a thirst to live longer and longer. Eventually, in order to gain more life force, they had to find a way. Dragons created one holy grail that collected the powers of dragons and shards that symbolized its power. After all the shards were collected in one place with the grail, their owner would gain power akin to that of a dragon. Dragons forced those who wanted to get this power. After the battle of angels and demons, they collected many lives of the dead. The mediator had a staff in which he collected all the souls of the dead. With the help of Gaon, they turned them into the life force of dragons. The old man liked this plan and smiled maliciously. Jaren looked away and said that this was the system of this world. The protagonist could not stand it and shouted that it would be more profitable for dragons if people died rather than survived. He asked in bewilderment, what about the Grail? What about the shards? Did all of this really exist for the sake of dragons? Jahar put the mug on the table and answered, that's right. Yunj was shaking with anger and said that dragons created a place where they could control time and space, and even having the power to fulfill their desire simply because of the desire to live longer. He clenched his teeth and continued, saying that they led to the death of many different races. Jaren sat opposite him and said that there was no limit to greed. He closed his eyes and said that there were dragons who spoke out against it. The dragon said that it was he and Aryan, because only the two of them did not support this method. He said upset that the dragons called it a necessity to show the way to the shards and the key and abandoned him with Aryan. Jaren looked at the floor and said that they still believed that it was absolutely necessary to stop the senseless sacrifices and endless killings. He looked at the boy and said that he was asking him as a dragon. He stood up from his chair and leaned both hands on the table. Jaren bowed and whispered for the protagonist to destroy their lineage. Yunj looked at the dragon in surprise. At this time, the protagonist became angry and clenched his teeth, shouting, did Gaon dare to ask the boy for such a thing? He pointed his sword forward and said that the old man had outplayed himself in Changi, so now he would die. Gaon smiled maliciously and jokingly said that he was scared, so he needed to get rid of the boy quickly. He pointed his finger at the boy and said that he was no longer a creature that they should protect, because he was a huge evil that was going to kill them. The old man smiled widely, looking at the dragons. He immediately shouted that it was time for the purge, when suddenly the dragons suddenly became angry and began to scream shrilly. Yunj looked forward and said that the old man said well about the purge. With wild eyes, the protagonist shouted loudly that it was time for the purge. Arkan raised his hand up and shouted for all the humans and angels to join forces and fight. The humans raised their hands up and Arkan shouted that they had hope. The dragons quickly rushed down. They flew closer and closer to the humans. The armed angels looked at them, ready to fight. The humans took up swords and rushed to run at the dragons. Yunj jumped past the flying dragons and turned to the side in bewilderment. The humans and angels wounded by fire flew up. The dragons furiously spewed fire from their mouths. The humans tried to dodge the dragon's eruption. Alvin turned towards them and said that it was time for the final battle, which meant there was no need to hold back any longer. He spread his wings and said that it was time to end this war that everyone was tired of. Yunj activated magic and thought that there was no need to save strength until the very last moment. He got angry and, gritting his teeth, jumped on the dragons, thinking that he needed to splash absolutely everything on them. The dragon blocked the guy's path and screamed that he couldn't go any further. He immediately opened his mouth to burn the protagonist with fire. Yunj jumped, swinging his sword high. A bright spark was already visible from the dragon's mouth. The protagonist swung hard towards the dragon. He hit him sharply on the neck. Jinseok immediately went to help the guy. With a sharp blow of the sword, he pierced the dragon through, emitting magic from the weapon. He looked at Yunj and asked if their goal was really on that island, to which the guy nodded in agreement. Jinseok shouted for the protagonist to continue moving forward. The angry dragons were approaching them. They both hung over Yunj, who stood shrouded in flames. The dragons quickly rushed down to him. With a fiery sword, the protagonist killed both dragons at once. There was a huge explosion behind him and the guy ran away. Yunj jumped to the top of the mountain. He saw Gaon in front of him. The dragon lowered its head and was surprised that the protagonist had reached it. Yunj looked at him menacingly and asked where the mediator was. The old man raised his staff up and asked if the guy was talking about him. The protagonist took a step forward and said that he would destroy it and end everything. Gaon looked up and said that he would ask something before that. He abruptly hit the ground with his staff until it cracked. A shockwave suddenly appeared around him. The protagonist turned around in surprise, seeing nothing but white light, and Gaon asked what his wish was. There was a stream of fire behind Yunj and he wondered why the old man was asking about this. The dragon put the staff in front of himself and said that the dragons, were very similar to Yunj in their denial of the fate that had befallen them. He looked at the boy walking towards him and asked if resurrecting someone with his own will would not be a denial of fate. Gaon smiled, raising his palms in front of him, and said that it was natural for living organisms to go against their given destiny. Yunj coldly said that the old man had the wings of a dragon, but the tongue of a snake. The boy's magic began to swirl around him and he suddenly ran forward. Gaon laughed loudly and said that the protagonist spoke just like a lord. The old man looked at Yunj from under his brows and said that humans had outstanding potential, so he liked them. The protagonist jumped above the old man and shouted at him to stop talking. A small explosion appeared in front of the boy's face. He frowned and looked forward in surprise. Gaon cleared his throat and said that he spoke sincerely, after which he continued that there are those who prolong life more than people, angels and demons. He looked at the puzzled Yunj and said that these were people killed just before their prime. The dragon asked if the boy himself could not see this, since he was just an ordinary person, but thanks to the fragments, he had become almost equal to a dragon. Gaon, with a smile on his face, extended his hand forward and told the protagonist to think carefully, since if he had the Grail, he would be able to bring back everything he wanted in this space. Yunj continued to hold the sword in his hands, while the old man said that he would be able to resurrect not only the people he loved who died on the battlefield, but he would also be able to fulfill absolutely everything he wanted. The protagonist looked at him thoughtfully. Gaon raised his staff up and asked if dragons really disgusted Yunj. After saying this, he smiled widely and said that he would show him the life he wanted. The old man abruptly struck the ground with his staff. Yunj felt the ground slipping away from under his feet and he was falling into another reality. He heard his daughter's voice, screaming for Yunj to wake up. Yunjung screamed for the guy to wake up. A pillow fell on the guy's face. He removed it from his eyes and frowned, trying to understand what was going on. His wife folded her arms over her chest and asked in displeasure if the protagonist had forgotten that they had agreed to go on a picnic with the whole family. She took his arm, lifting him off the bed. Yunj held her hand, walking ahead, thinking that he had forgotten something. They all walked along the street together. Jongwoo raised his hand up and called out to him, asking if they were going on a picnic. He waved and wished them a good rest. The protagonist looked at Jongwoo and wondered where he met him. He was walking behind Yunjong, getting closer to the castle. The guy turned around abruptly, passing by Alvin and Lois. Walking further, he turned around and saw Beekshan and Michael. Yuni, his wife and daughter were walking up to the clearing. Nina grabbed the guy by the hand, calling out to him with a smile on her face. She raised her hands up and asked the main character to ride her on his neck. He put his daughter on his neck and they rushed forward with a smile on their faces. Nina shouted for Dad to listen to her. She put her hand on his and bowed her head to his face. The daughter smiled and screamed that she loved him. Yuni looked at her with his mouth open in surprise. Tears suddenly appeared in his eyes. A second later, a tear quickly flowed down his cheek. He raised Mina's hands up and reciprocated her, saying that he loved them. Holding his daughter in his arms, Yuni saw himself in the reflection. With tears in his eyes, he looked into the abyss, realizing that it was an illusion. He let go of his daughter's hand and lowered his hand down. The protagonist squeezed it and a flaming sword immediately appeared in it. Frowning, he angrily shouted that Dad would be back soon. Upset, he stood over the portal and asked if Gaon had finished. The illusion in front of the guy broke and he found himself in the same place. The old man looked at the guy in surprise, scratching his beard. He was illuminating the place with a glowing staff and said that he could not believe that Yunj had gotten out of the illusion on his own. The old man spread his hands and said that it had just been a mirage, but if the protagonist took possession of the Grail, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in that place. With a smirk on his face, he began to say that it was very good. The protagonist interrupted him, jumping at him with a flaming sword. Having struck, he missed because Gaon quickly took a step back, dodging the blow. With a wild look, Yunj walked towards the old man, saying that there are two things that humans cannot touch. He clenched his teeth and said that the first thing is family. Then he turned his menacing gaze to Gaon and said that the second thing is loved ones. The guy frowned and said that he would properly show the old man what happens when something touches them. Gaon looked forward in fear, his eyes wide open. Gaon asked if this was the power of a dragon. Jahar and Jaren were very surprised, watching everything happening through the ball. The dragons continued to attack the people. At the top of the mountain, a huge beam appeared upward, from which a powerful explosion emanated. People and dragons looked up with interest. The protagonist was enveloped in fiery flames. Having changed his clothes, he began to elegantly tighten his tie, glaring menacingly at the old man. Gaon looked forward with fear in his eyes. With a sharp movement of his hand, Yunj hit the dragon with his fist on the cheek. The blow sent the old man flying into the air, his head twisting wildly in pain. Enraged, Yunj pounced on Gaon, who was lying on the ground. With a powerful kick, the protagonist hit the old man in the head with such force that blood came out of his mouth. The boy began to beat him in all parts of his body. Loud sounds were heard from the top of the island. Yunj swung his hand at Gaon with great force. He jumped onto the ground with great speed, breaking it into pieces. Gaon, who was lying on the ground, could barely move his hand. Trying to get up, he leaned on both hands while the protagonist ran at him with a sword. Gaon took the staff with a trembling hand and raised it in front of him. He immediately slammed it down on the ground. The old man clenched his teeth and shouted that this would not work. His eyes sparkled and he looked forward, saying about human lives. He activated the staff, raising it up. A bright light from the staff filled almost the entire island. Gaon turned away from the light and shouted that lives would end here. He put the staff down and it began to be sucked in. The stone of the staff cracked into many small pieces. It suddenly exploded and the fragments flew in different directions. The protagonist opened his mouth and realized that the Grail was hidden underground. The island suddenly began to shake. Yunj conjured up some steps and began to quickly climb up them. A huge dragon appeared from the island, opening its mouth to grab the protagonist. It was getting closer and closer to the guy. Yunj jumped up sharply at the moment when the dragon closed its mouth. Enraged, he menacingly asked if Yunj was really the bastard hunting for the Grail. The protagonist grinned and said, "So that's how it is." He looked purposefully at the dragon and with a smile on his face shouted that the Grail was inside him. At that very second, the dragon opened its mouth and rushed to attack the protagonist. The one that even dragons fear. The one who, along with his birth, destroys all the powers of his relatives and makes them take the lives of other creatures. The most ruthless dragon, Pafnir. It was a fight between a dragon with a power that goes against the laws of this world, and the head of the family, for whom the laws of nature were not even visible behind the love for his family. The protagonist, thanks to the magic plates under his feet, quickly ran towards the huge dragon. At that very second, a burning blade appeared in his hand. Pafnir saw this, opened his mouth and brought down a raging flame. Yunj noticed this and managed to dodge at the last moment. He was talking in his head since the dragon's body was so big. While thinking this, he jumped towards the monster. Then he finished that this meant that its weak points were also huge. Having finished the thought, he dealt a powerful blow to the dragon's face. From this, Pafnir only smiled. Unexpectedly, he took a human form with dragon wings on his back. He looked at the protagonist and with burning eyes asked if Yunj really thought that he would lose so meekly as he expected. The protagonist saw this and tensed up greatly. Suddenly, Pafnir swung and rushed to attack. He delivered a precise blow to Yunj, causing him to fly back. The guy's eyes turned white and blood spurted from his mouth. Pafnir did not stop and at that very moment appeared behind the protagonist. Then he hit him with all his might. The protagonist flew into the ground at great speed and a powerful explosion was heard. As soon as the smoke cleared, Yunj tried to get up. He was coughing heavily and coughing up blood. Shaking from terrible pain, he tried to stay on his knees, and Pafnir was in the air behind him. The guy remembered Jaren's words to himself, who spoke about the impossibility of dodging, even knowing the future. Then he asked himself, so that's what it meant. He rose to his feet with difficulty and said in his head that he was getting the feeling that absolutely all the fights before this were just a warm-up, because that's how strong his opponent was. An insanely powerful magic ball appeared in the dragon's hand. He looked at the protagonist and mockingly shouted that they could do that, so even having become stronger humans. At this time, while he was speaking, something was quickly approaching him from the side. It was Jaren, who flew into Fafnir at high speed. The dragon looked at his opponent in shock. Jaren stood in a stance and menacingly said that he would no longer run away. Hearing this, Fafnir stretched out his hand, getting ready to attack, and shouted, asking what kind of ridiculous statements these were. But suddenly Alvin appeared behind him and dealt a quick and strong blow to the dragon's back. Then he shouted with eyes burning with rage that he would kill the monster. At the same second, Jinseok quickly ran along the ground. Before Fafnir came to his senses, he dealt a lightning blow to his chest. The dragon was surrounded and blood spurted from all his wounds. Fafnir was enveloped in rage from everything that had happened. Veins stood out all over his body, and he screamed in rage that they were all just damn bugs. After this scream, he rushed to attack, spitting flames from his mouth. He flew into Jinseok, who managed to block the flames and swung his large hand. But before he could strike, his hand was pierced by a spear. At the same moment, his other hand was pierced by an axe. Fafnir was shocked by this and did not understand what was happening. The angels Ragal and Anil were behind this. Suddenly, Michael pierced the chest of a powerful dragon from behind. At that moment, Arkan appeared and punched him in the face with all his might. The badly wounded Fafnir, splashing blood, flew to the ground. After landing, a powerful explosion was heard. At this time, the protagonist was already firmly on his feet, and in his hands was a burning sword. Arkan looked back, saw Yunj and called out to him. Fafnir rose to his feet, and the protagonist was running furiously at him from behind. At that very moment, the dragon turned to Yunj and screamed with burning eyes not to be underestimated. After that scream, he spread his arms to the side and released all his power. A bright light illuminated everything around. At that very moment, a terribly insane explosion was heard. From this, Arkan flew away with a scream. All the archangels could not hold on and were thrown far back. The protagonist was also exposed to the explosion, and with his arms spread out, he was thrown back by the blast wave. He flew far from the place of the explosion, hitting the ground. As soon as the smoke cleared, Fafnir appeared, his wounds completely healed, when suddenly he raised his head and his face distorted in a grimace of pain. Zhang-Yu, in the form of Lamar, pierced the dragon's chest with his sword. He pressed on the dragon with eyes burning with hatred. There was dragon blood on his sword. Zhang-Yu asked Lamar if she could feel the power of the strongest that she desired. Drops of blood slowly dripped to the ground, and Lamar said that she could feel it well. Zhang-Yu continued to press the sword into the dragon, saying that it was probably created to resist this power. Suddenly, blood spurted out of his mouth. He looked at the blood covering the sword and said to himself that this was an energy that was much superior to his, adding that the blood was not absorbed, rather, on the contrary, it was he who was caught. From the realization of this, shock and fear appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, Fafnir leaned towards him and with a mad smile on his face asked if the guy really thought that he would die from such nonsense. After these words, he quickly swung. At that very second, he hit Zhang-Yu in the face with terrifying force. From such a blow, his skull crumbled and his neck broke. Then, splashing blood in all directions, the guy flew far back. The protagonist saw this and was horrified. He looked at his friend's dead body and shouted his name. Yunj looked at his friend and didn't know what to do. Cold sweat was running down his face and there was horror and fear in his eyes. Suddenly, he jumped up. Fafnir saw this and spat out 3 streams of fire. At the same moment, a powerful explosion was heard. The shockwave hit Lois and Alvin. Fafnir did not stop and rushed to attack the protagonist, spitting out a fireball in his direction. The ball hit him, and all the clothes on his body were torn. Seeing this, the dragon laughed loudly and said that he seemed to be nothing either. Suddenly, he saw something that made him very surprised. The protagonist was enveloped in an incredibly strong magical energy, and power was pouring out of his burning eyes. In his other hand, he held the Zhang-Yu sword, using its power. Many blows were heard on the dragon's flesh. With his insane strength, he rushed past his opponent, inflicting multiple wounds on him. Blood spurted out of Fafnir's mouth, and he himself did not even understand what happened. At that very moment, holding the sword of his dead comrade in his hand, the protagonist heard Lamar's voice, who said that Zhang-Yu was her only friend. Continuing to listen to the demon, Yunj rushed to attack the dragon. Having reduced the distance, he raised both swords behind his back, while Lamar said that he was probably created to restrain her. A fierce fight began. The protagonist quickly dealt blow after blow, but the dragon reflected each one. At this time, Lamar said that she could be used. Then she said that someone like him would be able to absorb Fafnir's power. Yunj heard this and did not stop attacking the enemy. Suddenly, the dragon cried out in pain because the guy pierced his chest. An insanely powerful force emanated from both opponents. Fafnir gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes blazing as he watched the protagonist raise his sword behind his back. Yunj heard Lamar telling him to win. After these words, he screamed very loudly, putting all his strength into his final blow. The next second, he cut off Pafnir's head with a lightning strike. A very bright light was immediately released from the dragon's body. At the same second, the protagonist's sword broke. The same thing happened with the second sword. The guy with eyes full of hatred looked at the defeated enemy. The dragon's body disappeared. It turned into a huge golden ball, which began to accumulate everything around it. A few seconds later, the huge ball became the size of a palm, and the protagonist extended his hand to it. He looked in surprise at what was emitting a very bright, warm light. A very bright golden sphere, full of powerful magical energy, told the protagonist that he had succeeded after all. Then she said that it had supported him all the time. Hearing these words, Yunj was very surprised. Suddenly, he lowered his head and quietly said, "So this is the Holy Grail in front of him." "Yes," the sphere replied, adding that it was the Grail who would listen to the protagonist's wish. Yunj heard this and looked away sadly. On the ground, he saw Zhang Yu dead, lying in a pool of blood. Arkin was sitting dead on the ground nearby. Everyone around was dead, both angels and humans. Alvin and Lois were also dead there. Then the Grail broke the silence and said that it never thought that the protagonist would kill all the dragons, adding that the guy was really amazing, so it congratulated him and now he only had to choose what he wanted. The next second, it flew closer to him and said whether he wanted to save his family for his own happiness or get rid of this world so that there would be no more such victims. The protagonist held a diary in his hand. There was no one else left. Then, with his head down in sadness, he said that this time he was alone too. Suddenly, a tear fell on the diary. The next second, a few more dripped. The Grail saw this and said that however, Yunj had reached a level that no one could surpass. The protagonist heard this, clenched his fist in anger and said, "No." He clenched his teeth in rage and asked that if all these people were sacrificed for his family, then what did it matter? Hearing this, the Grail was surprised and did not know what to answer. Then the protagonist raised his head to the sphere and with eyes full of sadness said that he was no different from dragons. After saying these words, he said that this was not the path he wanted. He slowly walked towards the dead Zhangyu. At that moment, the guy fell to his knees in front of him. Hugging him, he said that no one should die like this. In rage, he clenched his jaws and repeated, "No one. No one," he screamed in rage the next second, raising his head to the sky. Hearing all this, the Grail calmly said that a choice must be made. He lowered himself to the ground and added that Yunj could not save everyone, and there was only one wish. Then he said that the protagonist could make sure that no more such victims appeared. While the Grail was speaking, Yunj looked into the empty eyes of the long-dead Zhangyu. At that very second, the Grail finished speaking. Either the protagonist could save the people he had wanted to bring back all this time. After listening to the sphere to the end, Yunj ran his hand over his friend's face and closed his eyes. After a short pause, he quietly said, "Okay." Then he said that he would make a wish. The sphere silently waited for the wish, and at that moment the protagonist asked to return time to the day before his family's death. Hearing this, the Grail asked in surprise, did this really mean what? But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist turned to him and with tears in his eyes said loudly, "Yes," adding that he would do it again from the very beginning. Then he finished speaking that he would create a future in which no one would die. Some time passed. The main character's work building. His voice could be heard inside, asking the boss if he could go home. The boss turned around in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" To which Yunj calmly replied that he wanted to go home as soon as possible today. Suddenly, he came to his senses and, with a drop of sweat on his face, excitedly asked, "Is there a corporate party today?" The boss firmly replied, "No." Then he allowed the main character to go and rest, since this didn't happen to him often. Hearing this, Yunj bowed and thanked the boss, saying that they would see each other tomorrow. A few minutes later, he was walking very quickly down the corridor. Without stopping, he looked at his watch, trying not to miss the time. When he went outside, he didn't slow down the pace of his haste. A few minutes later, he carefully entered one of the alleys. A couple of minutes passed, and he was still not there. A few more minutes later, he came out in a completely different suit. After that, he started to run quickly. Some time passed. The beaten Yunsung tried to run away in horror. Suddenly, he ran into a dead end where he had stopped. Turning around abruptly, he screamed, asking what the hell was going on. Then he screamed, asking why he was hitting him. The protagonist was slowly approaching him, his eyes burning with hatred. Without explaining anything, he hit Yunseong in the face with all his might. It was already late at night, and dull blows could be heard in the street. Suddenly, Yunseong raised his hands and screamed, begging him to stop. He looked at the protagonist with one eye and screamed in fear, asking who he was to do this to him. Yunj looked at the guy with contempt in his eyes and said that he didn't need to ask who he was and why he was doing this. Then he said that very soon. At the same time, it was clear from the shadow of the lantern that he grabbed his hand, after which a loud crunch was heard. At that very second, he finished saying that he would find out everything. In a few hours, the protagonist's house, Yunj entered his apartment and said that he had arrived. His daughter immediately ran out to him. She hugged his leg and screamed happily, asking why he was taking so long. His wife also came out to him and asked in surprise if he was really a little late today, and then turned her attention to her husband's image and asked what kind of clothes he was wearing. Seeing his family alive, the protagonist could hardly hold back his tears. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. While his daughter was hugging him, he extended both hands to his wife. Yoonjong was surprised, sat down next to her husband and asked what he was doing. Did something really happen? Yoonj hugged his family and answered, "No, thank you," he said, hugging his loved ones with tears in his eyes. He hugged them tightly and continued to thank them for being by his side. Less than an hour later, they were all sitting at the table together and having dinner. That same night, the protagonist read a bedtime story to his daughter. After that, he walked up to his wife, kissed her head and said goodnight. Then he went into his room and closed the door. Sadness appeared in his eyes, and he no longer knew what to say. Suddenly, he glanced at the table where the diary was lying. Walking up to it, he opened it and saw that every page was blank. "A year," Yoon said, leafing through the diary. With full confidence in his eyes, he asked to wait just 1 year, and so time began to pass. The protagonist trained by running on the night streets. He worked in the office, and in the evenings, he was with his family, having dinner with them. On weekends, they all went out and walked together, but at night, the protagonist continued to train, preparing for that very day. At work, he continued to work hard to finish early. At home, before going to bed, he began to write a diary, and one day, he slammed the diary shut, saying that it was today. He got ready, and before leaving, Yoonjong asked him if she understood correctly that this business trip would take quite a long time. The next second, she smiled warmly and asked to buy something delicious on the way back. Nina sat in her mother's arms and wished her father a good journey with a smile on her face. The protagonist looked at the people dear to him and smiled warmly. Approaching the door, he said with love in his voice that he would be back soon. As soon as he walked out the door, a bright blue flame appeared above his head. "Finally," Yoon said. Raising his head, he said in his head with a very tense face that it was time to start. Closing his eyes, he remembered everything he had ever known about that world. A few seconds later, a bright light appeared around him, and he opened his eyes. Yoonj found himself in a forest with other people who did not understand anything. Suddenly, a system voice was heard, which said that from now on, the training would begin. Then it said that it was necessary to present the desired weapon, and if the participants did not choose within a minute, then they would be automatically presented with a sword. While everyone around did not understand anything, the protagonist stretched out his hand and said in his head, "Sword." The weapon immediately appeared in his hand, after which Yoon said to himself that this was quite familiar. After a short pause, the system voice said that zombies were approaching, so they needed to join forces and stop them. The screams of zombies were heard from the depths of the forest. People were immediately horrified, not understanding what all this meant. As soon as the monsters appeared, everyone was even more horrified. The training began, and zombies appeared. The protagonist did not lose his head and stepped towards the zombies. No one could move, seeing these monsters for the first time in their lives. Yoonj was completely calm. He said in his head that this was not the first time for him. At that very second, he tightly clutched the sword in his hand and said that this time, strike. With one swing of the sword, he cut the zombie into 2 parts. There was not a drop of fear in his eyes, and in his head he was telling himself that he would do everything right. The first and second stages of training passed quickly, and then the third stage came. The protagonist entered one of the 3 doors, the Scarlet one. He found himself in the city. After a while, he asked the names of the people in front of him. They were Yoonjae and Jongwoo. Hearing this, Yoonj grinned and said that he was glad to meet you, adding that this time he and Jongwoo would definitely stay alive. So he and Jongwoo dealt with the demon Lick, and Yoonj took possession of the shackles of Jahar. After that, they caught the Golden Goblin and received the tears of the goddess. Little by little, the protagonist began to accelerate in development again. He met Warlock again. Standing in front of the monster, he said with a smile on his face that they had not seen each other for a long time. Hearing this, Warlock was very confused, not understanding what was happening. After that, the protagonist met Aryan again. After some time, he was in a cave with a crowd of other students. After finishing all the training, a guy came out to them, who loudly greeted everyone. Then he introduced himself as a participant who ended up in this world 7 years ago, Alvin Walker. The protagonist was finally able to see the people he missed so much. After a while, they dealt with Abram, and in Dark Mumi, where Yoonj came again on the orders of the Skyscraper clan. They came there with Jongwoo, and the guy said that the city seemed twice as big as Melon, but somehow it was gloomy here. In one of the buildings, he found Yoonsun, who looked at him in horror and asked why he was here. The protagonist stood in front of him with a sly smile on his face and said that he had said back then that they would meet again. That same day, he broke off a long-term sad connection with him. He dealt with the guy with one blow. After that, there was a clash with the clan of assassins. They cut down the devil's tree and everything was the same as before. They easily dealt with the demons, met Jinseok and began training. But even though Yoonj was training for the second time, it did not make it easier. After meeting Emily, during the fight with her, the girl in the guise of a demon attacked him. She was very determined. Suddenly, the protagonist turned to her and shouted loudly that she could return the world to its original state, even without becoming a demon. Then he added that he was talking about the fact that she did not need to gather criminals and sacrifice herself. Hearing this, Emily was shocked, which is why she stopped. Yoonj extended his hand to her. He looked at her and firmly told her that she needed to believe and follow him, adding that they would all be able to return. Jinseok stood behind her and saw all of this. Emily's demonic image began to crumble, and the girl asked with hope in her voice if this was true. The story began to change little by little. Thanks to Baekhyun, the protagonist was able to overcome the limitation of magical power. Then he met the demon key again. Together with Alvin, they surrounded Satan. He was scared and did not know what to do. Then suddenly Yoonji asked why they had to fight at all. Hearing this, Satan was very surprised. The protagonist looked at the demon and said that he wanted to tell him something. After a while, Satan, with a drop of cold sweat on his face, asked in confusion if the guy really thought he would believe all this. Hearing such an answer, Yoonji slightly lowered his head and said that the demon might not believe him. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and a bright warm light began to shine from his head in all directions. The next second the light went out, and a wreath of crosses appeared around the guy's head. At the same second, the main character pointed his sword towards Satan and said that if he did not like his proposal, then they could have a duel. The demon looked at the guy in horror and said in his head that this man. At the same time, a powerful flame began to appear around Yoonj. Looking at him, Satan asked himself why he was so strong. He felt how great the difference in strength was in front of them, because he saw Yoonj in front of him as a huge giant. Without thinking twice, the demon raised his hands and said that he understood everything. Then he grinned and said that they could try to do it the way he wanted, because he was thinking. At that very second they shook hands, and Satan finished saying that fighting dragons would be more fun than fighting people. In his head, the main character firmly said that everything would not happen the way the dragons wanted. After some time, Metatron came out of the portal with his army, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. At the time when the angels came down from heaven, the guys were doing what they had to do. Their whole team was ready for the fight. They met Warlock again. The huge monster was furious on the ground. Raising his head, he laughed ominously and said that he was glad to meet. After a while, the team easily sealed Warlock. After some time, the protagonist came to Arian again. Turning around, the dragon said that he did not think that they would see each other again. The protagonist received a shard from Arian again. In the battle with Metatron, he deliberately limited his power. Thanks to this, he bought time because the dragons helped them. Although Yoonj wanted to save absolutely everyone, at least 2 had to die. These were the evil king of angels Metatron and his fanatic Gabriel. After their death, the protagonist turned to the remaining angels and said that they could end this war. It didn't take long for everything to change. The war had begun. The demon was in line. The angels were there too. The humans weren't far behind either. The protagonist stood in front of them and spoke loudly that they had gathered here for a common purpose. Taking out his sword from its sheath, he raised the sword high and said that this was the intention to stop living like the puppets that these creatures dreamed of. Everyone gathered listened attentively as Yoonj said that they would fight, get hurt, and even die, but they would not do it because of someone. Then he turned around and asked if he understood everything with his eyes full of hatred. He stared at Gaon, who he was addressing. The old man, hearing all this, was furious. A few minutes later, the protagonist changed his clothes into an office suit. His magical power was incredible, and there was magical power coming from his eyes. Gaon saw this and was scared out of his mind. Before he could do anything, the protagonist flew into him and punched him in the face. The old man flew back from such a strong blow. Yoonj immediately caught up with him, getting ready to attack again. At that very second, he hit Gaon with all his might. The old man's eyes turned white and blood spurted from his mouth. At that moment, the protagonist began to furiously beat the dragon, leaving him no chance. Loud blows and bursts of magical power were heard throughout the island. A few minutes later, Yoonj jumped up and swung, getting ready to deliver the finishing blow. Then he hit the old man with his elbow with such force that he flew into the ground, splitting it under him. The dragon's hand fell. As soon as he tried to get up, the protagonist had already rushed towards him. A staff suddenly appeared in his hand. Leaning on it, the old man rose heavily and said that this would not do. Gritting his teeth in rage, he screamed that their lives were at stake. At that very moment, his eyes lit up furiously and he finished speaking, "End here." After these words, the sphere and the staff began to glow brightly. At that very moment, a bright green light blinded everything around. The old man closed his eyes and spoke, addressing the great land dragons. His last word was a request to awaken, after which his body disappeared. The next second, the sphere and the staff cracked. The protagonist looked at this and said that the old man should have done so. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately jumped up and a powerful explosion sounded under him. Fafnir burst out of the ground at him. Opening his mouth, he tried to eat the guy. Yunj managed to jump out at the last moment and stay alive. A huge dragon with glowing eyes looked at the protagonist and menacingly asked if he was the bastard hunting for the Grail. Looking at Fafnir, Yunj smiled and said that he was not the one who hunts. The next second, he finished saying that he was the one who would receive it. After these words, the sword in his hand caught fire and he rushed to attack. Then he pushed off the magic plate under his feet and jumped towards the dragon. He aimed at its weak point, wanting to destroy it. Suddenly, Fafnir took the form of a man with dragon wings on his back. He looked at the guy with burning eyes and shouted, asking if Yunj really thought that he would meekly lose, as he expected. When suddenly his face distorted in a grimace of pain. The protagonist pierced the monster's chest with his sword. With crosses around his head, burning eyes and a malicious smile on his face, he asked the dragon if the dragon really thought that he would fall for the same trick again. After these words, he abruptly pulled the sword out of Fafnir and blood spurted in all directions. Then he dealt a quick and very strong blow to the dragon's body. Fafnir, coughing up blood, asked in shock how this was possible. The protagonist did not answer and delivered a powerful kick to the enemy's face. While Fafnir was falling, he appeared behind him. At the same moment, he delivered a quick blow to the dragon's back. Suddenly, Satan appeared from above. From his hands, he released the chains with which he bound Fafnir's hands. The bound hand was immediately pierced with a spear. The other was pierced with a halberd. Both hands of the powerful dragon were bound and pierced. Anil and Regal were behind this. While Fafnir was spitting blood and could not do anything, Zhang Yu in the form of Lamar jumped out from the side and swung his sword. Before the final blow, he said with burning eyes that it was for this day that Lamar was created. True, the demoness answered him. After these words, the guy cut off the head of the most powerful dragon. The protagonist immediately rushed towards the enemy. At the moment of running, he raised his sword up. As soon as he ran up to the fallen head, he stabbed it with his sword and nailed it to the ground. A few seconds later, looking at Fafnir's dead head, he said that it was all over. Suddenly, he heard the Grail's voice, which asked in surprise if the boy had really come here again. Hearing this, Yunj was very surprised and raised his head. In front of him was a man in his own battle attire, asking if it was true that starting a new life wasn't so bad. It was the protagonist from his past life, enveloped in the power of the Grail. Kneeling on one knee, Yunj looked at himself and answered no, adding that it was very hard, because no matter what he did, people still ended up getting hurt and dying. Gritting his teeth in rage, he said that he couldn't protect everyone. However, he suddenly said with his eyes closed. Opening them, he looked at the ground and said that he thought that he had done everything in his power. Grail looked at the protagonist with a smile on his face and asked if he thought this was enough, then asked what his wish was this time. Yunj stood up, smiled and said that he only wanted one thing. Raising his head to Grail, he firmly said that he wanted to ensure that such sacrifices would no longer occur, so he had to end all of this. Hearing this, Grail, without taking his eyes off the protagonist, asked if he really wanted this, because after he left here, there would be nothing more. Then he said that the comfort of everyday life would soon become inaction. The protagonist silently looked at himself and listened. Grail continued to say that he would just become a weak person, unable to obtain the power of this world. The next second, he came even closer to the protagonist and asked if he would still refuse. Unexpectedly, Yunj extended his hand. He looked at Grail with a smile on his face and said that he would not refuse because it did not originally belong to him. Without lowering his hand, he continued to say that he was only returning to the place where he was supposed to be. Hearing this, the Grail in the form of the protagonist lowered its head and began to crack, saying with a smile on its face, "Okay, since this is Yoon's answer." The next second, they shook hands. After that, the Grail split, enveloped the protagonist in powerful power and bright light, saying that it would grant this wish. On one side, angels and demons were looking at the bright light in shock. On the other side, there were people and the protagonist's comrades. The light became brighter with each passing second, absorbing everything around it. The whole world was illuminated by this light. A few minutes later, the protagonist stood with his eyes closed, when suddenly he abruptly opened them. He was wearing an office suit, but there was still a bright, warm light around him. At that time, he asked himself if he had really returned. A year later, Zhang Yu called the protagonist's phone. Yoon immediately took the phone in his hand. He picked it up with a smile on his face. Zhang Yu was walking down the street and asked if he had forgotten about their meeting next week. He furrowed his brows and said angrily that last time, Yoon had run away, saying he was busy with work. He continued by saying that Alvin and Lois were coming too, so without any excuses, the protagonist should come. Yoon closed his eyes and said that he would, and Zhang Yu then said that the guy should bring his wife and Mina. He turned to the angry girl and said that he was on a date, so he should go. Yoon looked at his phone in surprise, and Zhang Yu quickly said goodbye to the guy. The protagonist smiled and said that Jong-yu had said everything he wanted and hung up. Yoon-jung came into his room and asked who the protagonist had been talking to for so long. Yoon turned around and said that Jong-woo had asked him not to forget about the meeting next week. The girl smiled sweetly and said that she would definitely have to go. As she was leaving the room, she said that the food was ready so they could go eat. Mina ran to Yoon's room, happily shouting for him. She started jumping up and down happily, saying that they were having samgyeopsal today, so they should go eat quickly. The protagonist patted his daughter on the head and said that he would be here soon. Yoon went down to the kitchen and asked his wife if he could fry samgyeopsal, to which Yoon asked if that was not a given. The guy laughed, leading his daughter by the hand, and said that he cooks meat better after all. A week later, Jong-woo waved his hand and shouted, giving Yoon a sign. He asked in surprise why the protagonist and his family came so late, to which Yoon laughed and apologized. Yoon waved her hand and told Jong-woo that she was pleased to meet him. Mina smiled happily, greeting the guy. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. He saw his friends and asked if they had all arrived already. Arkan smiled, holding a bottle of beer in his hand, and happily said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Yoon asked if Arkan had been drinking since he arrived, to which he happily replied that on days like this, he should drink even more. Jong-yu pointed at Alvin and said that he was also drinking. He leaned over to Yoon and whispered to him to look at Alvin and Lois's left hands. Alvin and Lois were wearing wedding rings on their ring fingers. The protagonist clenched his fist with a smile on his face and asked if they had really ended up like this. Lois smiled awkwardly, scratched the back of her head, and said that they were going to get married. The girl put her hand to her mouth and laughed, saying that Alvin had always been inactive and proposed first. She remembered the past, how Alvin knelt down in front of her, saying no matter what happened in the future, even if they went to another world. He handed over the box with the ring and turned away shyly, saying that he would protect Lois. The girl looked at him shyly. She closed her eyes, smiling slightly, and asked what other world was there now. She hugged Alvin and said that it was enough for him to be by her side. Lois handed Yoon the wedding invitation and asked if they would come. The protagonist accepted the invitation with a smile on his face and said that they would come with their whole family. Lois turned towards the guys and asked curiously if the others had any good news. Jin-seok took a sip of beer and said that there was nothing. His girlfriend said that they went on a trip. She said that they had a very active trip. Everyone turned to the girl in shock. Jin-seok exclaimed in bewilderment, how could he talk about such a thing, to which the girl asked if he was embarrassed. Everyone started laughing together after hearing this. Yoon thought that this was exactly the life he wanted. He looked at his wife and daughter and thought that he always wanted to enjoy smiles together. He smiled slightly and thought how precious time was in ordinary, everyday life like a gift. He raised his head up with a smile on his face and was incredibly grateful for this simplicity. The protagonist remembered the angels and was sure that they were also enjoying their ordinariness. The demons were also very happy. Satan was actively having fun, watching the demons fight. Arian was sitting in the lotus position and meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said that he had finally seen the light. Then he thanked the protagonist and slowly closed his eyes. After these words, his hand fell dead to the floor. At this time, Yoon looked at his backpack with a smile on his face. Opening it, he took out a diary. Without thinking twice, he picked it up and took out a pen. Then he quickly opened a blank page. And while all his friends and family were having fun, he began to write. He brought the pen to the sheet and said to himself that in life, but without writing anything, he closed the diary and finished, it is impossible to know either the entire future or the entire past. After that, he slowly rose to his feet, and it looks like a live broadcast. Yoon slowly walked up to his daughter and picked her up. Then he sat her neck with a wide smile on his face. Leaving the diary on the blanket, he walked along the green grass to play with Mina. A green leaf fell on one of the pages of the open diary. The page said that this is why you need to love even more every day, cherish your loved ones and live more honestly. And this is all that the main character learned and that the reader should know. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.